This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Jianlan entered the game, the blizzard in the north had just stopped, and the whole world was covered in cold white snow. Open the backpack. She gritted her teeth and trembled as she gave the command to the optical brain bracelet. The light screen appeared, the backpack opened, and there was indeed a set of cold-proof clothes inside. After choosing to put it on, the blood volume warning finally stopped in her ears. Only 4 health points left. Jianlan breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. She almost died at the beginning. She is a programmer, and usually loves playing games. But since graduating and entering a big company, she has been living a dark, endless 996 overtime life. After a few years of overwork, she died suddenly at her workstation on a sunny summer afternoon, and died young. Death is not the end, but another beginning. She was transported to a doomsday survival game, and was forced to watch a 3-minute opening animation as soon as she entered. In the apocalypse, the climate is extreme. Natural disasters occur frequently. Plants mutate, and beasts run rampant. Players awaken special powers. Control elements. Kill with telekinesis. Fly and teleport. Advance to different professions. Strive to survive and fight. And rebuild the human home. The player's game goal is simple. Survive in this cruel world. Due to the exquisite special effects, the modeling is comparable to real people. And the sensational soundtrack is also in place. It is like watching a science fiction blockbuster. Jianlan was so fascinated that she was still savoring it after the animation ended. Until the blood loss buff that was frozen triggered a death warning. She woke up from her dream. Keep the remaining blood volume. The blood loss buff disappears. Confirm that there is no threat to life for the time being. Jianlan asked how to choose superpowers. She can't wait. A line of words appeared on the light screen. Superpowers are randomly assigned when the player is born. Even more excited, the system will customize exclusive weapons according to the superpowers randomly assigned to the player. Your package is being distributed. Jianlan is a typical gambler player. This unknown feeling let her adrenaline soar. So, she didn't rush to open her personal panel to check her superpowers. Instead, she wanted to work backwards from the weapons given by the system, guess what superpowers would be equipped with them, and enjoy the delayed satisfaction of the mystery slowly being revealed. Ding! Superpower weapons have been delivered, please check them. Sure enough, there was a black round icon in the bag. Press it with your index finger, and drag it to the snow. A large iron pot appeared in front of her. Jianlan was silent. Who would use a pot as a weapon? Suddenly, an idea flashed. The animation showed a very powerful supernatural profession. Blood Berserker, who uses heavy weapons. After the supernatural power is activated, the lower the blood volume, the greater the damage value. Her heart was pounding, and she was very excited. I am a blood berserker who hits people with an iron pot. System, falling into silence. This pot is for cooking. Your supernatural power is cooking. Then the player panel was opened. The sound was as crisp as a slap in the face. Cooking supernatural power has been unlocked. Related professions. Chef occupation. Lifestyle. In the middle is a big iron pot with steam coming out of it. It looks exactly the same as the one in the snow. There are several related UI icons next to it, which look quite similar. But the huge gap in the moment made Jianlan not in the mood to click it. Are you sure I didn't go to the wrong game? If this world is really as dangerous as described in the background. Giant spiders, mammoths, mutant queen flowers, and other dangerous creatures can be seen everywhere. And it is not certain who will eat whom. I didn't go to the wrong game. Dear Jianlan, cooking is also a kind of superpower, which belongs to the life category. Are there other types besides the life category? For example, the one that appeared in the opening animation. Jianlan briefly described it. Those things didn't look like her style. Yes. Those are all combat type. Jianlan fell into silence. You are really good at promotion, not fair. She clenched her fists. Why do I have a life type ability? I want to choose combat type too. Who doesn't want to be handsome? We understand your feelings very well. We know you are anxious. But please don't be anxious. Although the system didn't speak, the words on the screen had a customer service tone, full of gentle and crazy evil taste. Combat type ability awakening requires the player's personal comprehensive evaluation to be above sea level, otherwise it may be unable to bear the load and explode on the spot, literally explode. So this restriction was made after the game was publicly tested, please understand. We really care about the gaming experience of every player. A basin of cold water was poured down Jianlan. In other words, my rating is below C. Bingo! You got it right. You are so smart. The system praised her on the surface, but in fact, it opened her personal panel and made a shaky move. Player, Jianlan. ID, 741-747-4741. Level, 1, you are the hope of the new life of this world. Strength, 8, you can barely stun an ant. Defense, 7, you are like bubbles in the sun, and you will break if you touch it. Agility, 6, sitting in the office for a long time makes you slow in movement, and you will pant when you run. Life, 9, is this the amount of blood in a person? Friendly reminder, the initial average of players is 120, comprehensive rating, F grade. There are a lot of explanations next to the value, and none of them are what Jianlan likes to read. She originally thought that her rating was at least C, just like 60 points in the exam pass. She got 59, 1 point short of passing. She would be angry and unwilling. But the current situation is equivalent to her only getting 5 points. So she lost her temper instantly. Is there any lower grade than F? No, F is the lowest. According to statistics, players with a comprehensive F-level rating have a mortality rate of more than 99%. Happy gaming? After the system typed this line of words, it immediately closed the light screen and disappeared. For a player who was born to die soon, there was no need to waste time. It had already explained enough this time. On the white snow, there was only a lonely figure. And a big black iron pot. The clouds in the sky gathered more and more, the wind whistled, carrying the broken snow on the pine branches and leaves flying, and a few snowflakes fell from the sky. Hell begins. Jianlan was shocked by her own leap. In the original world, she was a child prodigy, graduated from a prestigious university, and worked in a large company, and could get A+ performance every year. After being reborn in the game, she turned into a weak F-level bottom-level cannon fodder. Two extremes. But she quickly adjusted her mood. Since she could live again, it was a hard-won opportunity, and she should cherish it, even if she was living in the game. Besides, F-level players are not bound to die. Don't 1% of players survive? Thinking this way, Jianlan felt much better. But why did she feel a little cold? She had just put on her winter clothes, which isolated her from the outside air and made her feel neither hot nor cold. Now she felt cold again. Could it be that the temperature had dropped and her winter clothes couldn't handle it? She looked carefully. You don't know until you see it. She was shocked. It turned out that the new winter clothes in her bag were of white quality, commonly known as white clothes. They had durability. The durability was 100% when she first put them on. Now it's only 78% left. And it dropped 1 percentage point right under her eyes, to 77%. It's conceivable that, when the durability drops to 0, the warming effect will be completely ineffective, and she will start losing health points again. Many game equipment has durability. This is not a new setting. But in the ice and snow, a broken winter clothing can easily kill the player. Jianlan thought, does the durability of the winter clothing automatically decrease after it is put on? However, she quickly denied this possibility. Even if it would fall off, it would not be at this speed. Otherwise, considering that she had been here for such a long time, the durability of this winter clothing should have been reduced to 0. The bone-chilling coldness clearly appeared not long ago. At this time, a few snowflakes fell on her shoulders. Jianlan suddenly had a terrible idea in her mind. She took a look at the durability. 75%. Fuck. It can't be so weird. Right? On her shoulders, the snowflakes had turned into black liquid, clinging to her winter clothes tightly. Like a cold hand? Clinging to her skin. Something was wrong with the snow. Jianlan subconsciously looked down at her feet. The snow on the ground did not reach her calves. But she did not feel the cold and sticky feeling under her feet. It could only be that there was something wrong with the snow falling from the sky. When people stay in an environment for a long time, their perception will become numb. Jianlan was naturally sensitive to temperature. If she did not notice the slight temperature changes in her winter clothes, she would not have noticed the loss of durability. The final result is that she will be unarmored without knowing it, and die of blood loss. It's a very inexplicable death. Everything seems calm, but it is actually full of murderous intentions. Jianlan felt goosebumps all over her body. Ding! The system prompt sounded. Jianlan opened the lit illustration column, and saw that she had unlocked an entry in the natural disaster category. Black Blizzard. one of the natural disasters raging in the northern region. This natural disaster cannot be predicted in advance and is generated completely randomly. Danger level A. Features 1/3 durability of attack cold-proof equipment unknown. Unknown? It turns out that I accidentally discovered one of its features, so I unlocked the entry. How should I deal with it? Jianlan continued to read down and found a button called Disaster Avoidance Guide. She clicked it, and it said according to statistics, for every 10 blizzards in the north, only one is a black blizzard. The probability seems low, but she encountered it as soon as she came in. If you are unlucky enough to encounter a black blizzard, don't try to bear it. Please put on cold-proof gear immediately, otherwise you will turn into a frozen dumpling within 0.08 seconds of exposure. Next to it is a caricature based on the real picture. You can see that it tries very hard to reduce the sense of horror, to express humanistic care. But Jianlan thinks that it may be because it is afraid that the original picture is too scary, and people will be scared to close the interface, because there is a shopping cart icon next to it, and a line of words is attached. You don't want to become like the picture, right? Then use the cold-proof equipment we carefully selected for you. Click to grab it now. Jianlan's mouth twitched twice. Here it comes, the mall system. She subconsciously clicked in, and saw cold-proof clothing in the most conspicuous position. Deerskin cold-proof clothing. Quality, blue. Function, can be used for 2 hours in a fully erupted black blizzard. There is a flash sale icon in the upper right corner. The inventory of the product is 10 pieces. Price, 1,000 points. Countdown to sale, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Jianlan has no concept of points, because her initial points are actually 0. She watched helplessly as the 10 winter clothes became sold out. The moment they went on sale, the flash sale price was sold out, and the original price was immediately filled. 3,000 points. Only 39 pieces left in stock. 38, 37, 26, 15, 4. Still in short supply. The speed at which the numbers decreased made Jianlan inexplicably panicked, and she immediately closed the mall interface. Sure enough, during the time she was obsessed with shopping, the durability of the winter clothes equipment dropped to 69%. Jianlan fell into silence. This game is full of traps. Can people who can't afford deerskin winter clothes just wait to die? There must be another way. Finally, she found a sentence at the end of the Disaster Avoidance Guide. What is it like to face the black blizzard? I hope you will never know. Heroes will fight. Cowards will hide in caves. So the way to avoid the black blizzard is so simple? Then who are the people who are fighting for such expensive deerskin winter clothes? Jianlan put the iron pot into her bag and looked around. The place where she was born was very tricky. On a small hillside, heavy snow covered a large area of pine forest in the distance, pressing down the branches. On the other side was an endless snowfield. She ran towards the forest without hesitation. The unexplored areas of the map were pitch black, and would only light up after the players arrived. Like ants digging tunnels, a path expanded on the map. The snowfield looked safer than the forest, but the probability of having a shelter was slim, and it would take more time to explore. With 63% of the durability left, she could only take a risky move. The sun was fading, the wind was howling, a huge vortex appeared in the sky, sucking in all the surrounding clouds. A black blizzard was rapidly forming. At the same time, the snow was falling heavily, and the damage to the winter clothes was immediate. The durability reminder, like a death warrant, hit Jianlan's fragile heart, and the faint wolf howling was terrifying. The long run caused her capillaries to rupture, and the smell of blood came from her throat, but she did not dare to stop at all. The vortex swallowed up everything in the air, and the sky darkened. The black blizzard began to erupt. The dark snowflakes fell on her body, and her durability was as fast as an elevator falling out of control. And it was only 8% in an instant. Jianlan was terrified. A variety of complex emotions intertwined, and despair gripped her heart. If time could go back, Jianlan swore that she would not join in the fun again, and watch others grab things in the mall. At this time, a familiar outline appeared in front of her. Human architecture. This used to be a hunter's home, but the gray courtyard and dense spider web showed that it had been abandoned for a long time. Jianlan rushed into the wooden house with all her strength. Wow! Behind her, black goose feather snow fell instantly, and it was pitch dark, like the polar night. The durability of the cold-proof clothing was fixed at 2%, and it did not move. The string in Jianlan's mind finally relaxed, and she collapsed to the ground. She took a deep breath, and tears burst out uncontrollably. Is this what it feels like to race against death? The cruelty of the survival game has just been revealed. If she had run a little slower just now, the game would have been over. The optical brain bracelet, as the only light source, is the evidence that she is still alive. Jianlan smiled with relief. She was going to make a fire, light up the house, and then see if there are any resources here. But something cold pressed against her neck. The smile froze on her face. It seemed to be a knife. At the same time, a voice colder than a knife sounded. Don't move. Chapter 2. Met another player. But the beginning was a little unfriendly. Jianlan said obediently, I won't move. With a knife on her neck, she didn't dare to speak loudly. She tried her best to control her body from shaking, and hoped that the man's hand would be steady. Because her life value was only 4 points. Raise your hands. The other party ordered. Jianlan did it. Then she felt a small hand groping her waist and back. Jianlan took the opportunity to say, I didn't mean to break in. I'm very sorry. I just wanted to survive. I didn't mean any harm. Please believe me. The little hand searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything. It was a little nervous. Where is your superpower weapon? In the bag. Jianlan replied and added, It's an iron pot. Then, the two were speechless. For a long while. This is my home, get out. The owner of the little hand had a fierce tone in his voice. It's snowing outside. What's the difference between asking her to get out now and sending her to death? Jianlan tried her best to show her self-worth. My special ability is cooking. Perhaps, do you need a top-notch chef? Oh, it turns out to be a waste. After listening to Jianlan's words, the little hand finally let down its guard and took back the knife on her neck. With a rustle, the flint was struck, and the hay was lit and thrown into the fireplace. The warm light immediately illuminated the entire cabin. Jianlan then realized that the person who threatened her just now was actually a little girl. She also wore the same bracelet on her slender left wrist, and held a long sickle in her right hand. Her eyes were round, and she stared at her like a cat from hell. Newbie? Yes. Jianlan nodded vigorously, playing the role of a rookie to win favor. Your ability is useless, Yenlulu said without hesitation. It's too direct. So hurtful. Why? Jianlan asked. No one eats in this game. Most of it is poisonous. If you are not full, just drink the nutrient solution. You can buy it directly in the mall. As she said this, Yenlulu spread the hay mat on the ground. The light bar of her basic survival status, the sleep column, has turned red, which means she is in a state of urgent need for sleep. If Jianlan hadn't suddenly barged in, she would have fallen asleep long ago, and it wouldn't have turned into this dangerous color. Jianlan opened the mall, and indeed saw the nutrient solution, which was priced at 1 point, and 1 bottle could meet the player's fullness needs for 1 day, and directly fill the upper limit of 100 points. So cheap. Jianlan was shocked. Only 1 point a day? Yenlulu raised her eyebrows. You buy one and try. I don't have any points. Jianlan's face flushed. Yenlulu was choked. How can someone who can't even get a single point say that it's really cheap? When I bought the first bottle of nutrient solution, it was 1 point. The second bottle was 10 points. The third bottle was 50 points. The fourth bottle was 100 points. No matter how many I bought afterwards, it was 100 points. The number will be refreshed every Thursday, and the cycle will start again from 1 point. It turns out that it is a tiered pricing. In other words, it takes 461 points a week to maintain satiety? Jianlan asked. How did you calculate it? Why do you need so many points? I can't earn so many points in a week. Yenlulu widened her eyes. Is it 1 bottle a day? Jianlan fell into silence. Is this an excessive request? Too extravagant. It will be difficult for you to survive like this. Yenlulu felt that she was hopeless. We usually only buy 3 bottles, and drink half a bottle a day. Just keep the satiety between the orange value of 30 and 79. Jianlan, that sounds miserable. I'm going to sleep, don't bother me. Yenlulu's sleep value was too low, and her eyes turned into panda eyes. After saying that, she fell straight down and slept soundly on the straw mat. Staying up late, there is no such thing. Old players who can survive are all aware of not joking with their own lives. In addition to maintaining the 2 necessary survival bars of fullness and sleep, the player's health and sanity must not be too low. Otherwise the death countdown will start. This means that players must not only be careful of external threats, but also ensure the normal operation of the human body and meet various needs. These needs also exist in the original world, but they are invisible and intangible, and all rely on self-perception. But in this game world, the system directly digitizes them, making the status controllable, making it convenient for players to check, and truly realizing that the King of Hell wants people to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, and will never let people live until 5 o'clock. Jianlan also checked her own status. Sensibility was green, and everything else had dropped to orange. It was still pitch black outside the window. It was unknown when the black blizzard would stop. The Wolf King camped under the black blizzard. A dozen head-mounted mining lamps tore a hole in the dark curtain. The 2 lamps at the top of the curtain were scarlet, and were shaking violently. Those were the eyes of the Blood Wolf King. As one of the special bosses of the Northern Scourge, the Blood Wolf King would only appear when the black blizzard broke out completely, randomly refreshed in a certain Wolf King camp. Players need to wait in advance, because its existence is time-limited. When the black blizzard disappears, it will also disappear, no matter how much health is left. So to be safe, it is best to start fighting as soon as it is refreshed. There are a total of more than a dozen elite teams waiting, but they were squatted by Zhou Yao's team with the weakest personnel. It's like a dream. 10 minutes ago, Sister Zhou. Look! There is a red lantern. A team member pointed upwards. The world was pitch black, and the 2 red objects were particularly obvious in the darkness. Another team member said, Blood Wolf King. Don't move yet. Zhou Yao told his teammates, and then used the optical brain to send a message in the guild channel. We are here. Coordinates 67. 23. As soon as the message came out, the guild was in an uproar. The guild's combat commander immediately issued orders to the other 4 teams, and all members immediately went to 67. 23. One team could not defeat the Blood Wolf King. At least 5 main outputs were needed, and the front row and treatment were needed. The other teams were fully staffed with 5 people, 1 frontline, 3 DPS, 1 healer. Only Zhou Yao's team had 3 people. It seems someone is coming. The long-range DPS Xiao Lu in the team was holding a long shotgun. His ability was to shoot through the target with 100 steps, and his vision and hearing were far superior to those of ordinary people. He heard a lot of footsteps. Not our people. Zhou Yao frowned and turned off the computer. The combat commander sent her a private message. The 3 of them hid behind a boulder. Zhou Yao suddenly stood up with 2 axes in his hands. This action startled the other 2 teammates. The commander asked us to touch the boss, not to let Apocalypse. Hearing this, the healer Xian Chung was immediately frightened and pale. Aren't we here to make up the numbers? The Blood Wolf King is an S-level boss. With their strength, they can't even run away. At most, they can watch the battle from a distance. 3 people fighting? He didn't even dare to think about it. Zhou Yao's face was not very good either. There is no other way. I have given the order. If it is snatched away, we will be in trouble. The Killing Guild spent a lot of money to take down the Blood Wolf King this time, and to avenge their previous defeat. It would be fine if they didn't get it, but if they couldn't get it even when it was right under their feet, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other guild members? Those who don't obey orders will definitely be expelled from the guild. What kind of life do independent players live? I don't want to experience it again in my life. There is no front row, Xiao Lu reminded. His range is 20 yards, which is about the same as the boss's attack range. If the boss targets him, he may be killed instantly. I'll be in the front row. Zhou Yao opened the mall, found the hatred potion, clicked to buy, then found the defense potion, clicked to buy. She chose the cheapest ones, primary potions, 300 points each, 600 points in total. She bit off the lid and drank both bottles of potion. It tasted terrible. Okay, my defense is now 134. Zhou Yao said. Take care of me. Xian Chung was scared out of his wits. The normal front row defense starts at 500. It's the Blood Wolf King, a female voice exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, a figure flew up first. Xian Chung had no choice but to carry the medical gun and follow. Ah! In the eyes of other guild members, the boss's health bar instantly turned gray. Zhou Yao gritted her teeth. As long as she could hold on until the rest of the guild arrived, the hatred would naturally be taken away by the other frontline people, and she would be safe. Hunter's Hut. Jian Lan was studying her cooking ability. There were 4 UI icons at the top. The first one is Recipe. It is empty, Nothing is recorded. The second one is cooking. After clicking it, the screen keeps showing connecting, please wait. Will this game still freeze? She put her finger on the third icon, but she hasn't pressed it yet. Suddenly, a system sound came. Initialization completed. Welcome to the 37th generation of Blue Star Lelich's Smart Cooking Pot. I am your assistant Xiaoyu. Jianlan suddenly felt her cerebellum shrink. Isn't Blue Star the world she lives in? What brand is Lelichu? I haven't heard of it. But they have developed 37 generations of products, so it should be awesome. Shall we start cooking now? How? Put the ingredients in the pot, cover the pot, and you can cook. Jianlan looked at her bag, and there were a few black things in it, which should be the fruit of the plant that she accidentally picked up on the road just now. Is this okay? Please put it in the cooking pot or warehouse for identification. Where is the warehouse? The box icon next to it. That is the third UI icon of the supernatural interface. Jianlan clicked it, and 9 grids popped up immediately. She put a fruit in it, and then saw the description. Pine thorn fruit. Freshness, 94%. Quality, green. Heat, +2 for satiety, health, -15. Source, winter pine tree. Rarity, 1, found everywhere, pine thorn fruit X1 in storage. How many copies do you need to make? Jianlan hesitated. Eating it will reduce your health. You only need to add a little bit when you are full. First, have 1 portion. Okay. Did you add it manually, or use the warehouse reserves? Use the ones in the warehouse. Jianlan said. 1 pine thorn fruit has been shipped out of the warehouse. Cooking is about to start. Please cover the pot, open the lid after 5 minutes. Jianlan followed the instructions, and covered the iron pot. The pot actually grew 4 iron legs and stood up. Jianlan almost lost his sanity when he saw it. The fire in the fireplace was almost burned out. But the light in the house did not go out. Another pile of flames began to burn under the pot. The branches broke, making a crackling sound. She asked a question she had always worried about. If the raw materials are poisonous, will the dishes be poisonous? Don't worry. We are experts in handling food. We will never deliberately murder the host. Jianlan felt relieved after hearing what Xiaoyu said. It turns out that the cooking ability is bound to a cooking system. And it is fully automatic. This cooking system is a parasitic relationship with itself. Jianlan just doesn't know how to cook. Doesn't that mean she only needs to collect ingredients in the future? Staring at the iron pot that was clanging, Jianlan couldn't help but look forward to it. What will be made in 5 minutes? Chapter 3. In the game Disaster Apocalypse, sleep is the easiest to satisfy compared to other needs. All the player needs to do is close their eyes and go to sleep. In the original world, in order to get into the best high school in the city, Yanlulu was under so much pressure to enter the school that she couldn't sleep all day. After entering the game, there is no more psychological pressure, but she sleeps well, and often sleeps well. Especially when natural disasters occur, as long as you make sure that the place you are in is safe, there is no need to worry. On the contrary, when there is no natural disaster, you must always be alert to various dangers. If nothing unexpected happens, she will sleep until the sleep value reaches 100. But now, it seems that something unexpected has happened. What a good smell. Yanlulu suddenly opened her eyes. What smell? She sat up and looked around. The guy who she had declared useless was busy at an iron pot. Obviously that was the source of the smell. Are you awake? Jianlan saw that she was very excited, and quickly waved her over. Are you cooking? Yes, I picked up a few pine thorns before I came here. Jianlan raised the fruit in her hand. Yanlulu frowned. She knew this kind of fruit. The whole northern border was full of them. Bad memories came to her mind. Looking at Jianlan's stupid look, she felt it was necessary to remind her in a friendly way. This is poisonous. You can't eat it. Not only does it taste bad, you will be poisoned if you eat it. I know. It will deduct 15 health points. Jianlan answered casually. Your mind was on the pot. There is only half a minute left before the lid can be opened. After hearing her words, Yanlulu was stunned, knowing it is poisonous, but still want to eat it. Is this person starving? Why not give her a bottle of nutrient solution? But then she thought, no. What if she becomes a freeloader? With her current strength, the points she earns are only enough to barely support herself. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. It would be better to teach her how to earn points. Wait a minute. How did she know that 15 health points would be deducted? Could it be that she had already eaten? Yanlulu sat down next to Jianlan. There was a constant aroma coming out of the pot. She was so drunk by the aroma that she forgot what she was going to say. The smell reminded her of the chestnut king she bought with her classmates at the school gate when she was on her way home from school. In late autumn, the road was lined with ginkgo leaves. The huge mixer at the door of the store kept frying the black chestnut stone, and the dark chestnuts became plump and shiny due to the heat. She scooped a spoonful into a paper bag and held it in her hand. And it felt warm. Each chestnut has a hole in it. With a gentle squeeze, the shell cracks, and the golden chestnut flesh is exposed, steaming hot. When you put it in your mouth, it's soft, sticky, and sweet. Yen Lulu stared blankly at the pine thorn fruit in the pot. Sugar-fried chestnuts. She hadn't eaten them for half a year. There are 5 fruits in this pine thorn fruit. It's very hot when it comes out of the pot. Jianlan put it on the haystack to cool it down. Xiaoyu's voice sounded, accompanied by a burst of fireworks. Congratulations, BGM. Congratulations, cooking success. It's a new dish. Would you like to add it to the recipe? Add it. Jianlan glanced at Yen Lulu, who was in a daze. She seemed to be unable to hear Xiaoyu's voice. You are the first person to discover this dish. Please name it. Jianlan said. Let's call it roasted pine thorn fruit for easy memorization. Named successfully. Roasted pine thorn fruit has been recorded in the recipe. You can cook quickly in the recipe interface in the future. Jianlan picked up a roasted pine thorn fruit, peeled off the skin, and put it in his mouth. Then, he was stunned. Why does it taste so much like chestnuts? Yen Lulu's saliva slipped from the corner of her mouth. Jianlan was embarrassed to eat alone. So she picked up one and handed it to her. Would you like to try it? Yen Lulu woke up as if from a dream. She shook her head like a rattle. Devil. The more fragrant it is, the more devilish it is. The conspiracy of plants. Her last partner died after eating poisonous fruit. She was safer and ate it cooked. But she still had diarrhea for 3 days. Moreover, it was not delicious. Since then, she never dared to touch any food again. So, she must resist this temptation. This newcomer, a newborn calf, is not afraid of a tiger. She will be in trouble later. After being rejected, Jianlan said, Okay, I'll eat it myself. After that, she ate another one. It's really delicious. Be careful. Yen Lulu said with a sip of saliva. It will be poisonous. Seeing others eating, she was hungry too. She took out the nutrient solution bottle she bought the day before from her arms. There was only half a bottle left. She pulled out the stopper, took a sip. She couldn't help but dry heave. It didn't seem fresh. Of course, fresh ones didn't taste much better. But the upper right corner added 8 satiety. Fortunately, the effect was still there. Strange, I didn't have such a big reaction when I drank it before. Mainly because the contrast was too obvious. Jianlan threw the pine thorn fruit into her mouth, and saw Yen Lulu's expression of extreme pain, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Nothing. Yen Lulu said angrily. What about you? Yen Lulu asked. Do you have a stomachache or something? It wasn't that she deliberately wanted to curse Jianlan, but this was all her personal experience. No, I feel warm all over. Jianlan told the truth. Open the personal status bar. Hey, my satiety bar turned green. What? Yen Lulu was stunned. The satiety bar turned green, which means the value is above 80. Since her sister died, she left the union alone. It has been almost 3 months, and her satiety value has never been green. What about the health value? Yen Lulu refused to give up. 79. Jianlan answered. How much was it originally? I don't remember. Jianlan glanced at the straw mat. There was 1 pine thorn fruit left on it. Jianlan pointed at it and asked, Do you want it? This time, Yen Lulu hesitated. It would be okay to eat only 1. Right? The worst that could happen is diarrhea. She was struggling fiercely in her heart. Finally, with a fearless attitude, she picked up the fruit, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. The familiar taste spread from the tip of the tongue. Yen Lulu's nose was sore. Jianlan did not notice her reaction, and began to regret the hasty naming. Next time, I should try it before naming it. This thing tastes exactly like chestnuts. Why not just call it roasted chestnuts? I wonder if I can change the name after recording it in the recipe. She opened the recipe. On the recipe that was originally empty, there was indeed an extra record. Clicking it, there was a Cook Now button, and there was an extra line of instructions below: roasted pine thorn fruit. Invented by Chef Jianlan. Ingredients: pine thorn fruit, Effect: satiety plus 20 health plus 3 clear negative status. After being processed by the cooking system, the pinethorn fruit is really not poisonous. Not only does it increase satiety, but it also increases health. However, what does this negative state mean? Jianlan didn't think about it, and told Yan Lulu the good news first. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, she saw Yan Lulu's eyes full of tears. This scared Jianlan. Is it not delicious? Why does it taste so much like sugar-roasted chestnuts? Yan Lulu burst into tears. Yes, it tastes like chestnuts. Jianlan nodded. It's so delicious. Yan Lulu whimpered twice. Really? Jianlan was very excited. Getting compliments is probably the happiest thing for a chef. She has already entered the role. Really? Yan Lulu sniffed. I have this every day, even if I die of diarrhea. I am willing. Don't worry, you won't have diarrhea. Jianlan told Yan Lulu the effect of this dish. Yan Lulu was stunned for a while, and suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? This confused Jianlan. What kind of life did I live before? Whoa. Yan Lulu hugged Jianlan. Why didn't I meet you earlier? I like eating sugar-roasted chestnuts the most. After many days of depression, she suddenly collapsed. So that's how it is. Jianlan smiled and hugged her back, patted her on the back. I will cook for you every day in the future. You are so nice. At this time, it was dawn. The black blizzard is over, Jianlan said. Yan Lulu immediately changed her appearance and regained her calmness when they first met. She let go of Jianlan and went to the straw mat to pick up her weapon. Jianlan was inexplicably panicked. Yan Lulu explained. After the natural disaster, there will be many wild monsters and players. We must be extremely careful. Are there any good things refreshed? Jianlan speculated based on years of gaming experience. Yes. Yan Lulu packed her belongings, ready to run away at any time. The area swept by the natural disaster will have spirit stone mines, or scattered spirit stone fragments. If the scattered pieces are spirit stone fragments, it's not a big problem. It won't attract powerful monsters or players. But if a spirit stone mine appears, we must immediately stay away from that area. Are spirit stones valuable? Jianwan asked. Of course. A small piece is worth 1,000 points. And there are people who collect them. Yan Lulu quickly operated on her optical computer. There is no sign of a spirit stone mine at present. Let's stay here first and wait until the sun sets. Okay. Jianwan nodded. Yan Lulu felt relieved and put down the things in her bag. Hello. Let's get acquainted again. My name is Yan Lulu. She stretched out her hand to Jianwan. Jianwan. I'm sorry about before. She was talking about putting the sickle on Jianlan's neck. My sleep value was too low at that time. If I didn't replenish it quickly, it would be dangerous. It doesn't matter. You didn't kick me out. Did you? Jianlan smiled. Yan Lulu coughed dryly. If you don't have a life-related ability, it's not necessarily true. I was despised again, but I couldn't get angry. But I don't think so now. Yan Lulu said. Every ability exists, and it must have its uses. Yes. That's right. Jianlan nodded seriously. This cooking ability is actually quite useful. In the past, we had prejudices against players with life-related abilities. Actually, one of the main reasons is that their health is too low, and they die very easily. Yan Lulu thought of her teammate who died early and had the ability to collect spider silk. He only had 80 health points. She took him to fight spiders and collect spider silk for points. He was bleeding after being touched lightly. She had to fight alone later. Jianlan should be much better than her previous teammates. If they can cooperate well, it will be much easier for them to survive in the future. How many health points do you have? Yan Lulu asked. 9 points. Jianlan answered. What about the total health points? Yan Lulu asked. Jianlan fell into silence. Yan Lulu? Yan Lulu fell into silence. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. By the way, what is your ability? Jianlan tried to break the awkwardness. My ability. Yan Lulu was halfway through her words when someone's voice came from the door. Sister Zhou, there's a wooden house here. Chapter 4. The uninvited guests from the Killing Guild have arrived. Let's stay here. Zhou Yao was almost out of breath. Are you kidding? Aren't you afraid that the people from Apocalypse will come after us? A man next to him spoke in a thick, exaggerated voice. Xiao Lu held to Captain Zhou Yao. And when he heard Tai Quan's words, that didn't care about their lives. He was slightly angry. The commander asked you to protect our retreat, not to drive our bodies back to the base. At that time, they took the lead in attacking the Blood Wolf King, and successfully held on until the other teams of the Killing Guild arrived. The people of the Apocalypse Guild, who had been standing by and watching, waiting for the 3 people to die before taking over the boss, were not happy. They had also been waiting for a long time, but they didn't expect that their efforts would be in vain. In anger, they turned red without any sense of morality, and attacked the 3 people in Zhou Yao's team. The healer Xian Chung was the first to be hit. He was hit by many skills, and the blood-locking amulet was hit on the spot, and he was unconscious. Zhou Yao's condition was only slightly better than his. Xiao Lu was standing too far away, and it was dark. The people of the Apocalypse looked for a long time, but they couldn't find the one who was hiding in the dark and shooting arrows. He was unscathed. The Slaughter Commander made a prompt decision, and asked a front row to escort the 3 of them to retreat first. A natural disaster boss hunt eventually turned into a big melee between the 2 guilds of Slaughter and Apocalypse. Because they evacuated early, they had no idea what the subsequent boss would be like. Not long after they left, the Black Blizzard ended. It was dawn, but the 2 seriously injured people were in a very bad state. They happened to pass by a small cabin, and they wanted to go in and rest. Taekwon rolled his eyes and snorted. Weaklings are such troubles. Can't they just hold on for a bit? The 2 injured people were both B-level, basically the bottom of the guild, and he wouldn't give them much respect. He just wanted to complete the task quickly, but he was also afraid that the 2 people would really die, and he would be the one to take the blame. He carried the unconscious healer Xian Chung up the stairs, like a cotton sack. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jianlan and Yin Lulu leaning against the fireplace. Hey, is there someone here? He threw Xian Chung onto the haystack. He looked at the 2 curiously. They didn't have the guild badges on them. Obviously, they were 2 independent players. In this game, independent players were inferior compared to people with guilds. They could be bullied and killed at will. No one would pursue the matter. It just so happened that he was in a bad mood. As for the woman with a more mature face, he didn't even feel any energy fluctuations from her. It seems, no superpowers? Of course, I mean no combat superpowers. Can life superpowers be called superpowers? Iron Fist showed a terrifying smile. Yin Lulu calmly moved in front of Jianglan. She stared at the man who crossed the safety line. TSK is so fierce. This little lowly. Iron Fist. Zhou Yao shouted from behind. Being shouted at, I am very annoyed. Iron Fist closed his eyes angrily, and blew out a breath of hot air from his nose. Reluctant to respond. What do you want me to do? Xian Chung seems to be dying. Zhou Yao was anxious, and slapped Xian Cheng's face with his hand. Xian Chung didn't respond as if he was dead. Do you have any points? I want to buy that medicine for him. Are you crazy? You want to spend 10,000 on him? Taekwon was dumbfounded. Besides, do I look like someone who can save money? Zhou Yao herself was not in good condition, and her deep self-blame and worry caused her survival bar value to drop rapidly. Hunger was about to run out. She bought a bottle of nutrient solution, and the more she drank, the more bitter she felt. She chose to follow the command and attack the Blood Wolf King. Xian Chung joined to protect her, and then was targeted by the people of Apocalypse. If she didn't make this decision, at most she would be kicked out of the guild, and no life would be affected. If Xian Chung died because of her, she would never forgive herself in this life. Although Xiao Lu, who was standing with a shotgun, didn't say anything, his face was also very heavy. Seeing the 2 people's expressions of death, Taekwon felt very unlucky. Didn't the blood-locking amulet explode? You won't die. He regretted it after saying it. Damn it. This dog's atmosphere infected him. And he learned to comfort people. The blood-locking amulet is a precious item. When the player wears it, it can temporarily lock blood for 3 seconds, preventing immediate death. Once triggered, the red stone in the center will shatter. The amulet will become invalid. The damage absorbed by the amulet instantly will be gradually released in the next 7 days. Therefore, even if they survive, the wearer of the amulet will fall into a weak state, and it will take a long time to recover. Despite this, many players will regard owning a blood-locking amulet as a lifelong pursuit, because it is equivalent to having an extra life. Currently, there are no more than 3 organizations that have this technology. The blood-locking amulet made with the Key of Life is of the highest quality and has the least side effects. Of course, it is also the most expensive. However, there are also some blood-locking amulets circulating in the black market from unknown channels. Players with limited funds will often choose this way to buy. Don't tell me he bought his blood-locking amulet from the black market? Iron Fist thought of this possibility. His face was full of disbelief. No wonder Zhou Yao was so worried. It's a matter of life and death. Can these points be saved? Zhou Yao and Xiao Lu didn't say anything. Iron Fist understood, and so did they. Jianlan and Yan Lulu observed the situation over there. For people from the Killing Guild blocked the door of the wooden house. If they sneaked away, they would have to pass by them. The other 3 people were not so bad. They might not have time to take care of them. But the tall man with a burly figure who glanced at them from time to time looked like a pervert. He probably wouldn't let them go like this. If Yan Lulu was alone, she would have slipped away in a minute. Now she brought Jianlan with her. She was not sure if she could escape unscathed. If she filled up her satiety, she could try the burst mode. Maybe there is a chance. She conveyed her thoughts to Jianlan. So simple? Just eat enough? Jianlan made an okay gesture. There happened to be a few pine thorns around. She immediately opened the recipe and started quick cooking. It was fine at first, but later, something was wrong. The people of the Killing Guild first smelled a familiar fragrance, and then fell into confusion. Because it was too long ago, the fragrance was very familiar, but they just couldn't remember what it was. They hadn't found the source of the fragrance yet. Xian Chung, who had no signs of life, suddenly moved. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and his lips trembled. Zhou Yao and Xiao Lu naturally noticed it at the first time and came over. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Zhou Yao felt so guilty and self-blamed that she couldn't do it anymore. She was happy and afraid. She was happy that Xian Chung finally woke up, but she was afraid that this was his last breath. After all, his blood-locking amulet contained water, so it was hard to say how effective it would be. Xian Chung kept mumbling a word. Zhou Yao couldn't hear it clearly in his current state. Is it a last word? What did he say? Zhou Yao asked Xiao Lu. Often, what is said at this time is the obsession in the heart. No matter what you ask for, I will do my best to realize it, don't worry. She held Xian Cheng's hand tightly. Tai Quan was also a little curious, and lowered his crossed arms. Xiao Lu put his ear close. He listened several times, and confirmed repeatedly. Frowning, he uttered 4 words. Sugar-roasted chestnuts. Xiao Lu was firm. It can't be wrong. He said, I smell the smell of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Chapter 5. Zhou Yao's expression froze on his face. Tai Quan spat. Damn, what a psychopath. The brains of the healers are really a little sick. Zhou Yao threw Xian Cheng's hand expressionlessly. Are you okay? Ahem. Xian Cheng couldn't stop coughing. Something's wrong. His bracelet lit up again, and the vital signs such as satisfaction, health, sanity, sleep, etc. also lit up. Among them, health and satiety turned red. The total health value of 729 points is also fixed at 1 point. As combat-related data, even if the health value is fully replenished, after the player leaves the battle, the damage suffered in the battle will be reflected on the player's body, making him feel pain and trauma. This is reflected by the color of the health value in the survival bar. If you want to recover quickly, you can only use special healing potions. Or as time goes by, let the human body system slowly repair itself. Completely simulate the real world. Some superpowers, even after the battle, will stay on the body of the attack for a long time. This makes their bodies remain in the red color of damaged health. They cannot recover on their own, thus affecting their subsequent combat capabilities. For example, Xian Cheng now. He is basically the same as a useless person, but he is still muttering. Sugar-fried chestnuts. Someone is eating sugar-fried chestnuts. He is crazy. Actually, I also smell the smell of chestnuts. Xiao Lu said to Zhou Yao with some embarrassment. Zhou Yao did not comment. Of course she smelled it too. The 3 of them looked for the source of the fragrance, and finally looked in the direction of Jianlan and the others. They saw a big pot on the ground, and there were a few ripe fruits in the pot. There was a woman, fiddling with something. The little girl next to her had 2 bulges on her cheeks, like a little squirrel with nuts hidden. So weird. It was just an ordinary pine-thorn fruit. How could they make it taste like sugar-roasted chestnuts? Not eating food in the world is a consensus among veteran players. Not to mention advanced players who can join the guild. I want to eat. Xian Cheng raised his head with difficulty. his eyes glowing green. And he grabbed a handful of air with his hands. But he couldn't let it fall. Sugar-fried chestnuts. Xiao Lu touched his forehead with his hand to feel the temperature, and said to Zhou Yao, I have a fever. In any case, he is also a patient now. When people are sick, they tend to be unreasonable. Zhou Yao was not in a good condition either. She didn't want to worry about it anymore. Eat. Eat it. Eat until you die. She walked over. What is this? She asked. Roasted pine thorn fruit. Jianlan answered. Can I have one? Zhou Yao inexplicably maintained the politeness of an educated human being. 1 for 50 points. Jianlan blinked. Yan Lulu didn't catch her breath, choked on the fruit pulp, and started coughing wildly. Didn't she explain to Jianlan how cruel the people in the big guild were before? Killing is not on the first page of the comprehensive strength rankings. But at least it has been on the list. Although there are not many bad records of hunting individual people in groups, it does not mean that they are easy to mess with. It would be fine if you don't hide when you see them. But they want something. And they actually charge them. The most important thing is that the price they ask is not low. 50 points. Buy more than 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Wow. How brave. Taekwon also felt strange after hearing it. This woman actually dared to ask them for money? Zhou Yao was obviously stunned for a moment. She had joined the club for a short time, and had not yet evolved to the level of shamelessness of Taekwon. I want one. As he said this, he was going to transfer points to Jianlan. Did you take the wrong medicine? Taekwon was even more confused. She really dared to sell. She dared to buy? He was a little uncomfortable with her good temper. Why was she so polite to casual people? If you want something, you can just grab it, and it will be over. I don't know what you are afraid of. Shame on you. He cursed at Zhou Yao's back. Zhou Yao ignored him. Take it, I don't owe you anything. He handed the fruit to Xi and Chung. But if you die from eating it, I won't be responsible. Having said that, she still had a bottom line in her heart. The 3 of them had been upgraded and added points. They were not as fragile as novices, they had their own resistance. Even if the food was poisonous, the effect on them would be greatly reduced. At most, they would have diarrhea. Normally, they didn't eat these, they only drank nutrient solution, because nutrient solution was more cost-effective and more efficient. Of course, the most important thing is that these foods are not delicious. They are not delicious even if they are cooked with fire. Xi and Chung finally got what he had been longing for, and put it into his mouth in a few seconds. Since entering this game for more than a year, he has hardly eaten normal food. He was led all the way, avoiding the detours that the novice Xiaobai took. But he also felt that he was slowly turning into a piece of cold data. Fortunately, he was injured this time. Otherwise, he would forget what real food tastes like. Xiao Lu held a bottle of nutrient solution in his hand, replenishing his satiety. Seeing Xi and Cheng's silly look, he found it particularly interesting. Did your brain get hurt? Probably. Zhou Yao rolled his eyes at him. I still want to eat. Xi and Chung stared at Zhou Yao with eager eyes. Zhou Yao fell into silence. Xiao Lu fell into silence. Are you addicted? Iron Fist was surprised. It really tastes like sugar-roasted chestnuts. Xi and Chung was full of energy, his eyes were burning. It doesn't feel like eating chestnuts, but more like eating ginseng. Zhou Yao and Xiao Lu were a little curious. Is it sugar-roasted chestnuts? Let's get some and try it, and we'll know. Taekwon couldn't help himself. Where are those 2 people? He looked around, but he saw that the 2 were no longer in their original position. They had already packed their things and secretly moved to the door. It seemed that they were preparing to run away. It was the first time that Yan Lulu led someone to walk together. She didn't control her strength well, and she only moved such a small distance. Leave the things behind. Taekwon used his supernatural power to seal the door. There are 4 left. 200 points in total. Jianlan remained calm. Hand them over. Taekwon was clearly robbing. Don't force me to do it. You are from a big guild after all. Isn't it shameful to rob others? Jianlan was unwilling to give away the fruits of her labor. She tried to use her sense of morality to arouse his conscience. But she didn't know that the players of the big guild, in this game, really started out by doing this kind of thing. And doing such things, you can't talk about morality. The founder of the guild, using the method of tyranny and wanton plunder, accumulated a large amount of original resources in a short period of time, which is why he obtained the qualification to establish the guild and established his own base. Therefore, he recruited more vicious people like them. Of course, The guild also protects people with strong strength, but whose moral sense is not so low. However, under the long-term subtle influence, whether they will remain true to their original intentions is an unknown. The guilds on the ranking list are full of banditry. It can be said that none of the top 10 guilds has a clean foundation. Their hands are stained with the blood of countless players. Seeing that Jianlan was not only unintimidated, but also tried to morally condemn him, Tietuan's anger was aroused. I say it again. Hand it over. A ball of light suddenly appeared on Tietuan's hand. He did not have Zhou Yao's politeness and patience. Yan Lulu saw Tietuan's ability, and knew that his strength was far above hers. Even though both of them were A-level fighters, their levels and abilities would be different. If Jianlan really had only 9 HP as she said, she would have no chance of protecting Jianlan. As long as the Iron Fist was used, she would definitely die. Give it to them. Yan Lulu pulled Jianlan's clothes. There are pine thorns everywhere anyway, so we can just do it again. After hearing Yan Lulu's words, Jianlan understood that her meaningless persistence was seeking death. She was a little depressed. Without absolute strength, you will be controlled by others everywhere, whether in the original world or now. The degree of cruelty between the two is the same. No matter what, you have to become stronger. She took out the pine thorn fruit. Hey, you are sensible. Taekwon snorted coldly. Seeing Jianlan surrendering obediently, he didn't need to do anything. If it wasn't related to the guild, he would not do anything to women. The fruit with a unique taste was about to be obtained, when a lazy voice interrupted. A lean figure flashed in front of her, carrying a long hunting rifle. 200 points. Right. I'll transfer it to you. Who else could this person be if not the sniper Xiao Lu? It just so happens. I also want to taste the chestnuts. Xiao Lu smiled at Jianlan. Jianlan stared at him blankly. She really didn't expect that someone who had never expressed his opinion would suddenly help her out. Is it this account? He turned on the light brain. It was transferred. Take a look. In the blink of an eye, Jianlan's account received another 200 points. Now the total points in her account are as high as 250. It's almost catching up with Yan Lulu's income from working hard to kill monsters for a week. These people from big guilds are not plague gods. They are clearly rich people. But the premise is that the people you meet are reasonable. Jianlan put the fruit in Xiao Lu's hand. After using weapons for a long time, his palms have thick calluses, which are in sharp contrast to Jianlan's hands when he is typing on the keyboard and writing code in the office. As long as you live long enough in this world, will it all turn out like this? But only those who survive can turn out like this. Xiao Lu didn't communicate with her anymore. Took the things and turned around and left. You? Taekwon was stunned. The things were at his hands, and someone else could steal them. By the time he realized what was happening, Xiao Lu had already returned to the two members of the team. Taekwon was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. Okay. He got it. This kid was avenging the fact that he had driven them away before. How insidious. Hey! My buff is gone! Suddenly, Xian Chung screamed. The pain in his joints disappeared. How is it possible? Zhou Yao peeled the pine thorn fruit. That was done by the evil old ghost of Qianqi. His ability tree has reached the 3rd level. Within 10 days or half a month, this buff will not fall off. Did you drink the dispelling potion secretly? Xiao Lu didn't believe it either. Am I that stupid? Xian Chung snatched a fruit from Xiao Lu. The potion in the mall is so expensive, only a fool would buy it. The cheapest dispelling potion costs 500 points per bottle. Although he always spoils himself, he doesn't dote on himself. At most, he can go back to the base to ask the doctor for some medicine. The recovery is a bit slow, but it is much better than buying things from the black-hearted mall. Shut up. Captain Zhou Yao, who had just drunk 2 bottles of limited-time attribute enhancement medicine not long ago, felt that she was implied. She put the fruit in her mouth, chewed it, and after a brief surprise, her eyes lit up. Seeing her like this, Xiao Lu also ate one. Their expressions were surprisingly the same. Right. Right. Xian Chung took advantage of the two people's inattention and quickly took the last one and ate it. Everyone reached a consensus. It's really sugar-roasted chestnuts. Any more? Taekwon rushed forward. Xiao Lu's hands were empty. We are all from the same guild. Why don't you leave some for me? Taekwon felt excluded by the small group. Next time for sure. Xian Chung smiled foolishly and wiped the corner of his mouth. He ate 3 and made a killing. Seeing that there was no hope for this group of people, He could only ask the seller. Are there any more? Taekwon took another step and rushed to Jianlan. Jianlan did not speak. In Taekwon's view, she looked neither humble nor arrogant, and would rather die than surrender. Jianlan, no. I'll buy it. Can I buy it with my points? Taekwon's expression was so ugly that it exploded. Jianlan. Really no more. Sold out, double price. He was so anxious. Chapter 6. Taekwon had never thought that one day he would be forced to this extent by a small fruit. The 3 members of Zhou Yao's team had never thought that Taekwon would be willing to pay for things from others, and even compete with him in the air. It was an eye-opener. Yen Lulu looked at Taekwon with an anxious face, and seemed to be thinking about something. It's really gone, Jianwan said. But you can make it now. Okay. Make it quickly. Taekwon was relieved. How good it is to make it now. He can eat it hot. He really wanted to eat it. There are no raw materials, Jianwan said again. He felt like he was being led by the nose. How do I get the raw materials? He did not give up. I have to look for it outside. Jianlan pondered for a moment. Pinethorn fruit should be easy to find. There are many winter pine trees here. Let's go! Let's go find it now. Taekwon raised his hand and removed the supernatural barrier at the door. The way to escape was right in front of him. Yen Lulu could take Jianlan with him to teleport. Jianlan was hesitating whether to earn his 100 points. Wait for me here. Don't run around. Taekwon raised his arm and pointed at the 3 members of Zhou Yao's team in a warning tone. Then he urged Jianlan. Let's go! It just so happened that Jianlan also wanted to go out and take a look. She had been scrambling to find a shelter before, and had not seen the world carefully. Besides, now she had a cheap bodyguard, which was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The black blizzard should not break out again in the short term. Her cold-proof clothing still had 2% durability, so she could walk freely outside. She shook her head at Yen Lulu, meaning that she would act according to circumstances. The area outside was open, and if things went wrong, it would be easier to escape. So, the 3 of them really went together. Is it him who urged us to hurry up just now? Zhou Yao simply couldn't believe his eyes. It's absolutely true, Xiaolu said. Huh? Xi and Chung yelled again. Why is my health increasing so fast? As a novice, Jianlan was completely unfamiliar with the terrain of this area. Her system map, like a winding earthworm. The head and tail connect the birth point, and this cabin, Yen Lulu, Iron Fist's map in this area, is basically lit up. There are 2 ways to light up the map. One is to open it up by yourself, and the black will automatically disappear after you reach it. The other way is to buy a map from an NPC cartographer, but the place where the cartographer lives is often handled by powerful monsters, and it is difficult to approach. The cartographers in the north are said to live in glaciers. Winter pine tree. Winter pine tree. Where did it go? I remember there were a lot of them when I came here. Taekwon was concentrating on finding pinethorn fruit. He did not notice that Jianlan and Yen Lulu were walking slower and slower behind him. Suddenly they disappeared. Yen Lulu pulled Jianlan and activated her supernatural power to teleport. So your supernatural power is teleportation? When Jianlan reacted, the 2 of them were already 300 meters away. Well, to be precise, it is a teleportation attack. Yen Lulu nodded. When I first got the superpower weapon, I thought my superpower was mowing the grass. Later I found out it was teleportation. Who could have guessed that? Jianlan wanted to laugh. The system was really something. In contrast, her superpower and weapon were a perfect match. It was like a clear card, but she didn't guess it right either. By the way, that big guy. Jianlan was still thinking about the 100 points in his pocket. I don't trust him. Yen Lulu frowned. If the person who came with him was any of the 3 people in the cabin, she would not be so nervous. This person is too unstable. Like a time bomb. She was completely concerned about Jianlan's safety. Jianlan felt warm in her heart. It turned out that someone really worried about her. Okay. Where are we going now? Jianlan asked. Take you to my other home. Yen Lulu took Jianlan's hand and teleported again. 3 seconds later, they were still there. Yen Lulu's eyes suddenly opened. Oh no, she was so focused on escaping that she forgot about the Spirit Stone Sea after the Black Blizzard. The Spirit Stone fragments will attract a large number of players and beasts. It's a coincidence. There are at least 3 forbidden magic circles nearby. The forbidden magic circle is a kind of barrier. If you use superpowers in this barrier, you can only enter, but not leave. Unless you walk out with your feet. Specialized to counter space-based superpowers. The purpose is to prevent potential, capable Spirit Stone thieves like Yin Lulu. The Spirit Stone Seekers set up a barrier, which means that this area is covered by them. If someone covets it, then he will know what it means to get in alive, but not get out alive. Some people have the ability to create barriers. But barriers of this large range are mostly props. Moreover, this kind of props is very expensive. It's too unlucky. Yin Lulu didn't expect this situation at all. It may be because she was carrying a living person, and her teleportation distance was deviated again. Without time to explain, she pulled Jianlan to the border. With a whoosh, a black boomerang tore through the air and flew straight toward Jianlan's neck. Be careful. Jianlan felt like she was pushed and left the dangerous path. She raised her long sickle to protect Yin Lulu. The blade collided with the boomerang that had come in with bad intentions. After the collision, the boomerang actually split into 3 small boomerangs. The pattern was too strange, and people could not dodge it in time. One of them flew past Yin Lulu's cheek, leaving a blood mark. The system prompt sounded. Enter battle. Attacked. Health, decreased to 33. Lulu. Jianlan got up from the ground. Blood flowed down her cheeks. Yin Lulu wiped off the stain on her chin with her fingers and said, "It's okay. Do you have medicine? Does it hurt?" After saying that, Jianlan paused. She was talking nonsense. By the way, she just earned points. There is medicine in the mall. I'll go buy it. No need. Yin Lulu held her wrist. She had suffered more serious injuries than this many times. TSK. TSK. Tisk, it's really touching. A man with a messy hair turned the boomerang in his hand and came into the sight of the 2 people. Tell me, I killed her. Why are you joining in the fun? Your face is disfigured, you don't look good. Do you? He said while looking Yin Lulu up and down. A girl of 14 or 15 years old, really good. I had no time to pay attention to his sticky and disgusting gaze. Yin Lulu held her breath, because she saw the guild logo on this person. Spirit Yuan. Ranked 8th in the guild rankings. Except for a few A-level players with extremely strong superpowers. Those who can enter the ranking guilds are all players with S rating. Logically speaking, people like them generally do not go to the northern border where there are very few resources. What happened? I'll hold him back later. You turn around and keep running, don't look back. Yin Lulu whispered. Hearing her as if she was explaining her last wishes, Jianglan's heart sank. What about you? Yin Lulu lied. Did you forget? I can teleport. Since I can teleport, why don't we go together? Jianglan didn't believe it. I'm sorry, I took the initiative again. Being exposed on the spot, Yin Lulu's eyes turned red. This time I also harmed you. I am really a troublemaker. It's better to stay with Taekwon than to fall into a trap. At least after contact, Taekwon is still a person who can communicate. This is a pure lunatic in front of him. Yin Lulu doesn't understand why once she has someone she cherishes, she will inadvertently drag these people into the abyss. If I didn't take you with me, why would you think so? You saved me. Jianlan touched her head. If I hadn't seen your cabin before, if you hadn't let me hide in it from the wind and snow, I would have died long ago. Yin Lulu felt even more sad after hearing this. Protect the people you care about, even just once. One life, for another life. Yin Lulu pointed at herself, and then at Jianlan. The chicken-cooped hair looked at her lowly face cut by blood. The boomerang in his hand spun, like an electric fan. I've changed my mind now. He shook his legs almost crazily. I'm going to kill both of them. This world lost its rules. The bottom line dropped sharply, and the dark side of human nature was infinitely magnified. In a hell created by the players themselves, killing people never needs a reason. His face was distorted. Hundreds of boomerangs flew out from behind him. Yin Lulu's sickle spun, trying to resist stubbornly. Jianlan picked her up, turned around and ran. Even if she was hit by the dart blade, her back would be the first to bear the brunt. Suddenly, her feet left the ground, and Yin Lulu was in a trance for a moment. Fragments of memory flashed by. At this time, a stone wall rose from the ground behind the 2 of them. It resisted all the boomerang attacks. The chicken-cooped man stopped the weapon in his hand. Iron Fist? Jianlan hugged Yin Lulu, and just bumped into the oncoming Iron Fist with a livid face. It was a bit embarrassing. The chicken-cooped man saw who was coming. Oh, it's you. How long have we not seen each other? He had a half smile on his face. Just right. There are 2 wild girls here. Are you interested? Taekwon was in a very bad mood now. I'll protect both of them. What? Jiwoda shouted. You want both? No. Jiwoda drooled. The big one is for you. The small one is for me. Taekwon glanced at Yenlulu, and then looked at Jianlan. Jianlan immediately hugged Yenlulu tightly in her arms, meaning that they were one and would never be separated. Bah! Stop talking nonsense. Iron Fist turned to Chicken Coop Head, and his attitude became tough. I want both of them, no negotiation. Chicken Coop Head's eyes were full of resentment. 3 seconds later, they turned evil. He said faintly, You are blessed. Jianlan fell into silence. Yenlulu fell into silence. The hairs on the 2 of them stood on end. After saying that, Chicken Coop Head actually left. Jianlan and Yenlulu stared at Iron Fist with vigilant eyes. Iron Fist noticed. Why are you looking at me like that? When he finally realized the reason, he felt insulted instantly. I'm a robber, not a rapist. It didn't seem to be much better. He owed Taekwon a life for no reason, which was a big favor. How to explain that he ran away when he wasn't paying attention and left him alone? Jianlan felt very embarrassed. Yenlulu was even more embarrassed. I'm really pissed off. Taekwon was still angry. I just turned around and found that you 2 were gone. So he caught me. Luckily I got there in time. Jianlan and Yenlulu decided to shut up at the same time. It seemed like there was no need to explain. Ah, could it be that guy got more points for his ability? Taekwon was still struggling to analyze. Why is the range so large? It made me run for a long time, otherwise. Why do people say that ranking guilds are good? Eating and drinking all day long. If it continues to develop at this rate, I guess I won't be able to beat him in the future. It's about 300 meters. Where did he get the points? In order to stop Taekwon from continuing to analyze, which would expose the truth, Yenlulu quickly interrupted. Why does he listen to you so much? Seeing Yenlulu, who had always been hostile to him, took the initiative to talk to him, Taekwon raised his chin proudly. I saved his life. He is from Lingyuan. The Grand Guild left a deep shadow on Yenlulu. So what? Taekwon was disdainful. He followed me before, and he was lucky to get into Lingyuan. Besides, not everyone in Lingyuan is powerful, he is the weakest one among them. My mom always told me that it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. So I'd rather be a manager in slaughter than be a slave in a ranking guild. Speaking of Chicken Coop Hair, Taekwon was full of contempt. But when he mentioned his mother, a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. After so many years in the game, I don't know how my family is doing. That's right. Yenlulu agreed. Ever since my family used their connections to send me to the rocket class, I've been undermined all day, anxious and unable to sleep. And my grades have dropped. It's better to stay in the ordinary class. At least there won't be so much pressure in my heart. Jianlan thought about the reason why she entered the game. And she also had some insights. Indeed, sometimes, anxiety will not be transformed into motivation, but into cases. After working for so many years, she seemed to be endlessly rushing to meet deadlines. The more capable she was, the more work she had, in order not to be outdone by her colleagues who graduated from top universities. She really didn't treat herself as a human being. If she worked at a small company, the result might not be like this. Unexpectedly, my words actually triggered the true feelings of the 2 little girls. Iron Fist felt very excited. The friendship between the 3 people was brought together by a chicken coop head. I wonder if the chicken coop head will make a sharp explosion after learning about this. Oh, right. Business matters are more important, Iron Fist said. I remember that there are many pine thorns in this forest, but today it's like seeing a ghost. I searched for a long time and didn't find any. While complaining, he took out a bunch of things from his pocket. But I picked a lot of this stuff. Can you use this to make something delicious? He looked at Jianlan with anticipation. He held a handful of mushrooms in his big hands. Jianlan took a breath. Even though she didn't know much about plants, she recognized them at a glance. These were the legendary red umbrellas and white poles. After eating, they lay on the board together. Chapter 7. How long do we have to wait? Xiaolu folded his arms, leaning against the wooden door. Wait until he comes back. Zhou Yao looked at the laptop, and the guild channel was silent. After all, Iron Fist was sent by the guild commander to escort them back to the base. It would be unreasonable for them to just leave him behind and go back first. How are you? Zhou Yao was fine, and she was most worried about Xian Chung. But now, Xian Chung stopped doing push-ups with one hand and stretched his hand and straightened his body. Very good. He clenched his fist and bent his arm to show off his biceps. He didn't have any biceps. I'm in such good shape that I can kill a cow. Zhou Yao couldn't bear to watch. It was conspicuous. Ha, is it true? Of course, I'll take you to see it when I have a chance. The conversation between a man and a woman came from the door of the cabin. The first to enter was Jiang Lan, followed by Yan Lulu and Tai Quan. They were having a great time. The relationship between these three people has become so good? Zhou Yao couldn't understand. When Tai Quan entered the room, he glared at Xiao Lu in a smug manner. Xiao Lu fell into silence. What does that mean? Let's go! Xian Chung was in high spirits, full of energy. Are you okay? Tai Quan was surprised. He remembered that when he just left, Xian Chung couldn't stand up. Now he was as if he had never been injured, and even urged him to hurry up. Of course. I'm awesome, Xian Chung boasted. A medical miracle, Xiao Lu said. Zhou Yao added. Or call it shit luck. Inexplicably, the negative buff that the Apocalypse evil ghost had placed on him was really gone. Not only that, his health also turned from red to yellow. This is not something that can be achieved with a simple dispelling potion. You know, the price of health recovery capsules starts at 4 figures. Did it hit bottom? Later, Xian Chung cast a few healing spells on himself, and his health was full. Shall we go back to the base? Zhou Yao asked Tai Quan. Wait a little longer. Tai Quan walked to Jiang Lan and Yan Lulu and sat down, not moving. Zhou Yao, Xiao Lu, and Xian Chung were all confused. You guys go back first. Tai Quan waved his hand impatiently when he saw the three of them looking stupid. Shall we go? Xiao Lu asked Zhou Yao. Let's see what he's up to. When Zhou Yao and Xiao Lu went over, Xian Chung had already sat down first. So, 6 people formed a circle. In the middle was Jiang Lan's supernatural weapon, a big iron pot. The scene looked quite warm, but the things in the pot were frightening. That woman, wouldn't she use this thing to cook? Amanita muscaria. Xiao Lu held his forehead. If you remember correctly. Of course. This was its name in the previous world. What it is called in the current world, it is unknown. But no one cared. No one would pay special attention to small mushrooms. Besides, this mushroom is not common. The only thing they have in common is that they all look poisonous. Can this be eaten? Xian Chung was stunned. Why not? Tai Quan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He refuted him loudly. This mushroom looks delicious. Zhou Yao fell into silence. Xiao Lu fell into silence. It tastes good. It tastes great. They ate it without saying a word. Xian Chung muttered quietly. Why is he so excited? Let's start. Iron Fist was impatient. So, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Lan. Okay. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Lan closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. She muttered something. She still had to pretend. She couldn't tell others that. She only needed to cover the pot to use her superpowers. Right? On the surface, she was using her superpowers, but in fact, she was communicating with the cooking superpower system. In a friendly manner. Open this system. Without touching the optical brain. She can call up the complete interface through the way of emerging in her mind. At this time, in the cooking warehouse, a mushroom with a red umbrella and a white stem lay quietly. She just put it in. Red snow mushroom freshness, 98% quality, purple edible, fullness +1. Health, -120 source. Buried snow land rarity, 7, rare shocking health. -120 Jiang Lan's head was buzzing. Health value upper limit 100. It deducts 120? Are you afraid that deducting 100 poison won't kill you? If you eat it, you'll probably die immediately. Even if the actual amount of health deducted from each person is affected by the character level and character attributes. But the overall direction will not change. This thing is definitely poisonous. But now there are so many people watching, she has no choice but to bite the bullet. Just when she put the ingredients in, Xiao Yu's voice kept ringing. Ding! Detected high-level ingredients X6. Recommended cooking kitchen level 3. Current cooking kitchen level 1. Cooking kitchen? It turns out that this system is more than just a cooking pot. Where can I see the kitchen? There is a door icon on the cooking interface. Open it, and you can enter. Jianlan followed Xiaoyu's instructions. She saw a simple kitchen map passed down from her ancestors. Although it was simple, each icon on it had an interactive button. The kitchen utensils were all available. You could even use them right away. Jianlan was shocked again. Portable space. However, her cooking kitchen level was only 1 now, and there was still a long green experience bar before it could reach 2, not to mention 3. I don't know if Iron Fist is a European emperor or an unlucky one. Where did he get such rare ingredients from? This question is beyond the scope. Jianlan thought for a while. You just said, recommended cooking kitchen level 3? Correct. What if I don't accept your suggestion? Jianlan said. Xiaoyu choked for 3 seconds. Sure. You are awesome. Hearing these 3 words, Jianlan felt a little weird for some reason. But he couldn't tell what was weird for a moment. Excuse me. Is it safe to cook by force? Is the food made by force cooking safe? Jianlan was very serious. Don't worry. We are experts in handling food. We will never intentionally kill the host. Unless... accidentally? Jianlan fell into silence. She was really curious. What would happen if I forced cooking? If I could really unlock new dishes, there would be instructions in the recipe. If the health value would still be reduced after cooking, wouldn't it be okay to just not let them eat it? Shall we start cooking now? Let's start. Jianlan sensed the position of the pot lid, and covered it with her mind. Cooking is about to begin. Move, move! Xi and Chung pointed at the pot lid. Is this the cooking ability? Zhou Yao thought. No wonder you can make unpalatable fruits taste like sugar-roasted chestnuts. The cooking ability is a life-related ability. Right? It seems quite interesting. Xiaolu propped up his chin and looked at Jianlan, who looked pious. Isn't it? I've been in the game for so long, but this is the first time I've seen a player with life-related abilities. Xi and Chung turned to Tai Quan and asked, Manager Tai, does our guild have one? Are you okay? Tai Quan rolled his eyes. Our guild's entry threshold is B. Do you understand? You can only join if you are B level. People with life-related abilities are all below C. How can our guild have one? Tai Quan said. Hey, then if Jianlan wants to join our guild, do you agree? Xi and Chung smiled cunningly, with a hint of trouble. She. Tai Quan frowned. You know, in the membership rules of the Killing Guild, when the rule of forcibly limiting the rating of gang members to B level was formulated, he was a staunch supporter. The low overall combat power level of guild members will affect the overall ranking of the guild. Refusing low-rated players to join the guild to occupy quotas is a very effective measure. As a veteran guild manager, he was the first to defect for his own selfish desires, opening a backdoor for someone he knew. Isn't that bad? This kind of behavior will be cursed. After all, he has a certain prestige in the guild. So, gulp. The pot is bubbling. Under the continuous impact of steam, the pot lid bangs. A strong aroma of mushrooms and cream floats out through the gap, like a fine mist, and penetrates into the nose. Iron Fist's brain blanks for 3 seconds. Then, several waves of heat come to his face, and the overbearing fragrance makes everyone present dizzy. Red mushrooms made a pot of milky white soup. Miracle? OMG! Where's the bowl? Smells so good, this smell is so familiar. Is it not the green onion? Don't pretend to know, green onion is fried. The scene was boiling. But Jianlan's heart was pounding. She was waiting for Xiaoyu to speak. Finally, the familiar background music of fireworks sounded. Congratulations, cooking is successful. It's a new dish. Do you want to add it to the recipe? Add it. You are the first person to discover this dish. Please name it. It smells like a Western dish. Jianlan said, cream of mushroom soup. Named successfully. Cream of mushroom soup has been recorded in the recipe. You can quickly cook it in the recipe interface in the future. It's strange. All the steps are the same as before making pine thorn fruit. What is the difference between cooking kitchen level 1 and cooking kitchen level 3? Do forced cooking and normal cooking produce the same thing? Jianlan opened the recipe, clicked on the second record cream of mushroom soup. Inventor Chef, Jianlan. Ingredients, red snow mushroom. Efficacy? Unknown. Fuck ouch? Healthy, the stuff made with 120 ingredients minus, efficacy unknown. Who dares to drink this? Jianlan turned off the interface with a pale face. Only then did he realize that the situation was out of control. Everyone was holding a bowl in their hands. Tons! 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 Iron Fist dared to drink, he inhaled violently. Xian Chung dared to drink, he was licking the bowl. Xiao Lu dared to drink, he was a little more polite, drinking while blowing. Zhou Yao burped. The pot was empty. Sister Lan. Yan Lulu handed over a bowl that had been prepared for her. They grabbed it too quickly. There are only so many left. Did you drink it? Jian Lan asked nervously. Yeah. Yan Lulu turned sideways. Her bowl was empty. Only a thick layer of cream soup was left hanging on the wall of the bowl. Jian Lan swallowed hard. She wouldn't get a 5 kill. Would she? One pot of soup knocked down 5 combat-type psychics. Jian Lan took the bowl that Yan Lulu had left for her. The milky white mushroom soup exuded an alluring aroma. She closed her eyes in despair and drank it all in one gulp, comforting herself in her heart. Not dead. When it comes to handling ingredients, Xiaoyu is a professional. Chapter 8. Jian Wan. Tai Quan was full and satisfied, picking his teeth with satisfaction. You are such a genius. Jian Lan's heart was beating like a drum. Thank you. Praising me means recognizing me. If I vomit blood later, you can't hit me. Zhou Yao saw Jian Lan's cold reaction and thought she was unhappy. Suddenly, she realized. She apologized on behalf of her team. I'm sorry, the food you made was so delicious, we couldn't help but drink it. How many points does this pot of soup cost? We'll pay now. Zhou Yao turned on the optical computer. Yes, yes. Xian Chung also agreed. After her ritual, I'm afraid it would consume a lot of mana. As a healer, he was hired to heal other teams, but he had to earn points. He had to earn some to make up for the consumption of mana. In a word, you can't let people work for nothing. After spending a long time together, Tai Quan's values also changed. With her hand on the light computer, she looked as if she would immediately give Jian Lan points to crush her to death, as long as she said a number. There was no time that made Jian Lan want to cry more than now. Everyone rushed to give her money, but she didn't dare to take a penny. No need to get points. Really? Jian Lan smiled bitterly. I found the raw materials. I just cooked them. It didn't take much time. As soon as these words came out, everyone's admiration for her went up to a higher level. Saint! Her image instantly became taller and more majestic. Then I have to give you the points. If I give less, I will feel bad. Xiao Lu said nothing and transferred 500 yuan. 500? Jian Lan looked at the number on the account. His hands were shaking. It tastes good, thank you. He smiled. Xinqing, Zhou Yao was stunned on the spot. Are you a human? Roll your teammate? Ding! Ding! 2 prompt sounds. 500 yuan in the account. 500 yuan in the account. Zhou Yao, Iron Fist, made their moves. Jian Lan was almost unable to breathe. Don't transfer, really don't transfer. This money, it's hot. Ding! 501 in the account. Xian Chung smiled slyly. I have one more than you. Yan Lulu panicked. All 4 of them gave? Under the influence of the terrible herd mentality, she also lowered her head and swiped her laptop. Ding! 500 in the account. Jian Lan was completely confused. Is there anyone who can tell her what is going on? At this time, a teleportation array appeared in the center of the wooden house. A man wearing brown rabbit ears appeared out of nowhere. Iron Fist brother. The man with rabbit ears patted Iron Fist's broad shoulders. Mo Bao? Iron Fist was surprised. Mo Bao was the confidant of the commander of the Killing Guild, and also his personal secretary. If the commander had any important matters, any latest instructions would be given to him to convey. Why did he suddenly come to see me? He even came by teleportation array. With the technological level of their guild, the teleportation array can only be used once a day. The guild's teleportation array is usually used to transport supplies. This is the most efficient and cost-effective. But there are also very strict usage restrictions. Certain specific areas, such as the boss's territory, or the destination is an unlit area, these places, the teleportation array cannot reach. The commander asked me to pick you up and take you back to the base. Mo Bao showed his signature smile. Use the teleportation array? Xiao Lu raised his eyebrows. This is very unusual. Mo Bao rubbed his hands. You know, the commander always loves talents. Although Mo Bao is not very old. Only about 16 or 17 years old. He speaks in an old-fashioned way. When he heard that a young healing brother was seriously injured and even had a blood-locking amulet, He realized that his decision to let the Iron Manager escort them back to the base was somewhat inappropriate. He was afraid that everyone would have an accident on the way. So he ordered me to pick you up, and also wanted the injured brothers to receive medical treatment as soon as possible. The commander will not say it, but he will remember everyone's dedication to the guild. Killing will never treat unfairly any brother who has contributed to the guild. Mo Bao spoke a long list of words with great passion, then looked around. Who is the injured healing brother? Also, is Captain Zhou Yao here? Because Zhou Yao's team is not strong, she has not been in the guild for a long time, and is usually low-key, so even if Zhou Yao is the captain, Mo Bao doesn't remember what she looks like. He just vaguely remembers that there is indeed such a team. But now, except for him, there are a total of 6 people in the cabin. He didn't see anyone lying on the ground. He didn't see anyone with a painful face dying. So he was puzzled. I'm Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao stood up. Her face was rosy and shiny, and her breathing was steady and full. Mo Bao, she fell into silence. Command, go find Zhou Yao. She is a warrior with output ability and forced to be the front row. She was attacked by the boss and the people of Tianqi. She is half dead. If she can't stand up, you carry her on your back. It seems that she doesn't need to be carried. She is in good condition. Xian Chung raised his hands high and jumped up. I am the healer who was hit by the blood-locking amulet. Mo Bao fell into silence. It's even more outrageous. It's not like he hasn't seen people who were hit by the blood-locking amulet. The person in front of him is not different from those people, but has nothing to do with them. Are you okay? He asked suspiciously. Nothing. Thank you for your concern, Commander, and for sending you to pick us up. I am so touched. Xian Chung was excited. It's good to have a guild. Since he joined the guild, he has always been unknown. If it weren't for today's incident, he wouldn't even have stayed with the management Iron Fist for so long. Not to mention any intersection with the core brain of the entire guild, the commander. Then you are really tenacious? Mo Bao laughed awkwardly. Why is the reality completely different from what they said? Mo Bao was confused. Forget it. Take it back first. What does Feng Yuan mean? You don't trust me. Right? Tai Quan said in a muffled voice. Feng Yuan is the commander's name. There are only a few people in the guild who dare to call him by his name. Oh! Tai Quan. How is this possible? What is your relationship with the commander? Seeing Tai Quan's displeasure, Mo Bao hurriedly explained. It's impossible for anyone not to trust you. Everyone knows that you are the strongest front line of our killing guild. Isn't the commander afraid that you will be too tired? TSK, Tai Quan snorted coldly. Don't give me that. However, judging from his expression, he was quite pleased with the flattery. Hey, let's go. Shall we? Mo Bao smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Tai Quan. The teleportation array was activated again. A strong light flooded the entire cabin. 5 seconds later, everyone arrived at the main base of the killing guild, which stood in the vast snow and looked like a white and round goose egg. The guild members nicknamed it Egg Castle. The teleportation point that Mo Bao teleported to was in the corridor, outside the conference hall. The teleportation point that teleported everyone back was also here. Let's go, we're going to see the commander. Mo Bao hurriedly led everyone into the conference hall. Everyone entered in a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are there 2 more people? Jian Lan and Yan Lulu were inexplicably taken back to the killing base by the teleportation array. The conference hall is not small in size, and it is full of technology, but there are quite a lot of people inside. People on both sides, standing against the wall. Hey, Iron Fist, are you back? Commander Feng Yuanchang smiled and went forward to greet him. Yeah, I was delayed on the way. After Iron Fist shook hands with him, he looked at the group of people on the other side of the hall with a vigilant look. Why are they here? They are from the Apocalypse Guild. There were about 7 or 8 people, 3 sat at the conference table, and 5 or 6 stood at the back. All of them looked fierce and ferocious, and it seemed that they came with bad intentions. Oh, that's it. Feng Yuan was full of bureaucracy. Smiling but not smiling. Regarding the Blood Wolf King boss that appeared today, there may be some misunderstandings between our guild and the Apocalypse Guild. In order to avoid affecting the harmonious relationship between the guilds, some things still need to be made clear. So, I invited the person in charge of the Apocalypse, and everyone sat down and talked about it. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Tianyuan's blood boiled. Aren't they the ones who started the red and hit us? Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Look at you. You're getting angry again. Feng Yuan patted his back to comfort him. Hee hee. Why did we beat your people? Don't you know what's going on? At this time, the pink-haired woman sitting on the far right opposite spoke. She blew on her long red nails and said in a coquettish voice, God is watching you. If you want to be a slut, you deserve to be beaten to death. What are you talking about? Hearing the people of Apocalypse openly speaking rudely, the people of the Killing Guild couldn't help it. A hot-tempered guy pointed at the woman and shouted, You dare to say another word? The action is exactly the same as Iron Fist. What's wrong with what I said? The woman rolled her eyes. Did I say something wrong? If they weren't so cheap, would they be beaten? He's getting more and more addicted. Hey! The hot-tempered guy rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush over. He was grabbed by the two people next to him. But they couldn't listen anymore. Whose base is this? How can the people of Apocalypse just shit on their heads? Keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. But they could only threaten him with a few words. You bitch, it's not your turn to complain here. Even though he was held back, the hot-tempered guy was still working hard to speak. Who are you calling a bitch? It was her turn to be scolded. The pink-haired woman went crazy on the spot. The henchman behind Tianchi also stepped forward, looking like they were going to fight here. Of course I'm talking about you, bitch. You dare to scold our Minister Su? Are you looking for death? I just cursed. So what? The people on both sides were about to quarrel again. Bang! The man sitting in the middle of Tianchi suddenly threw the water cup in his hand onto the table. A huge shattering sound exploded. The whole place was silent instantly. He raised his hand lightly, and the glass cup returned to its original state. It was as if it had never been broken. What kind of supernatural power is this? Jianlan was watching a magic trick. The man spoke slowly. Commander Feng, we come here with the sincerity of peace. If this is the attitude of your association, I think, we have nothing to talk about. He raised his eyes, and his gaze fell lightly on Feng Yuan, with a hint of pressure. Get ready to accept the challenge. No. No. Minister Bo, what are you talking about? Of course we are sincere. Feng Yuan said with a smile. After watching the show for a long time, Yan Lulu frowned. It was obviously the people over there who started the fight. Why are you playing innocent here again? She spoke softly, but everyone heard it. Isn't that right? The people of Tianchi are the most pretentious. Disgusting. The people of Apocalypse fell into silence. The people of Killing, wait. Who is this? Jianlan fell into silence. Yan Lulu fell into silence. Shut up. Feng Yuan's face turned black, and he angrily scolded the guild members, who were whispering behind him. Then, the Parliament Hall was finally really quiet. Vice President Bo, we of Killing really want to resolve this matter with 120,000 sincerity, and if it is confirmed that this matter was done by our guild members, we will definitely handle it impartially, and will never cover up. Feng Yuan looked selfless. Where are the people? Have they all been brought back? Didn't he see anyone seriously injured? Mo Bao trotted over to Feng Yuan, and whispered something in his ear. He nodded as he listened. Then, he waved cordially to Zhou Yao, who was standing at the door at a loss. Zhou Yao, come here. Come to the middle. Zhou Yao walked over in a daze. Her mind was like a ball of paste. But she could guess that this matter must be related to her. Everyone looked at her. What was the situation at the scene? While Vice President Bo of Tianchi and Minister Su are here, you can speak boldly. Feng Yuan raised his hand, meaning to hand over the stage to her. Say? What? Are you talking about her touching the boss? Zhou Yao hesitated. I beat the Blood Wolf King. Just you? Su Rose sneered. She saw more than just this one person at the time. And us. Xi and Chung and Xiao Lu also stepped forward. Aw, you're fine so soon? Su Rou looked at the medical gun on Xi and Cheng's shoulder, and realized that he was the healer who was hit by the blood-locking amulet. You spent a lot of points to buy capsules? She said in a coquettish tone. What do you care? Xi and Chung was unhappy with her, and felt that she was bullying Zhou Yao. So he felt sick when he heard her voice. Don't get me wrong. Su Rou raised the corner of her mouth. I mean, you are probably wasting points in vain. Whether we are wasting points or not, it's none of your business. Xiao Lu continued. As far as I know, there are no agreed rules between guilds for the natural disaster bosses in the north. Even if the three of us are not strong enough to defeat the Blood Wolf King, we still open the Blood Wolf King. What does it matter? Yes. We opened it. What's wrong? Xi and Chung didn't understand, and added with a strong momentum. Yes. There is no such rule in the north. Bo Xiao crossed his fingers and looked at Xiao Lu with interest. This person said that there is no such rule in the north. So he must know that there is one in other areas. But most people don't know the difference between the two. But he didn't have time to dwell on this today. Because it's already this time? The people of the killing are still playing word games. Are they treating the people in their guild as fools? Bo Xiao was angry. Then I would like to ask, does the killing guild you belong to have such a rule? Before killing monsters. His eyes were cold, like the wind in frost. Should we kill people from other guilds first? Chapter 9. As soon as Tianqi Bushi said this, the people on the killing side looked at each other in bewilderment. Is there a hidden story behind this? They only knew that the guild had a big fight with Tianqi people because of a Blood Wolf King boss. The reason was that their people had no strength and were fighting for monsters. How come now it has become that? The people on their side attacked Tianqi people first, so the big fight was triggered? What? Fire people? Fire who? Xi and Chung was confused, like a string of bullets. Please, you guys are firing me? As the victim most affected by this incident, Xi and Chung felt like he was being sued by the bad guys first. Tianqi's henchmen saw him like this and teased him. Oh my. You're acting now. Your acting is really good. Huh? Do you want to consider being a flower boy at the Red Pavilion in the central city? I'll take care of your business then. I don't understand what you mean. Zhou Yao looked at Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao held back his anger and let out a breath. Leaning back on his chair, the man with glasses sitting on his left took out a broken gray light brain bracelet. Put it in the middle of the table. Anyone who has experienced the death of a teammate knows what that means. There is a player who was wiped out in this world. Well, since you don't want to remember it, I will help you recall it. The man with glasses adjusted his black-framed glasses and said to Zhou Yao, before you start the Blood Wolf King, kill our guild scout. The scout has the ability to detect. As a special profession, it moves fast and has a wide field of view. It is used to explore the map with high efficiency. But he also has a fatal flaw. His body is very fragile, and he can hardly withstand a few attacks from the superpowers. You are talking nonsense. We have never seen any investigators. Xi and Cheng's face flushed red. The people of Apocalypse want to frame him? We received a signal sent by the investigator before he died. Someone attacked him. The man with black-framed glasses slapped the table and stood up. Following the location, I saw you guys. The investigator fell in a pool of blood. Who else could it be if not you? The black-framed glasses made his eyebrows stand up, and his expression was distorted. Why else do you think we would go in that direction? Why else do you think we would attack you for no reason? Are we, Apocalypse, really a guild that does not distinguish right from wrong? His words were so penetrating that they made people shiver. Jianglan felt something was unusual. Could this be a supernatural power? Zhou Yao was questioned loudly, and he felt the blood flowing backwards, and his head was splitting. The scene was so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. The members of the Slaughter Gang were collectively speechless. Zhou Yao's team was attacked by the members of the Apocalypse Gang. The members of the Slaughter Gang who arrived later immediately fought back. The two sides were caught in a melee, and they didn't even bother to fight the boss. Zhou Yao and his three companions, an iron fist left early, and many people's blood-locking amulets exploded. Even if no one really died, it was a heavy loss. Those who can still stand here now, almost all did not go to the scene. But in their hearts, they all felt unfair for the people in their own guild. If the truth of the matter was that Zhou Yao's team really wanted to take credit, and then killed the scout of Apocalypse, who first discovered the Blood Wolf King boss, then the nature of this matter is completely different, and the three people in Zhou Yao's team will no longer be heroes of the Killing Guild, and can even be said to be traitors. Sinners. Xiao Zhou. Think carefully. Have you seen the scout of Apocalypse? Feng Yuan asked Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao was obviously panicking. It was too dark at the time. I don't know if there was a fourth person present. It was too dark. So you didn't see the fourth person clearly, right? Feng Yuan guided him. Xi and Chung and Xiao Lu were also stunned. It was pitch black night when the black blizzard broke out. Who dared to turn on the light before the boss came out? Even if they turned on the light, they couldn't see clearly. They had no way to prove themselves. I don't know. Zhou Yao gradually fell into the trap. Alas, I understand. You just joined the guild. You are full of enthusiasm. And you want to do something for the guild. Feng Yuan smiled sinisterly in his heart. And comforted him. But, you can't go to extremes. Right? Do you know how many brothers were seriously injured because of this incident? It seemed that he wanted to make it a foregone conclusion that Zhou Yao and the other two had started the war. I don't know. I didn't kill him. Zhou Yao was anxious to explain. And her head was about to split. It's come to this. And you still refuse to admit it? Suro mocked. You're really crying until you see the coffin. Bo Xiao took out a bloody Killing Guild badge from his windbreaker pocket, with Zhou Yao's name written on it. When we found the body of the investigator, he was holding this thing tightly in his hand. Once this key piece of evidence came out, it directly confirmed her guilt. Did Zhou Yao and the others really do it? Oh my god! The newcomers are too cruel. When I first joined the guild, I didn't know anything. The members of the slaughtering began to discuss quietly. Taekwon felt more and more uncomfortable. He had nothing to do with the matter, and did not even participate in the battle deployment of the Blood Wolf King boss. Feng Yuan specially sent Mo Bao to escort the three people back to the base. Now Zhou Yao and the other two suddenly became criminals, so what did he become by protecting the criminals? An accomplice? Taekwon was shocked. I understand. Feng Yuan nodded as if he understood everything, and said to Bo Xiao, since the crime has been determined, we will enforce the law impartially, and will never cover up. However, although the four of them escaped, they still came back with the people sent by our guild to persuade them. They must have repented in their hearts. I hope Vice President Bo can be lenient with them, and not let them suffer too much. As soon as these words came out, the killing team was like boiling water boiling. 4 people escaped? In addition to the 3 people in Zhou Yao's team. Did they also include Tai Guanli? What? Is this also related to Tai Guanli? No wonder Tai Guanli came back with them. Impossible. How could Tai Guanli protect a traitor? Count him in 2. What the hell are you talking about? Taekwon stared at Feng Yuan. What the hell does this have to do with me? Although Taekwon is a very loyal person, even though they just had a meal together, but his relationship with Zhou Yao's team is not so good that he would risk his life for them and defect from the guild. Not to mention before this, if Feng Yuan hadn't asked him to save people, how could he have taken the initiative to care about the lives of these people? Is he just bored and bored? It seems that he had expected Taekwon to react like this. Feng Yuan showed a look of grief and embarrassment on his face. Taekwon, I know you value brotherhood the most, but you have to distinguish right from wrong. Right? How can you blindly protect him? Especially when it comes to the guild, the palm of your hand is flesh, the back of your hand is not flesh. There are so many brothers in the guild lying down, but you chose to save these people who put the guild in dire straits, and escape with them? Ask yourself with your conscience, are you worthy of the president? Are you worthy of the guild? Are you worthy of your position as the guild manager? Feng Yuan said righteously. Didn't you ask me to rescue these 3 people, and bring them back to Egg Castle? Iron Fist was stunned. I'm in the Wolf King boss camp, you're in the guild base. Feng Yuan had a blank expression. How did I ask you to rescue them? You said Mo Bao to tell me. Iron Fist opened his mouth wide. Mo Bao. Is this true? Feng Yuan turned around and asked. Mo Bao shook his head like a rattle. Absolutely not. It was not until this moment that Taekwon realized that he was being plotted against. Everything was premeditated. He finally saw what kind of person Feng Yuan was. You know, when Killing Commander was running for election, he mobilized everyone around him to vote for him. But who would have thought that every vote he cast would become a knife stabbing him today? Brother? This is the good brother he usually calls his brother? Pain, anger, regret filled his heart for a moment. Iron Fist felt like he was about to explode. Mo Bao. You lied? You were the one who called me. I didn't betray the guild. You slandered me. I want to see the president. Iron Fist was about to lose his temper. Catch them all. Feng Yuan frowned, ordered the guards to kill. Instantly, more than a dozen people rushed in and restrained Iron Fist and the 3 members of Zhou Yao's team. Feng Yuan. You framed me. You are treacherous, you are nothing. You will die a miserable death. Iron Fist was still cursing. Iron Management. The people who usually had a good relationship with Iron Fist were extremely anxious, and wanted to step forward to stop him. You want to be traitors too? Feng Yuan's eyes were intimidating. The crime of treason is a serious crime in the Killing Guild. Iron Fist has no chance of turning over. So, the solution of your guild is to hand over these 4 people? Bo Xiao turned the ring on his index finger. Yes. Feng Yuan's eyes were firm. The killing will never shield those who destroy the peace between the guilds. What if I want to kill them here? Bo Xiao sneered. 1 life for 4 lives. The people of the Killing Guild were horrified. Please do as you please. In order to establish a selfless personality, Feng Yuan was as disgusting as a traitor. Bo Xiao curled his lips. His eyes suddenly became sharp. The air became extremely unstable. Every breath he took into his lungs was burning inside. The heart shrank, and a huge pain spread throughout the body. Boom! 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 Bang! The heart exploded in the chest. Xian Chung shouted. I didn't kill anyone. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The bright moon was rising outside the window. There was a bonfire in front of him. Xian Chung was still in fear. He had a very terrible dream. Fuck. Feng Yuan. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, a loud roar came from his ear. And his heart, which had calmed down a little, started beating wildly again. It was Taekwon. Hey Taekwon, don't scream, you're frightening me. Xian Chung wanted to cry, but had no tears. Taekwon woke up from his dream and sat up. He kept panting. That's what you screamed just now. Xiao Lu leaned against the pillar and made trouble at the right time. Xian Chung realized that, except him and Taekwon, everyone else was awake. Zhou Yao said nothing, sitting by the fire in a daze. Jian Lan lowered his head, fiddling with something sticky. The little girl looked around at the door of the wooden house. I'm telling you, I just had a dream. Xian Chung wanted to share. I dreamed that we were all dead. Is this something worth sharing? Xiao Lu, I fell into silence. Zhou Yao, I fell into silence. What a coincidence. Taekwon's eyes widened. Not only did I dream that I was dead, I also dreamed that I was betrayed by my best friend Feng Yuan. Xian Chung looked surprised. Were we having the same dream? In his dream, Feng Yuan was indeed a two-faced villain. What about you, did you dream? He hurriedly asked Xiao Lu and Zhou Yao. Xiao Lu and Zhou Yao looked at each other. Of course they also dreamed. And the content of the dream was exactly the same. Jian Lan raised her head from behind the bonfire. That was not a dream. Her face gradually blurred in the flickering firelight, but her voice became clearer. It is the future. Chapter 10. The year she entered the apocalypse, Zhou Yao had just turned 20 years old. Born in the extremely cold northern border, she knew nothing about this world. Fortunately, she was rated as B-level overall, and awakened her warrior ability. She felt that she had the courage to be fearless and could engage in a hearty battle at any time. At first, she would get hurt, feel pain and bleed, and be in danger of death, but in battle after battle, she survived, hunted monsters, earned points, bought nutrient solution, and lived more tenaciously in this world. The feeling of being alive is the best. She is willing to fight for everything and try to live. When Feng Yuan first appeared, she was stabbing the sharp knife into the monster's heart. Hot blood splashed all over her face. When she turned around, she looked like a Shura. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand to her. Are you interested in killing? So, she finally had a place in this world that could barely be called home. Egg Fort. Later, she met Xian Chung and Xiao Lu. Feng Yuan even trained her as a captain and placed high hopes on her. She was also the first captain of a B-rated team in the Killing Guild. He was the one who gave her hope. He was also the executioner who personally sent her to her death. She didn't understand why people's hearts were so fickle. What was real? Really? Xian Chung jumped up. We saw the future? Yes. Jian Lan also had the same dream, but woke up much earlier than them. Guess it was because she drank the least. She thought this dream was a bit unusual. And after waking up, she subconsciously checked the effect of cream of mushroom soup in the recipe book. Sure enough, the original description of unknown became predictable. For dishes whose effects are unknown, you will know them after eating them, or after certain conditions are triggered. Which one it is needs to be verified in the future. The effect of cream of mushroom soup is predictive. Jian Wan said. We all drank it. So we had the same predicted dream. Oh my god! Xian Chung. This is so cool. But in this dream, everyone is dead. Yan Lulu said faintly. Ahem. Xian Chung choked on his saliva. Actually, what I meant was Jian Lan, you are awesome. Then the roasted pine thorn fruit before, does it have any special effect? Xiao Lu suddenly realized this problem. Yes, Jian Lan replied. Pine thorn fruit can increase satiety and health value. Oh, as expected. What kind of gift? Xiao Lu glanced at Xian Chung. Xian Chung scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't had time to show off to the people in the guild yet. Oh, that's not right. Xian Chung screamed. Then if Mo Bao takes us back later, wouldn't that mean we're going back to die? Are we still going with him? I'll go back alone, Zhou Yao said. She felt that there was no need to involve Xian Chung and Xiao Lu, and decided to take on everything by herself. How can that be possible? The three of us are in the same team. Xian Chung said seriously. I will not leave you alone. Sister Zhou, how did your guild badge end up in the hands of the Apocalypse Investigator? Xiao Lu thought of this key detail. Mo Bao asked me for it. Zhou Yao sighed. He said the old one needs to be replaced, and a new one will be sent to me in a while. It seems that Feng Yuan was behind this. Xian Chung frowned. He is the traitor in our guild. Since you have decided to go back, have you thought about what to say? Jianwan asked. Tell the truth. Xian Chung gritted his teeth. I don't believe that there is no justice in the world. I think. Jianwan thought about it. The man with black-framed glasses and Tianqi is very strange. We should try not to have a direct dialogue with him. You want to go too? Xiao Lu was surprised. If the teleportation in the dream was accidentally teleported, since it can be done again, leaving the range of the aperture, it will not be teleported away. The two of them were not members of the guild, so there was no need for them to get involved in this mess. It's dangerous, Xiao Lu whispered. Jianwan shook her head. I didn't mean to let everyone see what my future would be like. If I didn't do my best to change it, my conscience would be uneasy. Yes, Yan Lulu said. Since everyone has the same dream, of course we should share the joys and sorrows. I'm sorry. Zhou Yao covered her mouth, not wanting people to see her emotional changes. Everything is caused by her. If she hadn't carried out that order, we wouldn't have put everyone in such a dangerous situation. Tai Quan remained silent. Tai Guanli, are you okay? Xian Chung asked tentatively. In this dream, he was the man who was hurt the most, both physically and mentally. It's okay. Tai Quan uttered two words. So, everyone discussed a countermeasure. Tai Quan was absent-minded. Xian Chung enthusiastically repeated to him. You must stay calm, don't be swayed by emotions, and don't be led by their words. You must be good at taking the initiative. After you go in, Sister Zhou first. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling light appeared in the cabin. The teleportation array appeared. It was so sudden. A man wearing rabbit earmuffs walked out of the light. Brother Tai Quan. Mo Bao patted Tietuan's broad shoulders, and a smile spread across his face. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the others couldn't help but hold their breath. Tai Quan stood up with a dark face. He brushed past Mo Bao and walked directly to the center of the teleportation array. He ignored him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, everyone stood up and walked to Tai Quan. Mo Bao, do you have a lot to say now? Xian Chung glanced at Mo Bao. Mo Bao was shocked. How do you know? Why did Tai Quan ignore me? He was in a bad mood. Xian Chung showed his white teeth. Don't mind it. Drive, Tai Quan yelled. Mo Bao fell into silence. It should mean returning to the base. 5 seconds later, everyone arrived at the main base of the Killing Guild, Egg Castle, while Mo Bao was walking in front. Xian Chung quietly gave Tai Quan a thumbs up. A man who can be a ninja is a real man. Brother Tai Quan, you are really my idol. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Tai Quan looked calm. Arrived at the door of the meeting hall. Everyone filed in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mo Bao was confused. Why are there 2 more people in the meeting hall? Hey, Tai Quan, you're back? Commander Feng Yuanchang smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Tai Quan also stepped forward. He stretched out his hand and prepared to make a fist. Everything went on as usual. Suddenly, the palm turned into a state with 5 fingers together and turned into a fist. The puncher used all the strength of his life, the next life, the previous life, and the next life. The biceps and veins on his arm all bulged, and he threw a hook, hitting the opponent's chin. The man was knocked away on the spot. Blood spurted out. Entering the battle. Attacked. Health, minus 999. Feng Yuan fainted on the spot. Tai Quan still maintained that posture. The furious hatred in his eyes burst out. He took a few steps forward, pointed his finger at Feng Yuan, who was leaning against the wall, and said 2 words with contempt. Traitor. The whole audience was silent. Chapter 11. Feng Yuan was knocked out by Iron Fist. The people of the Killing Guild were stunned. The people of Apocalypse were also stunned. We are still going according to the original plan. Ian Chung swallowed his saliva. Although the plan was disrupted, he felt a little relieved. Just adapt to the situation. Zhou Yao did not expect that Iron Fist would launch a surprise attack. It was too fast, the punch was too fast. I don't know who suddenly reacted. Commander, how are you? A bunch of lackeys rushed over to help the dying Feng Yuan up. Oh my god, the commander is bleeding. Go call the doctor. Another group of people hugged Tianyuan's arm tightly, fearing that he would attack again. Iron Manager, calm down. Don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil. Tianyuan's burst was amazing. If his image in the front row had not been deeply rooted in people's hearts, they would have thought that this was a powerful output from someone else. He deserves all this. Taekwon was obviously angry. And he wanted to rush over and kick Feng Yuan a few more times. Calm down. Calm down. Oh, if you have anything to say, why don't you just talk it out? Although some people were trying to stop the fight, they all had smiles in their eyes. They were usually annoyed by Feng Yuan's pretentious manner, and now that he was beaten, they all watched the fun and were happy. He fought well. Why didn't he kill him with one punch? Traitor, he is a traitor in our guild. When people are extremely angry, it is easy for them to speak incoherently. And Taekwon is like that. He wanted to say that Feng Yuan was a traitor. Traitor. Bitch. Seeing Taekwon cursing non-stop, the people on Feng Yuan's side rolled their eyes. He dared to insult the commander. Some even shouted out loud. Iron Quan is going to kill someone. Please ask the president to do justice. Many people rushed out of the door. And those who came in and those who went out collided with each other. And the scene was extremely chaotic. The people of Tianqi were completely left out. No one cared. Just then, Feng Yuan slowly woke up. 2 streams of blood flowed down his nose. After wiping it, he was also furious. He had never been so embarrassed in front of so many people, especially with outsiders present. Iron Stone! Are you crazy? He shouted. He was so anxious that he even called out Iron Fist's real name. Iron Fist hated people calling him by his real name the most. Feng Yuan's behavior undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Am I crazy? Taekwon roared. If he hadn't been held tightly by his 2 little brothers. His sandbag-sized fist hit Feng Yuan's sanctimonious face again. You know what kind of conscienceless things you have done. I treat you as a brother. But you treat me as shit. As soon as these words came out, the ears of the members of the killing group stood up. What's the gossip? It turns out that Taekwonli's beating of Feng Yuan was not crazy. But there was a reason. Gossip is human nature. They looked at Feng Yuan, waiting for his answer. Feng Yuan choked when he was suddenly stared at by so many eyes. He covered his chest and coughed continuously. With a determined look, as if he had given up everything, he said in a frustrated tone. Yes, I was with Ayin that day. But we really loved each other. Hearing this, the killers exchanged glances with each other, and suddenly understood where the Iron Fist's rage came from. What a big explosive melon. Ayin is Tianyuan's goddess. Everyone in the base knows her. 3 months ago, she fell in the snow and was dying. She was saved by Taekwon. He took good care of her day and night. She was able to save her life. Loving someone is like raising flowers. When there is something good, Taekwon thinks of Ayin first. When there is danger, he is the first to rush up to take it for Ayin. Ayin did not refuse Taekwon and accepted everything as a matter of course. After a long time, people in the base naturally thought that they were a couple. I didn't expect that. Ayanju actually had an affair with the guild commander? Let alone Taekwon. Even if it happened to them, they wouldn't be able to bear it. I saw Tianyuan's eyes change from empty to shocked. She told me that. She never liked you. Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and said viciously. Today I will kill you. Taekwon collapsed. Taekwon. Calm down. You can't just listen to his one-sided words. Who can calm down like this? You don't understand. Why is it that no matter in which time and space, I am always the one who gets hurt? Taekwon's eyes turned red. No one can stop him. So, half of the people who killed grabbed Taekwon and told him not to be impulsive. Half of the people stopped Feng Yuan and advised him not to say anything more. It's really bloody. Puff. Suro laughed to death. The people who killed are so funny. No, are we still going to talk? What should we do now? The man with glasses asked Bo Xiao. We can't just wait like this forever. Let's see. Bo Xiao subconsciously stroked the ring. What tricks are these people playing? Shen-Yi? A gentle female voice came from his ear. Bo Xiao raised his eyes, and saw a woman with a clear face and bright eyes, wearing a novice winter suit, looking at him sadly. Chapter 12. So you are here. I finally found you. Jianlan's eyes were full of tears. Bo Xiao frowned. Is this woman talking to him? Why did you leave me alone? Seeing that Bo Xiao did not respond, Jianlan felt a little wronged. Are all the things you said a lie? In the air, the man with glasses smelled a melon. Is it another emotional debt of the vice president? She called him Shen-Yi, which was obviously a pseudonym for Bo Xiao. Using a pseudonym outside is an old tradition of their guild. It is mainly to avoid admitting wrongdoings. After all, for a mottled face like Bo Xiao, the probability of being misidentified is lower than being deliberately misidentified. The man with glasses was itching. He finally experienced the fun of eating melons, especially eating melons about people around him. Which felt the sweetest? I heard a long time ago that you provoked a woman in the north. Could it be her? Suro glanced at the silent Bo Xiao, and then looked Jianlan up and down with a strange look. It was totally different from what she imagined. That person was said to be the most powerful S-level psychic in the north. In order to defeat the Dune Lord, Tianqi had sent someone to invite her. The Dune Lord was the S-level natural disaster boss of the Sand Country, which was equivalent to the Blood Wolf King in the north. The panel data was crushed by the Blood Wolf King, but it was recognized as a boss that was more difficult to fight than the Blood Wolf King. Because to fight the Blood Wolf King, you only need to wear a blue-quality deerskin winter suit, which can ensure that you are safe and sound in the Black Blizzard for 2 hours. The duration of the Black Blizzard will basically not exceed 2 hours. So at most, it will cost some equipment points. The rest, it depends on whether the player team has enough output. The Dune Lord is different. Its ultimate skill, Mirage, will cause mental attacks to all creatures present, making them sink involuntarily in the illusion. If they cannot escape in time, they will become a walking corpse wandering in the sea of sand. After a long time, even their appearance and form will be alienated. They are called sand demons. Sand demons are not uncommon. When I think of them as players with blood and weakness like me, I always feel chilled. But it is human nature, and it is hard not to feel sad. Perhaps death is a kind of relief for them. The difficulty of Dune Lord is there, and there are very few guilds that can beat it. After several months of crazy challenges by players in the Sand Country, there was no splash, and it fell into an unspeakable silence. So much so that during that time, the Dune Lord was idle, and wandered around under our noses every day. But no one dared to do it. In order to rise quickly in the Sand Country, Tianqi wanted to defeat the Dune Lord, which was even more than killing the Blood Wolf King now. Based on current experience, in order to stand in front of the Dune Lord, you either have mental immunity equipment or medicine, or a mental ability user. No one has ever heard of mental immunity equipment. Immune pills are occasionally circulated on the black market, but not only are they in small quantities, they are also extremely expensive. It is impossible to arrange for all the people in a team. Therefore, finding a psychic power user became the most important thing for the entire apocalypse at that time. It is no exaggeration to say that every dog passing through the Sand Country will be asked a few questions. However, psychic power is relatively rare among combat power. Not to mention, it has to be immune to psychic. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Finally, they found a psychic power user. She lives in the north. Rating S, the ability is to make everyone immune to mental attacks. After Tianqi learned the news, he went crazy and wanted to invite her at all costs. The result was not satisfactory. She has a strange temper. How many people came? How many people were turned away? No matter how generous the conditions were, she was unmoved. Just when Tianqi's people were desperate and ready to give up, their vice president Bo Xiao came with that woman. How strong was she? Later, according to the guild members who participated in the battle at that time, the Dune Lord was like a doll in front of her, the ultimate move, Mirage. When it was released, the tiny humans who used to panic in front of it were still calm, and the things that entered the illusion seemed to become itself. Surprise, reluctance, pain. Having lost his greatest weapon, the Dune Lord fell from the altar. The two things are mutually exclusive, and one thing can defeat another. The news that Apocalypse killed the Dune Lord quickly spread throughout the Sand Country. How could it be them? A little-known guild? No matter how hard it is to believe. No matter how unwilling to believe it. The fact is that Apocalypse killed the Dune Lord. The attention that was instantly gathered made Apocalypse the most popular guild in the Kingdom of Sand. People who wanted to join Apocalypse were everywhere. It was precisely because of this battle that Apocalypse became the only guild in the Kingdom of Sand that could compete with the old guild Wabi. At the same time, it also jumped to the 11th place in the guild rankings. The key to all these changes was the mysterious psychic from the north. Without her, there would be no Apocalypse today. She single-handedly promoted the development of the entire guild. Such a hero should be rewarded. But the person who made a promise to her disappeared. She lived in Tianchi for 2 months. Whenever she asked, she was answered with one sentence. We don't know where the vice president went. From her sad face, everyone in Tianchi speculated that her relationship with Bo Xiao must be unusual. At the beginning, Su Ro went to a far place to find a psychic. When she returned to Tianchi, the woman had left. She also learned so much from the members of Apocalypse. As for why she thought Jianlan was her, because they were both in the north, and secondly, she had emotional disputes with Bo Xiao, and she looked like Bo Xiao had deceived her. Most importantly, the aura of her superpower was very weak, so weak that it was almost non-existent. This situation would only occur in players with extremely strong superpowers, and who deliberately concealed their superpowers. But there was another possibility, that was, she was a life-type superpower user. If she hadn't appeared in the Slaughter Guild, Su Ro would have had such a possible guess. After all, in their eyes, although the Slaughter Guild was not a great guild, it at least didn't accept trash. It was well-founded and almost certain. What? She is Qin Yin? The information of the man with glasses was not synchronized with Su Ro. But the degree of gossip was no different. As another guild member who went out to look for psychics, the man with glasses also heard the legend of the woman after he came back, and even accidentally learned her name. In this situation, he really didn't think of this for a moment, and felt that Su Ro was quick to react. But why didn't the vice president speak? I wanted to ask. I didn't dare. His ability was Sonic Attack, which was a kind of debuff, and people who heard it would be scared, but once facing Bo Xiao, his ability would be ineffective. In the end, he was too weak. The people standing behind were all from the Apocalypse Guild, and maybe there would be someone who had seen that woman, and they would understand if they asked, but in front of Bo Xiao, talking about his gossip, I'm afraid it would be a waste of life. The man with the eyes scratched his head and tried to endure it. Who are you? Bo Xiao spoke. Heh. Su Ro raised her eyebrows. What a cold-blooded man. Have you forgotten me? Jianlan rushed over and grabbed his arm. How could you forget me? Someone actually dared to touch Bo Xiao. And he did it directly. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Bo Xiao was also confused. These people actually let her approach him as if no one was around. Are they just eating for free? But in the situation just now, everyone had already assumed that they knew each other, and that their relationship was very special, so no one dared to act rashly. Bo Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. This woman was too close. Before he got angry, a little girl suddenly appeared and pulled Jianlan away. My sister was cheated by a scumbag, and she has never gotten over the breakup. When she saw a handsome man, she mistook him for her ex-boyfriend. Yin Lulu apologized to the people of Tianchi. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. I'll take her away immediately. Let's go. Sister, I won't leave. Stop it. Everyone is watching us. In front of everyone, Jianlan was dragged by Yin Lulu and staggered out of the meeting hall. Shen-Yi, don't leave me. Jianlan turned back and said reluctantly. Bo Xiao's face was as cold as a black blizzard. Did you really recognize the wrong person? The man with glasses felt very regretful. There was a feeling of powerlessness. It turned out to be a crazy woman. Su Ro rolled her eyes. What a waste of feelings. She felt that this person was far from the Qin Yin she had imagined. Jianlan looked reluctant to leave. In fact, her legs were weak, and she couldn't even stand steadily. She had to rely on Yin Lulu for support. As soon as they stepped out of the meeting hall, they ran into a group of people. The man in the lead was wearing furry clothes and looked very cute. The most peculiar thing was that he had a pair of soft and big fox ears on his head. Is it a decoration? It looks nice to touch. Jianlan tried her best to restrain the desire to reach out. Be careful. The man said something kind, and then walked in. Jianlan felt warm in her heart. She had a strong liking for this place. The president is here. The people around the man shouted. The collective of the killing turned around. Tang Mingming, the furry president of the killing, took a glance. A long table in the middle divided the meeting hall into two. Tianqi's half was fine. A group of people sat upright. Just a weird expression. I guess he had enough of the excitement. But the killing was horrible. There were obvious signs of fighting. There was blood all over the walls and the ground. Guild Commander Feng Yuan had a bruised face and nose, and the doctor was treating him. He glared at Tai Quan angrily. Tai Quan was placed on a chair by a group of younger brothers, and his expression was not much better, and they hated each other. Aren't these two good brothers known far and wide? Have they really turned against each other? The person who came to call Tang Mingming only said that the guild management and the guild commander had a fight, and asked him to go and do justice. But now it seems that Feng Yuan was beaten unilaterally. Can anyone tell me what happened? Tang Mingming was confused. Someone spoke quickly. The commander slept with Tai Guan. Chapter 13. The fast talker not only talks fast, but also slips his tongue. Pa. It was the commander who cheated on Tai Quan. He corrected quickly. Is that true? Tang Mingming's eyes lit up. No matter which one it was, he was very interested. It's true. It seems to be because of the Ayin who was rescued some time ago. I said a long time ago that the woman didn't look like a good person. All the people who broke the news were Feng Yuan's people, including Feng Yuan himself, who were straightforward and didn't care about Tai Quan's life or death. President Tang Mingming listened with great interest. Say it again. He pointed his iron fist at Feng Yuan. How dare you slander Ayin? If you don't believe me, go ask her yourself. Feng Yuan risked his life. He couldn't die alone. No one else would have an easy life. The people of Apocalypse were ignored again. Bo Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He thought they were playing some tricks. Now he saw clearly. There was nothing to wait for. The people in this guild are just pure idiots. Our Apocalypse's patience is limited. He interrupted. His voice was not loud, but it was cold. Tang Mingming then remembered that he was not only a bystander, but also the leader of the meeting, and had responsibilities to fulfill. When guests came, leaving them aside was not a good way to treat guests. The grievances and hatreds of the members would come in the future, and it was important to deal with the business now. Tang Mingming said to Tai Quan, We will take revenge another day. He then said to Feng Yuan, Hold on a little longer, and send them away. This they refers to the people of Apocalypse. After dealing with this matter, they will naturally leave. But this is a strange thing to say. People of Apocalypse always have some unnatural looks on their faces. After saying that, Tang Mingming sat down in the main seat and leaned against the back of the chair without moving. He looked lazy. The killing and fighting of the Blood Wolf King boss was organized and directed by Feng Yuan. As a result, a big melee broke out, and he was to blame, including the subsequent negotiations by people from Apocalypse. He was responsible for the connection. Tang Mingming knew very little about this matter. Seeing that the president had spoken, Feng Yuan could only stand up with injuries. Based on the fight between the Blood Wolf King boss and Tianqi, I suspect there is a traitor in our guild. His face was swollen, and he spoke with a powerful bomb. The killers couldn't help but whisper. Traitor? Could it be that this was not a sudden accident, but someone did it on purpose? Oh my god, so many brothers were injured. It's too hateful. The traitor must be severely punished. Who? Tang Mingming straightened up a little. Who is the traitor? I have ordered Mo Bao to bring back the 4 traitors. Feng Yuan looked around the crowd, and finally saw the number 1 scapegoat in his mind. Zhou Yao, you come out. Come to the middle. Perhaps because he was very upset now, he could no longer pretend to be hypocritical. Xian Chung, Xiao Lu, don't even think about escaping. He called out the names of the weak team that first discovered the Blood Wolf King. And you? Iron Stone. When the last traitor was pointed out, the killers were speechless. How could Iron Manager be included? Iron Manager was loyal to the guild. Considering that the two had just had a fierce conflict and had irreconcilable contradictions, it was hard not to suspect that he was taking revenge. He was really mentally disturbed. All 4 of them. There were so many people. JPG Tang Mingming couldn't believe it. These 4 people killed the scout of Apocalypse before the boss, destroying the peace between guilds, provoking a big fight, having ulterior motives. Feng Yuan started. Are you okay? Tai Quan glanced at Feng Yuan, who was spitting blood with passion. I didn't participate in the Blood Wolf King boss battle organized this time. Being caught with a loophole, Feng Yuan was relentless. Although you didn't participate, you rescued the traitor, so you are still a traitor. Ah? Tai Quan pretended to be surprised. I just happened to meet Zhou Yao and the others while taking a walk on the road, and came back together. What evidence do you have to prove that I saved them? Feng Yuan stopped talking. He didn't expect that things would develop in this direction. As far as he knew Taekwon, he would never be so calm when being slandered. He might even tell others that it was him who asked him to save these 3 people. As long as Taekwon got anxious, things would be easy to handle. At that time, he would strike back. Mo Bao, the perjurer, also had value in existence. So he deliberately angered him. But now it didn't make any waves. Not only that, he also directly denied that he was going to save people. Weird. Too weird. Excuse me. I interrupt. Xian Chung raised his hand weakly. Excuse me. Who is the traitor that the commander mentioned? It's us. Xiao Lu smiled. Didn't he point out the names just now? No way. Xian Chung blinked innocently. We all obeyed the orders of the commander. If this can make people traitors, then the commander is the leader of the traitors. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that the stinky healing boy brought the war to himself, Feng Yuan broke his defense. When did I order you? Hit the Blood Wolf King quickly. Apocalypse Dog is coming. Zhou Yao read the chat record on the light brain loudly. So these are the original words of the commander. It seems that Zhou Yao's retelling to them is euphemistic enough. The killings are all laughing. And Apocalypse's face is cold. That's not what I'm talking about. Feng Yuan is obviously a little anxious. Why are these people like they have lost their minds? Before you fight the boss, kill the investigator of Tianqi. Zhou Yao, I don't know. Xiao Lu, I've never seen him. Xian Chung, what is an investigator? The 3 of them denied it in unison. It's no use denying it. Feng Yuan placed his last hope on the people of Tianqi. It seemed that these people were on his side. He didn't care whether they would be shaken in their attitude towards him after hearing what he had said before. Calling them dogs. Vice President Bo, can you show me the key evidence you found? Feng Yuan was looking forward to it. As long as this thing comes out, these guys can be convicted of their crimes. Bo Xiao is tired of Feng Yuan. But he also knows the purpose of Tianqi's trip. Establish a branch base in the north, to further control the entire north. There are no large guilds with more than 100 people in the north. Only many small and medium-sized guilds are emerging. Killing is one of them. Not only that, it is also the most promising guild in the north in recent days. If we can kill it in the cradle at this time, it will definitely be good for the future development of Tianqi. Now there is a great opportunity to divide it internally. There is no reason not to seize it. Bo Xiao put his hand in the pocket of his windbreaker. He searched around. Another circle. Another circle. No response. Feng Yuan was very anxious. He was still pretending to be cool at this time? If he could not produce evidence, he would be slandering the members of the guild, sowing discord and killing the guild, which was also a serious crime. Vice President Bo? Feng Yuan urged. Show us the evidence. What evidence? Bo Xiao asked coldly. The one mentioned earlier. Feng Yuan helped him recall. The evidence that can prove that our guild killed your investigators. We don't have this thing. Bo Xiao denied it flatly. Su Ro and the man with glasses looked at each other, and chose to remain silent at the same time. They had this thing before. Of course. But whether they still have it now, it's hard to say. Feng Yuan was a little bit abnormal. His eyes were enthusiastic. Look carefully. It must be there. Bo Xiao was a little impatient with the questioning. If I say there is no, then there is no. His tone was already a warning. But Feng Yuan was so excited that he didn't realize it. How could there be no? Feng Yuan was completely defeated. Hysterical. I put it in his hand with my own hands. And you lost it? You can't even keep a thing. You are as stupid as a pig. In the entire meeting hall, only Feng Yuan's roar was echoing. Echoing. Jian Lan sat on the steps of the Killing Guild courtyard. There was a huge ginkgo tree in the center. In the original world, in winter, the leaves of the ginkgo tree would fall off, leaving only the bare trunk. The north has heavy snow all year round, and it is in winter. But this tree seems to be frozen in time when it is the most luxuriant. This is a game. And perhaps there is only a string of code data behind it. But even so, it makes Jiang Lan feel particularly close. She was looking at the warehouse of the cooking interface. Inside, there lay a guild badge of Zhou Yao quietly. Others could not see her interface, and only thought that she was sitting here in a daze. She used homemade simple slime clay to stick the badge from Bo Xiao's pocket. To be on the safe side, she did not put it in the game package, but put it in the warehouse of the cooking system. What confused her was that, even for metal products, there were corresponding descriptions. Iron block. Freshness, 70%. Quality, green. Eatable, healthy -30. Source, iron ore. Rarity, 2, found everywhere. Could this thing also be used as a raw material? Jianlan was shocked by the idea that came to her mind. Anything that can be put into the warehouse can be cooked. Xiao Yu seemed to sense her thoughts, and said something out of the blue. Jianlan was silent. Some metals can be eaten after being processed. For example, gold foil made of gold. But some of them, if eaten, will be life-threatening. The pills made by ancient alchemists contain heavy metals to a certain extent. After the emperor took them, he took a shortcut to ascend to heaven. But this is a game, it must be different from reality. Things made of metal may have some special effects. Could her cooking pot be used as an alchemy furnace? I must try it if I have a chance. Who are you two, and how did you get in? A flat-headed man appeared out of nowhere, walked in front of Zhou Yao and Yan Lulu, with a bad look on his face, looking at them like thieves. We came here with Iron Fist. Yan Lulu answered. Just as the flat-headed man was about to say something, there was a thunderclap. The Parliament Hall made a huge explosion. The whole egg castle shook like an earthquake. Chapter 14. Not long after the explosion, Tianqi and his group came out of the meeting hall and left without looking back. Bo Xiao, the leader, had a gloomy face and looked unwilling. Su Rou and the man with glasses behind him looked pale. The group of Tianqi guild thugs following behind them were all covered in dust. Gone? Ping Tu didn't expect that the matter could be resolved so quickly. Tianqi's people are notoriously difficult to deal with. Then, several people took out the former guild commander Feng Yuan and locked him up in the dungeon. He was in a worse state than when he was hit by the Iron Fist just now. His internal organs were shattered, and he was only half alive. But at least he was still breathing. What's going on? The flat-headed man caught a man who had just come out and asked. The commander revealed all the things he had planned to harm people. Not only that, he also called the people of Tianqi pigs and dogs. Vice President Bo of Tianqi was narrow-minded and turned hostile on the spot. If it weren't for our president's action, he summoned the guardian spirit to take Bo Zhao's fatal blow for him. He would probably have died here on the spot. What? Feng Yuan is a traitor? Ping Tu was extremely surprised. He really didn't expect that someone who usually talked about his country and the world would actually frame his own guild members. Yes, it's a cruel and treacherous plot. Killing two birds with one stone. Not only did it harm our brothers, but it also made fun of the people of Tianqi. The man recounted the story incessantly. If it wasn't for finding out the black hand behind him, the president wouldn't have saved him. How can our president be so powerful? Ping Tu really didn't expect that the usually careless president could actually fight against Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao is Tianqi's S-level trump card output. He has the air-type space explosion ability. And it's as easy to crush someone's head as kneading dough. When they first arrived in the north, they gave a small guild in the north a warning, which made all the guilds in the north know that Tianqi, a big guild from the Sand Country, is not to be messed with. That's right. It's the first time I've seen the president explode. This time he actually summoned a golden guardian spirit, which ate all of Bo Zhao's damage. It's a pity that you didn't see it. Bo Zhao's expression at that time was as exciting as it could be. The younger brother was getting more and more excited as he spoke. He couldn't get any advantage from us, so he took his people away, but Bo Xiao left a harsh word before he left. In the extremely cold northern border, apocalypse and killing, only one can exist. The negotiation completely collapsed. The war was about to start. Then let's fight. The flat-headed man raised his chin. We have been cultivating the northern border for many years, so are we afraid of these outsiders? It's better not to fight if we can avoid it. Seeing the flat-headed man eager to try, the younger brother hesitated. The president seems to be injured. What? It's probably because he spent too much effort. As soon as the people from Tianqi left, the president vomited blood. It's so annoying. As soon as the voice fell, Tang Mingming was carried out with the chair, and she was crying while getting angry. You want me to take the lead and socialize? It's so hard to be the president. Who will be the president? Summoning the guardian spirit consumes blood and qi, and you can replenish it by drinking potions. But this time, the golden guardian spirit was critically hit. Although it scared Tianqi's Bo Xiao, it also deducted 1/3 of his permanent blood limit. What a loss. No. No. The president is the greatest. President. How are you? Ping Tu and a group of guild members went up to ask about his well-being. I was really afraid that he would quit. Tang Mingning has always been the vice president. The biggest feature of the vice president of the guild is that he can fight. Since the president of the killing guild died, no one dared to take this position. Only Vice President Tang Mingning could take over. From then on, he lived a miserable life of working 2 jobs for 1 salary. However, he was not interested in this, thinking that he would abdicate one day. Originally, the command position was the reserve for the president, but a traitor appeared, and all his efforts were in vain. Tang Mingning was so depressed. Cursing, he was carried away. Taekwon also came out. He saw Jianlan and Yan Lulu waiting in the courtyard. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Jianlan was ready to say goodbye to him. Taekwon spoke first. Would you like to join the guild? This was the greatest sincerity he could show to Jianlan in expressing his gratitude. The two followed Taekwon through the winding corridor, and the silver-white flowing walls were full of technology. They just had a brief discussion. Jianlan asked Yan Lulu if she wanted to join. Yan Lulu had always had a bad impression of the guild. If she was alone, she would not want to join even if it was the killing guild. But now that she knew Jianlan, she had a different idea. Jianlan was too fragile, and she felt that she had no ability to protect her. With the protection of the guild, Jianlan would benefit from it. Iron Fist pushed open a door. This room was decorated like an HR office. A man wearing reading glasses sat inside. The HR of the killing guild. Lao Jiang. Hey, Iron Manager. What brings you here? He immediately stood up and went out to greet her. By the way, he also paid attention to Jianlan and Yan Lulu, praising her. These two are full of energy, and they are elite talents at first glance. Well, I'll bring them to go through the membership procedures. Taekwon nodded. Lao Jiang is a very good person, and he likes them very much. Okay. Lao Jiang immediately turned back to his seat and started to operate on the light screen. Coincidentally, there are just 2 vacancies. Okay. Let's do it quickly, Taekwon said. Huh? The quota is gray. It seems to have been reserved. Lao Jiang adjusted his reading glasses. What? Reservation? Taekwon thought it was strange. He had been in the guild for so long, and had never heard of membership quotas being reserved. A guild can be founded with 10 people, but the initial guild creation requires a large amount of points and spirit stones. This is why people who start a guild are so ruthless. If they don't do this, they simply can't save enough resources. Taekwon was not a founding member of the killing guild, but he joined early. He came when the guild grew to 20 people. He is considered an old member of the guild. He also led many people to join the killing. Currently, the number of places in the killing guild is capped at 50. Of course, it cannot be compared with the giant guilds with 200 people on the leaderboard. In terms of scale, it is definitely not small. But he has been in the killing for so long, and he has never heard of the quota being reserved. This seems to be the latest member management authority unlocked by the guild, Lao Jiang said. Taekwon frowned. Unlocking the authority requires points and resources. Who is so wasteful? Why unlock this thing? Can you see who made the reservation? Let me see. Lao Jiang came closer. Got it. It's Wang Ping who is in charge. Hearing this name, Taekwon's pupils dilated. Cancel it for him. It turned out to be that guy named Flathead. The two of them usually have a bad relationship, and Wang Ping is trying to offend him now. This? Lao Jiang hesitated. Both sides are in charge, and he can't afford to offend either of them. What are you afraid of? It has nothing to do with you. Let him come to me if there's any problem, Taekwon promised. Okay. Lao Jiang operated, entered Jianlan and Yan Lulu into the system. Before the entry was finished, Wang Ping rushed over. Who dares to cancel my quota? The flat-headed man I just met appeared angrily. You too? As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jianlan and Yan Lulu. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. I cancelled it, what's wrong? Taekwon came out from the back, looking disdainful. He didn't take Wang Ping seriously at all. Everything has a first come, first served. Wang Ping's momentum suddenly decreased by 3 points when he saw that he had run into a tough guy. Although he and Taekwon were both managers, their popularity and qualifications were an order of magnitude lower. He didn't dare to provoke Taekwon openly, and could only do some small actions secretly to disgust him. What do you mean by first come, first served? Have the people arrived? Taekwon just glanced at the date, and the reservation was actually a month ago. He was immediately furious. What's the point of making reservations? What a bad habit. You make reservations, and I make reservations. A group of people occupy the positions. It looks full. But there is no one when working. Is the guild still going to develop? Taekwon was justified. But the two I found are top-level A-rated. A frontline player who can counterattack and a healer who can set up a battle blood recovery array. Wang Ping's eyes were red. Such talents. What's wrong with waiting a little longer? Then when will they come? Hearing these two abilities, Taekwon was slightly relieved. I have to say, they are really powerful. Only these 2 days. Wang Ping was not happy. Then when they come, kick Feng Yuan and Mo Bao out, and make room for them. Now, process the admission process for my friend first. Iron Fist no longer paid attention to Wang Ping, urging Lao Jiang to do things quickly. Wang Ping was frustrated. What a bully. Feng Yuan's expulsion was a foregone conclusion, but what did it have to do with Mo Bao? Just because Mo Bao served Feng Yuan every day, we couldn't just punish him together. What is this called? Collective punishment. Such a large-scale killing. Could it be that Iron Fist really covered the sky with one hand? Wang Ping planted the seeds of hatred in his heart. Now there is no need to do level assessment and ability testing to join the club? He didn't intend to let Jiang Lan and Yan Lulu join the guild so easily. Follow the procedures, you have to. Old Jiang looked at Taekwon cautiously. However, the rules are one thing and whether to abide by them is another. The guild management has always turned a blind eye to those who are recommended to join the guild. Even so, the management will not deliberately recruit weak players to join for the development of the guild. Especially for the Iron management, who cares about the guild, it is even more impossible. What's the difference between doing the test or not? Iron Fist narrowed his eyes dangerously. What are you questioning? Oh, I'm just asking casually, why is the Iron manager anxious? Pictou laughed meanly. Who's anxious? Iron Fist's face was dark. Then do it. Don't make it seem like I'm doing something shameful. The player's personal abilities and interfaces are kept secret from others, so in order to avoid lying, the detection device is needed. These are given by the system when the guild is founded. In fact, after successfully joining the guild, personal information will also appear on the guild interface. As for the additional test procedure before, it is only to confirm whether the player is qualified to join the guild. He said to Jiang Lan and Yan Lulu. It's just a simple ability test. There won't be any problems. No matter what the data they come out is. He will do his best to protect it. Wang Ping insisted on making a fuss. And he was too lazy to argue more, so as not to give people a chance to talk about it. Yan Lulu is easy to say. The main thing is Jiang Lan. Even if she is a life-related ability player, she can make food that predicts the future. She is definitely not an ordinary person. Even if her rating is not high, and it does not reach the bottom line of the combat-related ability C level. Her rating must be D or E at least. He doesn't believe that she can really be F level. Chapter 15. Your room is here. Here is the key. The little yellow-haired man took Jiang Lan to one of the last 2 empty rooms, looked at her meaningfully, turned and left. He was filled with mixed feelings. This is terrible. Things have changed. Their guild now has an F-level player with life-related abilities. 5 minutes ago, when the detection instrument scanned Jiang Lan, her character data and rating panel were clearly visible. Not only was her comprehensive rating F, her health points were only 9 points. It blinded everyone present. Will this thing make mistakes? Taekwon pointed at the instrument. He felt his heart go cold. It hasn't made any mistakes yet. Lao Jiang had a firm face. Before, all the people who had been tested had their data entered after the test. And the data was completely consistent, without any mistakes. I don't believe it. Taekwon waved his hand. You try entering it. Ding! Lao Jiang was quick-witted. Before Wang Ping could stop him. Congratulations to player Jiang Lan for joining the Killing Guild. Warm welcome. The guild is my home, and its construction depends on everyone. Let's work together to build a better and stronger guild, and fight. Jiang Lan's optical brain suddenly had a guild channel. At this time, in the guild channel, the introduction to new members was automatically sent. Hey, it's really 9 health points. Iron Fist grinned. The information in the guild personnel data is exactly the same as what the detection instrument detected. In order to protect personnel privacy and information security, these contents can only be seen by authorized people such as guild management. What do you think, Wang Ping? Iron Fist also tried to interact with him in a friendly manner. Is it strange? Huh? Flathead laughed in anger. What a strange thing. What a fool. Can it be operated like this? Cooking ability? Flathead said sarcastically. Can it be eaten? In this world, you get points by killing monsters, and the points are used to survive. Cooking ability, he couldn't think of how to get points. Besides, she only had 9 drops of blood. She was definitely a waste that needed to be raised by people. Iron Fist ignored him. Wang Ping had not seen much of the world after all. He would know how powerful it was when the time came. Next, Yen Lulu. Tai Quan motioned her to come forward. Wang Ping ran faster than the original. He had just accidentally stuffed an F level into the guild. He wanted to see what Tai Quan was going to do. But when Yen Lulu's data came out, he was extremely disappointed. A standard A-level rating. A standard output type ability. The skills in this ability tree are all very useful for fighting bosses. For example, the teleportation sickle attack has high DPS and strong safety. Wang Ping had no reason to object. Congratulations to player Yen Lulu for joining the Killing Guild. Warm welcome. Iron Fist showed his big white teeth. That's good. We are all family from now on. Take them to their rooms. Iron Fist ordered the little yellow-haired guy in Lao Zhang's office. There are still rooms? Jianlan looked around the rooms provided by the Killing Guild for its members. The decoration style here is the same as that of the corridor. The whole body is made of silver-white metal, full of futuristic technology. A simple one-bedroom apartment with a bed, a table, a lamp, and a separate bathroom. It can meet the hygiene needs of the survival column very well. It is even better than the living conditions of workers struggling in big cities in the original world. You have to know that this is a natural disaster doomsday game. The places where individual players live are either caves or abandoned huts. Or like Yen Lulu. They just spread out a straw mat to sleep. Not only that, but they must always be alert to danger. The living environment is a world of difference. It is said that any player with some strength wants to join a guild. Especially a big guild. Jianlan did not expect that on the first day she entered the game. She would live in a single room of the guild. She lay on the bed in a big letter shape. The bed was very soft. The light brain prompted that the sleep value was close to red. She needed to replenish it urgently. She closed her eyes and fell asleep unconsciously. When she woke up again, the room was dark. Jianlan was stunned for 3 seconds, thinking that this was just a normal situation of waking up naturally in the evening after sleeping in the afternoon of a rest day. It wasn't until the prompt sound came from the optical computer that she realized that she was in the game. Yen Lulu sent her a message. Their rooms were not close. They had not been in touch since they separated. Jianlan went out, and Yen Lulu was outside. Seeing that Jianlan was safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I fell asleep. Jianlan smiled embarrassedly. Let's go. It's time for a meeting. Yen Lulu put her arm around Jianlan's arm. Meeting? Can't you escape the fate of having to attend a meeting even in this damn place? Wouldn't it be a job change? Yen Lulu nodded helplessly. Your guess was absolutely right. Everything has a price. Although there are many benefits to joining a guild, there are also many troubles. Everyone in Egg Castle gather at the guild hall and have a meeting immediately. Sure enough, there was a message record in the guild channel. The person who sent the message was a person with the ID of secretary. Jianlan subconsciously wanted to reply, got it. But he immediately came back to his senses, an occupational disease, this damn cheap hand. The guild hall is 2 or 3 times larger than the meeting hall. It is not a problem to accommodate 50 people. But there are only 20 to 30 people who come to the meeting. Except for those who are outside and have not had time to return to the base, and those who are seriously injured in the boss battle and can't get up, the rest of them come to the meeting. It can be seen that the meeting is very important. President Tang Mingming changed into a new furry clothes and collapsed on the recliner specially customized for him, looking like he had no desire to live. He didn't want to come, but he was the president, and he had to come. The meeting hadn't started yet. Everyone was waiting in the hall. A woman with a ponytail came up and talked to Jianlan. Are you a new member? I haven't seen you before. Yes. Jianlan nodded. Hello, my name is Jianlan. Miao Yuan. The woman with the ponytail had a good impression of her. Then this must be your first time at the meeting. She smiled slyly. Remember to get the nutrient solution first, they can be very talkative. As she said that, she raised the glass bottle in her hand, which was about the same size as a medium cup of milk tea, but the color of the liquid was very strange. Fluorescent powder. Miao Yuan drank a mouthful of it, smacked her lips and savored it. Strawberry flavor, it's delicious. Jianlan thought of the expressions of Yan Lulu and Zhou Yao when they drank the nutrient solution, and had a deep suspicion of her words. However, she hadn't drunk it yet, and didn't know whether it tasted good or not. Can I get the nutrient solution? Jianlan grasped the key point. Of course, it's in the big freezer at the door. Speaking of this, Miao Yuan couldn't hide her excitement. One of the most important reasons for her joining the Killing Guild was that the nutrient solution provided by the Killing Guild was fruit-flavored. Most guilds will provide nutrient solution and accommodation for guild members for free, which is considered as inclusive of food and accommodation. This is a part of the convention between guilds. However, the specific amount of nutrient solution and the specifications of the room provided are all up to the conscience of the guild. Generally speaking, the larger the guild, the better the conditions provided. Because good food and accommodation conditions require the guild to spend a large amount of points every month to maintain operation. And the two are positively correlated. Medium-sized guilds like Killing will basically not be willing to waste points to order fancy fruit-flavored nutrient solution, which is not cost-effective. The former president of the Slaughter Guild was also firmly opposed. But the then Vice President Tang Mingming threatened that he would not stay here without this thing. He forced the former president to give in. Thus, the tradition of fruit-flavored nutrient solution continues to this day. It is a small luxury. The predecessors planted trees for the descendants to enjoy the shade. Thank you, Tang Mingming. Even if you can't eat real fruits, it's good to have a little fruit flavor to quench your thirst. Here, Yan Lulu trotted over with 2 bottles of nutrient solution in her hands. 1 bottle of yellow, 1 bottle of purple. Looks like she's familiar with the place. Mango and grape flavor, which one do you want? Yan Lulu asked Jianlan to choose first. When she went there were only these 2 flavors of nutrient solution left in the freezer. The freezer automatically restocks, and new flavors will have to wait until the next day. Luckily I went early. Miao Yuan was glad that she got the flavor she liked. Mango. Please. Jianlan picked one at random. This thick bright yellow. Pulling out the cork, she brainwashed herself. The color looked fresh, maybe the taste was similar to freshly squeezed juice? She took a sip, and almost vomited on the spot. Help. The texture of the mouth, similar to laundry detergent? Of course, she didn't say that because she had drunk laundry detergent before. It was just the feeling of a blockage in the throat, which made it hard to swallow, and hard to spit out. She was just short of foaming in the mouth. Bayu, add 5 to satiety. Why only a little bit? Because she only drank a small sip. Yan Lulu was much calmer in comparison. The grape flavor is okay. It's better than the one sold in the mall anyway. Are you okay? Seeing Jianlan's painful expression, thinking that she didn't like mango, Miao Yuan asked with concern. Would you like to try the strawberry flavor? The strawberry flavor is delicious. No. No. Jianlan politely refused. I just drank it too fast. She didn't want to take a second sip. She thought to herself, what kind of gods are those who can drink this stuff? The players who survived were not ordinary people. Miao Yuan didn't know, but Yan Lulu knew what she was thinking after all. This was Jianlan's first day in the game. I remember when I first came to this game, I couldn't drink this stuff either. I was starving for 3 days, and my satiety level was red, and I almost starved to death. The pain of stomach cramps, I feel uncomfortable when I think about it now. Yan Lulu said. When my sister fed me the nutrient solution, I thought it was the best thing in the world. Indeed. Miao Yuan listened to Yan Lulu's experience and thought of the time when she first drank the nutrient solution. She didn't remember it clearly, but it was definitely not a good memory. She comforted Jianlan. You will get used to it after drinking it a lot, and it won't be a big deal. Jianlan forced a smile. She was not thinking about adapting. She was thinking about finding some ingredients to cook. What kind of life do people live? She suddenly felt that this world really couldn't live without her. At this time, the door of the hall was closed. A man who looked like a secretary stood on the stage and shouted, Are you all here? Well, let's start the meeting now. Iron Fist. Wang Ping and other 4 guild managers also arrived and sat next to the guild president. President Tang Mingming covered his legs with a small blanket. There was a row of colorful nutrient solutions with various fruit flavors on the table in front of him. At first glance, it looked like chemical reagents. After tasting it herself, Jianlan could no longer imagine them as juice. The secretary turned on his light brain, and a huge light screen appeared in the air. Everyone could see it clearly. There was a pinned post on the forum in the northern region. The poster's name was King Tianchi. The huge words were reflected in the air. There was an uproar in the audience. You murderous cowards. Watch your 4 legs. Hide in the base obediently. If I see you in the wild, I will let you know what cruelty is. Chapter 16. According to people familiar with the matter, this is Bo Zhao's pseudonym. But it is not clear whether the person who posted the message is actually him. Because the poster is arrogant and cocky. It is hard for people to associate it with the ice-faced Bo Zhao. Jianlan exclaimed. Does this game have a forum? Yes, each area has its own forum module, but the forums are not connected to each other, and you can only connect to the signal when you go to the corresponding place. Yan Lulu said. We are in the north, and can only see the forums and posts in the north. Can everyone post? Jianwan asked. She had a bold idea. In theory. Yes. But every post consumes points. Yan Lulu answered. She had never used the forum, but had only heard about it. After a brief recollection, she said, there are many types of forum accounts, such as personal accounts, guild accounts. Personal accounts consume fewer points to post, but like the one above. Yan Lulu pointed to the light screen. King Tianchi. It is obviously a guild-certified account, and it consumes much more points to post. And it is also pinned to the top. Damn! Miao Yuan's emotions were aroused all of a sudden, and the guild's protagonist's consciousness exploded. Damn Apocalypse, I can't stand it. If the poster hadn't set the post to be unreplyable, the saliva of the killing guild would have drowned this pinned post. The noise around him gradually became louder. Too much, this is a provocation. It's just a branch, why are you so arrogant? Drive the Apocalypse dog out of the north. Apocalypse openly mocked on the forum, and everyone in the north could see it. This is a blatant step on their faces. The members of the killing group were excited. Let's go blow up the Apocalypse base. I don't know who started it. A bunch of people followed suit and shouted. Blow up the base. Blow up the base. Blow up the base. Blow up the base. Miao Yuan also shouted twice. Jianlan and Yan Lulu looked at each other. The cohesion is quite strong. Posting a post specifically for ridicule. Jianlan doesn't quite understand the brain circuits of these big guild members. We should just start a war. Ahem. Miao Yuan was choked by her saliva. She looked at her seriously. Lan, you are too violent. It doesn't matter if you scold her. If we start a guild war, it will kill people. Ha. A hearty laugh came from the side. The man took off his sunglasses. We won't start a war. Of course. They don't dare to. Senior Chu He? Seeing the person coming, Miao Yuan's eyes were full of stars. This is her idol. One of the only 3 S-level psychics in the Killing Guild. S-level, output type ability, blood-throwing frenzy. This was also what Jianlan had mistakenly thought was her profession. They were both blood-throwing frenzy, but Miao Yuan's rating was only B, so the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Why don't you dare to start a war? Aren't people from Apocalypse always very arrogant? Yan Lulu thought of their arrogant look when they came to the slaughter, and she was filled with indignation. Now that she has become a member of the slaughter, she really wants to beat them up. Blood Wolf King Boss Melee, we exploded 20 bloodlocking amulets. Didn't they explode? Shui curled his lips. Without the bloodlocking amulet, who would be willing to work hard? Unless they transfer people from their hometown in the Sand Country. But I heard that Huabi has recently been working with some small guilds in the Sand Country to deal with them. I guess their lives are not going to be easy. This is also one of the reasons why Tianchi must succeed in the north. Even if they fail in the Sand Country, they still have a way out. Miao Yuan was stunned. She had never heard of these things between the guilds. Otherwise, why is he called Senior Chu? He knows everything. Tianchi didn't want to fight. But he couldn't swallow this breath. So he used this method to discuss people. Everyone, be quiet. Listen to me. The secretary saw that the atmosphere was almost set. Tianchi doesn't dare to issue a challenge. He will only go crazy on the forum. A jumping clown. We don't need to pay attention to him. How can that be possible? Who can stand it? A big man in the crowd was the first to object. We must fight. We must fight. Yes, if they don't issue a challenge, then we will issue a challenge to them. The people next to the big man expressed their support. A group of warmongers, watching the fun without thinking of making trouble. After all, it's because the bloodlocking amulet didn't explode, so they have one more life, and won't really die, so they are fearless. Guild members don't know the cost of running the guild, but they know the management. The skinny old man sitting next to Wang Ping immediately retorted. Fuck, do you know how many points it costs to start a guild war? Tianchi is unwilling to spend the money. Let us spend it. Whoever spends it is a fool. His eyes glowed green. A typical granite style. It seems quite safe to have such a person in charge of money. Hey, Mr. Ke. This is not just about points. The secretary saw that the old man in charge of finance did not grasp the point, and said earnestly, "You may not know much about guild wars. After all, our northern border is relatively peaceful. No guild has ever held a guild war in the northern border. But going south, in the areas where guild battles are the most intense, especially the melees between large guilds, it is quite terrifying. Once the guild war begins, as long as you leave the base, your coordinates will be exposed to the field of vision of all enemies. Some people's abilities can even teleport or become invisible. Sometimes you may be killed before you can even see who is coming." The secretary fell into memories, and tried to educate everyone about the cruelty of the guild war. Or, wait until all the guild members are dead. Then the guild war will stop. Or, the guild surrenders voluntarily, which is equivalent to cancellation, and everything starts from scratch. So many guilds would rather die in battle than surrender. At worst, wait for the guild war to expire, which will take at least a month. Olka emphasized. That is to say, during this month, all guild members can only hide in the base and cannot do anything. If everyone stays at home, how can they earn points? He insisted. Why is it not a matter of points? This war must not start. It's fine if he insists on understanding it this way. The secretary is helpless. Guild wars are so scary. Someone gasped. We won't be targeted by the guilds on the leaderboard. Right? You take yourself too seriously. They are so bored that they want to fight us? There was a sneer in the crowd. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Understand? The man rolled his eyes at him. Big secret, guild wars should also have regional protection. Right? Someone raised his hand to ask a question. The North has not yet developed such a giant guild. Unfortunately, there is no regional protection. The secretary spread his hands. What? Doesn't that mean that the Apocalypse Sand Country Guild headquarters can come and fight us? Fuck, no way. They have twice as many people as us, and their technology is much ahead. This sentence made everyone's heart hang again. Seeing this, the secretary quickly added, but if the level difference of the guild is too big, the system will judge that the guild is bullying, and this declaration of war can't be issued. Don't worry too much. That's not bad. You should have said it earlier, it's so scary. After all the trouble, no one wanted to start a guild war anymore. But that doesn't mean that. The anger in their hearts has disappeared. Let's post a post to mock them. Yes. Are they the only ones who have a mouth? As soon as this proposal came out, it was rejected again. Do you know how many points it takes to post such a post with a guild account? Olka rolled his eyes. 600,000. It's enough to run the guild for half a year. Mr. Ke glanced at the guild members, who were shouting the loudest. They are all prodigals. When he mentioned prodigals, he glanced at the president Tang Mingming. Tang Mingming was drinking peach-flavored nutrient solution with a straw, and was suddenly called out. He looked innocent. Damn! How can the Apocalypse Dog be so rich? One member was very jealous. They can beat the natural disaster boss. The spirit stones and high-level resources dropped by the boss are huge. We don't have to worry about points for several years. Another guild member answered. We can fight. 2. If Apocalypse hadn't interfered with the Blood Wolf King last time, we would have defeated him. Secretary, when will we organize another boss fight? I'm afraid there won't be such a good opportunity. The secretary was worried. No one fought for it before, but now you see, if we fight, will the people of Apocalypse give up? Then fight with them. Are you afraid of them? Yes, I can't give it to them. Let's fight. We're not afraid. But last time, in order to fight the Blood Wolf King, the guild swept 30 deerskin winter clothes, but failed in the end. There are really not many points in the account now, the secretary said with difficulty. So I want to ask everyone's opinions, whether they are willing to continue to fight the Blood Wolf King. After all, if we fail, we will lose everything again. In fact, points are a small matter. The most worrying thing is that the guild members are afraid and lose their fighting spirit. Like a pool of stagnant water. Then the guild would basically come to an end. We can buy it ourselves. We must defeat the Blood Wolf King. We're fighting for our reputation. Okay. Let's vote now. The secretary smiled and started a vote in the guild channel. The last boss battle failed, which was a big blow to the morale of the guild members. Many guild members would resist it. If we just say we want to organize it again, the effect will definitely not be good. But if we drag the common enemy apocalypse into the scene, then it will feel different. Hatred will turn into fighting spirit and motivation, raising everyone's enthusiasm. Although Tianchi never said he would compete for the Blood Wolf King, Jianlan looked at the voting button in his hand and felt a deep sense of participation. I used to work in a big factory as a screw in a machine. The management was complicated, the staff was redundant, and there were more leaders than employees. As long as the boss said something, you had to run around. But the Killing Guild implemented flat management, and the information from the top was very smooth, so that everyone had the right to participate in the affairs of the guild. The guild is truly my home, and its construction depends on everyone. Perhaps this is why it can rise in such a short period of time. Jianlan pressed the consent button. I didn't expect the newcomer to be so ambitious. Chu He saw it and said with a smile, "This is exactly what we need." Jianlan was full of fighting spirit. "Of course. What is your ability?" Chu He asked curiously. "Here. Asking about your ability is as common as asking if you have eaten." Jianlan was speechless for a moment. In the end, of the 25 members present, 21 voted in favor, 3 voted against, and 1 abstained. The second Blood Wolf King boss organization battle was officially launched. There is still one commander missing, and everyone decided to re-elect on a later date. So the meeting was adjourned. The meeting on the slaughter side was over. The news spread quickly, and reached the branch base of Apocalypse in the north. Because of its wealth, the maximum number of guild members in the branch base is also 50. There are still many vacancies. They still want to fight the Blood Wolf King. The man with glasses was shocked. The killer is really determined. Bo Xiao didn't say anything, but just smiled. Su Ro knew him very well. "What bad water are you planning?" Bo Xiao glanced at her. "Do you know what the basic conditions are for fighting the Blood Wolf King? Deerskin winter clothes?" Bo Xiao spoke lazily. "Then we will buy it out." Chapter 17. The meeting was over, and it was late at night. Even though now, as long as the sleep value reaches the green state, the body will not feel tired, many people still maintain the habit of working from sunrise to sunset. Except for those who have to perform tasks at night, most people in the Killing Guild have fallen asleep. Jianlan lay on the bed. The satiety level on the panel turned yellow, and she was a little hungry. She glanced at the nutrient solution on the table. She had no intention of drinking it at all. What would happen if the nutrient solution was cooked? She tried to drag the nutrient solution into the warehouse. Unfortunately, nothing happened. It couldn't be put in at all. She originally thought that a fresh mango would come out. "We are a cooking pot, not a super mutator." Xiaoyu was sweating. "It's not much different. Put the raw materials in, and the finished product comes out directly. Isn't it outrageous? Besides, even iron blocks can be put in. Why can't the nutrient solution be put in? Is it because the nutrient solution is produced by the mall? There was a mushroom in the warehouse, but its freshness has dropped to 15%. The shocking red border made Jianlan dare not think of anything else about it. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to find some fresh ingredients. Jianlan put the nutrient solution back on the table and lay down on the bed to sleep. It was a dreamless night. The morning without the early morning and noise was quite beautiful. Jianlan slept until he woke up naturally. As long as there is no task assigned by the guild, members can arrange their own time, do whatever they want, completely free, and no one will control them. You can also refuse tasks assigned by the guild. But you must have a reasonable and legitimate reason. Otherwise, if you do it too many times, you will be interviewed. However, generally speaking, as long as it is within your ability, guild members will not refuse. And when the guild issues tasks, it will not force people. Guild members can also go to the task management office to accept tasks and earn points. Xian Chung and Zhou Yao went to do the task. As soon as Jianlan left the room, she saw Yan Lulu running towards her excitedly. There are so many rabbits in the forest behind the base. Yan Lulu danced with joy. Obviously, she got up earlier and even walked around outside. Rabbit. Rabbit is delicious. Jianlan's stomach was growling. Her winter clothes were basically scrapped. If she wanted to go out, she had to buy a new one, in case the black blizzard suddenly hit. There were 2,775 points in the account. Everyone fell asleep after transferring the points, so she still earned these points. After a quick browse of the mall, in the defense equipment column, I found the winter clothing. The white quality one needs 100 points, which is the same specification as the novice winter clothing. Not very durable. Jianlan chose the slightly better green quality fine winter clothing. 200 points, but the lifespan is 5 times higher than the white quality one. After everything was ready, the two went straight to the rabbit nest. After an hour, Jianlan collapsed on the snow and panted wildly. She had never run so wildly before. It's more tiring than the marathon around the lake. Yenlulu is slightly better than her. But her teleportation sickle attack has a delay of several seconds, and the sensitive rabbits will smell the breath of superpowers in the air, and disappear without a trace in advance. The final result is that neither of them has a single rabbit hair in their hands. Rabbits are animals that are easily frightened, and it is the same here. Many of them hid. But they were too numerous, and there were no natural enemies to restrain them, and no foodies to covet them, so they became a disaster. Even though she ran a lot, there were still many visible to the naked eye. Yenlulu missed again. A little disappointed. You ran too fast. How else to say, you ran faster than a rabbit. People can't eat meat other than their abilities. Jianlan's face was full of pain. She was extremely hungry. Spicy cold rabbit, red oil rabbit cubes, hand-torn rabbit, dry pot rabbit, roasted rabbit legs, circled in front of her eyes. Alas, my ability is not suitable for hitting high-speed moving things, Yenlulu said. It would be nice if there was a long-range output. Jianlan was stunned. How about, let's go find some wild fruits. Yenlulu helped Jianlan up from the snow. Jianlan smiled foolishly. Long-range output? Yes. Killing Guild Base Egg Fort. Oh, are you looking for him? The enthusiastic member pointed to a room at the end of the corridor. He lives there. Okay, thank you. Jianlan thanked him. The guild channel does not allow adding friends. If you want to find someone, you can only find them in person. They said it was to prevent harassment and unnecessary conflicts caused by misunderstandings. Knock. 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 Xiaolu opened the door. Can you help me? Jianlan clasped her fingers together, and her eyes were full of stars. Bang! 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 10 bullets, and they all hit the target. The snow rabbits died very cleanly, without any pain. Is that enough? Xiaolu put on a new magazine. He shot the boss, with a critical hit of 8,000 plus. The snow rabbit only had 50 drops of blood, enough to kill more than a dozen people back and forth. Enough, enough. Jianlan, who was hiding on the side, burst into tears of joy. Professional things should be done by professionals. She pulled out a big cloth bag from somewhere. Together with Yenlulu, she threw the snow rabbit into it, with a happy face, like a farmer with a good harvest. Wow, the rabbit is delicious. Yenlulu was looking forward to it. We'll eat it when we get back. Jianlan was excited. Seeing the two of them as happy as children, Xiaolu thought it was fun, and the corners of his mouth turned up. No way. Have the killers fallen to the point of eating the world's garbage? At this time, a sarcastic voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads to look. A team of 4 was looking at Jianlan, and the others as if they were laughing at a joke. The one in the lead had a pigtail, was about the same age as Yenlulu, also a little lowly. She turned the brush in her hand, with contempt and ridicule between her eyebrows. That was exactly what she said. The muscular boy next to her hugged his arms, and made a face and laughed. It seems that the news that killing is going bankrupt is true. They can't even afford the nutrient solution. In their minds, eating things in the world is something that only those individual players, who really can't survive, will do. Jianlan looked at his astronaut-like winter clothes, and then looked at the boy. His head was full of question marks. In the middle of winter, why can he be shirtless? You know shit. Yenlulu is not easy to bully. Eat something good. Others don't know. How could she not know? Jianlan's food is really delicious. Even Michelin chefs can't compare. These people are just frogs in the well. Oh, you have a temper. The boy was amused when he saw Yenlulu like this, and joked. Another ching-ching. Get lost. The pigtailed little girl frowned, very unhappy, and kicked the boy directly. Why do you compare all the wild people to her? Wrong. Wrong. The boy begged for mercy. Let's go. Jianlan was in a hurry to go back to cook, and didn't want to waste time talking to these people. She put the big bag full of snow rabbits into her backpack. The 3 of them set off. Hey. Ching-Ching called to Xiaolu. She recognized his weapon, which was a purple quality weapon that only players with A level or higher ratings could use. There was also someone in their guild who used it, but the quality was lower than his. It was blue. It was recognized as the most powerful output against bosses. This person's weapon is of better quality, and its damage is definitely higher than that of the person in their guild. She really can't stand people wasting natural resources. What did you do with your precious hunting rifle? Hunt rabbits for fun. Qingqing's words were full of discipline. Xiaolu smiled good-temperedly. It's reasonable to use hunting rifles for hunting. His smile was faint, but inexplicably moving. Why is your face red? The boy didn't have much eyesight, and asked Qingqing loudly. Qingqing didn't have time to pay attention to him. Could this person be a new player? That's right, only new players like to fool around and do meaningless things. He is so talented, but the people from the Killing Guild order him to do this kind of work all day long? This is simply burying talent. Come to our apocalypse. Qingqing felt a sense of redemption in her heart, and felt that she had become a ray of light in this man's confused and chaotic life. I will teach you how to play this game. Damn, it turned out to be an apocalypse dog? Pirating people openly? Yin Lulu was so angry that she wanted to curse. Jianlan held her back. Then I'll go back to cook. If I can't help but eat it all. You mustn't be angry. No. Yin Lulu immediately grasped the main contradiction. Compared with the rabbit, those people didn't seem that important. Hee hee. Seeing Yin Lulu turn into a greedy cat, Jianlan couldn't help laughing. I worked hard. Don't think you can eat it all by yourself. Yin Lulu showed her sharp little tiger teeth. She was busy all morning. Besides, she found the rabbit's nest. Then let's go faster. Jianlan and Yin Lulu suddenly accelerated, running towards the base. Seeing their backs disappear in sight, Xiaolu didn't want to talk to the people of Kanchi. I don't like others teaching me how to play games. After leaving a word, he left without looking back. You are stupid. After being rejected, Qing was furious. Slaughter is really going to end. But no matter what she shouted, Xiaolu didn't respond. When has the young lady ever been ignored like this? Her face turned redder with anger. He's just a sniper, the boy muttered. Why did you invite him like this? I always felt something was wrong. What do you know? Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. We are at a critical juncture now, and if we can poach the masters of killing, it will be good for the guild. So that's how it is. The boy flattered. He didn't want to come, because he hasn't seen the world, and doesn't have that blessing. He patted Qingqing's back, and stroked her hair to comfort her. Don't get angry. Qingqing said so, even though she had frightened this idiot. But why she was so angry in her heart? Only she knew. Xiaolu had long legs, and quickly caught up with Jianlan and the others. You didn't go to Tianqi. Yin Lulu was surprised. In order to recruit people, Tianqi must have offered him a lot of favorable conditions. I'm not stupid. Xiaolu looked at Jianlan and said, if I went, would I still be able to eat rabbits? He beat them all. If so, wouldn't Qingqing be so angry? Yin Lulu laughed. The three of them returned to Jianlan's room together. The big black pot was placed on the ground. The rabbit was put in. Everyone was looking forward to it, a miracle. He was dazed, and went back to the time when he and his childhood friend and his new girlfriend went to the restaurant for the first time. The rabbits in this restaurant are very famous. Tang Mingming has wanted to eat them for a long time. Finally got the chance. The spicy rabbit cubes are here. The young men put the dish aside. Ah! The rabbit is so cute, how can you eat it? The childhood friend's girlfriend screamed, and hid in his childhood friend's arms. Oh! 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 I don't want to eat it. The childhood friend comforted him, while waving his hand. Take it away. Take it away, my girlfriend doesn't want to eat it. The chopsticks were about to be picked up. Tang Mingming saw that the dish was taken away again. His eyes were about to glow green. No, you two are sick, he screamed. All the scenes were like wax melting. He was in his room. He was dreaming again. This was not the first time he had dreamed of this scene. It showed how deep his obsession was. What a nice smell. Can he still smell something in his dreams now? Could it be that his hallucinations had worsened? He had to go to the doctor to get some medicine. As he smelled it, he woke up. No! There really was the smell of rabbit meat in the base. Chapter 18. When Zhou Yao and Xian Chung returned to the guild, it was the time for an afternoon nap. Since everyone drank nutrient solution to replenish their satiety when they were hungry, there was no concept of 3 meals a day. But there was a faint smell of barbecue in the base, which made them look at each other. Could it be that? Fuck, it seems to be coming from the room at the end of the corridor. Members of the Killing Guild were chatting nearby. Isn't that where the new members of the guild live? Yes. It's the taller one of the two new girls. Just now, I saw Xiaolu go into the room with the two of them. And it's been almost half an hour, and he hasn't come out yet. Xiaolu. The man was stunned when he heard the name. Gong Hu's powerful output. Strong strength. But low-key. Because of his handsome face and gentle personality. He is very popular with girls. But except for his team leader Zhou Yao. He has never been with any girls. He looks like he doesn't like women at all. How could he get so close to a newcomer? After hearing what the two guild members said, Xian Chung came to his senses instantly. As if no one was around, he blurted out. Damn it! Xiaolu. That bastard. Is cheating. Others may not know, but how could he not know? Since he learned that Jianlan had joined the guild, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He wanted to finish the task and save some points before going. But who knew that Xiaolu would secretly go to find Jianlan behind their backs? Combined with this strange aroma. Damn! They are eating meat. That's really not nice. He rolled up his sleeves, without bothering to put down his things, and rushed to Jianlan's room. Zhou Yao's expression was not very natural. The expressions of the two guild members were even weirder, pointing at Xian Cheng's back. I said that their relationship was not normal. Sure enough, there is something wrong with them. Hee, who do you think is 0 or 1 between the two of them? The sound of discussion reached Zhou Yao's ears. She didn't care about protecting the reputation of the team members. Because she knew very well that, as a Nani, Xian Cheng's fighting power in battle was almost nothing. But if he were a foodie, his fighting power would make several buffet store owners foam at the mouth. When they arrived at the corridor of Jianlan's room, they could see a large circle of curious people outside from a distance. Xian Chung was furious. He had a legitimate reason to do so. He pushed through the crowd and knocked on the door. Xiaolu. Open the door. I know you are inside. He didn't dare to offend Jianlan, so he could only cue Xiaolu. No one knew Xiaolu's real name, but they all called him Xiaolu, and Xiaolu was also written in the guild member information sheet. You have the ability to eat secretly, you have the ability to open the door. Seeing that Xiaolu ignored him, Xian Chung threw a tantrum, and it was endless. What's going on? What do you mean by eating secretly? What do you mean by eating secretly? The guild members present were confused. They didn't know about the cooking ability, and didn't know that players with the cooking ability could cook with food in the world. They just thought the fragrance was strange, and they couldn't help but want to find out. Shut up. Zhou Yao couldn't listen any longer. Xian Cheng's outspokenness would lead to misunderstandings. She sent a message on her computer. Whoa! Xian Chung cried anxiously. I'm so angry. What's going on, Xian Chung? Some members started gossiping. Xiaolu is so disloyal, his heart is made of stone. Xian Chung took the opportunity to complain. At this time, the door finally opened a little. Yen Lulu showed one eye from the little crack. Like a kitten peeping secretly. Stop howling, come in, she said helplessly. Xian Chung was revived immediately. As the door opened a little wider, everyone saw the shiny food residue on the little girl's mouth at the door. Amid the overwhelming aroma of barbecue, the door closed again. In just a moment, the guild members in front of the crowd were stunned. What did he see? It's a roasted rabbit leg. Fuck. What? Oh my god. They are eating barbecue in there. Ahem. Xiaolu saw Xian Chung sitting down opposite him, swallowing a mouthful of meat with air. And he was nervous and choked. Ahem. Xian Chung looked unfriendly. Narrowed his eyes dangerously. Stared at him. Eating alone? Xiaolu didn't know how to argue, he did eat it. It was delicious. Sister Lan. Facing Jianlan, Xian Chung immediately changed his face, acting coquettishly and scolding. There is delicious food. Why did you only call him and not us? Is it because you don't have enough affection? Hearing him say that, Jianlan felt a little embarrassed. No. Actually, it's like this. I heard from the guild that you two went on a mission. Just when we needed a long-range output to kill rabbits, so we called Xiaolu. Jianlan looked sincere. This rabbit was caught by Xiaolu. Xian Chung was shocked. Good guy, I sprayed too early. What a mistake. There were still 3 roasted rabbits left on the plate. Jianlan, Yen Lulu, and Xiaolu were all full. Can I have one? Xian Chung swallowed his saliva. How many points per one? Zhou Yao asked. Considering that last time, cream of mushroom soup cost 500 points, This time it was roasted rabbit meat. It shouldn't be much cheaper. Don't be impulsive. You have to do what you can. I don't charge points. All the rabbits were caught by Xiao Lu. You can ask him. Jianlan waved her hand. Her cooking ability is completely free of cost. It's Xiao Lu who does the hard work. Although she does need points, other people's points don't come from the wind. Besides, now everyone is a member of the same guild. She feels that the previous pricing model is a bit unreasonable. As long as she can get enough ingredients, she decided to set the pricing standard based on the average daily price of nutrient solution. Seeing Jianlan leaving the good guy to himself, Xiao Lu blushed slightly and clenched his fist to clear his throat. We are all teammates in the same team. Why ask for points or not? Just eat and it's done. Hearing this, Xi and Cheng's expectant eyes instantly turned into admiration. High moral integrity. Brother Lu, you will always be my brother. A large-scale, really fragrant scene. Xiao Lu said. As long as you don't blame me for eating alone. Pa, who said that? That person is really too ignorant. Xi and Cheng couldn't wait to get started, grabbed the roasted rabbit leg, and ate it with relish. Zhou Yao was much more reserved than him, and his eating manners were not that ugly. The cooking ability is so strong, this roasted rabbit leg should have special effects. Right? Yes. Jianlan nodded. Increases satiety and health. And she read out the descriptive text on the recipe for roasted rabbit leg. Increases freezing resistance by 90%, effective time, 6h. What does this mean? She was puzzled. As for the special terms of this game, she still had to ask the old players. When they heard the words freezing resistance, Zhou Yao and Xi and Cheng were both stunned. It was so familiar. Did you hear the commanders and managers discuss it in the meeting before? Xiao Lu already knew it well. He curled his lips. Don't you remember? The Blood Wolf King has a skill called Inverted Glacier. After it is used, it will randomly freeze 5 players within the attack range into ice cubes. During this period, the player will not be hurt, but will also be unable to move or release skills. It is a way for the boss to delay the battle. If all the players are frozen, that is better, and most the boss fighting efficiency will drop sharply. If all the players are frozen, the DPS will take revenge, the blood will drop directly, and the nurse will vomit blood. If all the players are frozen, it is the worst, someone may die, then everyone will have to take blood medicine. Or use the mall props, the thawing charm, 1,000 points per piece. Some auxiliary players can dispel the frozen state. But the skill also has a long CD time. So in general, everyone will wait for the thawing. Depending on the data and resistance of each player, the thawing time is usually within 30 seconds to 3 minutes. And increasing the freezing resistance by 90% means that the boss can't freeze the person who eats the roasted rabbit leg. Then, for them, the most annoying skill of the Blood Wolf King will no longer exist. Awesome. Xi and Cheng was shocked beyond words. Looking at the plate again, there was not even a bit of rabbit meat left. I should have left some. He was a little annoyed. With this roasted rabbit leg, they were much more efficient than Tianqi. It's okay, we can fight later. Xiao Lu comforted. But I'd like to trouble Xiao Lan to cook for us. No problem. Jianlan promised. After the recipe was unlocked, she could cook quickly. Even on the battlefield, she could serve the food in as fast as 2 minutes. Faster than pre-made food. Knock. 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 Someone knocked on the door again. Open the door. Open the door. What are you doing inside? TSK, these people are so annoying. Xi and Cheng is now inside the door, and his mood is naturally different. After a while. Jianlan, are you in there? This time it was someone else knocking on the door, and the voice sounded familiar. I'm Iron Fist. What's wrong? Iron Manager? Jianlan opened the door. There was still some residual barbecue smell in the room. Taekwon took a deep sniff and asked tentatively, Are you cooking? Yes. Jianlan admitted that she couldn't hide it. I want to eat too. It smells so good. Taekwon walked in. Hi. Taekwon. Xi and Cheng waved at him. He was holding the last roasted rabbit leg. Yes. He ate 2 more. Looking at the leftovers on the table, the memories of being hurt came to his mind. Damn it. Taekwon scratched his head with 10 fingers. You won't leave me any? What? Hearing Tiachuan's miserable cry, Tang Mengmeng jumped in 1 step behind. The rabbit is gone? Why is it always 1 step short? Just that 1 small step. What's the use of the president's burden? What's the use of being reserved? Taekwon spread his hands. I can't do anything about it. At this time, the guild members, who were watching the excitement outside the door, all rushed in at once. The sound of exclamation and swallowing saliva came one after another. The guess was true. These guys are secretly eating delicious food in there. Fuck. They don't treat me as a brother at all. Can we do it again? Tang Mingming stared at Jianlan, with hungry ghost fire in his eyes. Jianlan found him a little scary, and said hesitantly, as long as there are ingredients. Tang Mingming's face darkened. Let's go! He seemed to have made up his mind. A group of people came in a black mass, and then dispersed in a black mass. Later that day, Iron Fist sent someone to call Jianlan to a place. When she got there, she was speechless for a moment. Jianlan twitched her mouth. No way. She seems to be opening a cafeteria in the Killing Guild? Chapter 19. A few hours ago. Since Tang Mingming discovered Jianlan, with his own ability, Taekwon mentioned it casually. What? A life-related supernatural player? Tang Mingming was very surprised. Did you introduce him? Oh, the sun is rising from the west. Doesn't he know who Taekwon is? He always treats people differently. Players below a rating have never caught his eye. I didn't expect that he would actively recruit life-related supernatural players below D rating. But it was true. If he hadn't used his backdoor, he wouldn't have been able to smell the aroma of roasted rabbit legs. She's awesome, Taekwon boasted. He also told Tang Mingming about Jianlan's cooking mechanism. So, the guild mission was urgently issued. Search for ingredients around the Killing Guild. Bring back all the animals and plants you can see. They'll be useful. He had just come back from outside, and saw a notice like this posted on the notice board in the guild hall. In fact, the guild could have posted the electronic version on the guild channel. But they posted it here to make it more humane and ceremonial. What does this mission mean? He carried the sword on his shoulder. It was very unusual. Not only was there no specific completion target, for example, hunting a certain monster, even the reward was ambiguous. Neither points nor props. Reward? Confidential. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. Wang Ping frowned so hard that a fly could be pinched to death. You don't do your work every day. And you just mess around all day. It's obvious that Taekwon did this, for his so-called friend with cooking ability. To satisfy his own selfish desires, he mobilized the power of the entire guild. It's simply despicable. What good people can Taekwon's friends be? Think about the former commander? A traitor. Look at this one now. Wang Ping is heartbroken. He tried so hard to recruit experts, to do something for the guild. You can prevent foreign invasion. But you can't prevent termites from growing in your home. Watching the building collapse. Manager Wang Ping. Do you know something? He watched for just a few seconds. And the expression on Wang Ping's face changed dramatically. He looked worried about the country. And he was just short of reciting a song of Li Saw. Seeing the guild's Ace S-level output he standing by. Wang Ping naturally couldn't tell him these things. If he knew, he would be in the same guild with an F-level person with only 9 health points. Drinking the same flavor of nutrient solution. I'm afraid you will feel insulted. Wang Ping shook his head helplessly. Speechless. It's okay. Don't bother with him. He was referring to the inexplicable task that had just been issued on the notice board. The task did not limit the number of people or designated candidates, which meant that anyone could do it. The people of the Killing Guild have always been very active in doing tasks. And they had a strong sense of participation. As long as there was a task, they would do it when they saw it. But this was limited to guild members with middle and lower strength levels, not including top talents like Chuhi. But I'm quite curious. Chuhi was very interested. He had long been tired of fighting monsters. Except for a few natural disaster bosses and tasks related to the Abyss Secret Realm, he had no interest in them. After years of fighting, he had no shortage of points to spend. He just wanted to find some different excitement. I remember, there seems to be blue fog grass in the forest to the south. I wonder if that can be used. Chuhi walked out while thinking. He really wants to pull out the weeds. Wang Ping's pupils trembled. It's over. This time it's completely over. The face of Iron Fist appeared in his mind. Since you are unkind, don't blame him for being unjust. Destroy. Let's all just rot together. Those who were in the guild in the afternoon, and who rushed in with Tang Mingming at that time, naturally knew what they were doing. Those who looked at the notice board and then went to look for something, naturally didn't know what they were doing. But at the same time, there were as many as 30 people in the Killing Guild, doing the same thing outside at the same time, looking for things. The target was too conspicuous. Other guild members in the north saw it, and combined with the provocative words of Apocalypse on the forum, Killing did not respond, and for a while, speculation and rumors were everywhere. Haha, is your guild really going to be finished? Li Peng received a message on his optical brain. It was signed by Du Jun, his college classmate. The two entered the game together, grew up together with difficulties, but eventually parted ways, and went to different guilds. Li Peng went to Killing, Du Jun went to Frozen Throne. Both guilds had 30 members at the time. Later, Li Peng successfully bought shares, and the slaughter developed very well, and was successfully upgraded to a medium-sized guild of 50 members. However, the Frozen Throne has been stagnant. It is still the same as when I went there, and it looks half dead. Du Jun did not think about changing jobs, but the slaughter was often full, and it was hard to find a place. Moreover, he only had a B-level rating, and was not absolutely competitive. He asked several times, but still could not find a place. He was also determined, and wanted to save face, so he never asked again. But he did not let go of his obsession, but turned his love into hatred, and posted the black material of Killing on the forum every day. He sent it to Li Peng whenever he saw it. As a result, as soon as the post of King Tianchi was posted, Li Peng received a cordial greeting from Du Jun. He didn't care about the management of the guild. Look, he is here again. Under the bad-mouthing sentence, there is a link. Li Peng frowned. Nonsense. It's a rumor. The Killing Guild is about to go bankrupt, which is the most widely circulated rumor at the moment. But when he clicked on it, he was stunned. It seems that it is not necessarily a rumor now. The huge bold title, Coconut Tree Typesetting Style. A certain guild is suspected of poor management. Facing bankruptcy, members are pulling grass to fill their stomachs, which is worse than cabbage. The accompanying picture is a man's profile. He has a signature bright red headband on his forehead, which is still fluttering in the wind. He bent over and just stood up, and was captured in an instant. He was holding a dandelion-like grass in his mouth. In addition, the surrounding scene was covered with ice and snow. It looked a bit miserable. Li Peng's hands trembled. Even though the view was not very clear, he clearly recognized the man's identity. Chu He, the ace of their guild, and also the face of the guild. The comments below were like strings of candied haws. First floor, oh my god, it's Chu He, why are you eating grass? Second floor, no way, are you chewing it for fun? Who would eat grass? Although the Slaughter Guild is not a respectable guild, could it be that they can't afford the nutrient solution? 3F, that's wrong, I think they really eat it. 4F, eat your head, you won't eat anything. 5F, why would I lie to you? Someone saw this morning that 3 members of the Slaughter Guild went to hunt rabbits. If they weren't starving, who would eat rabbits? The taste, in a word, is like toilet paper soaked in water. 6F, the description above is so accurate. Have you ever eaten it? 7th floor, that's not right. Even if the guild doesn't give out nutrient solution, then members can buy it in the mall themselves? 8th floor, haha, 7th floor, you are too stupid, it's obvious that the guild took the members' points, and didn't give them out. 9th floor, oh my god, the Killing Guild is damned, does it waste the S-level output god like this? 11th floor, of course, such a stingy guild, it's useless if it's not disbanded. It's really unfair to Chu He, a top S-level talent. 12th floor, Chu He, why don't you go to Apocalypse? Apocalypse seems to be very strong. With the support of the Sand Country headquarters, it is definitely 10,000 times stronger than the Killing without any support. 13th floor, falling into silence. 66th floor, is there anyone from the Killing field who can tell me what is going on? Li Peng glanced at the blue wild berries he had just picked in his pocket. It reminded him of the strange task on the notice board in the guild hall. It was messed up in the wind. Emergency meeting. The reason was the post that appeared inexplicably on the forum in the afternoon. There were many posts that criticized the guild in the past. All famous guilds have been criticized before, but no one cared. The post soon sank, but this one was so popular. In just a few hours, there were nearly 100 comments. No one would believe that no one pushed it deliberately. The guild management couldn't sit still. Most of the guild members were still away at the moment, so they could only call a few managers and the president, as well as related personnel, to hold a meeting first. Chu He walked into the meeting room in confusion. He was called back urgently by Taekwon. Everyone was there, the door was closed, and the big screen was projected. His image, like a large outdoor billboard, appeared on the wall of the Killing Guild. Taking photos of me again? Chuhi was speechless. As a prominent figure in the North, it's not like he hasn't been photographed before. He's used to it. It's just, this photo is so handsome, he blurted out. It directly pissed off the managers present, especially Mr. Ku, who was in charge of the money. Please, is this the time to discuss this? They've all read the comments below, which are so explicit. The second post seems to be a reasonable person, but in fact, he's secretly attacking people, playing a double act with the third post. The ones behind are obviously Tianqi's agents, but other players don't know. This has a great impact on the image of killing, especially at such a critical time now. As a public figure, you should pay attention to your words and deeds. Olko was a little anxious. I don't know how many eyes are staring at us now. As a person who manages money, it's a bit strange that he is so concerned about this matter. Well, I'll pay attention next time and don't let them take pictures. Chuhi stroked his hair in front of the screen and responded to Mr. Ko in a good-tempered manner. Don't offend anyone except the one who manages the money. He said this, and the next second Taekwon looked at the contacts, and Chuhi's profile picture became this photo. Seeing Chuhi's good attitude, Mr. Ko couldn't blame him anymore, but focused the conflict on the instigator. If no one issued this task, how could those people catch him? Who issued this ridiculous task? Olka opened fire. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Taekwon. Taekwon crossed his arms. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly turned to look at the president. Tang Mengmeng was hiding behind him. Taekwon turned sideways, exposing him. Seeing that the matter could not be concealed, Tang Mengmeng had to say, I sent it, what's wrong? Hearing this, Olka's finger almost poked him on the forehead. Such a careless person should not be allowed to be the president. Do you know how serious this matter is? How serious can it be? Tang Mengmeng was not convinced. The guild has been saying it will go bankrupt every month. Has it gone bankrupt? Isn't it still growing stronger? Mr. Ko was silent for 3 seconds. He said something terrifying. This time it's true. He looked as if he had lost his parents. The guild's points can only last until the end of this month. Chapter 20. What? It was too sudden. Chu-hee is still here. How could Mr. Ko say such a terrible thing directly? It will shake the morale of the guild members. Having said that, Mr. Ko simply did not hide it. He originally thought that the balance in the account was still abundant. The guild even formulated an expansion plan, raising the upper limit of guild members to 60. If everything goes well. In fact, it doesn't go well. Something happened. Yesterday, the point lending organization in the game, Quick Points, came to the door. It is said that Feng Yuan, the commander of the Killing Guild, borrowed a large amount of points in the name of the guild a month ago. Now it is time to repay the agreed amount. Counting the days, it was probably not long after he took office. He led the guild members to clear an S-level dungeon, and his popularity was at its peak. Everyone thought he was very capable. Who would have thought that? It was because he spent a huge amount of points to buy props in the mall that the dungeon was cleared so quickly. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as letting a wolf into the house. When the people from Kuifenbei left, Feng Yuan was still confronting Tianqi in the meeting hall. When Mr. Ke rushed over, he saw him being taken to the dungeon. Feng Yuan looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He had fallen into this situation and had nothing to lose. He had no points, but his life. He admitted that he had stuffed Zhou Yao's nameplate into the hands of the Tianqi investigator. But he would never admit that he had killed the Tianqi investigator. As for why he did this, what good would it do him to stir up hatred between Slaughter and Apocalypse? He only said that someone promised that after the task was completed, he would be given a large amount of points. The amount would not be less than that of killing the Blood Wolf King. The key point is that he does not have to share it with the people in the guild. He can enjoy it all by himself. Who would not be tempted by this? Even if it is a deposit, it is several times more than his salary as a guild commander. Ask where the deposit points are now. Good man, in just a few weeks, they are all squandered. Feng Yuan laughed crazily in the dungeon. He thought his defeat was completely due to bad luck. If Taekwon hadn't gone crazy suddenly, how could things have dragged on for so long? If it was over in time, he could use Bo Zhao's hand to get rid of Taekwon, who he had always regarded as a thorn in his side. Then, he would stop the people from Kuifenbei before they came to his door, and wait until he got the balance transferred by the mysterious person, and then pay off the points he owed. Without any constraints, he could further expand his sphere of influence, until he controlled the entire killing guild. After all the calculations, he was still one step behind. At this moment, he still did not repent. He was still dreaming. After hearing Feng Yuan's words, everyone present had a complicated expression. Ko Lao had already paid back the points owed to Kuifenbei. He almost emptied the killing guild. They all thought that this matter should not be made public. As long as the Blood Wolf King could be taken down, there would be room for turning things around. Ko Lao recounted. Finally, he explained everything. Tai Quan was stunned. Feng Yuan, this bastard, had a pretty good plan. Even if he was caught in the future, he would have already become a scapegoat, and there would be no place to seek justice. No matter how much the people in the killing guild regretted, they could only offer him a glass of wine during festivals, and mourn his tragic fate. Based on the current expenses, killing can only last until the end of the month. Mr. Ko said seriously. We won't be able to make ends meet next month. But if we cut some unnecessary expenses, for example, we can at least last another month. What the hell? Tang Mingming raised his head after the lemon-flavored nutrient solution. The straw lost its support and sank directly into the nutrient solution. That is to say, we won't order fruit-flavored nutrient solution next month, President. The secretary explained kindly. Fuck. Damn Feng Yuan, I'll kill him. Tang Mingming was immediately stressed and struggled to get up from his seat. He spent so much effort to save his life. He shot himself in the foot. The Farmer and the Snake. Live version. Oh, President. Iron Fist coaxed and pulled him again, but pushed him back. Now that you have Xiaolin, you can't eat anything you want in the future. Why are you still drinking nutrient solution? It just smells good. Tang Mingming sniffed. Who knows if it tastes like a rag? He had never eaten anything in the world, but there were idiots in the post who had their own experiences. Iron Fist only whispered a few words in his ear. Tang Mingming's eyes gradually grew bigger, and he asked suspiciously, Really? Absolutely true. Tietuan's face was serious. You said that Xia people don't cheat Xia people. The meeting ended. Ko Lao's face was finally no longer so bitter. With the public account management, the president reached an agreement, and he could cut unnecessary expenses. At least it would give killing a month to raise points to operate. No matter what, we must try to beat the Blood Wolf King, even if the guild really goes bankrupt and liquidates in the end. There was no regret in my heart. Brother Chu He. Tai Quan patted his shoulder from behind. Remember the content of our meeting today, it needs to be kept confidential. I know. Chu He nodded. He was not a person who didn't know what was going on. By the way, he took out a handful of blue mist grass from his bag. Can this thing be considered an ingredient? This was the fuse of today's incident. But no matter what, the result is always good. Tai Quan grinned. I don't have the final say. When Chu He followed Tai Quan to the abandoned warehouse of the guild, there were already 3 layers of guild members gathered there. The things in their hands almost flooded the place. Birds and animals, rare plants. Even tree roots and grass were dug up. No wonder people from other guilds looked at them strangely. It really looked like a famine. In the innermost of this group of people, there were several guild members with collapsed expressions. He vaguely recognized them. The one who was trying to maintain order was the nurse Xian Chung, and there were 2 others who were moving things into the warehouse, who seemed to be members of his same team. The person writing furiously at the table was a little girl, slightly familiar, but I couldn't remember her name. The woman next to her was pale, and was carefully identifying the things handed over by the guild members. Is it her? Chu He raised his eyebrows. I found some blue wild berries. Li Peng put a handful of fruits in his hand, gently on the table. Jianlan picked up one, which was quite fresh. Yen Lulu registered the fruits and the collectors, and then shouted. Next. I heard your special ability is cooking? Chu He smiled. What is your fighting weapon? Let me think. Iron pot? You don't usually fight with iron pots. Do you? He put down the blue fog grass. Chu He talked a lot and answered his own questions. Jianlan choked immediately. The embarrassing scene when she first entered the game was vivid in her mind. Okay. Leave the things here. And you can leave. She frowned and waved her hand. She drove people away impatiently. The person being driven away turned out to be the guild leader Chu He. The members in the queue at the back couldn't help themselves. Wow, the newcomer is so crazy. Do they know each other? The whispers and discussions were full. Let's add each other's contact information. Chu He was shameless. If he stood there, the team couldn't move. The most important thing was that no one dared to urge him. They all lined up obediently. The culprit of the traffic jam. Jianlan bit the bullet and moved the light brain over. The two of them touched each other. There was a beep. They were added as friends. Chu He's new handsome photo started to move. Next. Jianlan hurriedly sent the god of plague away. Chu He got what he wanted and curled his lips. When he left, he suddenly felt that not far ahead, there was a gaze that was like a knife scraping at him. The man did not hide the hostility in his eyes. A sniper in the guild? Chu He was confused. Did he have a grudge against him? He could not remember it. He was about to speak. Xiao Lu looked away and continued to work for Jianlan. People with a little bit of ability have strange tempers. Chu He didn't take it seriously. It's rare to find a master with such a good temper like him. There are 3 S-level players in the Killing Guild. Xiao Lu is not among them. But Chu He knows that players who have reached a certain level of ability, if they want to deliberately hide their strength, they are completely capable of that. With the broken machine in the guild's personnel department, it will never be detected in the next life. The team was long. It can be seen that the entire guild had come out in full force. Some people even came twice. This greatly increased the workload for Jianlan and her team. They registered from day to night, and finally digested the team. They were about to call it a day. Jianlan saw a familiar figure. The man had a flat head. His expression was the same as when he first met Jianlan and Yen Lulu. Another manager of the Killing Guild, Wang Ping. He approached step by step. Since they had always had a grudge against him before, everyone guessed that he was coming with bad intentions. Manager Wang Ping? What's the matter? Xian Chung thought he might be here to pick a fight with Jianlan. What? Is this your territory? I can't come. Wang Ping retorted. What the hell? I don't mean that. Xian Chung acted like a spoiled child. She was used to being a nanny, and as a sequela, she even spoke in a childish way. Wang Ping was soft-hearted, and not hard-hearted. What do you mean? He was relieved in his heart, but not in his words. Humph, I'll teach you brats a lesson sooner or later. As he said this, he reached into his bag to take something out. Xian Cheng's face changed immediately. He yelled, Bomb! It must be a bomb! Everyone get down! As he said this, he covered his head and fell to the ground. A complete case of post-traumatic stress disorder. He even took the time to free up one hand and pulled Zhou Yao to join him. Zhou Yao, falling into silence. Then, a loud noise did occur. But it was not a bomb. Bang. A dead wild boar fell from the sky. It smashed on the table in front of Jianlan. Everyone was shocked. A level wild boar king. Wang Ping raised his head proudly. What did that guy Taekwon send? He looked down on people. Yen Lulu flipped through the notebook. Found it. She raised her head like a cat and answered. 2 small yellow croakers. Ha ha, waste. Wang Ping burst into laughter and vented his anger. He vented his anger successfully. When it comes to hunting, how can the frontline tanks compare with the output? After Wang Ping left, everyone prepared to call it a day. Xian Chung still lay on the ground and refused to leave. Go back to sleep. Zhou Yao said. Hold. Xian Chung pouted and opened his arms. Enough. Zhou Yao's forehead was bulging with veins. Apocalypse's extremely cold Northern Territory branch. Strange, too strange. The man with glasses sighed. The people in Killing are very abnormal recently. You're desperate, and you're going to try anything. Su Rose smiled. She got wind of it. The people from the division had just been there a few days ago. Everyone in the entire Apocalypse Guild knew that Killing had serious economic problems. Bo Xiao leaned back in his chair, and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the desktop. In front of him was the mall interface. A wing package pattern appeared in the upper right corner. That was the sign of equipment replenishment. The countdown to the listing has not yet appeared. But anyone who has subscribed to this product will receive a notification 3 minutes before it arrives. It's coming. A new batch of deerskin winter clothes. And Black Blizzard. The appearance of Black Blizzard is completely random. But the old players know a little bit. Once the mall starts selling goods, it means it's not far away. Have you arranged all the people? Bo Xiao asked. Is 50 enough? The man with glasses had bad intentions. I arranged 50 people to grab it for you. You are crazy. Even Suro couldn't stand it. How much will it cost? I don't plan to leave any for the Killing. Bo Xiao closed his eyes. The Blood Wolf King is the last hope of the Killing. And what he has to do is to put out the hope. In the dark night, a fire went out. But when the wind blew, another fire came back to life. Jianlan sat cross-legged on the ground. In her mouth was the food she had just eaten. She was dazzled, and could hardly read on Instagram. The descriptive words on the recipe were flickering. They were disassembled and reassembled, gradually becoming clearer from blurry, and finally stopped moving. She could see clearly. She murmured. The effect is... Ignore the black blizzard. Chapter 21. The election for the commander was held the next day. There were 3 candidates in total, and Taekwon was one of them. But he was there every year, but he was never elected. The main reason was that he didn't want to be elected at all. Otherwise, with his popularity and prestige, he would be elected in a minute. Feng Yuan would have no chance. Don't vote for me, Taekwon told his subordinates. His name was put up by the managers again. Especially after the incident of the traitor commander, at this critical moment, no one was willing to trust the newcomer. Taekwon has been a member for a long time, and is a loyal person. He is the most reliable candidate. As for his talent, in terms of strategic layout, it can be said that he has almost none. Don't worry, Taekwon. We all understand. We will never vote for you. Several of his subordinates promised him in person, but they complained all the time. What should we do? The president secretly summoned them last night. Tang Mingming opened his hands, one on each side, and put his arms around their shoulders. Brothers, there must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. This action is too intimate. I have a favor to ask you for. Tang Mingming smiled falsely. Oh, what do you mean by help or not? What are you talking about? President? Yes. If you have anything to say, just tell us directly. It is our honor to share the worries of the president. The Iron Fist brothers were full of nice words. Okay. You all agreed. Right? Tomorrow. Vote for Iron Fist. Tang Mingming gritted his teeth. What should I do? On one side is the boss, and on the other side is the president. Sweating profusely. Just close your eyes and vote. Whoever you vote for counts. It's anonymous anyway. Good idea. This is neither a betrayal of the boss nor a violation of the president. If it's accidentally discovered, just say that Parkinson's was shaking at the time. Iron Fist's younger brothers discussed it. After Wang Ping talked to some guild members, he also had a weird smile on his face. So, after the official vote count was over, Iron Fist felt dizzy on the spot. A total of 43 people participated in the vote, and 39 of them voted for him. He looked at his subordinates and asked, why? The subordinates didn't expect that so many other people would vote for Iron Fist. Boss, I didn't vote for you, I swear. Only one person raised 4 fingers to the sky, and the rest of them were all playing dumb. Congratulations to Iron Fist for becoming the commander of the Killing Guild. The secretary led the applause. Next, let's ask Iron Commander to come up and give a speech on his acceptance speech. Please welcome Iron Commander. Iron Fist stood on the stage. He pointed at the crowd below. Thank you. There was a feeling of helplessness that came from forging a resume, but finally getting the job. To achieve this result, it was not entirely due to his subordinates. After all, such a high vote rate was not something that could be achieved by a simple force. In the past, voting was always controlled within 30%. Iron Fist, we will always support you. A guild member he was not familiar with was full of excitement. Fist baby, fly with confidence, Fist fans will always be with you. Coincidentally, another member whose face he could hardly remember cheered. The voice was unclear. Iron Fist narrowed his eyes. What was that thing in his mouth? Sister is beautiful and kind. Can you give me another one? Iron Fist's first fan, Tian asked the little lowly, who was walking around with a tray. The tone of his voice was the same as Xian Cheng's. Probably he was also a healing dad. Yan Lulu glanced at him. Okay. I'll give you another one. Then, she gave him another roasted pine thorn fruit. Which is to say, sugar-roasted chestnuts. Yeah! The man was so excited. Jianlan and the others were canvassing for him? Oh my god! No wonder. He felt that the number of votes was wrong. Taekwon was on the stage, and couldn't get off for a while. Damn. Roasted pine thorn fruit. He hadn't even eaten it himself. Taekwon complained in his heart. Kwanzi, you have to work harder. It's okay to cram at the last minute. Don't let us down. Taeshitu, we've put all our hopes on you. Ha ha ha. Another group of people started to make a noise. This group of people is familiar with Taekwon. Damn it! Are they Wang Ping's people? Why would they vote for him? Based on the feud between him and Wang Ping, it's impossible that he voted just for greed. Sister, we voted for Taekwon too. Can you give us one too? Zundu, we are all fans of Taekwonli. Seeing another group of people coming over, Yan Lulu nodded. Sure, everyone who voted for Taekwon is here. Seeing a huge crowd of people in the audience, gathering together to eat roasted chestnuts. Taekwon was moved to tears. This is a world where liking others brings benefits, but the person being liked does not get any benefits. It only takes half a day to change from management to command. But the road in the heart is long and arduous. Taekwon stared at the small wing package icon on the mall interface. He dared not relax for a moment, waiting for the countdown to appear. After staring at the screen for a long time, there are small black spots in front of his eyes. Suddenly, the icon disappeared, and then a countdown number appeared. 4:59. 4:58. Everyone, prepare to buy winter clothes. Taekwon shouted in the guild group. This roar tore through the fog, like a ray of light, illuminating the way forward for the guild members. At the same time, all the people in the north, who were related to this matter, stood up, waiting for the thrilling moment. Jianlan finally understood. At that time, she was still wondering who would buy deerskin winter clothes. It turns out that these guys are the ones who are robbing. Yan Lulu sat on Jianlan's bed. Her feet were swinging. She looked at the screen thoughtfully. She didn't hide the interface deliberately, so Jianlan could see her mole. Jianlan glanced at it unintentionally. Damn! So many zeros? That's not right. When I first met Yan Lulu, she wasn't like this. Jianlan still remembers the serious face of teaching. Too extravagant. It's hard for you to survive like this. We all drink half, and leave the other half for tomorrow. Jianlan seemed to have accidentally glimpsed some big secret. She didn't say anything, pretending that she didn't know. Should I buy one too? Yan Lulu asked Jianlan, totally unaware that her huge points had been exposed. It's up to you. Jianlan's heart was beating fast. Then I'll try. Yan Lulu stopped the interface. The countdown continued. 012. 011. Frozen Throne Guild Base. Du Jun wiped his sweat. Eyes fixed on the countdown. Fingers hovering, ready to go. Their guild accepted several tasks for grabbing. There were no big events. According to the amount of points, the task for grabbing could barely be considered a task with good points. Although the person who posted the task did not show up, everyone knew it. Only Tianqi was willing to spend points to do this. The purpose, naturally, was to combat killing. And where there was a chance of damaging killing, Du Jun would participate. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. After 1 second of countdown, 50 pieces of deerskin winter clothing appeared in the mall. This time was different from the last time. There were no flash sale items at all. All of them were 3,000 points at the regular price. 1. Gone. In just 1 second, the purchase button turned gray. Oh my god! Didn't get it? How could it be sold so quickly? This is 3,000 points, not 3 points. I didn't get it either. For a while, there were cries everywhere. Purchase successful, the product is being sent. I got it! Du Jun jumped up, clenched his fist downward, and shouted yes. It seemed that he had not grabbed the deerskin winter coat, but the wife of the leader of the killing guild. Du Jun. You grabbed it? What? You are so awesome. Wow, we didn't grab it. Humph, Du Jun smiled contemptuously, isn't that right? He used to help his sister kill at midnight. He had a great record. After grabbing the goods, they were quickly sent to the mailbox reserved by the tasker. 500 points reward in hand. Cool. He immediately interacted with his former best friend, Li Peng, who was now in the killing guild. Du Jun, this deerskin winter jacket sold out too quickly, it was gone in a second. There was a picture of the successful purchase next to it. He didn't have to wait too long, Li Peng replied quickly. Li Peng, you got it, can you sell it to me? Du Jun's deerskin winter jacket was no longer in his hands. Directly refusing he seemed petty. Although they were secretly doing something, they still didn't break up with each other. Du Jun, no. I didn't get it. Someone else in our guild bought it. Li Peng, can you help me ask the person who bought it if he is willing to transfer it? Li Peng, we will take it for 4,000 points. Damn. Du Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Lost. Du Jun, okay. I'll ask for you. What a joke. He was the only one in their guild who got it. The situation is grim. The killing guild is holding a meeting. There are 8 deerskin winter clothes on the table. It has never been so miserable. Scouts don't need to wear deerskin winter clothes. As long as the boss appears, they can immediately find a place to hide. The ones who really need to wear it are the combatants. The ideal configuration for fighting the Blood Wolf King is 5 plus 12 plus 5 is equal to 22. 5 front row, 12 DPS, 5 treatments. It can be defeated steadily. But now there are only 8 deerskin winter clothes. How should we divide them? Everyone was waiting for the commander to speak. Taekwon pondered. Let's cut the number of personnel in half. 2 frontline, 6 DPS, 2 healers. In this case, 10 pieces are needed. I have asked the members of the guild to ask if anyone from other guilds is willing to transfer the deerskin winter clothing. If they can't get it, the DPS limit is 5. Their guild only has 2 S-level output, even if the remaining 3 are all arranged as A-level. It's just barely enough. Otherwise, even if they can stand, they won't be able to defeat them if their output is not enough. The front row can't be reduced anymore. You need to exchange enemies when fighting the boss. If you reduce it anymore, the tank will fall. Then we can only... Iron Fist turned his eyes to a woman with a cold face, sitting with her legs crossed. The only S-level healer in the guild, Fu Yao. Iron Fist looked serious. Can you heal the whole group by yourself? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. I've seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time I've seen a living king of hell. Fu Yao twisted her arms into a knot. Are you kidding me? Chapter 22. Tanks and healers have always been one family, but in today's killing guild, the front row and the healer have become enemies. Just as Chu He thought. The stronger the ability of the player, the worse the temper. People as gentle as him are really rare. You just say it without thinking? Do you know what skill axis the Blood Wolf King has? Fu Yao slammed the table. She turned her face directly. If you have a good understanding, you won't say such words. I really don't know how you guys voted for a commander of this caliber. Obviously, she didn't vote for Taekwon. It was a backroom operation. It was a shady deal. She looked around. The members were all seated, and no one said a word. Yes, it was indeed a shady deal. The president took the lead. However, Taekwon didn't just think about it on the spur of the moment. He made this decision after careful consideration. He didn't bother to argue with Fu Yao about the election of the commander. And he was also very upset. We need to solve the problem quickly. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Taekwon frowned. His solution was to add more fuel to Fu Yao's anger. Fu Yao tried her best to be patient and restrained. She would just treat Taekwon as a stupid person with no connections, who knew nothing. To be honest, is this a question of whether she can do it or not? This is a question of the mechanism. Don't take human life as human life. If the Blood Wolf King's ice river upside down hits her, everyone should prepare to die. Even if there is a thawing talisman for her to use. Just a few seconds of weaning, there's a chance that a large number of people will fall down. Although Feng Yuan is a traitor, he never exploits the nurse like this. Fu Yao has only been in the guild for half a year, and has never had any feelings for Taekwon, so she took this opportunity to meet him. Who would have thought that the first conversation would be so explosive, and her impression of Taekwon instantly went downhill. If you can do it, go ahead, Fu Yao shouted. I will definitely go. Taekwon is honest and straightforward, he is one of the front row, and he can't run away. And it is very likely that he will be the main tank. Which means that he has handed his life to Fu Yao. He emphasized again. If you can heal alone, then heal. If not, I will change someone else. After saying that, his eyes unconsciously glanced at an old acquaintance. Xi and Chum looked at him unconsciously, and a current passed through his heart. Of course, it was not heartbeat, but shock. Damn! He is sick. What are you looking at him for? He is a boss. Huh? Fu Yao thought it was very funny. She admitted that she was second in the entire killing and healing, and no one dared to claim to be first. With her ability, even if she is in the ranking guild, she will not be at the bottom. This is it? A small 50-man guild. A stinky commander who has not even warmed up to the position. Want to find someone to replace her? Okay. I will be the sole healer. Fu Yao nodded angrily. But if someone dies, I will not be responsible. Since you want to die, I will play with you. Anyway, she is the healer, and she will not die no matter who dies. You don't have to be responsible. Iron Fist got through with it. There were 2 people in the front row, he counted as one, and he had to choose another one. He quickly scanned his own band of brothers. It's Shaowen. The people in the front row beside him were obviously relieved. Shaowen, who was chosen, closed his eyes in despair. Ah, this sour feeling. I usually stick my neck out for my brothers, but today it's my brother's turn to stab me twice. I felt pain in my heart, but I couldn't show it on my face. Brother One, you can do it. I knew that Brother One would be the choice. Of course, because Brother One is awesome. The people on the left and right escaped, and spit out rainbows. Xiaowun smiled bitterly. No problem. The front row was finalized, and then the DPS output was selected. Iron Fist continued to call the shots. Chu He. Hearing his own name, Chu He was not too surprised. Who made him the pillar of the killing? There is no way to escape. I'm used to it. He shrugged. Okay. Then it was time to kill the last S-level player. Tang Mingming. Taekwon pointed at him. I'm injured. The president was lazy by nature. Seeing him refuse, Tietuan's expression changed immediately. Before he could say something like, "Are we still brothers?" he nodded hurriedly. Go. 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 I'll go. I'll go. There were still 3 A-level DPS outputs left. All of them were old acquaintances. The remaining ones, who were not selected, were all sighing. Fortunately, they are not strong enough. If we can successfully receive the deerskin winter clothing from other guilds, it would be the best. We can have 2 more swing positions. 1 DPS, 1 healer. Iron Fist is also arranged. Yen Lulu and another A-level nurse Lianchao. If we can't receive it, 8 people will go up. Everyone knows that Iron Fist is crazy, but I didn't expect him to be so crazy. I wholeheartedly recommend him to the position of commander. I just want to see him build a high platform, see him entertain guests, and then see his building collapse. But after the meeting today, I guess there will be no banquet for the guests. The house collapsed too quickly. Wang Ping didn't move, but his ears moved. Oh my god, our guild needs 8 people to fight the Blood Wolf King. If we encounter this in the wild, will we fight the boss or the people? Although there are only 8 people, everyone is an elite, I think it should be okay. Aren't the Apocalypse elites? Anyway, the commander must have considered it poorly. Since we are going to fight the Blood Wolf King, why didn't he prepare deerskin winter clothes in advance? I heard that Tianqi was 1 step ahead and had hired many people to grab winter clothes. So we couldn't buy them. Is that true? The news is reliable. Many people from the guild are grabbing them at the same time. We have been tricked. And now we can only squeeze people. Just like the 8 warriors of the Wolf's Tooth. TSK. It seems that Iron Fist's level is really not good enough. Everyone in the guild was talking about it. The warehouse in Jianglan's charge has been transformed into a canteen. There are several dining tables inside. Members can order food. Guild members, who have registered their ingredients, can use their points to get half-price food. Snacks cost 10 points per serving. Vegetarian food costs 20 points per serving. Meat food costs 40 points per serving. For safety reasons, Jianglan did not inform guild members of the special effects of each dish. But she had eaten them first, so they would not harm her body. Now many people come to eat at her place. When talking about Iron Fist, they are all secretive. After all, Iron Fist was recommended by Jianglan. I didn't want to do it in the first place. The expectations of the guild members, the future of the guild, his personal future, were like 3 huge mountains, almost crushing him. Iron Fist was overwhelmed. At the table, Xian Chung, Zhou Yao, Xiao Lu were all silent. I'm sorry. Yen Lulu lowered her head. It was her suggestion to canvass for Iron Fist. It was also to repay him a favor. Unexpectedly, he was pushed into such a hopeless situation. I'm not blaming you. Iron Fist hits the head. I just hate myself for not being able to do it. Too stupid. Why didn't I think of it in advance? So stupid. So stupid. Braised wild boar meat. Jianglan put down the plate and pushed it in front of him. New dish. Try it? Compared with the impatience of the last black blizzard, this snow came too late. When the first black feather-like snowflake fell from the sky, the people of Tianqi were already squatting in several Wolf King camps, just waiting for the black blizzard to break out. Last time they came here to explore the map, they happened to run into the Blood Wolf King. And this time, they want to kill him. Become the first guild in the north to kill the Blood Wolf King. Just like when they killed the Doom Lord in the Sand Country. The guild warehouse has a large amount of deerskin cold-proof clothing, just like wholesale. Not only did they buy most of them all this time, they also bought the ones that were not used in the past from other guilds at a high price. Sufficient surplus. A team of 25 people. 2 per person. They can be changed and washed. While waiting for the black blizzard to break out, Qingqing didn't want to sit on the ground, so the young man took a horse stance, with his legs bent, and asked her to sit down. She turned the brush in her hand, and a face appeared in her mind. I wonder if he will come. On the other hand, the situation on the killing side was much worse. The 8-member elite team had not set off yet, and the 10-member exploration team went ahead. Of course, they didn't have blue-quality deerskin winter clothes, but they were all wearing green-quality winter clothes like Jianglan. It was shabby. Before the black blizzard broke out, the life of one piece was only 10 minutes. It was necessary to return to the shelter before the durability was exhausted. But fortunately, when not in combat, the damaged winter clothing could be replaced. So, each person carried 3 pieces in his pocket. It was important to save his life. After finding the coordinates of the Blood Wolf King, then convey the message to the elite group. Then the elite group would come to ambush nearby. Their strategy was not very bright. But after all, it was Apocalypse who provoked first. In order to survive, killing was done without regard for gentlemanly principles. To deal with villains, one must use villain methods. The original plan was to wait until Apocalypse had been reduced to 1/3 of its health. They would start from the dark and eliminate Apocalypse's men. At the moment when the boss's health bar turned red and gradually recovered, they took over the boss. There were many variables. The possibility of success was slim. But this was the only solution they had discussed at the time. No one objected. Even though the small group of killing elites had only 8 people, they had to face the large group of 25 people of Apocalypse. Now that you have decided to do this, don't think too much. Concentrate, just do it well. Fu Yao pinched her philtrum, looking for oxygen bottles all over the mall. The wind was howling, and the big funnel in the sky was rolling back. It started. The sky gradually darkened. In the dark night, 2 red lanterns hung in the sky. It was as terrifying as the first time I saw it. Zhou Yao's heart was beating like a drum. The Blood Wolf King. Once again, it appeared in front of her. I'm here. Coordinates 2343. After she sent this message in the guild channel, she quickly set out to evacuate. Her position was no longer safe. As one of the scouts sent by the Slaughter Guild, Zhou Yao had accomplished her mission brilliantly. Not far away, there were 3 members of the Apocalypse team waiting in ambush. And the Apocalypse people had sent people waiting in ambush to almost every Wolf King camp. Zhou Yao was no exception. Obviously, the members of the Apocalypse waiting in ambush would also send a message to other members of the Apocalypse as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhou Yao had to return to the camp set up by the Slaughter Guild not far away before the durability of the green winter suit ran out. We have to hurry before the people of Apocalypse arrive. Received. The atmosphere in the guild camp suddenly became tense. The boss coordinates are like a trap, luring everyone to move forward here. Ching Ching, the red lantern. The young man asked her to look. Ching Ching gritted her teeth. Idiot! That's the Blood Wolf King. She quickly sent the coordinates in the guild channel, 3564, but she saw that someone in the guild channel had already sent a coordinate. Black Duck. The Blood Wolf King spawned here, 2343. Black Duck, everyone come quickly. She was stunned. How can there be 2 coordinates? Chapter 23. Da Mingming, okay. I'll be there soon. Mingming is the name of the man with glasses, but he prefers to be called Da Mingming, which means, give me a pair of bright big eyes. The guild members are about to head to the coordinates provided by Black Duck. Ching Ching, the Blood Wolf King is with me. 3564, where are you going? The members of Black Duck's team are new members of the guild, and they have only been members for a week, and they have just caught up with the killing of the Blood Wolf King, and they were the first to discover the Blood Wolf King. How can they not be excited? But the excitement didn't last long. The direction of the guild channel changed. Ah? There are 2 coordinates? Who is this Black Duck who sent the coordinates? Why haven't I heard of him? I haven't heard of him either. Does our guild have this person? Isn't he a spy sent by Slaughter? Is he reporting the coordinates falsely? I choose to believe Ching Ching. How could Ching Ching lie? Me too. Let's go. Go to the coordinates given by Ching Ching. I'm on the way. Ching Ching. Wait a minute. We'll be there soon. Huh? Ching Ching closed the chat box. What is Black Duck? Even if he also spawned a Blood Wolf King, they all had to come to her, to fight the one in front of her. Many people who were halfway to Black Duck, after seeing the new message in the guild channel, immediately chose to turn back and go to another coordinate. Captain, why do you want to listen to Ching Ching? We are almost there. Some members of Apocalypse were confused. The members of the Apocalypse Northern Branch were composed of two parts. One part came from the hometown of Sand Country. Most of them were managers and development personnel. And there were also some strong fighters. The other part is new recruits from the north. They come from the north, or other places. They are not clear about the complex network of relationships within the Apocalypse Guild. Don't ask too much. The captain of this team came from the Sand Country, and happened to know something. She was very secretive. We just do what Ching Ching said, and don't offend her. Seeing that the captain had spoken, the team member could only shut up. What's going on? Brother Black Duck. After waiting for a long time, no one came. It seems that everyone in the guild went to the coordinates provided by the person named Ching Ching. The man who spoke was strong. And there was a faint spike halo around him. What do you mean? We are going to? The output in the team suggested. No. Black Duck's temper came up. It was obviously him who sent the coordinates first. Okay. Then you wait here slowly. I'm leaving. The output left as soon as he said he would. Hey! The Thornhair shouted twice. But the man ignored him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the darkness. Why are the people of Apocalypse like this? The Thornhair was deeply frustrated. After all, they were top-level A-rated players. And their abilities were rare. He was a frontline tank with anti-injury. And his big brother Black Duck could cast a battle recovery array. The two of them together were considered half of the output. In the north, everywhere they went, they were scrambled for. I didn't expect that when they came to Apocalypse, the people in this guild didn't take them seriously at all. They didn't know what they were doing. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to kill. I heard that the atmosphere in their guild is pretty good. Thorny Hair couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The management of the Killing Guild had reserved a place for them. As a result, they had been away for a month and hadn't gone. As soon as they arrived in the north, they went straight to Apocalypse. A few days ago, the old guy had sent him a message to ask about the situation, but he was too embarrassed to reply. Killing? Black Duck was immediately unhappy when he heard Thorny Hair's words. Going to Killing would be even worse. Killing doesn't even have deerskin winter clothes, and it's almost bankrupt. It's a good thing I didn't go. The decision to join Apocalypse was made by Black Duck. When Thorny first said this, isn't it the same as accusing him of making the wrong decision? It's hard to back down. Even if he was wrong, he could only keep making mistakes. When Black Duck yelled at him, his face was pursed with grievance. It's the same in every guild, Thorny Fur. Seeing this, Black Duck also felt that his words were too harsh, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. We are newcomers, and it's inevitable that we will be humiliated, but when we achieve some results in the future, they will know how powerful we are, and won't dare to look down on us. Yeah. The prickly hair was easy to coax, and he was no longer uncomfortable. Let's go to another coordinate. Black Duck stood up. We can still catch up with the boss if we go now. After all, the first kill of the Blood Wolf King in the north is by Apocalypse. After the boss is defeated, we can also share the rewards. With that, the two of them left. In the dark, Tang Ming Ming clenched his fists tightly. Are these the two little bastards that Wang Laoping spent 30,000 yuan to reserve the function and waited for? Tai Quan nodded up and down, his eyes flickering in the darkness. Tell him, if he dares to waste points again, he will be forbidden to eat. It is a terrible thing to be forbidden to eat in the Killing Guild. Wang Ping, you might as well kill me, Tai Quan exclaimed. The president has started to calculate carefully? Old Ku is possessed? You don't know how expensive it is if you don't manage the household. Under the bankruptcy crisis, Tang Ming Ming has grown up. Now, not only Tianqi, but also Killing has confirmed the matter of 2 coordinate points. Xian Chung was hiding at Ching Ching's spot. He had just retreated when the Apocalypse army arrived. If he had been a second late, he would have collided with Bo Xiao face to face. It was a close call. The Killing Guild had no suspicion. They soon understood that. In today's Black Blizzard, 2 Blood Wolf Kings had appeared. This situation had never happened before. But it was not ruled out that such a situation would indeed exist. After all, they knew very little about this game world. For example, Jianwan. Are we still going according to the original plan? Iron Fist, everyone. Come, 23, 43, go straight to the Blood Wolf King. This is the second plan. The premise is that Apocalypse gives up fighting with Slaughter for the boss. Slaughter fights from the beginning to the end. 0.001% probability. It happened. It was presented in another way. The 8-man team is here. Before Iron Fist starts to fight the monster, he says to Fu Yao. It's all up to you this time. Stop talking nonsense. Fu Yao casts a healing circle. The green lotus light encloses everyone in it. Unprecedented vitality filled the whole body, making people's vitality doubled. Open! Fu Yao frowned. The roar of the Blood Wolf King tore the night sky. Hiss! 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 Xian Chung was shivering with cold. He pulled down the curtain of the big tent. He flicked the black snowflakes on his shoulders. They fell to the ground and turned into black slime. Disgusting. The scouts' mission was successfully completed. Now they were all resting in the big tent. The rest of the things were all left to the 8 gods. Jianlan sat on a small stool, drinking steaming hot tea. Yanlulu buried her face in the big bowl, which contained sweet and fragrant tremella and lotus seed soup. Damn! Sister Lan is cooking for Lulu again. Xian Chung was jealous. If you go out to help later, I'll give you some, too. Jianlan smiled. Go out to help. Please. It's a black blizzard outside. He didn't want to turn into a frozen dumpling in 0.08 seconds. But, is there any special effect? He sneaked up to Jianlan and asked. Is it what she drank? He was afraid that others would hear it. No. Yanlulu heard it. She licked her lips. Looked up at him. It's just delicious. Pure delicious. Isn't that courting death? Xian Chung stood up suddenly and said to Jianlan, Don't learn to be a living devil like Iron Fist. I won't go. Then don't go. Zhou Yao was sitting on the ground changing her equipment. She took out the shoes she would wear when fighting. Captain. You? Xian Chung was stunned. You're working for Jianlan just for a meal? How come you're greedier than me? Jianlan fell into silence. Yanlulu fell into silence. Zhou Yao couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, clamping Xian Cheng's neck with his arms. Open your eyes and see clearly. Xian Chung couldn't breathe. The green quality winter clothes he was wearing were taken off. The moment he landed, the attribute text jumped out. His eyes widened suddenly. He was wearing a green quality winter suit and came back as fast as he could. However, even if he was faster, his clothes were more or less stained with black snow. At this time, the durability of the green winter suit was still 100%. It was the same as new. How could it be possible? A total of 25 people in Tianqi were fighting the Blood Wolf King boss. There were 3 more people than the optimal solution. The boss's health bar was ticking down. 2 wolf howls of the same frequency were heard in the air. After overlapping, one loud and one soft sound came one after another. Are all our people here? Bo Xiao felt something was wrong. Why are there still wolf howling sounds? Did they kill 2 Blood Wolf Kings? 23. 43, there should be another team there. Su Rou said. No. They are all here. De Mingming had just counted the number of people. What? Bo Xiao came back to his senses. In this case, the wolf howling sounds coming from the other side must be the killing people. And they are fighting calmly and leisurely. As far as he knew, Sha Lu only had 8 deerskin winter clothes. That is to say, there were only 8 people at the boss's place. 8 people to fight? Why? He had put in so much effort, just to kill Sha Lu. How could a guild that was suppressed to the point of bankruptcy be qualified to fight the Blood Wolf King with Tianqi? And each of them got one? What a dream. Take 2 teams over. Bo Zhao's air blast technique, released on the boss, caused 9,999 more damage. He said to De Mingming lightly. Fighting a boss is inherently dangerous. If you die accidentally, it's normal. Right? What do you think? These few words made De Mingming's heart jump. He instantly understood what Bo Xiao meant. He gritted his teeth and selected 2 teams of people, a total of 10. He took them on the road. The Blood Wolf King on the killing side, although his health dropped slower than that of Tianqi, at least it was steadily decreasing. The boss's big combo was released, making the blood of the 8-man group drop. But before it hit the bottom, it started to rise again like a spring. It kept a reassuring value. After going back and forth a few times, it could no longer shake the team members' hearts. If they continued to fight at this pace, they might really be able to defeat the Blood Wolf King. The most important thing is that they only have 1 nurse. She nursed him. Awesome. When the Iron Fist exchanged revenge, they took the time to chat. You usually look so ugly, but you are really good. But Fuyo didn't have time to chat with him. It's true that the bloodline is stable now, because the last killer move of the Blood Wolf King, Glacier Upside Down, hasn't been used yet. She can only fill up the blood of all the team members as soon as possible. At least before that move comes out. Everyone be careful, Glacier upside down. Xiaowen is now a vengeful person. He can see it most clearly. Before he finished speaking, 5 ice lights spewed out from the mouth of the Blood Wolf King, flying randomly to 5 unlucky guys. Damn it! Fuyu saw that saliva ice coming towards her. Tang Mingning was not hit. He spread out the thawing talisman in his hand like a deck of cards. Great or not. I bought it with my own money. Seeing the icy light heading towards Fuyao, Tang Mingming was about to throw the talisman at her to thaw. But the moment the light landed on Fuyao, it disappeared. What? Not frozen? Not only Fuyao, but the other 4 people who were hit were also unharmed. Tang Mingming quietly put the talisman in his pocket again. He summoned a fire demon. Confused. Is everyone okay? Xiaowen couldn't look back now. It's okay. Very good. I'm fine too. Without time to think, Fuyao continued to devote herself to the exciting work of healing people, watching the boss's health gradually decreasing. The 8 people were very stable. It's the management of Demingming, am I seeing this correctly? No one was frozen by the upside-down glacier. All of this was seen by the 10-man harassment team of Apocalypse lurking in the dark. The Blood Wolf King boss, on their side, had already used the upside-down glacier several times. 5 people were punished to stand each time, no more. No less. Damn it! Demingming slapped the snow-covered stone beside him. What kind of shit luck is this? He was frozen just now, and now his head is still cold, like ice cream. He originally wanted to attack them while they were frozen. What should he do now? In order to harass and kill, Bo Xiao directly asked him to draw out half of his people. If he returns without success, he doesn't know how he will stay in Tianqi. Never mind, let's go now. It happened in a flash. 10 people from Apocalypse jumped out from behind some boulders. Hey, aren't these good friends of Slaughter? How are you? Demingming grinned. Oh, are you fighting the boss? Do you need help? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The people from Apocalypse are here. They are really despicable. This scene seems familiar now. By the way, isn't this the original plan A? Okay, help me. An A-level damage dealer of the Slaughter was extremely angry. Please help me get out of here. These Apocalypse dogs are just haunting me. You are being too polite. The swordsman of the Apocalypse ignored them. He raised his sword and swung it. A sword energy flew towards the direction of the Slaughter. I like to help others. The sword energy hit the main tank Xiaowen. Ah! Xiaowen shouted in response. The tiger's body was shocked. Shit! Whose ability is the 1,000 years of killing? HP, minus 3463. Adding the damage that the boss had just dealt to him, Xiaowen's HP was instantly reduced to a quarter. Fuyao was so scared that she gasped. Hey! Missed the target, the swordsman said innocently. He was actually aiming. Did the people of Apocalypse really take action? Are they going to cause another guild melee? Why are you all standing there? Demingming cleared his throat and prepared to activate the Lion's Roar ability. He said to the people around Apocalypse. Go and help the Brothers of Slaughter to fight the boss. Okay. Don't worry, Brothers of Slaughter, I will help you well. I think the boss will definitely want to try this. The so-called helping to beat the boss is actually beating people. Right? Fuyao's throat tasted bloody. She was a little overdrawn. Huh? Why not help the Nani first? I see she's having a hard time. Okay. Okay, hee. In an instant, countless attack skills flew towards Fuyu. She held her breath and subconsciously stepped back. At this moment, a stream of light defense wall rose up, blocking Fuyu in front of her. That was Iron Fist's ability. Xiaowen was still attracting the boss's hatred, so he could only delay as much as possible. If the hatred was broken, the boss would be full of blood. All the previous efforts would be wasted. Fuyao gave Xiaowen a lotus flower that continued to add blood. Added 865. Added 757. Added 978. His blood volume was recovering at a snail's pace. Oh my god! Xiaowen's eyes went dark. It was almost like weaning, so he had to rely on himself. He started to reduce the damage severely. Because Iron Fist sighed, the situation was not good. A huge amount of damage came crashing down. Tang Mingming can only summon a spirit creature of one attribute at a time. He just summoned the offensive spirit creature Flame Demon. The time is not up yet, and he can't summon anything else. He was so anxious. Tang Mingming, you hurry up and disappear. Flame Demon, I'm not your favorite little baby now. Tang Mingming, I have to protect my big baby now. Blood loss period. Iron Fist's health is like riding a roller coaster. Minus 3255, minus 2323, minus 8656. Plus 12313, plus 578, minus 2341, minus 5156, minus 9992. Plus 10321, plus 931. Nade Fuyao is about to cry. Even though Iron Fist is a very tanky frontline, even though his healing ability is very strong. But Apocalypse's attack is too fierce. There are too many people. Iron Fist can't last more than 10 seconds. Now Apocalypse's people are just attacking Iron Fist together, because the output of the killing has not started yet. If the output of the killing also starts, it will be the fuse that triggers a big melee. She can't heal everyone. Besides, there is only Iron Fist now. Looking at Iron Fist's bloodline, that can't be healed no matter what. Fuyao gradually despaired. He would die. He would be the first to die. Even with the blood-locking amulet, he could only be invincible for 3 seconds. If the people of Apocalypse wanted to kill them, it would be easy. It was impossible to resist, and there was no need to resist anymore. Is the front row of A level so tough? The people of Apocalypse lost their patience. Minus 22,769. I don't know who has made a difference, and the critical hit tripled the damage. Plus 876. Fuyao's big plus is still a little short. Taekwon only had 404 HP left. Her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Please! Don't die. At this time, a green healing chain poured into Tietuan's body from the back. Added 3,654. Gave him a big shot. Fuya took this opportunity to raise Tietuan's HP by 1/3 at once. This 3,000 plus healing, although not as much as Fuyao's, but among nurses, it is also a big increase. Xinqing jumped out with a medical gun in his hand, and whispered in Tietuan's ear. Commander Tai, you are so handsome, who are you trying to charm? Chapter 24. As soon as Xi and Chung finished speaking, several figures appeared beside them. Other members of the Killing Guild arrived. So many people beat one person, where is their face? It's obvious that they have no shame. Apocalypse dogs are the most shameless. Boss, are you okay? How dare you beat our boss? Tijia army also jumped out one by one. Those who were in the front row immediately built a defense line, and surrounded the members of the Killing Guild in the back row. A copper wall and an iron wall, airtight. Not even a mosquito could fly in. I think he wants to die in the line of duty. Wang Ping choked. What are you pretending for? Want to be a hero? Let everyone remember him forever. That's really great. Wang Ping didn't want to come at first, but when he went out, he found that the durability really didn't drop. So he decided to come and take a look. Several healing waves flowed. Lian Chao and several other nurses healed Iron Fist's health in a few strokes. The buffs were added everywhere. The people of the Killing Guild, a dark mass, with the light of the boss's skills at first glance. It looked like a line of ghost soldiers. It was terrifying. I can't count the number. I'm afraid that as long as the legs can move, they are all here. Right? De Mingming was sweating coldly. His voice was trembling. Am I dreaming? It's not a dream, it's real. A member of the Apocalypse Guild swallowed his saliva. The boss's health was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The new members of the Killing Guild immediately joined the ranks of fighting the boss, and the Apocalypse Guild realized that something was wrong. There was no time to care about why all the members of the Killing Guild were dispatched. Just assume that they were risking their lives, or that they spent a lot of points to buy some special effect capsules and pills in the mall. None of this matters. A terrible thing has already happened. The Blood Wolf King of the Slaughter Guild fought faster than their Apocalypse. Retreat. Go back to the base to get reinforcements. De Mingming made a prompt decision. The 10 people turned around and wanted to leave. Sizzle. 5 icy lights spewed out of the Blood Wolf King's mouth. Its CD is ready. The Ice River said that it would randomly target 5 unlucky players. But in fact, the probability of targeting players with low freezing resistance is higher. So, in the backs of the 10 Apocalypse Guild members, who turned around and left, there are 5 of them, which turned into ice cubes. Justice from heaven? De Mingming manages it. De Mingming manages it. De Mingming wants to cry, but has no tears, and the familiar feeling of freezing his brain comes back. Is this even possible? At the northern branch of the Apocalypse Guild, more than 20 remaining members of the Apocalypse Guild are changing their equipment. Haha, the sun is rising from the west. Didn't they say that the Blood Wolf King can be defeated by 25 people? Why do they need these low-level shrimps now? The more people participate in the boss battle, the less rewards each person actually gets. Of course, they wanted to join in before, but the guild had no intention of bringing them along from the beginning. After all, the Apocalypse Guild was a guild for those in the power center, and had nothing to do with the little shrimps at the bottom like them. The man who came to the base to call people was a strong man with thick eyebrows. He threw his deerskin winter clothes at the faces of the remaining guild members, like throwing away garbage. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. It seemed that he was afraid that they would not obey his orders, so he came to call them in person. Manager Tong, a member, raised his hand weakly. I don't want the reward, can I not go? His panda eyes were already showing. Obviously, his sleep value was close to red. He needed to get more sleep urgently. If he participated in the battle now, not only would his combat power not be fully exerted, but his sleep value would also drop faster, which would then threaten his life. Don't you understand what I'm saying? All go! Tong Dachong shouted at Panda Eyes. I don't care what reasons you have. I'm putting it here today, whoever doesn't go, will be kicked out of the guild immediately. He also glanced around, to show his threat. I mean what I say. Panda Eyes dared not say a word. He was only a B-level fighter, and it was not easy for him to enter the apocalypse. He must not be kicked out of the guild. He hurriedly opened the mall and found the sleeping potion. 999 points. He was bleeding, but he had to buy it. After drinking it, the sleep value will not decrease within 3 hours. The side effect is that it takes 2 days and 2 nights of sleep to make up for it. Slave owners in the old society would not do this. Yes, they don't think of us when they have benefits, but they work us to death when there is work to do. The two with a slightly worse temper were dissatisfied and complained in a low voice. Stop talking, do you want to die? Someone next to him kindly reminded him. It was too late. LV Yukai has been kicked out of the guild. Kong Xinghua has been kicked out of the guild. The Wolf King camp is in a low position, with a few small hills behind it. Under the dark night sky, a ray of light shone on the cliff. Looking from a distance, it looked like a star. If you look closer, you will find 2 people standing there. This star is the lantern held by one of them. The North. I haven't been back for many years, and it's still the same. I heard that is the new Scourge boss in the North. With this amount of health, is it worthy of being called S-level? People in the North have lived too comfortably, so they have always been so weak. The man holding the lantern talked a lot, and didn't care whether his companions responded or not. He just talked to himself. How weak can a guild that can host a natural disaster boss be? His companion finally responded. Under the light, his eyes glowed emerald green. He was not like an ordinary person. Bilyo, I never knew that you would be the kind of person who looked down on others. The lantern man crossed his hands into his wide sleeves, and the lamp pole was tucked in his arms. Of course, it's because I saw an old acquaintance. Lantern Ghost, Bilyo said. In the distance, the supernatural lightning released by the members of the Killing Guild when they fought the Blood Wolf King made that small area as bright as day. It also made it possible for people to see clearly the long-range output of a man aiming at the boss from 20 yards away. He would never forget this person in his life. Your old acquaintance? The Lantern Ghost was very interested. Your old acquaintance as well. Bilyo turned around and read out the 2 words. The Lantern Ghost was obviously shocked. He? Are you kidding? How could he be here? The Lantern Ghost didn't believe it. Then why did you and I come to the Northland? Bilyo asked. The Lantern Man thought about it and said, Indeed? Then evil thoughts came to him. Tell me, what will happen if I steal his boss? Bilyo didn't care. You can steal it. Anyway, I won't do it. He raised his hand slightly, and it was clear. You have fought with him. I think he won't forget what your special ability is. Bilyo laughed mischievously. Pa! Dengue spat. Is he letting him do the monkey show while he just watches the fun? It would be meaningless if he did all the bad things by himself. Even if the whole guild came to seek revenge, it would not matter. But that person, he did not want to face him again. Boring, let's go. The wind was howling, and there were supernatural fluctuations in the air. A long-range output of the Killing Guild looked sideways. The hill not far away fell into darkness again. There was nothing there. The 2 Blood Wolf King bosses were being beaten by the guild players at the same time. They were not only for the massive points, for the rare items, but also for face, for the honor of the guild. It's a fight for dignity. Come on. Everyone. Whether you can slap Apocalypse depends on this time. Go. Brothers. The crowd on the killing side was excited, and everyone used all their strength. They knew very well that they were not hitting the Blood Wolf King, but the Apocalypse King. The health of both bosses was only the last 2 million. Apocalypse was also very anxious. Drink the boost potion quickly. Fight violently, don't slack off, that guy. Vice President. I'm sorry. It's too dark. I didn't see clearly that it was you. Bo Zhao's hand hurt. It was fatal to fight the whole time. Unlike other power output users, he could use weapons to attack the boss. He took the blade with his bare hands. The power carrier is just a small ring. The damage is high, and the cost is also high. He pinched his wrist, preparing to charge up for a big one. At present, it seems that the killing side is still faster. After he finishes this move, it may not be the case. At this moment, a sky lantern floated from the night sky. It landed between the eyes of the Blood Wolf King. What is that? Someone with sharp eyes noticed. Who released the sky lantern? Are you still interested in the scenery? No, it's on fire. Bang! 3 seconds after the sky lantern fell, it exploded on the spot. It scared everyone in Apocalypse. The smoke and dust dissipated, bringing a good news and a bad news. The good news is, the Blood Wolf King only has 200,000 HP left. The bad news is, the Blood Wolf King's health bar turned gray. It looked like the boss would die within 10 seconds. In the end, it was to help others. Stop it! Bo Zhao shouted. No one dared to fight again. After waiting for 3 seconds, the boss's health bar turned red again. The health volume also increased back to 2 million. A snicker came from the air. Ha ha ha, just a joke. You are a big guild, you shouldn't be so petty as me. Right? Bye bye. The boss's health bar has not changed at all. This is a crude trick. But if you hit it when the health bar is gray, I don't know what will happen. Apocalypse is slow to begin with, and someone is playing a prank. The health of the boss was left far behind by the slaughter in an instant. Hit! Bo Zhao's arm veins bulged. Even if it's not the first kill, at least this one, they can still kill it. And the Blood Wolf King of the slaughter only has the last 100,000 health left. Sister Lan. Touch the boss. Yen Lulu hurried over. The boss is going to die. Jian Lan hid behind a big tree. Tai Quan told her to stand farther away, otherwise, with her health, the boss could kill her with a sneeze. Jian Lan had no weapon. She just picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the boss from a distance. As long as the boss lost even a drop of blood, she would get experience. But 2 huge words appeared above the boss's head. Immunity. Jian Lan fell into silence. It's too late. Yen Lulu embraced Jian Lan, activated her supernatural power to teleport behind the boss. Let Jian Lan hold her sickle. Then, she turned the sickle. Minus 3,975. There is a value. The blood volume gradually decreased. 123,786, 82675, for 63.0. The blood tank finally reached the bottom. The sky was bright. Several rays of light burst out from the body of the Blood Wolf King. It roared to the sky unwillingly. At the same time, the black blizzard also ended. The giant body fell down with a bang, spattering sticky black snow. Jian Lan looked into the eyes like red lanterns. The dark night passed, symbolizing the arrival of light. The huge eyeballs reflected Jian Lan's figure, and her calm eyes. From this moment on, the fate of everyone has been rewritten. The Blood Wolf King of Tianqi has 20,000 HP left. Only one skill is missing. The boss suddenly disappeared. The people in the guild were left looking at each other. Then, the whole territory was notified. Congratulations to Slaughter Guild for killing the S-level Scourge boss Blood Wolf King. Players involved: Tai Quan, Fu Yao, Chu He, Tang Ming Ming. A large banner appeared on the light computer interface of all players in the North Territory, dominating the screen for 5 minutes, like a rogue software, and it couldn't be turned off. The names of the members of the Slaughter Guild were listed, rolling in a carousel. Oh my god, I found myself. Me too. Wow, I can even be notified to the whole server to be on the list. This is so cool. Arranged in order of time of joining the battle. The last name is Jian Lan. Sister Lan, I see you. Yen Lulu was very excited. Have you upgraded? Jian Lan's smile was uglier than crying. Yes, I have upgraded. She showed her interface to Yen Lulu. Yen Lulu was silent. Jian Lan's current health value is 10 points. Upgraded 1 level, but only added 1 drop of blood. Chapter 25. Yin Lulu said. How come the HP has changed from single digits to double digits? Jianlan was speechless. Logic genius, thank you, I was comforted. The Blood Wolf King boss reward points, directly deposited into the Killing Guild account. Like an angel investment, Mr. Ku was so excited that tears flowed down his face. All the guild members were excited, crying with joy, hugging and jumping for joy. It's the new year, it's the new year. The management and the gang members counted the piles of spoils together. There is no need to worry about people from other guilds coming to grab it, because the reward is only visible to players who participated in the kill. And others are not even qualified to take a look. Fu Yao sat on the snow and was about to collapse. She survived alone and proved herself. But she would never gamble like this again. Chuhi stretched his muscles, and even he felt a little weak. It was really tiring to complete the whole game. He pinched the back of his neck. Suddenly, a slight click sounded in his ears. He glanced over there. A few piles of snow slid down from the pine branches on the left. They fell on the snow. Is there someone? A petite figure was running in the snow. She didn't dare to stop until she was 1,000 meters away from the scene. She just supported her thighs with her hands to take a breath. Her body felt lighter, and the camera hanging around her neck moved upwards. She subconsciously looked up. The person in front of her was tall, like a windproof wall, with a bright red headband fluttering on his head. He was holding her camera, flipping through it at will. Give it back to me. Jixiang stretched out her hand to grab it. But Chuhi was tall and had long arms. He raised the camera slightly upwards, and Jixiang couldn't reach it even if she jumped. Damn it! Are you taking a sneak shot of me? Chuhi looked down at her. I was just taking a picture of the scenery. Jixiang was stubborn. Chuhi turned the screen around to show her. After beating the Blood Wolf King, he was on top in various poses. He took more than one picture. It seems that the truth about who took the photo that caused a stir on the forum last time is clear. Facts speak louder than words. Did you get my consent before taking my picture? Chuhi looked cold and arrogant. Do you know how much I paid for a photo? Jixiang saw that she couldn't get it, crossed her arms. She responded stubbornly. Before she entered the game, she was an internationally famous photographer. How many people begged her to take pictures, and they had appointments for at least several months. Is it valuable? Chuhi pretended to be enlightened. Then this camera should be worth a lot of money too. I stole it. He pretended to put it in his clothes. Jixiang panicked. She was able to join the big guild on the list, all because of her ability to collect folk songs from all over the place. And the camera was bought by the guild, so she couldn't afford to pay for it if anything went wrong. Buying a camera not only requires a huge amount of points, but also some rare currencies, which are not easy to get. Bandit! Hooligan! Jixiang cried and cursed. Her nose was red when she cursed, and it was cute. Then apologized to me. Chuhi took out the camera again. You violated the privacy rights of citizens. Jixiang didn't expect to meet such a fool. He just wanted an apology. This is not Blue Star, who cares about this? Besides, Jixiang's tone became more and more aggrieved, and she clicked on a screenshot on the light brain. On the picture, it was Chuhi's custom avatar. His famous scene of eating grass. I think you are also quite enjoying it, Jixiang said faintly. Chuhi was exposed on the spot, his face turned black. Don't worry about whether I am happy or not. He wasn't really angry, but he still looked unhappy. Do you want your camera back? Yes. Jixiang nodded frantically. Then you have to promise me 3 things. Okay. I promise. Jixiang didn't even think about it. Chuhi didn't believe it. Swear first. Swear by your artistic talent in this life. The next life. And the next life. You're so cruel. Jixiang hung the camera around her neck and followed Chuhi back obediently. The Blood Wolf King had almost finished counting all the supplies and was preparing to retreat. Chuhi went over and said a few words to the president. Tang Mengmeng was shocked. Asked the management to gather all the members of the Killing Guild immediately. Jixiang squatted on the ground, supporting her cheek with her palm. She looked like she had lost all hope in life. What? Take a group photo. Wow, it feels like team building. This is my first time taking photos in the game. Our optical computers don't have a camera function. Everyone stood in a chat. Jianlan walked over, originally wanting to find a corner position to be in the photo. Who knew, as soon as she passed by, everyone stood to her left and right, surrounding her in the middle. She instantly became the center from the edge. Chuhi stood to the left of Jianlan, smug. Xiao Lu's shotgun was hung horizontally from the back, directly poking him in the back shoulder. The man stood lightly to the right of Jianglan. Chu Yi's eyes widened. What's wrong? Then, he also carried his weapon horizontally on his back, preparing to poke back. Ji Xiang looked at this absurd scene. From the perspective of the photographer, I really want to curse. You too. She pointed at Chu Yi. Then at Xiao Lu. Get out of here. There was no other way. When taking pictures, the photographer was the boss. Two people who were nearly 1.9 meters tall stood in the second row, blocking the faces of the people in the last row. They had no manners. Behind Chu Yi was Li Peng. When taking pictures, his idol stood in front of him, and he felt a little excited. It's okay, Brother Chu. I'm willing to be the man behind you. It doesn't matter whether you show your face or not, he thought to himself. Chu Yi looked at him, smiling. Please move over. Okay. The people on both sides immediately made way for him, creating a place for him. Xiao Lu did not speak, and quietly walked to the place Xi and Chung had left for him. You are weird. Xi and Chung was suspicious. I think so too. Zhou Yao rarely agreed with Xi and Chung. After everyone stood in place, Ji Xiang raised the camera. Almost all members of the Killing Guild were present, except for a few who had not yet been expelled from the guild, those who had second thoughts and were not in line with the group, or those who were too badly injured in the last battle with the Blood Wolf King, and whose legs were broken and still not healed. The shudder of Ji Xiang freezes this moment. No one knows that in the days ahead, this group of people in the north will shine in all areas of the apocalypse, and even, eventually change the world. Ah, I'm so angry, I'm so disappointed. Upon seeing the photo in the guild channel, a certain man who was lying in the guild to recover from his injuries beat his chest and stamped his feet. What about me? I left my buddy behind. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, I'll Photoshop it in for you. A guild member, who was close to him, patted his head to comfort him. Just do it. 10 minutes later, the member's head was successfully added to the photo. It was a success. It was just that the photo editing person's skills were too poor, so it looked a bit like a flying head barbarian. After such a long battle, everyone was expected to be tired. So, the managers let the members have a good rest first. Then they held a commendation meeting to celebrate, and reward them according to their merits. The atmosphere of the review meeting on the Tianqi side was not so relaxed and happy. Of course, it was not like the Killing side. Unless there were any accidents, all members would attend the meeting. The participants of Tianqi are always the few people in power. At this moment, the managers are accepting the violent rage of Vice President Bo Xiao. He crushed 5 vases in a row, and the cheapest one cost 80,000 points. Make them. Make them as much as you can. If you crush the vases, you can't crush their heads. What's going on? Bo Xiao vented his emotions and began to ask questions. Where did they get the deerskin winter clothes? He pointed the finger at the man with glasses. De Mingming was sweating coldly. He was fully responsible for this matter. Now that something went wrong, he would definitely be in trouble. It should be, it seems, maybe he didn't wear a deerskin winter coat. He was getting less and less confident as he spoke. No! How could he walk around in the black blizzard without wearing any? Bo Xiao was really furious. Are they all GMs? Cheating. Right? GM means game administrator, but they didn't know whether there was a GM in this world. After all, I haven't encountered it yet. Really, I haven't received any news that they have traded deerskin winter clothes. De Mingming was about to cry. All the existing deerskin winter clothes are almost in their warehouse. Is it possible that they bought pills from the mall? An administrator couldn't stand it anymore and gave another guess. If they took the pills, it is indeed possible to withstand the black blizzard for a short time. However, the prices all start at 5 figures. They are almost bankrupt. How can they have points to buy medicine? Suro didn't believe it. She had checked it long ago. Kuifenbei didn't trade with them again. It is impossible to get points to support killing. Maybe some guild members are selfless, and they can get their own small treasury? The young man always showed his white teeth. That would cost hundreds of thousands. Qingqing glanced at him. Do you have it, and are willing to donate it? Don't be funny. Awu twitched his lips. He was talking nonsense. Okay. It shouldn't be that he took pills. A swordsman who followed De Mingming to harass the killing man and fight the boss said he had paid special attention to it. There is no medicine icon displayed in the killing man's battle status bar. It's not in the battle status bar. Maybe it's in the life status bar. Awu continued. There was a memory stuck in his mind. Life status bar? Qingqing sneered. Do you mean? They are blessed by the gods after they wake up? Or do you mean they usually bathe with holy water? The buffs in the life status bar are related to daily life actions, such as eating, sleeping, bathing, while the buffs in the battle status bar are related to combat skills and mall items. Rabbit. These two words suddenly popped out of Wu's mouth. Everyone present was stunned. What did you say? Bo Xiao frowned, seeing everyone staring at him. Ah Wu was under great pressure and could only bite the bullet and continue. They caught a lot of wild rabbits. With this reminder, everyone more or less remembered something. Indeed, before the boss battle, the killers hunted everywhere, peeled tree bark, and picked wild fruits. They made a lot of jokes. At that time, I thought they couldn't afford the nutrient solution. Now it seems that something is wrong. Could it be that eating the food in the world really brought special effects? No way. A road I never expected. Things in the world are poisonous. Maybe after the poison is gone, it will have special functions. For a while, the Tianqi managers speculated wildly and talked about it. Bo Xiao clenched the handle of the chair. Go find it for me. That night, a post was quietly posted on the North Border Forum. At first, not many people saw it, but the rapid increase in clicks made the popularity of this post rise like a rocket. The picture was a group of people's buttocks. The title was in big, bold font. One day, the guild that started with the word suspected of failing in the arms race lost all their underwear, and all members went up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Chapter 26. June's death came so fast. At first, it was the members of the Slaughter Guild who were ridiculed by the crowd. Now, the person who was publicly executed was changed to Apocalypse. There were many IDs that I had never seen before commenting on this post. Those top spectators, who were the most enthusiastic in the posts related to the Slaughter Guild, now disappeared and were nowhere to be found. They are a bit busy now. A pile of ingredients were placed in the high-end, grand, and upscale guild hall of the Apocalypse Guild. At first glance, it looks like a farmer's market. Bringing things back is a small matter. If they are seen and photographed by people from other guilds, it would be embarrassing at most. But if they are really allowed to taste it, it would be fatal. The air seemed to be stagnant. In order to verify whether the ingredients in the world have special effects, all the members of Apocalypse took turns to fight. Of course, the guild is not completely black-hearted. It guarantees that the members will be reimbursed for the medicine, at least to save their lives. After personal attempts, they also confirmed that the rumor that the rabbit meat was made of toilet paper soaked in water was not groundless. Even if the fire ability cooked it, the unspeakable taste made people want to die on the spot. Oh my god! I can't see! He put a green fruit into his mouth and chewed it. 3 seconds later, the member Ziwei was possessed and ran around the room blindly. Demingming said, "Hurry up and give him the antidote. Help him go back and rest." Ah! My throat feels like it's burning. Another one pinched his neck and vomited for a long time. But nothing came out. Antidote. Antidote. Demingming was sweating profusely. It was not a good idea to keep trying like this. The enemy hadn't made a move yet, and they already had a room full of wounded soldiers. Others saw that as long as they felt unwell, they could go to rest immediately. But if it was too resistant, they might have to try the next one. Don't worry about whether they really ate it or not. The number of wounded was increasing. One even fainted, foaming at the mouth, and his limbs twitched. It is said that he ate colored mushrooms. Demingming was sweating. He was really brave. He dared to eat the mushrooms. Anyway, the vice president was not watching him, so he just pretended. He was a sincere child. But since he fainted, in this case, the antidote would be useless. He had to vomit out the contents of his stomach. Bring me some golden water. Demingming frowned. What is golden water? The people around him were confused. Go to the toilet to find it. A medical miracle. The person lying on the ground had a last gasp. In this situation, those who were still willing to stay in Apocalypse, except for those in the hometown of Sand Country, were players with weaker abilities. There were also some players who were quite popular and had good relationships with management. In just half a day, 5 people quit the guild. 2 S level and 3 A level. Although the rest of the people had not quit, they were all complaining in their hearts. They would rather fight to the death with the killers than test the poison with their own bodies. In the end, Tianqi did not find any special ingredients. This ridiculous farce ended. The reason for the end was not that Bo Xiao had compassion and cared for the people in the guild, but that he finally saw the post. Asshole. Bo Xiao slapped the handle of the chair. Their guild has always been domineering. Even in the Sand Country, they have never lost such a big person in the forum. Was it that the wind collector from Yeyue did it? He could vaguely guess. Due to the lack of information between regions, in order to understand the situation in various places, the top few guilds in the World Center will send out explorers. They are usually equipped with cameras and other recording devices. Only super large guilds that are not short of points and resources will have the spare money to support such a group of people. Even Tianqi, who has always been rich, does not have that strength. The combat power of the wind collectors does not need to be too strong. People in ordinary guilds dare not do anything to them. Tell her to delete the post. Bad things happen one after another. Bo Xiao felt exhausted. She left the north this morning. De Mingming lowered his head in shame. Hugging Isi, a step late, he didn't keep her. Even if she didn't leave, what would happen? They couldn't forcefully interfere with what the wind collectors wanted to do, otherwise, it would be to drag their own guild into the water and go against Yeyue. Yeyue is the third in the guild rankings for a long time. The first and second have changed many times, only it is unshakable, and its butt is more stable than Mount Tai. Bo Xiao waved his hand feebly. Go down. I'll be alone. De Mingming breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Tianqi fell into silence, while the slaughter was bustling with noise. The joys and sorrows of human beings have never been shared. Celebration banquet compared with the past, when there was only nutrient solution. Jianlan's joining brought earth-shaking changes to the slaughter. As long as Jianlan was there, they were like having a mobile canteen. Cheap and good quality were the most basic, and the special effects of the food made them have a transcendent experience. It is said that Jianlan's ability is to pray. Pray to the god of food to give them delicious food. At the same time, it also comes with special effects. This is the excuse that Taekwon and the manager came up with after unanimous discussion. It is equivalent to fabricating a false identity for Jianlan. Prayer is a combat ability, which generally starts from A-level rating. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders who are not aware of it, Jianlan is at least A-rated. Completely confirm the fraud. The reason why they did this was not to look down on Jianlan, who was F-level, but to respect her as an F-level, which would make everyone lose face. So she is actually above A-level. The purpose of doing this is to protect her. If Jianlan is an F-level, with only 10 HP, but can make such awesome special effect food props, the news will spread. It is simply the real-life version of Tang Monk's meat. Being kidnapped by people from other guilds is a small matter. Killing her, destroying both sides, and no one can get any benefit, is the most terrifying. Jianlan thought about it, and felt that their worries were not unreasonable. I gladly accepted the new identity. So, the management called together those who knew about this matter, and explained the interests one by one. Everyone finally reached an agreement, and kept their mouths shut. All the information records about Jianlan were deleted. Wang Ping was one of the insiders. Although he still looked down on Jianlan, who was an F-level after all, what she made had real effects, and helped the guild a lot, and he had experienced it personally. So he didn't say anything. But the way President Tang Mingming looked at him, there was something wrong since the beginning of the fight against the Blood Wolf King. Now he still glances at him intentionally or unintentionally. How to describe it? Yes, there is a sense of parents looking at their prodigal son. Some time ago, due to the busy affairs, everyone worked together to work towards a common goal, so that when a new member came to the guild, we didn't introduce him. Taking advantage of this opportunity today, at the end of the meeting, we will introduce him to everyone. The secretary of the killing said on the stage. The Blood Wolf King battle was a complete success. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. As long as we are united and work together, the guild will develop better and better. The audience applauded. For this victory, the efforts of each of us can be seen. But until now, many people may have the same idea as me, and are full of doubts. Why can we walk freely in the black blizzard without deerskin winter clothes? Why didn't the Blood Wolf King's upside-down glacier freeze us once? I was frozen. Someone raised his hand weakly. The black guy blew himself up. Ha ha ha. Your face is too dark. Right? Yes, I was hit 3 times, and I didn't get hit once. Someone laughed next to him, and the person who raised his hand put it down silently. So what is this? The secretary left a suspense. Next, please welcome our commander of this battle, Iron Fist. Let's reveal the answer to the mystery. Come on, please welcome Iron Fist. Wow, Iron Fist brother. Idle. Whistles. Hoo-hoo, Iron Treasure, Iron Treasure. After just one short battle, Iron Fist's reputation in the guild has become even higher. It has changed the one-sided pessimism before the war. These people are fence-sitters. Wang Ping scratched his ears. It's so noisy. The building is going up? Now it's a banquet for guests. I don't know if I will have the chance to see his building collapse in my lifetime. Alas. Thinking back to the beginning, he was chosen as the conductor, and he also helped. Taekwon took the microphone and cleared his throat. Actually, the great success this time has little to do with me. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was dissatisfied. They felt that he was pretending to be reserved. Don't be modest. Taekwon, you are the conductor, and we all listen to you. Yes, how could it not have something to do with you? Then for the time being, it is considered to be a little bit. Taekwon couldn't handle the public opinion. If he refused again, he would be a green tea. There are many people I want to thank, he continued. First of all, our S-level healing god, Fu Yao. Fu Yao was eating, and was suddenly praised by Taekwon in public. She didn't react immediately and choked. She coughed wildly. All eyes were staring at her. Her face was flushed. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Don't look at her. She still wants to continue eating. Of course, and Chuhee, president. He read all the names. His memory is really good. Don't keep us in suspense, Taekwon. Tell me quickly, how did you do it? Yes. Why can't we walk in the black blizzard without getting hurt? The audience couldn't hold back. At this time, Taekwon had a mysterious smile on his face. Before we left, did we have a meal together? It was called a battle banquet. There were 3 or 4 dishes in total. We ate in Jianglan's cafeteria. Having vegetables to eat was definitely better than drinking nutrient solution. And the taste was really good. Almost everyone ate it all. And there was nothing left. Yes. What did we eat? Pork? Rabbit meat? I can vaguely remember. There were also some other side dishes. I don't remember. Could it be? Someone reacted. No way. These dishes have special effects? It was like a stone falling into the water, making the calm water splash. The discussion below exploded. If this is true, then every dish they eat now, wouldn't it be worth 1,000 gold? Chapter 27. Good. Seeing that someone guessed correctly, Taekwon nodded. Then he introduced Jianlan and Yen Lulu. It is said that these two are A-rated masters. Yen Lulu is a DPS, and Jianlan is a witch. Jianlan prayed to the god of food, and the god of food gave delicious food to everyone. The prayer ability is considered as an auxiliary system, so she usually looks like she has no combat power, which is also very reasonable. But the value of the basic panel is much higher than that of B-rated players. Different food ingredients, the god will give different attributes. For example, resist the black blizzard. The conversation stole the people below. Wang Ping really couldn't listen anymore. Can he say more nonsense? Why not just say that Jianglan's iron pot is connected to the kitchen of a 5-star hotel? Does the god of cookery also work as a chef? But since they had reached a consensus before, he couldn't say anything. Wow! Someone below was excited. Then we don't have to buy things from the mall anymore? You wishful thinking, Iron Fist added. The effects are all random. It's just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, and it doesn't work every time. Which dish has the special effect? Some people were very anxious. They also wanted to know who found the ingredients that made Jianlan exert the special effect. I have been trying. Jianlan smiled. Until that night. A wild boar fell from the sky. Wild boar. Wang Ping looked at the stage with wide eyes. Coincidentally, Jianlan also looked at him. Yes, it was the wild boar sent by Wang Ping that made me shake the special effect of resisting the black blizzard. Jianlan directed everyone's attention to Wang Ping. Suddenly, Wang Ping became the focus of the whole audience. Oh my god, Wang Ping is a good manager. You are so good at choosing. This time, it's all thanks to you. Wang Ping. Wang Ping. Everyone started to make a noise. The huge attention at the moment made Wang Ping a little embarrassed. The loud praises from the guild members also made him blush. He had never thought of doing anything to help the guild. At that time, everyone thought that the guild was going to be ruined. It was just to vent their anger, and everyone went crazy together. Unexpectedly. It was really an accident, and by chance. It made a big thing happen. From now on, he felt that the guild was full of hope for a new life. From now on, he could contribute his own strength to the guild without any psychological burden. You are really good, Old Wang. Taekwon gave Wang Ping a thumbs up. Awesome. Don't hit a smiling person. Taekwon took the initiative to reconcile with him. And he seemed a little rude if he was still holding back. Well, it's just a small favor. Wang Ping nodded. Could it be that the dish we ate before we set out also has the effect of being immune to boss skills? At this time, the black man who had just exposed himself came to his senses. It turned out that he was not black. But he did not eat a certain dish. Is it roasted rabbit legs? He urgently needed an answer. Congratulations. You got it right. Jianwan said. Oh my god. I knew it. The black man slapped his thigh. I didn't eat rabbit legs. I was born in the year of the rabbit. Hey. It's really not me who is black. You are all cheating. The black man cleared his name. The people around him laughed. The atmosphere was harmonious. At this time, a shadow quietly slipped away from the wall. What? Praying for supernatural powers? Bo Xiao turned the ring. So weird. Offering food, and then praying to the god of food, and the god of food would serve her the prepared food? Is this the god of food or my mother? However, there are so many weird things in this world, and they cannot be inferred by common sense. Does our guild have people with supernatural powers? Bo Xiao asked. Su Ro was trimming her nails, and answered casually. There are none here, but there are some in my hometown. A-level, specially used to add buffs, very useful. Will she turn up the prepared food? Bo Xiao became interested. Su Ro rolled her eyes at him. Are you kidding? What else did you see? Bo Xiao continued to ask Black Shadow. Black Shadow was a spy they sent to spy on the enemy. The place where the Killing Guild held the celebration banquet was in an undefended hall. In addition, after the war, the personnel's defense was loose, so their people could sneak in easily. The Black Shadow thought for a moment. Since the shadow infiltration would cause damage to the five senses, he could not see clearly, he could not hear clearly, but his sense of smell was as sharp as ever. He swallowed his saliva, and his mind was filled with the food at the celebration of the killing. The aroma was so strong, he was so greedy, that his saliva almost dripped from the ceiling. He began to play freely. It smells good. It smells so good. It smells so good that it kills me. There are meat and fish on the table, fruits and vegetables, just like the new year. Everyone's face was beaming with joy. Haiying used to be a food blogger. He was very good at talking about food. Bo Xiao and Su Ro were stunned. Su Ro even forgot that she was still doing her nails. It was mainly because they hadn't eaten normal food for many years. They almost forgot what it tasted like. Enough. Bo Xiao stopped him. This interrupted Haiying's description of the scene. The food they eat. Isn't it poisonous? The tone of his voice was somewhat sour. I'm afraid that if you eat one bite, you'll have to drink a sip of antidote. The Apocalypse Guild spent a lot of points to buy antidote. I don't know. Black Shadow thought carefully, scratched his head. I didn't see it. It seems that there is no potion on the table. Black Shadow said. Bo Xiao looked very bad, and his heart was itchy, as if there were little claws scratching. Su Ro saw him like this, and felt funny. I'm so worried. Okay, you go down first. Bo Xiao waved his hand in his signature gesture to chase people away. Okay, Mr. Vice President. The shadow slipped away. Why, you want to poach people? Su Ro saw his expression, and knew what he was thinking. Bo Xiao crossed his fingers and held his forehead. Don't you want such a person? I don't care. Su Ro spread her hands. Help you call Ming Ming? Why call him? Bo Xiao frowned. No matter if it was Ming Ming's fault or not, from the result-oriented point of view, he was also to blame. In short, De Ming Ming had lost his trust. Bo Xiao said, I'll go there in person this time. After the celebration banquet was successfully held, everything was on the right track. The Killing Guild not only changed its previous decline, but also had sufficient points in hand. And it had the confidence to do anything. Guild expansion was the first step. Increase the upper limit of personnel. Recruit talented people. And then earn more points. And then increase the upper limit of personnel. In this way, the cycle will continue. And it will become bigger and stronger. After paying a huge amount of points, the Killing Guild was upgraded from the original level 5, 50-person guild, to a 70-person guild by 2 levels. At the same time, the base area was also expanded by 2 circles. And the rooms and other supporting facilities were all available. The egg-shaped building of the Egg Castle is brighter and bigger. In terms of the artistry of the base, it is the best in the entire north. The guild suddenly had 20 more vacancies. As soon as the news came out, It immediately caused a big wave in the north. As for how the Killing Guild snatched the Blood Wolf King from Apocalypse, and became the first guild in the north to kill the Scourge boss, few outsiders know the process. But the whole territory report will not lie. All of their brains have been kidnapped. From this, it can be seen that the cohesion of the Killing Guild is beyond doubt. This made the Killing Guild, which was originally a popular guild, stand out. It left other guilds far behind, including the Apocalypse branch. Good birds choose trees to roost in. If expert players want to develop in the north, killing must be their first choice. Not only that, even the A-level and S-level players in many guilds in the north are ready to make a move. The presidents of other guilds were so scared that they were very concerned about the S-level members of their own guilds, fearing that they would change jobs. Some were happy, and some were worried. Du Jun was one of them. The Apocalypse is too disappointing. I wasted my help to them. He was disappointed. How could the Slaughterers take advantage of this? Are they all just sitting there doing nothing? Li Peng sent him a message. He felt cold in his heart. Good boy in the past. He was the one who criticized the Slaughterers. This time, it was his turn to show off in front of him. Du Jun didn't want to watch, but he couldn't help it. Li Peng, Juner, come to our guild. I'm going to my seat. Du Jun was stunned on the spot, almost unable to stand. It was too sudden, brother. Really. He felt a surge of emotion in his heart, and it rushed straight to his chest. I don't know whether I was more surprised or happy. I have loved and hated this guild for so long, and I can no longer tell whether I love or hate this guild, until his identity was entered into the system of the Killing Guild. Du Jun. Lao Jiang put down his reading glasses and handed Du Jun something like a key. Here. Take it. This is your room card. Du Jun took it with both hands. He finally came to his senses. It was not a dream. It was real. Good brother Li Peng didn't lie to him. He really made a position for him. Congratulations to player Du Jun for joining the Killing Guild. Warm welcome. The guild is my home. It depends on everyone to build it. Let's work together to build a better and stronger guild. Fighting. The welcome message of the guild channel in the light brain also sounded. There were also many members typing the word welcome below. Du Jun had mixed feelings. We will be a family from now on. Taekwon patted Du Jun's shoulder affectionately. This is the necessary care that every guild manager gives to new members. Haha, my brother really cares about our guild. Li Peng was full of pride, and couldn't help showing off. Any news about our guild will be sent to me as soon as possible, including Chu He eating grass, including the deerskin winter clothing that was gone in a second. Du Jun really cares about killing. This is the impression in Li Peng's mind. So, when the guild manager said, give priority to people recommended by guild members, he took the initiative and recommended Du Jun immediately. Du Jun felt ashamed after hearing these words. He had no good intentions, he just wanted to see a joke. Alas, it was all his fault for being young and ignorant. Oh! Taekwon's eyes lit up. It seems that he has a talent for collecting information, which our guild needs. That's great. Du Jun clenched his fists and made up his mind. It was also a way to make up for his dark thoughts in the past. I will definitely work hard for the Killing Guild. I will live up to everyone's expectations of me. This is not the only person who turned from hater to fan of the Slaughter Guild. In addition to Du Jun, there are two unlucky guys who were kicked out of the guild because of a few words. In terms of single-round combat power, they can at least rank among the members of the Apocalypse Guild. But the number of people set by Apocalypse to fight the boss is only 25, including some relatives, so they were excluded, and they stayed in the guild with others at that time. LV Yukai and Kong Xinghua came to the Slaughter Guild and generously admitted that they used to be members of Apocalypse. Want to join the killing. If they are rejected, they can understand. After all, they were enemies in the past. But killing unexpectedly let bygones be bygones and unexpectedly accepted them. Seeing that the available positions of killing are getting fewer and fewer, it is unknown when the next large-scale recruitment will be. Two people in Tianqi can't sit still. Black Duck, go ask the manager of killing if there are any positions left. C.I. Mao was surprised. We are going to killing. Black Duck hummed softly. So C.I. Mao opened the contact list and looked for Wang Ping's name. Chapter 28. The two people who promised to come to the Killing Guild as soon as they arrived in the north sent a message to Wang Ping. However, the guild was too busy these days, and Wang Ping did not have time to reply for a while. It was not until the evening that he had time to read it. He was originally worried whether they would really choose killing, because based on the situation at that time, Apocalypse might be a better place. But now, Killing has become the well-deserved first guild in the north, and they came here, which is definitely not a waste of talent. Wang Ping wanted to invite them directly, but he found that the invitation failed. If you are not in the current guild area, you cannot invite them successfully. But they clearly said that they have arrived in the north. That leaves only one possibility. A terrible guess emerged in Wang Ping's mind. Could it be that they have already arrived in the north and have joined a guild? But during the chat, that guy named Thorny Hair clearly promised that he would definitely come to kill. In order to wait for them, he even turned on the reservation function and locked 2 positions. Wang Ping felt that he was about to lose his ability to absorb. It seems that there are also people in the guild who have been in Tianqi recently. Why don't we go ask them? Wait until we come out of Li Yukai and Kong Xinghua's room. Wang Ping opened the message board and replied to Ci Mao. There is a location. Ci Mao has been in Heiya's room, waiting for news from the killing side. Seeing these 4 words, he excitedly pulled Heiya. Then let's go now. Heiya was also very excited. Wang Ping, no need, I can invite you online. Ci Mao and Heiya looked at each other. Quit the guild. Black Duck has quit the guild. Spirit has quit the guild. The news of members quitting the guild will be sent to the management. Demingming is used to it. He holds a bottle of nutrient solution. The posture is decadent as if he is drunk. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. He really wants to go back to his hometown in the Sand Country. He doesn't want to stay in this cold and broken place. Working under Bo Xiao is stressful. Woo woo woo. Spirit, we have quit the guild. There is no movement from Wang Ping. Heiya and I, with our luggage, stood under a big cedar tree at the entrance of the Apocalypse Guild. It was dark, and the north wind was howling. They were waiting for Wang Ping's invitation with enthusiasm. Cirrus, where are you? Cirrus, are you there? Wang Ping got up in the middle of the night to go to the WC, and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to do something. Sure enough, his optical brain was bombarded with information from Ci Mao, who sent him dozens of messages. So it was this. Wang Ping, I'm sorry. I went to ask the HR and found out that the 2 seats were accidentally reserved by someone. Wang Ping, the reserved seats cannot be cancelled manually. They can only be automatically unlocked at the time. Wang Ping, when the time is unlocked, there will be new seats. Cirrus fell into silence. How could it be such a coincidence? The Thorny Hair asked faintly. Is he trying to trick us? Black Duck kicked the cedar to vent his anger. The snow from the cedar branches fell down and give him a dry wash. He became even more angry and kept hitting his hair. The force was too strong and his head was dizzy. The Thorny Hair, how long do we have to wait? Wang Ping, 1 month. It was just the time he had to wait for these 2 guys. The Thorny Hair, okay. 1 month? Why didn't he say 1 year? Black Duck was extremely angry, and his veins bulged. Brother Black Duck, where are you going? Seeing Black Duck walking forward with his head down, the Thorn Hair shouted from behind. Finding a place to sleep, Black Duck was extremely upset. Qingqing found that Ah Wu had been sneaking around lately. Not only did he not stick to her, but he also often disappeared. Stop! Ah Wu had just tiptoed to a hidden corner of the base, and Qingqing was waiting in front. Are you a thief? After watching him for several days, she finally caught him in the act. Usually, I find him annoying when he sticks to me, but I didn't expect him to be even more annoying after not seeing him for a few days. What have you been doing these days? Qingqing was furious. Nothing. Ah Wu tried to cover up. Then don't even think about leaving my sight today. Qingqing crossed her arms. No way. Vice President Bo is still waiting for me. Ah Wu blurted out in a hurry. Bo Xiao? Qingqing frowned. He ordered you to do something? What shameful things are you doing? Qingqing narrowed her eyes dangerously. Bo Xiao? Sorry, Vice President Bo, I only found these. Ah handed Bo Xiao a bunch of dried flowers. There is heavy snow in the north all year round, and no flowers bloom. He bought these on the black market. The Nightmare Swamp is located in the rainforest, with lush vegetation, and there are all kinds of flowers you want. If you make flowers into dried flowers, they can be preserved for a long time. Only players with time will make such props. Due to the small quantity, it is difficult to buy, and it is only circulated in the black market in various regions. Just these few, the price is already quite high. Bo Xiao asked Ah Wu how to please girls. Ah Wu patted his chest and said, I'll take care of it. Girls all like flowers. So he got these. Bo Xiao looked at the flowers in his hand. Damn, It looks like they were picked randomly on the roadside. He looked so stupid holding this thing. I should have let Demingming do it earlier. That's it? Bo Xiao looked like he was going to throw the flowers away the next second. No roses? All was silent. This was the most beautiful flower that could be bought on the black market in the north. Hey, do you think you're still on Blue Star? Qingqing sneered. You still want roses? She and Ji Hao, the president of Tianqi, were siblings, and Bo Xiao was a distant relative. That day, her brother took her and Bo Xiao to an island for a vacation in a private plane, but they encountered a thunderstorm on the way, and the plane broke down. The three of them fell directly from the sky, and entered the game together. Ji Qingqing and her brother's Ji group were fine, with many descendants, so their parents wouldn't be too sad. But Bo Xiao was unlucky. As soon as he disappeared, his illegitimate younger brother would probably laugh his mouth off. This was also the reason why Bo Xiao was always in a bad mood. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he didn't enjoy it for long before he was transported to the game and started all over again. Who would be in a good mood? What are you doing here? Bo Xiao is a vicious person. He originally wanted to simply ignore the fact that Aw brought Qingqing here, but Qingqing was trying to make herself known by talking, so he couldn't ignore it. President Bo chasing a girl is so interesting. How could I miss it? Qingqing laughed jokingly. No need to think about it. It must be Aw who brought her here. I'll settle the score with you later. Bo Xiao pointed his finger at Aw as a warning. Aw put his hands together in a Buddha-worshipping posture. Wrong. Wrong. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two ancestors. Bo Xiao threw the flower in his hand into his arms. Using this thing was like stepping on his face. Just use the points to smash it. In the distance was the nest of the hairy snow monster. The hairy snow monster was just a B-level boss, and it was easy to fight. A team of people from the Killing Guild went in, and it should be over soon. He waited here, waiting for the person called Jianlan. Sure enough, not long after, the team that had just entered came out. There were 4 people in total, 3 women and 1 man. It was far away, so I couldn't see their faces clearly. But according to the black shadow, Jianlan was short, like Qingqing, a little potato. Easy to recognize. The little lowly in this group of people was Jianlan. Within a second, Bo Xiao locked onto the target. Did he really say that? Qingqing was not there at the time, and her fists were clenched after hearing Bo Xiao's retelling. Yeah, Bo Xiao responded. Ah Wu laughed secretly, haha, the stinky shadow was finished. Use the barrier to separate them. I will talk to Jianwan alone. Bo Xiao gave the order. Jianwan, Yen Lulu, Xi and Cheng, Zhou Yao. The 4 of them finished beating the hairy snow monster and returned to the base happily. Killing the hairy snow monster and selling the loot dropped is one of the ways to earn points on a daily basis. Players can fight by themselves or accept guild missions. If it is a mission issued by the guild, the loot is handed over to the guild, and then the guild gives points to the members. There is not much difference between the two. But if you have your own channels, it will definitely be more cost-effective to sell the loot than to sell it in a unified way by the guild. These people's ratings are not high, so in order to ensure safety, they only chose the B-level monster nest. Of course, there were only 3 people fighting. Jianlan was just there to make up the numbers. However, she also made contributions, that is, to make delicious food for the team members. When she came out of the cave, she found that there were many plants that she had never seen growing not far away. Now she has developed a habit. When she sees anything new in the world, she will bring it back to try to cook it. Maybe she can unlock new dishes. She was left behind by herself. Yin Lulu was the first to notice that Jianlan was missing, so she turned back to look for her. Just as she was about to reach her, suddenly, the scene around her changed. She seemed to be trapped in a cage. Boundary? Another barrier. Could it be that someone had been eyeing them for a long time? Similarly, after Jianlan finished picking the grass that looked like a pea seedling, she looked up and also found that the scene around her was not right. Not only that, there was a man standing in front of her. The man had his back to her. Jianlan was puzzled. Xi and Cheng? No. Xi and Cheng was not that tall, and the clothes he wore today were not like this. Who are you? Jianlan asked. The man turned around slowly, and this face almost frightened Jianlan to the point of having a heart attack. Damn it! Qingqing screamed. She looked at the 2 barrier cards in her hand. They were reversed. They installed the wrong barrier for Bo Xiao. In order to avoid being harassed, the barrier they used could not be cancelled. Even the user can't do it, They can only wait for the barrier time to expire, the barrier card disappears, and then the barrier will automatically dissipate. These two cards have about 5 minutes. Thinking of the Sima face when Bo Xiao came out, Ching Ching stuffed the barrier card into A's hand. I have a stomachache. After saying that, she ran away. Will you come back? Ah opened his mouth. But Ching Ching's back told him, it's impossible. Jiang. Bo Xiao turned around, and was about to speak. The face of the woman in front of him also startled him. She looked so familiar. Wait. Shen Yi. Memories flooded in. Was it the crazy woman who interrupted the killing base? It was not until he arrived at his own base that day that he realized that the evidence badge was probably taken away by her. It ruined everything. Bo Xiao was furious. He suddenly came to Jianlan and stretched out his hand to grab her neck. Yes. You? Chapter 29. Except for the first day she entered the game, she almost died in the Black Blizzard, and then met the people from Lingyuan. The ranking guild, her life was hanging by a thread. But this time, neither Yan Lulu took her in, nor Iron Fist came to save her. The crisis of death loomed over Jianlan again. The vice president of the hostile guild seemed to have a bad temper. He was definitely not a good person. She only had 10 drops of blood now, and was as fragile as paper. Don't provoke him. I can explain. Jianlan was thinking about how to make it up. Suddenly she heard a voice. Vice President. Vice President. Ah Wu was outside, slapping the barrier non-stop. Hurry up, there are several teams of killers nearby. Bo Xiao frowned. Aren't there only 4 of you? There are only 4 of us who entered this nest. Jianlan could only try to calm him down. They all went to other nests. Bo Xiao was speechless. Are the killers sick? They have to go all out to attack a B-level nest. Do they usually hold hands when they go to the toilet? It's really bad. When the killers come, he appears here, the situation will be unclear. Although he is not afraid of what they will do to him, it will definitely not be a pleasant experience to meet the killers at this critical moment. And there are many things that are not clear about this woman in front of him. Bo Xiao loosened his hand that was pinching her neck. Looking at the crack at the top of the barrier, Jianlan was temporarily free, and frantically looking for props in the supernatural interface. Once the barrier card is used, the user cannot cancel it. But the barrier can be destroyed. This barrier is easy for Bo Xiao. He spread his 5 fingers and compressed the gap at the crack. The whole barrier was crumpled into a ball like a piece of paper. Back to the world. Ah Wu walked forward in surprise. There were indeed many people running towards this side in the distance. They were all killing. Bo Xiao snorted coldly. A circle of teleportation light lit up under his feet. Jianlan had just found food that could increase her movement speed. And a familiar feeling appeared. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the spot. Sister Lan. Xi and Chung ran over with great effort, but he was still a step too late. Yan Lulu was covered in another barrier. The people of Tianqi took Jianlan away. This news spread throughout the killing guild in an instant. What? The news reached the president's room. Tang Mengneng was getting sleepy. Sleeping paused. The news reached the conference room. Tai Quan was meeting with the management. Meeting paused. The news reached the Human Resources Department. Wang Ping was waiting new members. Interview paused. The news reached outside the monster's lair. Xiao Lu, Fu Yao, Lian Chao Xiaowen. Monster hunting paused. The pupils of all members of the killing guild were shaking. How dare they snatch Jianlan? Tianqi is doomed. Tell me, did you take it? Bo Xiao crossed his legs and leaned back on his chair. His expression was contemptuous. Jianlan was caught by him directly. On the way to the hall, he was also stared at by many members of the Tianqi guild. The vice president brought a woman back. In a short while, everyone in the Tianqi guild knew about it. What kind of woman could catch the eye of President Bo Xiao? There were speculations and discussions. Who is that woman? She seems to be from the Slaughter Guild. The Year reporter described it vividly. It was said that she was a spy planted by Apocalypse in the Slaughter Guild, but she turned against Apocalypse, which led to Apocalypse's defeat in the battle with the Blood Wolf King. So they captured her to avenge her. Bullshit, she must have a close relationship with the vice president. The vice president hasn't laughed like this for a long time. For a while, rumors were flying everywhere. Old lover? When Su Ro heard the news, the first thing that came to her mind was Qin Yan. But she didn't have time to check it out. A piece of bad news arrived first. The people from the Apocalypse Guild have surrounded our base. What? Su Ro was both angry and amused. Are they going to die? It would be fine if we didn't bother them, But they actually dared to come to our door? All along, the overall strength of Apocalypse has been far greater than killing. Not starting a guild war, just because we don't think it's necessary. Do we really think that the people from Apocalypse don't have that ability? As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Shalu just won such a small boss battle, but he is so proud. Our vice president arrested someone from their guild. The member of Tianchi Guild who ran to report to Su-Ro explained. Su-Ro was stunned for a moment. Is that woman from the Shalu Guild? If so, she shouldn't be Qin Yin. Wait, he won't capture Jianlan back. Right? It's so stupid. Is this the so-called amnesty? This is kidnapping. It's better to let Mingming do it. Bo Xiao is really a big idiot. She pushed the door open, walked to Bo Xiao's ear, raised her eyebrows, lowered her voice. Are you crazy? Bo Xiao also heard about the siege of the base, but he was not afraid at all. If you kidnap people like this, will they work for you wholeheartedly? Su-Ro gritted her teeth. You have to be polite to the wise. Otherwise, you plan some opportunities for a hero to save the beauty. That's also good. Su-Ro was almost pissed off. Do you think I'm stupid? Bo Xiao rolled his eyes at her. He realized that she must have misunderstood. He felt unhappy. Doesn't he understand these things? He still needs you to teach him. She's not Jianlan. Bo Xiao snorted coldly. Su-Ro turned around and looked carefully at the woman standing in the middle of the hall. She looked familiar. She is Jianlan's sister. Bo Xiao said lazily. He looked confident. He looked like he had everything under control. Su-Ro looked at him suspiciously. Indeed, this person's figure is very different from what Ying described. But Bo Xiao captured Jianlan's sister. Does he think he did the right thing? Wouldn't Jianlan be angry? Report Tianchi's henchmen hurried in. The killers are going to break down the door. Vice President. What should we do? They dare? Bo Xiao raised his eyebrows. Dare? The henchman's face turned pale. 66 people came. There are more people than when we fought the Blood Wolf King. Where do they get so many people? Bo Xiao's face changed slightly. We have recruited a lot of new blood recently. Su-Ro supported her head with her hands weakly. I heard there are still many. They were from our guild before. Perhaps. This is the confidence to break the door. For safety reasons, the doors of the base are usually built very secretly, such as those of Apocalypse and Slaughter. People who have not been in the guild for a long time can't find them at all. These traitors. Bo Xiao was unhappy. But he couldn't compromise. He won't do a business at a loss. Tell them, one for one. Bo Xiao raised his head, with a look of disdain. If you want the woman inside, exchange her with Jianlan. Mingming coldly relayed Bo Xiao's meaning, looking like he was giving up. I give up, he's on vacation. They pushed him out to work. I'm tired. I don't understand. Xian Cheng's mouth twitched. Use Jianlan. Exchange Jianlan? Not only him, all the members of the Killing Guild present were stunned. Did Bo Xiao get so angry last time, that he still hasn't recovered? What does this mean? Is there an explosion? Could it be? They don't know. Sister Lan. It's Sister Lan. Miao Yuan said something shocking. Huh? Don't say it. Don't say it. Wow. You're so smart. Xian Cheng immediately looked at her with new eyes. Who did they think was Jianlan? Or did they not know who was Jianlan? One problem was solved. And a new one emerged. A group of people from the Killing Guild gathered together, and they secretly discussed, first use a female member, to lure Bo Xiao to bring out the real Jianlan, and then, turn the tables and save people. After discussing, they said to Mingming who was impatient at the door. Okay. Let's switch. After hearing Killing's reply, hee. Bo Xiao curled his lips, and glanced at Su-Ro with pride. Su-Ro was speechless. Can it be like this? He really got this done. They talked to each other in a way that was far from others, and Jianlan didn't understand. She was confused. But she was sure of one thing. These people didn't seem to know that she was actually Jianlan they were looking for. Who in the Killing Guild would be targeted by them? She ran away. But would the targeted person be in danger? Jianlan didn't have time to think about it. In a blink of an eye, the gate of Apocalypse opened. She, Bo Xiao, Su-Ro, and a bunch of Apocalypse minions stood there. The people in the Killing Guild were very calm. No one called her name. Jianlan and the people from the killing group looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone's expression had a kind of strange feeling of forbearance. Standing in the front row, all were female members of similar stature to her. She knew quite a few of them, All of them were above the A-level combat power, except for one Yan Lulu, who was very short and looked particularly abrupt. Bo Xiao smiled. There are so many people. Brothers from the killing group, how are you? He seemed to be in a good mood. He also learned the trick that most guild managers are familiar with, smiling on the outside but not on the inside. For Bo Xiao, this was a rare sight in a century. Unfortunately, the people from the killing guild were not in the mood to reminisce with him at the moment. At the moment when Jianlan was replaced, both sides were going to fight. Then, let's switch. As the president, Tang Mingming took the lead. He did not dare to say much, fearing that he would be exposed. The other party took the lead, and Bo Xiao hummed coldly. Then, he set his eyes on Yan Lulu. His eyes were unusually gentle, and his tone was like teasing a child. I just invited your sister to our guild to play for a while, and I didn't hurt her. As soon as these words came out, the members of the killing guild instantly tensed up. It seems that the result of who the Jianlan in Tianqi's eyes is clear. Anyone will be at risk. But if it is Yan Lulu, don't worry. The people of the killing guild are trying to restrain themselves and must not laugh out loud. At the moment when the two sides exchanged, Jianlan was still worried. But Yan Lulu winked at her, reassuring her. Then, the killing guild returned home with a large group of people. Leaving now? Su Ro was confused. Locator swarms come and go as usual. I always feel something is wrong. We have a lot of ingredients. After closing the door, Bo Xiao was a little excited. He led Yan Lulu to look around. I didn't expect to get Jianlan so easily. I really can't wait to see her magical ability. Yan Lulu was not in a hurry either. She guessed that the people from the killing guild had arrived at the base. She pinched a flower that she had never seen before in Bo Xiao's pile of ingredients and asked, Do you know what my ability is? I thought. I have never seen this flower before. I will take it back to have a look. Of course I know. Bo Xiao is very smart. Food prayer. Am I right? He hasn't eaten steak for a long time. So I quickly make him one. No. Yan Lulu smiled slyly, showing her little tiger teeth. It is teleportation. Chapter 30. The big blunder of Tianqi Vice President Bo Xiao quickly spread throughout the north. This was all thanks to the forum. The posts about the whole story on the forum have gone viral. It has the momentum to hit the funniest event of the year. As the center of the storm, Bo Xiao, the leader of the guild, was completely embarrassed. The boss of Tianqi was so angry that he was shameless and went out to grab people. In broad daylight, the DPS played auxiliary. The guilds are hostile to each other. He chases, she runs. They can't escape even if they have wings. They didn't recognize the right person when they were poaching, so go to Changbai Mountain to dig ginseng. Bo Xiao gritted his teeth as he read through the posts. De Mingming had told him that they were black posts, and he should not read them. He just did not believe in evil and insisted on reading them. He got angry after reading them. He really wanted to pinch something. But given his strong destructive power, the Apocalypse Guild could not do that to him, no matter how rich it was. Since the vase was broken last time, the accountant had secretly hidden all the valuable decorations. So for a while, Bo Xiao really could not find anything to vent his anger on. Ever since he came to the north. No! Ever since the failure of the Blood Wolf King battle, he felt that nothing good happened to him. He has been so depressed these days. It's all the fault of the killing guild. But how can the person who really made the mistake realize that he is making a mistake? The righteous have many supporters, while the unrighteous have few supporters. Who could be the one who spread these negative information? It must be the player who had been in the Northern Apocalypse branch, and was severely hurt. Okay, he remembered these IDs one by one. Just wait for him. Bo Xiao finally exploded, logged into his own account, and confronted these bastards. Good fellow, King of Apocalypse is firing like crazy. Xi and Chung took a look at the post. The account with the ID of King of Apocalypse was firing a barrage of messages against the Apocalypse Guild. Multiple lines of clones, and good hand speed. It was this account that posted the post to provoke and kill the guild. It was quite willful to directly use the guild account to fight hard. Luckily, the forum has regional protection, otherwise, I don't know how the people at the guild headquarters of the Sand Country would react when they saw this ID. Is it a member of their guild who is using it? Zhou Yao couldn't believe that the person with the icy face of Bo Xiao was the one behind the flying words. I think it's Bo Xiao. Yan Lulu put a pine thorn fruit in her mouth and laughed secretly. When I told him that my ability was teleportation, his face turned green. He must have been very angry. Fortunately, their guild didn't have any restrictions. I teleported to the outside in an instant. Yin Lulu felt a sense of satisfaction from playing a prank on someone. Yes, luckily Sister Lan was brought back this time. Otherwise, I really want to blow up the apocalypse base. Xian Chung is still upset when he thinks that they have captured Jian Lan. I'm fine. Jian Lan is also scared after thinking about it. When Bo Xiao asked her a question just now, she was vague and pretended to be stupid. Luckily Bo Xiao misunderstood her identity and was not very interested in her. Otherwise she really didn't know how to get out. Not only Xian Chung, the entire killing guild, until, when Jian Lan was taken back to the guild, they were still in fear. Normally, Jian Lan didn't seem to matter to them. Once Jian Lan disappeared, they realized what they had lost. But then again, how could they know that it was the special food made by Jian Lan? Could there be a traitor in the guild? When they fought the Blood Wolf King, they went all out. They neglected to guard against Feng Yuan in the dungeon, which gave Imoboka an opportunity to take advantage of. They actually let him out, and the two of them escaped together. It's hard to say whether he is still in the North Territory now. As for Feng Yuan's secret lover Ayin, she also left the guild the day after the incident. Logically speaking, the guild should be clean now. It is not advisable to be suspicious of each other. Without substantial evidence, it will affect the morale of the army. At this time, people who had been in the Tianqi guild played a role. They said that Tianqi had a supernatural person named Ying, who could transform himself into a shadow. Maybe he had sneaked into the Killing Guild. And it was during the Killing Guild meeting. So I heard about Jian Lan's ability. After saying this, everyone understood. However, a new problem arose. It was obvious that the people of Tianqi had set their sights on Jian Lan. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. As the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals, but the thief who thinks about it. The managers of the killing team thought that this couldn't go on. They couldn't keep an eye on Jian Lan 24 hours a day. Even if there were 1 or 2 people protecting her, there would always be negligence. They had to think of a way. So, everyone turned their eyes to Tang Mingming. President. Tai Quan pondered. I know it's not fair to do this, but this is the only solution. Yes. Wang Ping nodded. Besides, after the battle with the Blood Wolf King, the relationship between the two has improved a lot. They can't say they are as close as brothers, but they are definitely close. He has already discussed this with Tai Quan. You have to support this matter. The managers behind him all had serious faces and kept nodding. What do you want me to do again? Tang Mingming was lazy by nature. He was most afraid of people asking him to do things. Now so many managers came to him together. It must be a big deal. It's so annoying. Tang Mingming looked unhappy. Seeing the president's look, everyone hesitated. No one spoke for a long time. You should say it. You say. Or, the Iron Commander said, pushing back and forth. No one took the lead. Finally, the matter was pushed onto Tai Quan. Seeing that everyone was nominating him, Tai Quan simply went all out. Let him be the bad guy. Tai Quan was stunned. We want to re-elect the president. Yes. Wang Ping also nodded. Re-elect the president? Does that mean he doesn't have to be the president anymore? Tang Mingming was stunned for 3 seconds. What the hell? There is such a good thing? He tried hard to control his facial expressions and control the shaking of his muscles, so as not to laugh out loud on the spot. However, this also made his expression very strange. He felt like he was about to cry. You want me to step down? His tone was unbelievable. But in the eyes of others, he was extremely sad. One of the managers immediately explained. No. 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 We recognize you in our hearts. As the president, you have always taken good care of us. You just like to spend money recklessly. Otherwise, there is nothing wrong. Oldku interrupted. TSK? Tang Mingming was unhappy. When it comes to wasting money, who can compare to Wang Ping? Isn't it? Manager Wang? Wang Ping was suddenly called out, and felt ashamed. The story of him being tricked before had spread throughout the entire Killing Guild. Don't mention it again. It was an old story, why talk about it? Revenge was successful. President, what do you think? A manager rubbed his hands. The eyes of the other managers, apologetically, revealed a hint of expectation. Well, okay. Tang Mingming sighed deeply. Since you have all agreed, join forces to force the emperor to abdicate, I'd rather not take the position of president. After hearing what Tang Mingming said, everyone felt relieved. Things have made initial progress, and it will be much easier to deal with next. Seeing that everyone was so happy, Tang Mingming felt a little sour in his happiness. Could it be because he was doing such a bad job as president, and they couldn't stand it? Can you tell me why? I'd rather die knowingly. How can I explain this kind of thing? A manager coughed. Of course, it's because the squirrel mandarin fish is delicious. Tang Mingming? What the hell? So, it's hard to be at the top of both combat power and IQ. This sentence is particularly evident in the vice presidents. What about you? Tang Mingming asked another person. Don't a pork. The man pinched the bridge of his nose with his index finger. Sweet and sour pork, pig's trotter soup. Tang Mingming was told that he was hungry. Then, Tang Mingming realized. He swallowed his saliva. I love spicy rabbit cubes. The news of the election of the president of the Killing Guild spread quickly throughout the guild. Change of term? I have never heard of the election of the president. Basically, nothing will happen, and you can do it for a lifetime. Isn't Tang Mingming doing a good job? Why should he change? There was a lot of speculation. Some people said that Tang Mingming was actually a traitor. Just like Feng Yuan. And that was why he had to be replaced. Others said that Tang Mingming had always had a hidden illness. And that he finally couldn't bear it anymore. So he retired gloriously. Fortunately, he was a man. Otherwise rumors of pregnancy would have spread sooner or later. By the night before the election, many people had received secret messages. They just waited for the election the next day. The voting rules were simple. Just vote for the person you wanted to vote for. Secret ballot. The Slaughter Guild was full of 70 people. As it was a big event to elect the president, except for those who were temporarily out and couldn't come back, there were 66 people who participated in the vote this time. After everyone voted one by one, the secretary opened the ballot box. He sorted the ballots with names written on them one by one. Because he kept repeating the same action, he put them on the same side, so it looked like he didn't separate the papers with names written on them at all. But how is it possible? Finally, he changed the direction of the slip. This also shows that his actions are actually different. When the total of 66 votes were distributed, the secretary smiled. Everyone seems to be working together. Then this person must be elected by everyone. He was still speaking a few official words on the stage, and someone below couldn't hold back his temper. Stop talking nonsense, Secret, who is elected as the president, reveal it quickly. Yeah. I'm getting impatient. Tell me now. Tell me now. The atmosphere was almost set. The secretary nodded and smiled. Well, I won't keep you in suspense. Then, he told the result of the vote with a serious face. I declare that the president of the Killing Guild will be Comrade Jian Lan. Jian Lan was drinking water and almost choked to death. Chapter 31. Wow. Woohoo. Jian Lan is the president. Lan, you will be the president in the future. Miao Yuan excitedly held Jian Lan's hand. The familiar and unfamiliar people around her sent congratulatory messages to Jian Lan. Sister Lan. Yan Lulu also had starry eyes. Xiao Lan, we all rely on you in the future. Come on. Jian Lan. Jian Lan's mind was like a pot of boiling water. How could it be her? Why did everyone vote for her? This is impossible. Is there a mistake? Jian Lan asked in disbelief. Yes. It's you. Jian Lan. The secretary was very sure. How many votes do I have? Jian Lan asked. She remembered that when the secretary was counting the votes, there seemed to be only 2 piles of voting papers. Could it be that only 2 people were voted for? Seeing that Jian Lan still refused to accept this reality, the secretary twisted his glasses and said, You have 65 votes. A total of 66 people voted. And I have 65 votes? So I was the only one who didn't vote for me. Jian Lan was speechless. At this time, the secretary, who didn't know he was exposed, was still encouraging Jian Lan. He thought Jian Lan was embarrassed. All along, the members of the guild have seen your contribution to the guild, so they voted for you. This overwhelming advantage is not something that ordinary people can get. Your election as the president is what everyone wants. The secretary said a lot. Ahem. Tai Quan coughed dryly beside him. Stop talking. What's wrong? The secretary was confused. I'm telling the truth. Are you right? He tried to gain more approval from the guild members. Yes, that's right. The chief secretary is right, otherwise we wouldn't have voted for Jian Lan. Everyone was making a noise below. Jian Lan's eyes flashed to her best friends, who had just happily congratulated her. Either they lowered their heads and remained silent. Or they looked up at the sky with an erratic look. You are all good at acting. Right? If the Killing Guild has a spring festival gala, you will be the first to be packed up and pushed on stage. You are all in collusion. Right? Jianlan is not a fool. Xian Chung is still a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. They all voted, we just joined. Yes. Yen Lulu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkled. I will still rely on you to protect me in the future. Jianlan didn't know what to say. 65 people voted for Jianlan, then who did the remaining one vote for? At this time, there were some busybodies among the members of the Killing Guild, who were looking for trouble and asking questions. The secretary did not shy away from the fact that his IQ was not very good today, and he was making trouble like crazy. Oh! He picked up the only voting paper with a name on it. This vote is for Tang Mingming. As soon as he said this, the whole audience was silent. Tang Mingming turned pale when he was suddenly cued. Damn it! Shit! Does the stinky secretary have a grudge against him? 65 people voted for Jianlan, and one voted for him. And he was the former president, which was like a public execution. Like roasting him on a fire. Tang Mingming looked murderous. It was too much. But he was not sure. Did this person insist on voting for him because he thought he was a good president? Or did he just want to be different from everyone else and deliberately humiliate him? Who voted for me? Tang Mingming looked for the traitor everywhere. Is it you? No. No. I voted for Jianlan. Is it you? He asked one by one. Really not, President. Oh no, Vice President. Jianlan was about to be asked. Jianlan was so scared. How could she dare to speak? Luckily it was a secret ballot. The worst that could happen was that she would never admit it. Otherwise, how to explain it? Luckily someone interrupted Tang Mingming in time. Oh, Vice President, don't worry about it. Wang Ping was still good at handling things. He quickly passed the matter over. Let's have the handover ceremony quickly. You will be the Vice President in the future. What do you mean? Xiaolan. The managers were waiting for Jianlan to express her opinion. Everyone around her cast a hopeful look at her. The president of the Killing Guild. To do it or not. She used to be the leader of Group A in the R&D department of a large company. Although she had never managed a guild. It should be the same in essence. Right? Okay. Jianlan nodded. I'll try. Woohoo! The crowd cheered. With that, the position of the guild leader was handed over. Jianlan became the guild leader of the Killing Guild, and Tang Mingming became the vice chairman. The rest remained unchanged. Jianlan's authority in the guild also changed from an ordinary guild member to the guild leader. The guild leader is different from the members. She is no longer responsible for her own survival, but for the future of a guild, 70 members in this world. I can't swallow this breath. Bo Xiao endured it for several days, but still couldn't hold it back. I knew it wasn't that simple. Su Rou sighed beside him. I warned you. But you didn't listen. What's so simple? You saw it. I caught her. Bo Xiao was still angry when he thought about it now. It's just that he let her go again. He was even more angry than if he hadn't caught her. If he hadn't recognized the wrong person. How could Jianlan return to the Killing Guild so peacefully? It's all Yi Ying's fault for having a bad vision. Otherwise how could he fail at the last moment? And he lost such a big person. Where's Yi Ying? Bo Xiao couldn't swallow this breath. And wanted to settle accounts with him. He could not punish him. Su Rou rolled her eyes. He was blocked by Qingqing for a few days. And he hid himself. I guess he's on the beam now. And he doesn't dare to come out. Why did Qingqing block him? Bo Xiao asked. It's because he said Qingqing was a little potato. Su Rou couldn't hold up her head. Day by day, every one of them was a fool. It was like this in the land of sand, and it was still like this in the north. When will they be more united and friendly? Why can't they learn to kill? Conjoined twins. Right? Su Rou. Bo Xiao suddenly called her name. What for? Su Rou frowned. She had known Bo Xiao for many years. When Bo Xiao was angry, he was fine. His IQ was basically 0. But if he was calm, he was probably planning something bad. Just like last time when we robbed the deerskin winter coat. Let's go kidnap someone. Bo Xiao bared his teeth. Su Rou was speechless. Why hasn't he given up yet? Last time, I recognized the wrong person. This time, we know who it is. Bo Xiao was very sure. Isn't it easy? He looked at Su Rou steadily. But you have to help me. It will definitely work this time. Can you refuse? You are a psychopath. Su-ro really doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Ever since I went to the Killing Guild with Bo Xiao last time, I have been unlucky. Why don't you find Ming Ming and Ah? Su-ro strongly recommended. Too trash. Bo Xiao really didn't want to think about them. Obviously, they'd lost Bo Xiao's trust again. You are the only one around me now. Bo Xiao looked like he was going to entrust her with an important task. Su-ro fell into silence. We are on the same level, forget it. I really lost to him. Okay. Su-ro said helplessly. She can only assist, but cannot guarantee success. Good. 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 Bo Xiao said good 3 times. Send another person to spy on the enemy. So Su-ro and Bo Xiao agreed to kidnap Jianglan. They also specially selected several special people to ensure the plan is complete. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Finally, they waited for an excellent opportunity. Jianglan went out alone with Zhou Yao's team again. The strength of their team is very weak. There is no way they can be a match for the kidnapping team chosen by Bo Xiao. Su-ro really couldn't understand why she, a minister, would do such a shady thing with the vice president. It would be too embarrassing for Tianqi to tell others. But since she promised Bo Xiao, she couldn't go back on her word. She arranged her people to investigate first. When the man came back, Su-ro's face changed instantly. This business couldn't be done. Seeing that Bo Xiao was eager to try, she was about to rush out. She stepped forward and grabbed Bo Xiao's arm. What are you doing? Bo Xiao turned around and glared at her. Jianglan can't be tied up. Su-ro gritted her teeth. Didn't we agree on this? Bo Xiao was angry. The dead woman wanted to go back on her word? How could she have no credibility at all? After this, how could he believe what the woman said? Do you know who she is? Su-ro held back her anger and pointed at the woman picking grass in the distance, and asked Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao's eyes widened. She is Jianglan. Do you know who Jianglan is? Su-ro hinted further. Jianglan is her. Bo Xiao was going crazy. Veins popping out. Pointing at the woman, his voice was a little louder, and several snow piles were broken. Fortunately, it did not attract the attention of people in the distance. It seems that Bo Xiao has no idea at all, and Su-ro is not annoyed. Jianglan is the president of the Killing Guild. She was expressionless and announced this magical news to Bo Xiao. Jianglan? President? Bo Xiao was not happy. In order not to dirty Minister Su's noble hands, even such nonsense can be made up. Do you think he doesn't know? The president of the Killing Guild is Tang Mingming. He spoke each word. Su-ro opened the guild interface. Found the Killing Guild. There, the column of the guild president's name, there were 2 characters written. One was Jiang, the other was Lan. Bo Xiao was about to collapse. What are you kidding? How could she be the president? A few days ago, he saw that the president was still Tang Mingming. I don't care. Bo Xiao got angry. Even if she is the president, I will also tie her up. No one can stop him today, he said. Even if Ji Hao came, it would not work. You can't tie her up. Su-ro looked at him firmly and asked to join the party. Tie her up for a while. Is she crazy? Want to start a gang war? Right. Tianqi North Border Base is finished. Bo Xiao's arm was trapped by Su-ro. You want to fight me? He narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Su-ro's vines tied him up. Although Bo Xiao's fighting power was higher than hers, it was not difficult for her to trap him. As long as Jianglan and the others left, Bo Xiao's action would fail. Therefore, as long as she could stop Bo Xiao, it would be considered a success. You mess with me for Jianglan, you're done. Bo Xiao was angry. I'm doing this for your own good. Is Jianglan someone you can touch whenever you want? Su-ro tied Bo Xiao up like a dumpling. I didn't mean to hurt Jianglan. Bo Xiao broke free from his restraints. He threatened. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. I don't hit women, but I don't think you're a woman. Who do you think you are? Why are you pretending all day? Do you think you're so awesome? Su-ro had been annoyed with Bo Xiao for a long time, and blurted out. I'm the vice president. You're a pig. You're looking for death. Bo Xiao and Su-ro had a verbal conflict, which escalated into an attack conflict. Jianglan had left earlier, but a brother from the Slaughter Guild happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. When they started fighting, everyone from the Apocalypse Guild stayed away. They were afraid of accidentally hurting themselves when 2 S-level high-level people were fighting. And they were also afraid of hurting them if they took action. Neither of them would have a good ending. The Slaughter Guild watched blankly from a distance. The news spread quickly. What? People from the Apocalypse Guild fought for Jianglan? What? 2 men? No. The people at the first scene of the gossip kept it a secret. It's a man, 1 woman, damn. The president is bisexual? Chapter 32. The news that Su Rou and Bo Xiao had fought over the president of another guild eventually reached their hometown in the Sand Country. After they returned to the guild, Ji Hao, the president of the Apocalypse Guild, contacted them for the rare occasion. What do you mean? Ji Hao pretended to be indifferent. He was actually a little jealous. He sent his confidants to the north to build achievements and become bigger and stronger, not to make them jealous of people from other guilds. That person is said to be a president too. Could he be stronger than him? Su Rou and Bo Xiao looked at each other. Who is so quick-witted? It must be one of the superpowers who went with them to kidnap Jianglan. After they explained the whole story to Ji Hao became interested. This superpower is so special. It is unheard of. If it is really as Bo Xiao and Su Rou said, it is really powerful. Find a way to win him over. Ji Hao gave the order. He has a high prestige in the guild and is the absolute backbone. What he said was what he meant. The rapid development of Apocalypse in the Sand Country was inseparable from him, including the decision to let Bo Xiao go to the extremely cold northern border to find Qin Yan. It was also made by him. I have been trying to win him over, Bo Xiao emphasized. Even though the two of them were childhood friends, they had a very good personal relationship. But in major matters, Bo Xiao was absolutely obedient to Ji Hao. Although Bo Xiao also had bad intentions, compared with Ji Hao, that was just a drop of water among 3,000 bad things. The president said to win him over, not kidnap him. Su Rou gritted her teeth. Can he really tell the difference between the two? Kidnap first, then win over. Can't it be done? Bo Xiao took this approach. First catch the person, there is a long way to go, slowly persuade him, and it will be over. Now that the person has not come, how can he win him over? Moreover, now she has become the president. It will be even more difficult to win him over in the future. It's all Su Rou's fault for delaying things. In this case, Ji Hao said in a deep voice, if they are not friends, they will become enemies sooner or later. When acne sprouts, it is only this small. Ji Hao seemed to mention something else. If you want to treat it after you find it, it will be too late. He looked around and talked about something else. Others may not think it is special, but Bo Xiao and Su Rou have been with Ji Hao for many years. So how could they not understand the hidden meaning in his words? Is it that serious? Bo Xiao hesitated. Ji Hao sighed. Is it you? Going to a place where it is freezing cold, and the living environment is harsh. It stands to reason that your heart will only get colder, and your hands will only get darker. What happened to Bo Xiao? Reverse growth? Or, is he angry and emotional? Is it too risky? Or Su Rou is cruel? She doesn't care about human life. She only worries about whether her own interests will be involved. After all, now in the north, the Killing Guild is the largest guild with 70 people. If the guild war is really unfortunate, the emperor is far away. Will Ji Hao bring half of the guild to reinforce? What's wrong with you? Ji Hao chuckled coldly. Have you become stupid after staying in the north? His tone gradually turned cold. It was our guild that did it, so there will be trouble. But what if it was not done by someone from our guild? Bo Xiao instantly understood what Ji Hao meant. He was gloomy. Go find Qin Yan. Ji Hao's voice was even gloomier. She still owes me a life. Jianglan is the president, although everyone's main purpose is to protect her. But her contribution in the battle of the Blood Wolf King is also obvious to all, so she was chosen as the president. Most of the guild members had no objection. The main reason was that as long as she was in the Killing Guild, everyone could eat delicious food. No need to drink nutrient solution like laundry detergent. The basic properties of food can increase satiety, just like eating normal food in the previous world. The other special effects, for the guild members, are optional. Anyway, it is not harmful to the body, so they don't care much, and don't explore too much. After all, Jianglan's prayer. It doesn't always work. But for Jianglan herself, she certainly knows what the effects of these foods are. Due to the abundance of raw materials, using the cooking system, upgrading is as fast as riding a rocket. In her recipes, there are already more than 100 dishes. To this day, she has never failed to cook. The success rate is 100%. She rearranged the order of these dishes according to their functions. These dishes include increasing buffs, improving their own attributes, and even having special abilities. For example, The cream of mushroom soup that was forcibly cooked before. She has the ability to predict. This is almost equivalent to a small superpower. If people with the ability to predict know that she can make food that can predict the consequences of eating, wouldn't they regard her as a thorn in their eyes? Then she would be in danger. Moreover, the things she made are not just predictive. There are also things that can freeze water into ice, or things that can control fire and lightning. They are all included. However, the raw materials for making these foods are relatively scarce. Moreover, the taste was average. Not very popular. However, even though she had cooked so many times, she had never made food that could increase the upper limit of life value. This was very strange. There were food that could increase strength, food that could increase speed, and food that she used to escape last time. But there was no food that could increase life. Her upper limit of life value was still only 10 points. Perhaps a superpower that was too powerful must have a weak spot, so as not to affect the balance? Jianwan guessed. Undoubtedly, the F-rated life-related supernatural power in the past, in her eyes, is no longer the same as before. Her cooking system can almost cover the special effects of all medicines in the mall. The premise is that she can find enough ingredients in just the extremely cold northern region. The dishes made from the collected ingredients are enough to achieve self-sufficiency. What about the ingredients in other areas, such as the Sand Country? This game world cannot be so small. This is also an important reason why she happily accepted the position of the leader of the Killing Guild. If she was just a member of the gang, her ability would be very limited, and she could only influence a small circle of people around her. But if she became the president, she could influence the entire guild, even the entire Arctic North. Just like she led her team members at that time, she could establish a foothold in the entire R&D department. She was full of fighting spirit and secretly decided to make the Killing Guild bigger and stronger. She must live up to the expectations of the guild members. While Jianlan was working hard here, the people of Apocalypse had already started to prepare for action. The northernmost ice house community in the extremely cold north. Qin Yan lives here. The last time I came here, I don't know how long ago it was. This place is exactly the same as it was then. Bo Xiao asked the people living here about Qin Yan's whereabouts. She moved frequently, so it was hard to find her. In some specific communities in this world, there are also NPCs. They are usually weaker than players. They are equivalent to ordinary people in this world. But there are also some extremely strong NPCs, who are basically invincible. It can be said that NPCs are polarized. Some are too strong to be invincible, while others are too weak to be true. The NPCs living in the igloo community are obviously weak. Some are hard of hearing. Ah! An NPC man held his hand like a megaphone, trying to hear what Bo Xiao was saying. But he failed. Qin Yan. Bo Xiao repeated it again. Cigarette? The man waved his hand. No. No. I quit smoking a long time ago. Bo Xiao was on the verge of anger. No. Sir. Demingming's special ability is the roar of a giant lion. He took a deep breath. Yes. We are looking for Qin Yan. Ah! He roared. The NPC was directly knocked 3 meters away by him, bleeding from all 7 orifices. You are the fucking one. Bo Xiao's face was as red as a spilled paint tray. Demingming was dumbfounded. Oh my god. It's as fragile as a piece of paper. Can he be blamed for this? How could he have thought of it? Before the two could help the old man, the other NPCs rushed over. Grandpa. A child ran over crying. Grandpa. Are you okay? What had he been doing before? You are bad guys. Xiaoduzi broke down and cried. The other tribesmen also rushed over. Xiaoduzi. What happened? They killed my grandpa. The child pointed out the murderer. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Demingming quickly denied it. I didn't want to kill him. I just made a loud noise. Loud noises can also kill people. Have you heard of sonic power? The tribesmen slowly surrounded them, sandwiching the 2 men like dumplings. Look at what you have done. Bo Xiao was furious. If he had known, he would not have brought him here. At this time, a man with many braids took the old man's pulse. It's okay. Just fainted. He confirmed that the old man was not dead, called a few young men to carry the old man back, and then looked up at the 2 uninvited guests who broke in. Psychics. NPCs don't know they are NPCs, and players are players, different from them. They only know that these people live in strange houses. They usually move together. They have powerful abilities comparable to gods. They don't provoke each other. But sometimes psychics come to them to ask questions. They usually tell them everything they know. These people really found the wrong person. They found a hard of hearing NPC. Qin Yin is gone. The tribal doctor answered Bo Xiao and Demingming. Gone? Demingming was stunned. Then they came here for nothing. Then what should they do with the things Ji Hao arranged for them? Where did they go? Bo Xiao asked. I don't know. The tribal doctor shook his head. Just a few days ago, they left with 2 superpowers. This is too coincidental. Qin Yin has lived in the northern border for many years. With her strength, it is not impossible for her to live in the center of the world, but she just wants to stay here. But now she actually left on her own initiative. Could it be that those superpowers also wanted something from her? Moreover, they offered a very high price. At least, not less than the time of Tianqi. What should we do? Demingming asked Bo Xiao. Forget it. Let's go back to the base first. The 2 were about to go home. Wait. Can I ask? Which guild are you 2 from? The tribal doctor stopped them. He also knew that superpowers would join an organization called a guild. Tianqi. What's wrong? Demingming turned around. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, the tribal doctor's face changed slightly, and his attitude became respectful. He quickly called a young man beside him to go to his house to get the box. After handing the box to Bo Xiao and Demingming, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Bo Xiao opened it and recognized what Qin Yin left for them at a glance. The telekinetic killing spell. Chapter 33. Telekinetic killing talisman. Too brutal, really too brutal. After Bo Xiao and Demingming returned to the guild, this talisman was passed around among the members of Tianqi, all sighed, and took a breath of cold air. Do we really need to use such a horrible thing? There is such a horrible thing in this game world. Kill 100 people at a time. Khan's big army. The real version of the Death Note. A killer weapon for psychics. As long as the name and ID are recorded on it, it can directly destroy a person's spirit. It's okay for those with strong mental resistance. At most they will become fools. If they don't have strong mental resistance, they will die on the spot. This is the power symbol that Qin Yin condensed with the props of 10,000 points in the mall. It was specially left for the people of Tianqi. Did they expect that they would look for her again? It's fatal. If the names of the people killed were recorded, just thinking about it is creepy. I'm afraid there will be a base of corpses the next day. Qin Yin was not found. Bo Xiao reported to Ji Hao truthfully, if the guild is across regions, there is a video function, which is convenient for everyone to hold online meetings, but it cannot be recorded. If you want to keep evidence, you need to buy special tools in the mall, of course, and the price is exorbitant. Bo Xiao showed the talisman. But she left this for us. When Ji Hao saw this thing, his expression slightly changed. He naturally knew about this thing. The further south the guild is, the more fierce the fighting between guilds. He had been to those places, and knew their methods. Qin Yin came from those guilds, and finally chose to settle in the extremely cold northern border. Ji Hao didn't find it strange that she could leave such a thing for them. Okay. Even if they didn't owe each other anything. Do you want to use it? Su Rou hesitated. What do you think? Ji Hao smiled. I've already taken it. Bo Xiao held the talisman under the light. Let's try it. There is a condition for using the talisman. And you need to write down the name list of all members of the Killing Guild. The limit is 100. The Killing Guild doesn't even have 100 people. Of course, the words should be written smaller, otherwise they won't fit. Where will the list come from? Yin got a chance to redeem himself. He had been on the beam for several days, and didn't dare to come down. He was so hungry, and he fell from the ceiling because he was exhausted. Damn Shadow, I'll catch you this time. Qing Qing stepped hard on a black line. That was Yi Ying's pigtail. Ouch, spare me. Granny! Yi Ying's ability failed, and he turned into a real person. He dodged thousands of times, but still couldn't escape Qing Qing's pursuit. He ran into the muzzle of the gun. You're the one who called me a little potato. Right? Ah? Qing Qing grabbed his pigtail, and wouldn't let go. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Ying kept begging for mercy. But how could Qing Qing let him go so easily? Whether in the previous world, or in the current game. Young ladies are always spoiled. Willful. And do whatever they want. No one can control her. She raised her hand, and wanted to hit Ying. But she was caught by a big hand. That hand had a silver ring on it. Who else could it be but Bo Xiao? Stop it. Bo Xiao stood up for Ying. Qing Qing was not so tough when facing Bo Xiao. But it was not because she was afraid of him. but because she made a mistake with the barrier card last time, which led to Bo Xiao's mistake. She just gave Bo Xiao this face. Although he promised not to pursue the matter, when he left, he still kicked Ying's butt. Go and steal the list of members of the Killing Guild. Bo Xiao gave Ying a task. This is your last chance. Ying didn't have any special skills, otherwise he was considered to have a special ability. As a C-level rated person, he would never have the chance to join Apocalypse. Don't worry. Vice President Bo, I will definitely complete the task. Ying swore. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. When he sneaked into the Killing Guild base for the first time, it still took some effort. The second time, he was much more familiar with it. In a few steps, Ying transformed and entered the interior. The Human Resources Department. Where is the Human Resources Department? He wandered around. But he didn't know that. The Killing Guild had activated the protection program immediately after a dog sneaked in last time. As soon as he entered, the dog beating team came. A big net fell from the sky. Then, as the nani powder was sprinkled, Yi Ying's disguise was broken. He immediately revealed himself and was surrounded by people. A dozen pairs of eyes stared at him. Yi Ying had no desire to live in this world with low superpowers. This is the fate. If he messed up this, he would never think of returning to Tianqi again. President, the person has been arrested. The people of the Killing Guild pushed Yi Ying to Jianlan. You, isn't it that? Yi Ying had seen Jianlan before. Not only had he seen her before, but he had also mistaken her for her at that time. What do you want to do in our guild? Jianlan asked with a smile. She looked very kind. But Yi Ying always felt that her smile revealed good intentions. Before coming, he had imagined how he would respond if he was caught. If the killer forced him to confess, he would definitely die rather than surrender, and not reveal a single word, which would be considered as doing his best for Tianqi. Although he was incompetent, he still had some backbone. But when Jianlan brought a plate of braised pork to him, Yi Ying felt deeply that this backbone was better off not having it. He spilled the beans, all the inside stories he knew about Apocalypse, and participated in, to Jianlan. Everyone present was shocked after hearing this. They originally thought that the people in their guild were no different from bandits and hooligans. It was not uncommon to rob people's things without giving points. For example, the iron fist against Jianlan at the beginning. Of course, now they have turned over a new leaf. They were straightened out by the food. They haven't done that kind of thing for a long time, but their reputation has not improved. As a result, when individual players hear the name of a big guild, they still get scared. I'm going to die. How can the people of Apocalypse be so evil? Evil? If they are not evil, can they rise in 3 to 5 years? If they are not evil, can they compete with a guild that has been rooted for 20 years for the top spot in the Sand Country? Too much. I thought they were weak, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. Isn't it true? Someone suggested. Since they want to fight, we might as well take the initiative to attack, so that we can have the upper hand. Fight. 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 Yi Ying's mouth was full of oil, and he did not forget to clench his fists and wave them up and down at the ceiling. Tianqi did not plan to go back. If the Killing was willing to take him in. Unfortunately, there was no place for the Killing now. And those people from the Killing were just talking nonsense. Now Jianlan is the president of the Killing Guild. As for the specific actions, they all have to listen to the president's instructions. Is that talisman really that powerful? Jianlan asked. Yi Ying wiped his mouth. I don't know. I just heard it from them. Although he hadn't shown up at that time, he also hid in the wall and listened. In addition, Bo Xiao later asked him to come to the Killing Guild to steal the roster. So it was almost certain. After inviting Yi Ying to leave, the members of the Killing Guild asked Jianlan, President, what do you think about this? Yi Ying is still a member of the Apocalypse Guild. These things can't be heard by him. Now it is obvious that Apocalypse has a very powerful prop in his hand. It seems that it is not time limited yet. They must use this item. Although I have food that can be immune to mental attacks, the special effects of the food are time limited. They may get the list at any time, and then write them all off. Just then, someone came in. He was from the Apocalypse Guild. He said he wanted to talk to Jianlan alone. Jianlan asked everyone to leave first. When the man finished speaking, Jianlan realized that Yi Ying was a clear card, and Bo Xiao did not expect him to get things done. So when he returns, he will not be punished. Bo Xiao's real hope is on the man in front of him. Are you an undercover agent of Apocalypse? Jianlan was terrified after hearing this. Yes, during this period, the guild recruited so many new people at once. It is impossible to investigate the identities of each one. And it is inevitable that people with ulterior motives will sneak in. It is hard to guard against. The killing guild itself has no tradition of mutual suspicion, which is an advantage and a disadvantage. A double-edged sword. For example, if the man in front of him did not speak, how would she know that the Apocalypse Guild had pointed its gun at them while they were sleeping peacefully on the bed? Although I used to be a member of Apocalypse, I am now killing people. I don't want the two guilds to keep fighting. Where there is fighting, there will be death. The undercover said it in a very righteous and high-sounding way, saying, I hope to resolve the dispute. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? I think what you said makes sense. Jianlan nodded. I'll treat you to a candy. As she said that, she took out a hard candy that looked like a blueberry. It was the fruit that Li Peng had picked last time. It was unlocked in her recipe. It was just that she had never had the chance to use it. Thank you, President. There were delicious foods. And the man was not polite. This was the good thing about coming to the Killing Guild. Not only did you not have to drink nutrient solution, but you could also taste delicious food. Of course, he didn't know that. Every food Jianlan gave had special effects. He thought that only when Jianlan prayed specifically, would she randomly give some effects. It didn't work every time. Mimi ate it. He still spoke as usual, but what he said frightened Jianlan. The effect of blueberry candy is lie detector. Oh my god, the werewolf jumped the knife? The speaker will forget what he said after 1 hour. Jianlan listened to those remarks, and thought of his kind and harmless appearance just now, and couldn't help but feel scared. She pretended to be calm on the surface, responded to him every word, but in her heart she was thinking about how to solve it. A wolf sneaked into the base, and now the werewolf blew himself up. How many wolves are hiding in the dark? It seems that being the guild leader is not that easy. After sending this person out, Jianlan came to the Human Resources Department and asked Lao Jiang to retrieve the list of all guild members. Lao Jiang didn't know Jianlan's intention, but Jianlan was the leader, so he would definitely listen to Jianlan. The next afternoon, Jianlan came to the room where Yi Ying was imprisoned and handed him the list. In Yi Ying's surprised eyes, Jianlan said, "Take it back and report." Chapter 34. Good. Well done. Bo Xiao looked through the list of the Killing Guild and smiled. He really didn't expect that. Yi Ying actually succeeded this time. He hadn't had any hope in this idiot. Yi Ying lowered his head and didn't dare to look directly at Bo Xiao. He looked a little guilty. He didn't have the ability to do this. Jianlan fed him the list directly. You can go down. Bo Xiao's tone was gentle. Yi Ying didn't have to stay in this place any longer. And he breathed a sigh of relief. This should be fine. But when Yi Ying just left, Bo Xiao's face changed immediately. He unfolded the list, with a cold light in his eyes. So easy to get? Are the people in the Killing Guild fools? Open the door for him to steal? Although he knew many of the names on it, he couldn't remember the ID numbers after the names. Who knows if it was made up randomly, to make them waste a top-level item. He's not that easy to fool. Midnight. A crooked tree covered with snow. A figure leaned against the tree. Did you get it? Bo Xiao approached, and the man saw that it was Bo Xiao, and nodded slightly. He also took out a list. Bo Xiao was about to reach out to take it, but the man took his hand back. What do you mean? Seeing the list in hand, he withdrew his hand. Bo Xiao was a little unhappy. What about the promise you made to me? The man had the chips in his hand, and he was confident in what he said. What else could it be, either for points or for power? But it just so happens that this guy wants both. That's why he willingly goes to the Slaughter Guild as an undercover agent. Too greedy. But since Bo Xiao promised him, he won't go back on his word. After the matter is done, I will naturally fulfill my promise, Bo Xiao said coldly. Then I would like to thank the Vice President in advance. The man smiled, and wrinkles appeared on his face. When he was in Tianqi, everyone called him Monkey. He volunteered to go to the Slaughter Guild as an undercover agent. But now, he can be said to be a double-sided undercover agent. Although Bo Xiao promised him, he would not completely trust the people of Tianqi. Especially after joining the Killing Guild for a while. His rebelliousness became more and more serious. He thought that if he could gain the trust of Killing and get a position in Killing, it would be much better than being a manager in the northern branch of Tianqi. He revealed his identity, hoping to gain the trust of Jianlan, the president of the Killing Guild. And he did it. He thought everything was going according to plan. But in the end, he didn't know that he had already lost to a small blueberry candy at that time. The real thoughts in his heart were all revealed to Jianlan. Jianlan understood what he meant, and said that she would also work hard to promote harmony between the two guilds, and try her best to resolve the hatred. Then, a list was handed to Monkey. Take this and report it. Jianlan smiled. 2 lists. The managers of the Apocalypse Guild gathered together. They were dumbfounded when they saw the 2 lists. They sent out 2 spies, one in the open, and the other in the dark. Both of them perfectly completed the tasks assigned by the guild. Now the 2 lists are back. But why do they feel so unreal? I don't know if it's because I've been unlucky so many times, that once things go smoothly, I feel flattered and it's hard to believe. Are the names on the 2 lists the same? Suro asked. After the manager, who is known for his sharp eyes. Look carefully, he answered her. The names are the same, but the ID numbers behind the membership are different. He pointed to the ID number behind Jianlan's name and said, Look, Jianlan, the president of the Killing Guild, has an ID number of 741, 747, 4741. How can it be such a coincidence? He spotted the fake at a glance. It feels like it was made up to make people angry. This number is indeed too strange. Players' IDs are all long numbers, if not specially arranged in sequence. It is indeed easy to be overlooked. Who brought back the list with this number? Bo Xiao sat on the chair and posed. Too lazy to move. He did not look at the 2 lists carefully. Replied to the vice president. The manager with a keen eye turned around and said, This list was brought back by Yi Ying. What is Jianlan's ID number on the other list? Bo Xiao wanted to compare. 786, 756, 8782. The manager read out a long string of numbers. Although this string of numbers is out of order compared to the previous one, it looks real. The list Yi Ying brought back was indeed fake. It's really useless. TSK, I don't know what to do with this kind of trash in the guild. Ji Qingqing's hatred for Yi Ying is huge. She has always been dissatisfied with her height in the real world. Kick him out, Ji Qingqing said lightly. Bo Xiao didn't say anything. But the other lackeys always followed the lead of the core personnel of the Ji group. When they were at the headquarters of the Apocalypse Sand Country, it was Ji Hao. They followed the pioneer group to the north. And the boss they obeyed was naturally Ji Qingqing. As for Bo Xiao, he was just the vice president. Besides, Bo Xiao had a very strange temper and high combat power. They wanted to please him, but they didn't dare. I don't know what's wrong with him. It's better to please Ji Qingqing, miss. Just keep coaxing and praising her. The lackey managers all agreed. He must be kicked out. Yi Ying. This guy never gets anything done. Yeah, I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Let's kick him out. Under the excitement of the crowd, some managers really took action. Yi Ying, who was resting in the room and drinking nutrient solution, suddenly lost the right to use the room. Countdown 10 minutes. Please pack your personal belongings and leave the Apocalypse base immediately. Yi Ying was confused. What the hell? Look at the light brain again. A message prompt. You have been removed from the Apocalypse Guild by the manager Tong Daqiang. WTF? Didn't you just praise him for his good work? How come he turned his head and turned his face away and ignored me? Yi Ying was holding a lot of luggage, standing under a big tree outside the Apocalypse base, which was exactly where Black Duck and Thorny Head stood that year. On that tree, there were still footprints of Black Duck shoes. He stared blankly at the Apocalypse base. The Apocalypse base looked like a Persian castle. On top was a roof shaped like an ice cream. The only difference between this roof and ice cream was that ice cream had edges and corners, but this one didn't. Shit! 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 Yi Ying couldn't help but curse 3 times. In a shitty guild, there lived shitty people. Damn it! He was going to turn evil. No. He was originally a black shadow. There is no difference without comparison. Thinking of the Killing Guild, Yi Ying felt a surge of bitterness in his heart. The president of their guild even invited him to eat braised pork. Fragrant braised pork. Tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Looking at the Apocalypse Guild. They only sent him to do this, and that every day. They also grabbed his pigtails and beat him. Please leave immediately. And don't stay in front of the base gate. Seeing that Yi Ying was reluctant to leave, the guards at the gate of the base chased people away. Under the influence of resentment, Yi Ying left this sad place. Yi Ying was thrown out. But the meeting in the Apocalypse Guild continued. Since they have already verified the authenticity of the list by feeling, the next step is to write the names on the talisman. A new problem came. Looking at the small talisman paper, which is only the size of a roll of paper, everyone was in trouble. 70 people's names must be on it. How small should the word be written? Moreover, this talisman paper doesn't look very strong. I wonder if it will affect its effectiveness if it is torn. Who should write it? Who dares to write it? Vice President. An old manager asked Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao's eyes widened on the spot. Is the old man tired of living? Who do you think should write this name? Of course, the old manager didn't mean to let Bo Xiao write it, but to let Bo Xiao make the decision. Bo Xiao was silent. He must know who is the most suitable person to write. But this person is a thorn. He usually doesn't want to provoke her if he can. If he takes the initiative to throw a thankless job on her, he will probably be hated again. Ying is a very direct example. All managers are waiting for Bo Xiao to make a decision. Bo Xiao was in deep thought. For a long while. TSK. He said. Who writes the best here? Writing beautifully? No, is it important? Of course, everyone had studied before entering the game. Being able to write is one thing, writing beautifully is another. When it comes to who writes beautifully, art students are definitely not bad. Who is studying art? So, everyone's eyes fell on Ji Qingqing. Don't say she is studying art. She is a professional. She has been learning calligraphy since she was a child, and her handwriting is in the thin gold style, which doesn't look like something a little girl can write. Her character is fully displayed. So when she entered the game, the system actually arranged a brush weapon for her in a very practical way. The attack method is naturally the ink-throwing attack. A level supernatural power. I don't know if he is flattering her. Looking at the brush in his hand, Ji Qingqing was speechless. Is this okay? The one who writes the best in our guild, of course. Is Qingqing the manager? Yes. Yes, that's right. Qingqing the manager has the best handwriting. Nonsense. What do you mean by our guild? Even if we look at the entire apocalypse, Qingqing's calligraphy is second to none. Flattery was everywhere. Bo Xiao licked his teeth. Qingqing, please. Ji Qingqing suffered a loss in silence. She sat down at the table, and spread the dried tofu on the table. Standard brush holding posture. Hey. 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 No, you are sick. Her brush is the kind used to write large plaques. Her hands were shaking. But she is a professional. She quickly adjusted her mood and angle. Pull out a hair from the tip of the pen. Use this hair to write. Don't worry about the ink, the pen can automatically and evenly dispense ink. Matching face. Ji Qingqing compared the names and IDs on the monkey list, stroke by stroke, and just wrote 2. Slow down. An administrator Erkong raised his hand. Everyone looked over, waiting for his brilliant opinion. This administrator obviously has never died. He said, I think to be on the safe side, we should write both lists. Ji Qingqing? Chapter 35. Do you want to hear what I am saying? Ji Qingqing immediately stood up from her chair. Come on, I'll give you the pen you write. She rushed over as if she was going to hit someone. You are so awesome. The manager, who was looking for trouble, seeing Ji Qingqing's rage, immediately showed weakness. His voice became hoarse. My handwriting is not good. As he said that, he also glanced at Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao's face changed immediately. He was angered. The next second, Ji Qingqing's murderous gaze was there. That's right. If Bo Xiao hadn't suggested such a bad idea of letting someone with good handwriting write it, how could this hot job have fallen on Ji Qingqing's head? Writing 2 lists on a block of tofu. And so many numbers, I want to die just thinking about it. Nutboat records. Right. My eyes are going to be ruined. Ji Qingqing said she would not do it no matter what. But no matter how much everyone persuaded her, no one thought there was anything wrong with writing both lists. After all, they don't have to write it themselves. What if the list given by Yi Ying is the real one? Who can be sure? Such a precious prop can only be used once. Of course, the safer the better. In the end, Su Rou still understood the little girl's mind. Ji Qingqing is a show-off. She knows. So, she prescribed the right medicine. No one is willing to write. Then I will do it. Su Rou twisted her wrist. Write the name of the person, and you can take his life thousands of miles away. I think the god of death is no more than that. When it gets out, I'll say it's my Su Rou's ability, and they'll be scared to death. Let's see who dares to disrespect me in the future. Su Rou walked to the side of the paper. The names on it were the size of sesame seeds, but they were neatly written, just like printed. The first one was Jianglan. It was indeed well written. Let me do it, Qingqing. Su Rou pretended to sit down. No need. Ji Qingqing took the lead and started working immediately. Concentrate on carving 2 lists. Facing a room full of stunned members of the Apocalypse Guild. Su Rou proudly lip-synced. Everyone learned from this. Specially named Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao clapped his hands. It has to be you. 17 names, plus 10 digits. Multiply that by 2, the workload doubles directly. Even when I was learning calligraphy under an old calligrapher, it was not so hard. And I have to write small characters. Small doesn't count, it must be legible. Wow. After writing these 2 lists, Ji Qingqing was exhausted. Finally. She knew how and Lingrong's mother was blind. The task was completed perfectly. Holding the talisman with names and numbers written on it, Bo Xiao couldn't let it go. The next thing to do was to stick it on the door of the Killing Guild base and burn it. Who should I send? Unfortunately, Ying is no longer here. Otherwise, it would have to be him. Bo Xiao searched for Ying among the guild members for a long time, but couldn't find him. Who is so quick and efficient in kicking people out? Since it was a serious matter, he didn't trust anyone in the guild. So he decided to go there himself. Come on. Vice President. You will succeed. Vice President, we'll wait for you to come back. With the expectant eyes of everyone in the Apocalypse Guild, Bo Xiao set out on the expedition. He arrived in a short while. Looking at the familiar goose egg-shaped base, Bo Xiao was furious. It's either you or me, it's either me or you. Go wash up. It was exactly the middle of the night when he went there. Everyone in the Killing Guild was sleeping. Logically, no one would go out. Bo Xiao, the leader of the guild, was like a thief. The cab was at the gate of the killing base. The door of their guild was very low. He had to bend down. Just as he was about to put the talisman, the door opened. As soon as Jianlan opened the door, he saw a familiar face. Shani? Jianlan pretended to be surprised. Why are you here? Bo Xiao was caught on the spot. He felt guilty as a thief, and was angry out of shame. He pointed at Jianlan's innocent face. You keep pretending. She still called him Shani. Does she not know who she is? She is playing dumb here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Jianlan just realized. You are? Vice President of the Apocalypse Guild, Bo Xiao. The latter sentence, Jianlan spoke with a loudspeaker. Especially the 2 words Bo Xiao. It was almost like shouting, there's a thief, come and catch the thief. Hey, why are you shouting so loudly? Bo Xiao panicked. He had to lower his voice. If this woke up the other members of the Killing Guild, would he still be able to do his big thing? It's so late. Stopping laughing with him, Jianlan's face turned cold. What are you doing in our guild? It must be something bad. Bo Xiao didn't know how to answer. Just as he was thinking, Jianlan came out, and came to the door to take a look. What do you want to stick? There were still traces of glue on the door. Bo Xiao hurriedly covered up. I'll put up Spring Festival couplets for you. Jianlan smiled. That's great. Let me see it. She spread her hands and asked for it. Bo Xiao put a points card in her hand. It's worth 100,000 points. This is what I exchanged for in order to bribe Jianlan. I never had the chance to give it to her. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. I forgot to bring it. Bo Xiao lied with his eyes open. Go buy it yourself. Jianlan had never seen this thing before, and looked at it carefully for a long time. Seeing her bewildered face, how come you don't understand anything? Bo Xiao could only explain. Scrape off the coating on the back of this, enter the number into the optical computer, and you can cash it out, understand? You can receive it if you have the life, but you will see if you have the life to spend it. Good fellow, isn't this just charging game coins? Okay, then I will accept Vice President Bo's kindness on behalf of everyone. Jianlan accepted the card. It's getting late now, and it's cold at night. Vice President Bo, you should go back and rest early. She ordered him to leave. Bo Xiao raised his eyebrows. Not calling him Shani anymore? He called him Vice President Bo all the time, which was quite cool. It had only been a short time since he became the president, but he had already changed. Since she liked to be polite, Bo Xiao would use the same tactics with her. Then, thank you for your concern, President Jiang. After he finished speaking, he saw Jianlan staring at him without moving. He did not move, and Jianlan did not move either. The 2 of them just stared at each other. I understand, Jianlan would not feel at ease until she saw him leave completely. Only then would he close the door. Bo Xiao fell into silence. He coughed dryly. Then I'll leave. Sure enough, Jianlan was waiting for him to leave. Go ahead. Jianlan waved. Bo Xiao was speechless. He could only turn around. A long trail of his footprints was left in the snow. He thought he was almost out, and when he turned around, Jian Lan's head was still poking out of the crack of the door. He was so scared. Like a ghost. Jian Lan waved and said hello, meaning, "Get out." When Bo Xiao walked a little further, when he looked back, Jian Lan was no longer at the door. The door of the Killing Guild base was closed. "Haha, I left. I was pretending." Bo Xiao applied the paste again, with lightning speed. He pasted Qin Yan's telekinetic killing talisman on it at the fastest speed. Swish! The flames devoured the talisman in an instant. The names on it melted in the flames. It symbolizes a series of fresh lives. Bo Xiao was not too moved. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to your own people. The people of the Sand Country believe in this truth. They have certainly killed people from other guilds. And their people have also been killed by people from other guilds. To survive in this world, it is so cruel. This world does not believe in kindness. The grass on the graves of people who are indiscriminately kind is already 3 feet high. The players who survived, more or less, have their own set of life rules. But the most important one is, the strong is the king. Before meeting Jian Lan, Bo Xiao also believed in this set of ideas. But after tonight, his worldview will change dramatically. And the entire Tianqi eat vegetarian food together. Woo! Cheers! Even when Bo Xiao returned to the guild, it was already early in the morning, but the excited guild members were in no mood to sleep, and couldn't sleep at all. After tonight, the Killing Guild will disappear from the extreme cold north. Celebrate Tianqi becoming the #1 in the extreme cold north in advance. We finally succeeded. It only took a few months to occupy an area. How can it not be a miracle? The members were very excited. A celebration party was also held. But their celebration party looked much more shabby. It wasn't that the decoration was bad, because the only edible things were nutrient solution and nutrient solution. Nutrient solution of various colors, nutrient solution of various flavors, which made people become vegetative after drinking it. Qingqing, our great hero. Ji Qingqing's #1 lackey. Clinked glasses with her attentively. The nutrient solution bottle made a clanging sound. Ji Qingqing's wrist was still hurting, and she almost lost her grip. Humph! She sneered in her heart. From now on, she will be the dreaded king of hell. I just don't know if he will die. Ji Qingqing thought of the handsome hunter from the Killing Guild. I don't know his name, but I can't rule out his name. However, those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. Just a man, there are many. Are you sure you've done it? Su Rou asked Bo Xiao in a low voice. Bo Xiao glanced coldly. What are you questioning? It's not that Su Rou doesn't believe Bo Xiao, but he is a person with a criminal record. For example, the evidence badge before was lost by Bo Xiao. It directly led to a big mistake later. Nothing, I just asked casually, just caring. Su Rou changed the subject. Even if she didn't believe Bo Xiao, she had to believe in Qin Yan's ability. The more legendary a person is, the more awe and admiration he will generate. Thus, he will be deified. This time, slaughter will be finished. Bo Xiao shook the grape-flavored nutrient solution in the goblet. He took a sip carefully. It was really hard to drink. But it doesn't matter. Good things will happen after dawn. Expectation can overcome all boredom. They will arrive at the gate of the Slaughter Guild base as soon as possible. Before the NPC arrives, take over their level 7 guild. Become the new overlord of the north. Chapter 36. Something good is about to happen, and I can't sleep well. The people of the Apocalypse Guild got up early and were ready to go. The destination, Egg Castle. When Bo Xiao excitedly led a group of people over, Xi and Chung was doing morning exercises outside the door. To have a healthy body, it is important to keep the necessary exercise. Yo, isn't this Vice President Bo of Apocalypse? Xi and Chung recognized Bo Xiao's face at a glance. To be honest, he is handsome, but that's all. Now Zhu Shuai, there was a hint of astonishment. Not only Bo Xiao, but other members of the Apocalypse Guild, all looked shocked and incredulous. How are you okay? Ah couldn't help but walk forward. If he hadn't restrained himself strongly, he would even want to pinch Xi and Cheng's face, to see if he was alive. Xi and Chung was confused. Something's wrong? What's the matter? Xi and Chung didn't understand what they meant. Should I have something wrong? He said it lightly. It seemed unintentional, but it shocked the people of the Apocalypse Guild. After all, a thief is always guilty. It's good that you're fine, Of course it's good that you're fine. Ah Wu laughed, trying to evade the topic. But he saw Xian Chung twisting his waist. Let's talk about your health. I feel a little uncomfortable recently, my waist and back ache. Waist ache, maybe it's kidney problems. Ah Wu interrupted. Who are you talking about with kidney problems? Xian Chung glanced at him coldly. Ah added. Really, my grandfather is a Chinese medicine doctor. What's going on? Oh my god, how come the people who killed people are fine? Except Ah, the people who were originally prepared to take over Tianqi were whispering. Bo Xiao's face was very ugly. After all, he was the one who handled this matter. Now something went wrong. Is it because the name was not copied correctly, or is there something wrong with the talisman? Why on earth? Oh no, Vice President Bo. A familiar female voice came. Bo Xiao looked in the direction of the voice. Jianlan was leaning against the door. She smiled at him. Since you're here, do you want to come in and sit down? We're having breakfast. Breakfast? The people in the Apocalypse Guild looked at each other. Ah! The tremella and lotus seed soup is ready. Hearing Jianlan's words, Xian Cheng's eyes lit up. And he opened his arms like a child, cosplaying as a glider, and slid into the guild gate. Tremella and lotus seed soup? When Ah Wu said this name, he was swallowing his saliva. No way. Their guild? They still have breakfast? Thinking about it, Ah Wu took a step forward. He was not in a straight line with the people of the Apocalypse Guild, so he looked very abrupt. Ahem. Bo Xiao coughed dryly. Ah Wu didn't realize his loss of composure yet. Please come in. Jianlan stepped aside and invited Ah Wu in. Stinky boy. Bo Xiao gritted his teeth. How come he didn't even understand his hint, and actually surrendered to the enemy on the spot? Anyone else wants to come? Jianlan invited him warmly. Hongmen banquet, Hongmen banquet. Can't go dig. The brain was screaming wildly. Turning around. 5 people from the Apocalypse Guild. Bam Bam was sitting in the Killing Guild in a place that looked like a cafeteria. Since there is no edible food in this game, there is no cafeteria in general basis. It has no need to exist. The Killing Guild also looked like it was rebuilt later. And there were several tables of members of the Killing Guild sitting around. This place is really a bit like the layout of Bo Xiao's previous company cafeteria. Bo Xiao felt a little dazed. Is he really still in the game? Or has he returned to his company? Yes, this is exactly what Jianlan rebuilt based on the employee cafeteria of the big company where she used to work. What do you want to eat? Jianlan asked. Bo Xiao fell into silence. Other members of the Apocalypse Guild fell into silence. No, can we still order food? It must be poisonous. Right? Did he want to poison him to death? But what he thought in his heart was one thing, and what he said was another. Some people couldn't help it. Meat buns. I want dumplings. Do you have tangyuan? Jianlan wrote them down one by one. Only Bo Xiao didn't speak. Fried rice with egg. He couldn't be unsociable. Right? 10 minutes later, a member of the Killing Guild brought the food they wanted to eat. Where did you get this food? Exactly the same. It's exactly the same as the real thing. The appearance, the shape, the smell. It really makes people think that. It was brought from a breakfast stand. The president prayed to the god of food. The members of the Killing Guild, who were serving the dishes, looked at them with disdain. It was like seeing a country bumpkin coming to the city. They really haven't seen the world. They are used to eating, so they feel speechless to these people who are making a fuss. So it really is a prayer technique. It seems that the previous information was correct. Jianlan is indeed a supernatural person who can pray for delicious food. These things are all made by Jianlan. It is said that the things made by Jianlan are not poisonous, but what if? What if the food they eat is deliberately poisoned, and wants to poison them all to death? There is always a desire to harm others, but we must be on guard against others. After all, they are now in the enemy camp, and they have to be extremely careful in everything they do. What's more, it's something that goes into their mouths. What to do? Eat. Or not. These people from the Apocalypse Guild have completely forgotten the purpose of their coming to kill the guild. Aren't they here to make a handover? Don't fail to make the handover, and instead get yourself involved. The most important thing now, from investigating the enemy situation, has become whether to eat the delicious food sent by the enemy. It smells so good that Bo Xiao can't stand it. Eat. Bo Xiao exhaled through his nostrils. He was very angry. At the same time, he also regretted that he shouldn't have come in. This thing must be eaten, but the 5 of them cannot eat it together. They need to find someone to test the poison first. After confirming that there is no problem, then the others can eat it. After discussing, they chose a frontline tank player with the highest HP. Even if he is poisoned and loses HP, he is tough and durable. There is time for rescue. They are familiar with this. They have experienced it before when they tasted the ingredients in the world. Hu-Tu ate 8 kinds of food, which can be said to be invincible. He vomited all over the place and had diarrhea. This time, there was a need for poison testing. And of course, he was the first person to be found. So, Hu-Tu took over the heavy responsibility of testing the poison. Everyone treated him as a hero. He first tasted the dumplings he ordered. He chewed them twice. Fuck. Hu-Tu's pupils are dilated. Ah Wu screamed. Several arms were holding antidote, and were about to pour it into his mouth. Wait! Hu-Tu felt that he could still hold on. He didn't need to drink the antidote yet. He closed his eyes, frowned, and his face twisted. He waited for the body to respond with pain. But after waiting for a long time, where was the pain? It was all delicious. Let me try it again. Hu-Tu ate another dumpling. When he ate the second one, his pupils were not so big. But he made a hum. Yes. It was this delicious sound. Are you okay? Are you bleeding? Are you poisoned? Does it hurt? The people of Tianqi talked at once, and were extremely concerned. After tasting the food leisurely, Hu-Tu said slowly, my dumplings are fine. He had almost finished all the dumplings on the plate. I don't know about yours. Since it was a poison test, he had to try all of them. So, Hu-Tu tried them one by one. It's fine. He waved his hand. The result of the poison test was announced. These dishes were all safe, and everyone could enjoy them without worry. But, when he looked again, the plate was empty, and the bowl was empty. The 4 people just watched him eat all the food. Burp. Tiger Head burped with satisfaction. This burp hit Bo Zhao's sensitive skin directly. His face turned red. How the hell did you finish it? Vice President Bo got angry. The consequences were serious. The fried rice in front of him, only the bottom was left, and there were a few remaining rice grains and frangipani. I guess the dog would be willing to lick it clean. The food in other people's bowls was not much better. You are a starving ghost reincarnated. That's right, don't leave any for me. Instantly, Hu-Tu went from being a poison testing hero to a big-mouthed beast. There was a person who didn't mind Hu-Tu's saliva, and drank a mouthful of the glutinous rice dumpling soup. So warm. He was about to burst into tears. Not as cold as the nutrient solution. Call Xiao Wai over. Bo Xiao didn't know how to call the person who brought them the food just now. Let's call him Xiao Wai Gua for the time being. But Awu felt that calling someone Xiao Wai in another guild might get him beaten. Comrade. Awu put his hands on his mouth, as if to amplify his voice. If you don't know how to address someone, it's always right to call him comrade. Sure enough, the man came forward when he heard the call. He had thought that the people of Apocalypse were sick before, and after observing them just now, they were indeed sick. They didn't eat so many delicious foods, but gave them all to one person. Could that person be the second uncle of them? What's the matter? The waiter of the Killing Guild restaurant, who was summoned, asked. Give us another serving. Ah expressed his request. Then he pointed to several empty plates on the table. Oh! So he didn't eat enough. What we just had was our president's treat for free. No points needed. The waiter crossed his hands. If you want to refill your meal, you have to pay points. The waiter is rotated among guild members, and is paid with points every day. The pay is not much, but you can eat for free for a day. So, everyone is very happy to do it. How much? Hu Jiao was disdainful. Talking about money with people from Tianqi. It's really interesting. Every price is different. The restaurant waiter glanced at it. This? Ah pointed to the egg fried rice ordered by Bo Xiao. Of course. Everything should be based on the needs of the boss. Because it is very likely that this meal today will be paid by Bo Xiao. Although Bo Xiao has a bad temper and a strange personality, he is never stingy when it comes to money points. It doesn't matter. Bringing the brothers out, it's normal to spend some money. Bo Xiao turned on the light computer coldly. The long string of zeros on the account is a symbol of strength. The way a man swipes a card is the coolest. Even if swiping a card for a group of men, it doesn't matter. This. The restaurant waiter carefully compared the price list Jianlan gave him, and said, 4,000. Chapter 37. Duo Xiao? The people of Tianqi Guild couldn't believe the numbers they heard. Please, a plate of fried rice? Wu thought he didn't express it clearly. He emphasized it carefully again. It's a fried rice, not a dish for a table of 5 people. Yes. The restaurant waiter nodded. He is not hard of hearing, his ears are very sensitive. He also reported the prices of other dishes. Fried rice 4,000. Dumplings 6,000, dumplings 8,000, and this. Each one is more expensive than the other. As for the tremella and lotus seed soup that Wu wanted to drink at the beginning, the price is as high as 12,000 points. He is almost unable to breathe. Is there a price bureau that can come to control the group of people from the Killing Guild? I really want to call the police. Is there still a law? Is there still a law? It's just exorbitant prices. What should I do? Waited for a while. The restaurant waiter was a little impatient. No, are you still going to eat? If you don't eat, we will clean it up. Non-members of this guild are not allowed to stay here. After this, the people of the Apocalypse Guild became even more silent. They couldn't even fart. Please. They spent thousands of points on a meal. They were crazy. Silence was the canteen tonight. But everyone still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They secretly looked at Bo Xiao. The vice president will treat us. The vice president is always generous. Bo Xiao certainly understood what they meant. It's just 4,000 points for a bowl of fried rice. Damn. For 1,000 points. Is your fried rice made of gold? 5 people means 20,000. Bo Xiao clenched his fists tightly. His knuckles turned pale. So what is Monopoly? This is called Monopoly. Eat it if you want, if you don't want, get out. People who like to monopolize others unexpectedly, one day, are also monopolized by others. Is this retribution in this life? Okay, he remembered it. 5 bowls of fried rice. Bo Xiao swiped his card. Okay. People in Tianqi are really generous. The waiter in the restaurant changed his face with Sichuan opera skills. And immediately changed his expression. He was very happy to make a big deal. His attitude was naturally more attentive. He got a commission. I don't like fried rice. Hu Jiao, who wanted to eat glutinous rice balls, stammered. It's good to have something to eat. Wu reminded him in a low voice. Either buy it yourself, or look at Bo Xiao's face. It is definitely impossible for him to buy something more expensive than what he eats for them. You don't want to eat? Give it to me. Hu too was not full yet, and stretched out his hand to grab it. You've already eaten 5 servings. And you still want more? Hu Jiao slapped his hands to stop him from grabbing it. Wow. It's so delicious. This is really the most delicious egg fried rice in the world. I agree. I don't know how long it has been since I last ate normal food. Even Bo Xiao looked a little dazed. This is real egg fried rice. A bowl of egg fried rice almost made the 5 people of Tianqi cry. The full of fighting spirit and ruthlessness before coming to the Killing Guild was unexpectedly broken by the most ordinary bowl of egg fried rice. The clothes worn by the Apocalypse Guild members were different from those of the Slaughter Guild, which made the 5 of them sitting at the same table look very eye-catching. The Slaughter Guild members passing by talked about it. The Apocalypse people are so pitiful. A bowl of egg fried rice can move them so much. Of course. It's just egg fried rice? No way. It's like this when you've never eaten good food. The 5 people ate it all up. Not a single grain of rice was wasted. They truly understood the meaning of hard work in every grain of rice. But it wasn't actually like that. For 1,000 points for a bowl, Bo Xiao went on a killing spree and spent another 20,000. When they finished eating, the waiter cleared the table and drove them away. But he still maintained a good attitude. After all, this was a big customer. Come again next time. The 5 people got up helplessly, as if they really just came for breakfast. Pack up a portion and take it home, Oz suggested. This suggestion was actually approved by everyone in the Apocalypse Guild. Waiting for the window to pick up the food, a member of the Killing Guild passed by. She also bought egg fried rice. TSK, how much salary does your guild pay you per month? I guess you can only eat egg fried rice during festivals? Hu Jiao talked to her. For 1,000 points per serving, it's not something that ordinary people can afford. Miao Yuan looked at him like he was crazy. What does this mean? Okay, your egg fried rice. Yin Lulu handed the egg fried rice to Miao Yuan. Okay. Turn around. Miao Yuan scanned it, and then left. Wu leaned over to take a look. The electronic screen showed, delivered, 10 points. What? He hurriedly went up to stop Miao Yuan, and asked her with a smile. Miss, how many points do you want for this fried rice? Miao Yuan saw that this man was more pleasing to the eye than the one who had just talked to her. So she patiently answered him. 10 points. Boom. A bolt from the blue. Carrying the packaged fried rice. 5 members of the Apocalypse Guild stood at the gate of the Killing Guild. They felt mixed emotions. So, members of the Killing Guild only had to spend 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 30 yuan to eat. But when it came to them, the number had to be followed by more than 2 zeros. It was terrible. It was too exclusive. We are all from the north. How can we be treated differently like this? Tiger Head had the pain mask welded onto his face. Strictly speaking, we do not belong to the north. Ah Wu corrected. We are from the Kingdom of Sand. That's right. These 5 people are all from the headquarters of the Kingdom of Sand. Wait. Hu Jiao was blown by the cold wind and felt something was wrong. What are we here for? After his reminder, the people of Tianqi reacted. Yes. I just went in and took a look around. And killed everyone in the guild. Nothing happened at all. From this point of view, it is probably the problem with the talisman. What should I do, Vice President Bo? Bo Xiao fell into silence. Scored twice. He also messed up. Tianqi can't go back for the time being. Let's find a monster nest to fight. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with that group of people. Bo Xiao got a headache when he thought of Su Ro's face. The weird expression and saliva could drown him. He asked Awe to take a few people to the entrance of the S-level Snow Lion's nest to wait for him. He had to find someone to figure things out. Monkey is an undercover agent he planted in the Killing Guild. He has a special method to contact Monkey, which is very covert and will not be discovered. Of course, he thinks it is very covert. In fact, Bo Shui, come out. I have something urgent to tell you. This so-called method of contact is to send a message to Monkey. Monkey is very eager to get promoted. He also has a strong desire for points. Usually, as long as Bo Xiao does not call him out when he is in a deep sleep, he will respond immediately. But today, Bo Xiao has been waiting for him for 30 minutes. What happened? Did he betray me? Just when Bo Xiao was about to lose his patience, a familiar figure came into his sight. No. Why is she haunting me? This is the fixed place where Bo Xiao and Monkey agreed to meet. Crooked Tree. Jian Luan looked around. The feature is indeed quite obvious, and he is quite good at choosing places. Waiting for someone. Jian Luan smiled. It was obvious that he was coming for him. Why are you here? Bo Xiao was suspicious. Ah? Jian Luan was stunned. This is the backyard of our base. Why can't I be here? Bo Xiao was blocked. He had nothing to say. How come you are here? Jian Luan smiled playfully. Bo Xiao covered up. I'm digesting food. Ah. Jian Luan said softly, to show understanding. Then, she didn't leave. Bo Xiao? No, she stayed here. When the monkey came later, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. How about sending a message to Monkey to say goodbye another day? He just sent it. Ding! The message notification sound came from beside him. Jian Luan turned on the light brain bracelet. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. How come Jian Luan has 2 bracelets? Date cancelled. Reply quickly when you see it. Jian Luan read out the words on the light brain bracelet screen. The sender, the name looks familiar. When Bo Xiao heard Jian Luan read out those 8 words, his face changed on the spot. Bo Shui. Jian Luan was in deep thought. Bo Shui. So is he handsome, or not? Bo Xiao was speechless. Hee hee. What a bad pun. But the more important truth has been revealed. The monkey's optical brain bracelet is on this woman's hand. Eh? Could Bo Shui refer to a general with the surname Bo? Jian Luan raised the corner of her mouth and asked Bo Xiao. Give it to me. Bo Zhao's expression returned to his usual coldness. He was not kidding Jian Luan. How could Jian Luan give it to him easily? She hid the light computer bracelet behind her. Bo Xiao had long arms, so he grabbed her 2 wrists with one hand. He reached for the light computer bracelet with his other hand. Jian Luan was caught and couldn't move. As a result, Bo Xiao was completely pressed against Jian Luan. Damn, this posture, it's a bit ambiguous. Her chin was resting on Bo Zhao's shoulder. From a distance, it looked like they were hugging. Bo Xiao had already grabbed her other hand. The monkey's light computer bracelet was about to fall into his hands. Jian Luan stalled for time. Hey, don't you want to know why his bracelet is here with me? I'll know soon. Bo Xiao ignored her. His mind was only on the monkey's bracelet. As long as he could get the bracelet, everything would be clear. But he tried for a long time but failed. Jianlan's hands were as slippery as loaches. Don't blame me for being rude if you do this again. After so many days of getting along. Bo Xiao also knew that Jianlan was a rare talent. Of course, he couldn't strangle her like he did last time. Although he was really furious now. Really, don't force him. But Jianlan just wouldn't give it to him. You can't grab it from behind. Right? Bo Xiao directly pulled Jianlan's arms forward. Due to inertia, Jianlan actually bumped into his arms. In this way, grabbing her wrist again, it would be much easier to snatch things from her palm. Very effective, immediate results. Finally, Bo Xiao got the monkey's bracelet. That's right, as long as he wants something, he will definitely get it. Bo Xiao got what he wanted. But, behind a big rock not far away, the other 4 people from the Apocalypse Guild witnessed it all. At the scene, they covered their mouths tightly, restrained their inner shock, and never screamed. What is this? Let them go to the nest and wait first, but he came here to see the leader of the Killing Guild. What's this? Old lovers reminiscing. Right? First hug, then kiss, and still reluctantly accept. Oh my god! Oh my god! The vice president actually defected to the enemy. Chapter 38. Awe collapsed. The idol collapsed. Although Bo Xiao usually treated him indifferently, but his strength was there, he always admired Bo Xiao. Including many people in the Apocalypse base, they were all like this. But after witnessing this scene today, his heart sunk coldly. Oh, you just found out? I had suspected him a long time ago. Hu Jiao was also indignant. When he went to the Killing Guild to find trouble, he was also one of them. When I went there, the evidence was clearly in Bo Zhao's hands. But when he asked for something, he couldn't produce it. It seemed that they, Tianqi, were just looking for something to kill people for fun. Later, the matter was left unresolved. Until now, the investigator still died in an unclear way. So, it turned out that the vice president had surrendered to the enemy long ago, and secretly colluded with the people who killed the public households. He is really good at pretending. Tianqi's strongest actor is him. Of course, Ah Wu and Hu Jiao are the more impulsive ones. There are also calm people. And people who are too full to think. Is there any misunderstanding? Fong Fong is the calm one. He has been working under Bo Xiao for a while. And he really doesn't think Bo Xiao is such an erratic person. Yes. Why don't we wait for the vice president to come down and ask him clearly? Hu Tu said stupidly. Vice President Bo just treated us to a big meal. And he ate the most. Okay. Hu Ju nodded. Ask later. Humph. I'm really sad. Ah hugged his shoulders, and was unhappy. When they heard that they were asked to ask Bo Xiao if he had surrendered to the enemy. The 2 members who held opposing opinions fell silent. Who dared to ask this? Aren't they afraid that Bo Xiao would kill them on the spot? The 4 of them quietly came to the agreed place to wait for Bo Xiao. After nearly an hour, Bo Xiao finally arrived, with a very bad face. His frown could kill a fly. The 4 of them kept silent without saying a word. Seeing that he had been gone for so long, these people were not curious at all about what he had done. If it were normal times, Ah would definitely ask. Although Bo Xiao felt strange, but since they didn't ask, he was too lazy to take the initiative to explain. Because the news he got here was not good news that would make people happy. He had already looked at all the monkey's bracelets. There was nothing special about them. It was useless to look at them. It was indeed as Jianwan said, if there was any question, it would be better to ask her directly. But how could Bo Xiao lose face? At present, Monkey's undercover identity has been exposed. The people of the Killing Guild knew about this. But what he didn't know was that Monkey blew himself up. If he knew, he would probably call him an idiot again. In Monkey's message column, only one message caught his attention. Jianwan, President, let's drink mung bean soup. What did you do to him? How did his bracelet end up on your hand? Bo Xiao couldn't help it, and asked Jianwan. He's not very well. Jianwan crossed his arms, and pointed at his temple with his index finger. It seems that there is something wrong with his brain. After hearing Jianlan's words, Bo Zhao's hair stood up. What's wrong with his brain? Bo Xiao asked. Has he become an idiot? Huh? Jianlan recalled carefully. According to what you said, it really looks like it. Crooked mouth, slanted eyes, drooling, unable to take care of himself. Jianlan glanced at the monkey's game bracelet in Bo Zhao's hand, and said lightly, You don't even want the bracelet anymore. I found it in the trash can. Jianlan spread his hands. Give it back to me. Bo Xiao tightly grasped the monkey's bracelet, and a chill ran through his body. It turns out that the telekinetic killing talisman is not useless. It really works. Moreover, it only works on the monkey. The monkey is rated A. So the mental power of the talisman will not kill him directly. It will only make him stupid and dumb. The other people in the killing guild were fine. Could it really be that bowl of mung bean soup? What special effects does that bowl of mung bean soup have? Bo Xiao stopped pretending and revealed his true colors. Seeing him asking, Jianwan showed a sly smile. How about you guess? Bo Xiao had never felt like he was being strangled by someone like he did now. Unexpectedly, they spent so much money, even used up Qin Yan's last favor, in exchange for this top-level killing tool, but it was simply resolved by Jianlan's bowl of mung bean soup? How can it not be maddening? This prayer ability is only an ability that can be carried by an A-level rating. Why does it have such power? President Jiang. Bo Xiao approached step by step, until he crossed the boundary of normal communication and contact. But Jianwan did not step back. This also represents her position. She is no longer the weak and helpless Jianwan. There are many props now. Moreover, she is the president. If she does not step back, it means that the current killing guild cannot be humiliated anymore. Bo Xiao's face was right in front of him. Would you consider coming to our apocalypse? Bo Xiao's mouth curled up. This was the first time he had formally invited Jianwan. Not considering it. Jianwan didn't even blink. Too fast, rejected too quickly. Does he have no face? We haven't even discussed the conditions yet. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Bo Xiao was furious. With his strength, even if he was an S player with the same rating, as long as he wasn't a tank player. Support and squishy output system. If he wants to kill them instantly, he can still do it. What's more, Jianwan is just an A-level squishy. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were full of threats. But Jianwan coughed dryly. From the back door of the killing base, more than a dozen players from their guild came out. Stretched his neck to look here. Killing the president of their guild in front of the guild members? No matter how impulsive Bo Xiao is, he can't do such a stupid thing. His clenched fist turned into an extended index finger, pointing at Jianwan. You are so cruel. But Jianwan reached out her hand and took back his index finger. Goodbye, Vice President Bo. After saying that, she turned around and left. Bo Xiao could only watch her pretend and leave, but he could do nothing. The telekinetic killing plan seemed to have completely failed. Besides, there was a buggy superpower like Jianwan sitting in the killing guild. He really didn't know, in the future, how would the Apocalypse Northern Branch fight against him. I couldn't help feeling sad. Oh right. Jianwan walked out for a distance, and then seemed to remember something. Since you like Monkey's bracelet so much, I guess you should like him too. Jianwan said enthusiastically. I have sent someone to deliver Monkey to the gate of your base. Remember to find someone to sign for it. Bo Xiao was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Anyway, Jianwan raised his eyes and looked at him lazily. He is originally a member of your guild. Bo Xiao thought of Jianlan's disdainful look when she was leaving, and a nameless fire surged in his heart. Bitch. Who does she think she is? Does she think she is so great? Reject? Whose invitation does she think she is rejecting? Can you do whatever you want just because you have powerful abilities? Sooner or later, I will let her die in my hands. Bo Xiao's anger turned into the strength to fight the boss. A series of triple critical hit numbers exploded on the forehead of the unfortunate snow lion. It was beaten and wailed. The bloodline is like a slide. The 4 teammates around him almost popped their eyes out. What happened to Vice President Bo? So powerful? He alone dealt twice as much damage as the other 2 teammates combined. All looked at his hands, and couldn't accept this result at all. The gap between S level and A level is so big. Impossible. Have I become a loser? He is not the only one who doubts his life, and Fanfang. He is even more depressed than Ao. You know, Ao is A level, but he is the same as Bo Xiao. Both are S level output. Although there are differences in superpowers. But even if there are differences, the difference can't be so big. Right? The 2 were anxious and panicked. They could only double their efforts to beat the boss. And Hu Tu and Hu Jiao, one is the frontline tank, the other is the auxiliary treatment. But they didn't feel anything special. Mainly because there was no comparison. Until the moment when the Snow Lion boss fell. Hu Tu realized something was wrong. He looked at the settlement timer. 5 minutes and 23 seconds? Something is wrong. There is something wrong with this number. He remembered that the last time he and Suro came to fight the Snow Lion's lair. It took 14 minutes to get the buffs fully loaded. How come it only took 5 minutes and 23 seconds to clear the level today? Bo Xiao pinched his wrist. He was still immersed in anger and had not come out. The other two outputs did not find the problem either. They were just studying the data carefully. Because I was always comparing with others, I couldn't see the gap between myself and before. All they could see was, why did Bo Xiao have so many critical hits, and the numbers were so high? They didn't realize that, in fact, their own data was more than 2 times higher than usual. Hu Jiao was the first to find out. He was a healer, and he was much more sensitive to the panel than other professional players. Damn! Hu Jiao shouted. The life interface shows that my critical hit rate has increased by 50%. This is even better than drinking the critical hit medicine from the mall. As soon as this was said, it instantly attracted the attention of several other people. The potion that increases the critical hit rate in the mall, at least, starts at 1,000 points. Moreover, it can only increase by 10% at most. And the price is as high as 3,000 points. In the advanced dungeon with a limit on the number of players, players will use this potion to pursue the ultimate output. To fight a monster nest like the Snow Lion, no one would be willing to spend so many points. At most, the fight will be slower. Increasing the critical hit rate by 50% is equivalent to increasing the output by half. They have 3 outputs here, which is equivalent to 2 more people fighting together. No wonder the fight was so fast. But how come this buff is in the life status bar? The generation of the life status bar buff is related to food, clothing, housing and transportation. When they woke up, it was not there. The truth can only be fried rice. So, Jianlan didn't deliberately rip them off by selling fried rice for 4,000 points. Such a precious item was just eaten by them. I don't know how long the buff lasts, and it's a waste to use it to fight a boss like the Snow Lion. I really want to dig it out of my stomach. The boss died, and no one cared about the spoils that were exposed. Thinking of killing members, they could eat such delicious food every day, and the effect could be called bug food. Tianqi and the other 4 suddenly felt bad. The most important thing is that it only costs 10 points to eat the people of the Killing Guild. Hu too, who just vowed that Bo Xiao would not surrender to the enemy, could not sit still. He rubbed his hands embarrassedly and said to Bo Xiao with a smile on his face, "Vice President, I want to discuss something with you." Chapter 39. Hu Tu was about to say something that could not be undone. Hu Jiao, who had just encouraged Hu Tu to question Bo Xiao, pulled him back. He covered his mouth with his hand, not allowing him to speak. Hu Tu was so big, but he was dragged away by Hu Jiao. A nurse. Several people whispered, and finally reached a consensus. "What's wrong with you?" Bo Xiao saw that the other 4 people were hesitant to speak, and he became suspicious. What kind of whispers were there that he couldn't hear? "It's okay. It's okay." Fong Fong quickly waved her hands to cover up. "Nothing. I just feel full of strength." Wu did a move that a muscle man likes to do. It was really embarrassing. "What did you want to discuss with me just now?" Bo Xiao has a good memory, and he won't forget things because of interruptions. He didn't intend to let Hu Tu go. Hu Tu also understood the interests involved. And of course, he couldn't say what he was thinking. So he could only cover up and say, "I want to say, this fried rice is amazing. Food prays for supernatural powers. Seeing is believing." He chuckled twice. Finally, he got away with it. The food Jianlan gave him the first time had no special effects. Only the fried rice they ate the second time after spending their points had the effect of increasing the critical hit rate by 50%. The reason for this speculation is that the buff on Tiger Head is the same as theirs. So only the special effect of the fried rice took effect. Was it intentional or random? Bo Xiao tends to believe the former. But the former also made him more worried. Could it be that Jianlan's ability has reached the point where he can control whether food has special effects at will? The heavy stone in Bo Xiao's chest pressed even harder. It's okay to kill the whole guild, but the monkey guy is the only one who is stupid. The truth is obvious. The monkey guy was very cautious and deliberately didn't drink the mung bean soup, so he was too smart and made a mistake. Jianlan also sent him back to Tianqi. Does Tianqi have to support this person who has become a fool for the rest of his life? This time he really shot himself in the foot. Bo Xiao felt a headache. Now that he had a buff, he should make good use of it. So, Bo Xiao led his 4 men who had eaten fried rice with eggs, and in one day, he cleared all the monster nests that could be cleared in the north. Usually after the monthly refresh, an ordinary player team needs at least a week to clear them. Even a strong team of all S-level players needs 2 days. At least give people some buffer time, but Bo Xiao didn't care. After finishing the last nest, it was already the second day. I went crazy. All 4 of them wanted to vomit blood. They searched the mall for oxygen cylinders. Of course, the mall didn't sell this thing. This is a joke. At this moment, they deeply understood what is meant by free things. They are the most expensive. They ate the egg fried rice that Bo Xiao treated them to for free, and it was natural for them to work hard for Bo Xiao. Back to the Apocalypse base, it was already dark. Several people rushed to their rooms without stopping, fell on the bed, and fell asleep. Bo Xiao was also tired, and wanted to rest. But he was the vice president. There were some things that ordinary members, even managers, could avoid. But he couldn't. He had responsibilities on his shoulders. It took so long to come back. And Monkey had been sent back to Apocalypse by the Slaughterers. The people of Apocalypse naturally saw the glowing and lively members of the Slaughterers Guild. What happened to the promised spiritual power? The people of Tianqi waited for a whole morning, but Bo Xiao did not come back with good news. All they got was a stupid monkey. Suro didn't know how she could sleep. The longer Bo Xiao was out, the longer her eyes were wide open. Now, Bo Xiao is finally back. Suro hadn't spoken yet. Bo Xiao raised his hand and took the lead in expressing his opinion. If I say that the Fu Jianlan prayed for his immune to all the damage of the talisman, do you believe it? What he said was all true. But Suro crossed her arms, with a look of scrutiny on her face. Her face was full of bullshit. In her mind, Qin Yin was already a deified figure. If she was just an ordinary psychic, it would be fine, but the person who condensed this talisman was Qin Yin. Bo Xiao knew she didn't believe it. But he couldn't do anything about it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he be willing to admit it? That's the truth. The monkey is crazy, you know that? Right? Bo Xiao tried to persuade Suro again. He was the one who gave the list, but in the whole killing guild, he was the only one who went crazy. Isn't it strange? What do you think? Bo Xiao was waiting for Suro's answer. Suro thought about it. It seemed to be the case. But since Monkey would provide Tianqi with the full list of members of the killing guild, how could he provide his correct name and ID? Bo Xiao and Suro thought of this question almost at the same time. It could only be that the list provided by Monkey was fake, and the list with all the correct names and IDs was the one provided by Ying. Good guy. They actually kicked Ying out? The atmosphere was a bit awkward. But when they kicked Ying out, neither of them tried to stop them. It was the same. After a while. Do you believe it? Bo Xiao asked tentatively. Before this, I might believe it. Suro looked thoughtful. But? Bo Xiao raised his eyebrows. Suro thought about it, and decided to tell the whole story. Someone said that you had an affair with the leader of the killing guild. Bo Xiao spurted out the nutrient solution he was drinking. He was choked and kept coughing. Seeing him like this, Suro comforted him. Don't get excited. Bo Xiao. Damn, who is framing him? He has an affair with Jianlan? It's too outrageous. He almost killed Jianlan many times. You don't think such a ridiculous thing is true, do you? Bo Xiao was waiting for Suro's answer. Of course, I believe you emotionally. Suro touched her nose. But intellectually, no matter how you look at it, there are problems. She won't mention this for now. The most important thing is, how are they going to explain to Ji Hao, the president of the Apocalypse Guild, that this thing they did failed? The main thing is Bo Xiao. This matter has basically nothing to do with Suro. She must have gotten away with it cleanly. TSK. Bo Xiao snorted coldly. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Does he dare to scold me? You are a fucking idiot. Ji Hao directly started to rant in the video. Online meeting, in front of all the Apocalypse management in the north. This is a piece of shit. Ji Hao's face was ferocious, and his saliva was flying everywhere. Luckily, there was a screen otherwise. It felt like he could wash Bo Xiao's hair. Being stared at by so many eyes, Bo Xiao couldn't hold his face. Hey! Mouse, don't be too harsh. He even called out Ji Hao's nickname. This is a guild meeting. There is only a difference between the president and the members. No personal feelings. Bo Xiao suffered a loss. And said nothing. Pfft. Suro laughed out loud after hearing this. A private affair? She glanced at Bo Xiao meaningfully. No, a private affair, eh? But Bo Xiao didn't want to pay attention to Suro's weird tone now. It was a bit embarrassing, to be honest. He thought Ji Hao would give him some face, but who knew he would bite him directly. His violent side was fully revealed. But capable people are like this. Even though he had a bad temper, others had to coax him patiently. Besides, he was indeed responsible for not handling the matter properly. But then again, could he be blamed for it all? Wasn't it because of Jianlan? Ji Hao was angry on the other side of the video. Surprisingly, Ji Qingqing seemed calm. Logically, she could have gotten mad. After all, as the person who copied the list, everyone could see how hard she worked. For her, if no one died in the killing guild, it would be a waste of her work. She was trimming her nails leisurely, and she didn't forget to say a few words of criticism. Brother, you grew up with Master Bo. What kind of person he is? Don't you know? This was said ambiguously, seemingly helping Bo Xiao calm Ji Hao's anger. But in fact, she was secretly criticizing Bo Xiao for being useless. No matter how good the relationship is, if you keep pulling, the thread of friendship will break. Bo Xiao remained silent. Ji Hao knew that this was the edge of his patience. So, no matter how much he felt in his heart, he just used up Qin Yan's favor, but didn't accomplish anything. What a pity. He also had to control his anger. Now, there were more important things waiting for him to solve. And this was the most important reason for his rage. As long as the leader of the Killing Guild was here, we couldn't do anything to the Killing Guild. Bo Xiao said it directly. Tianqi wanted to be an enemy of Killing Guild in the north. It had become impossible. He had to make this clear to Ji Hao. In order to avoid him failing in this matter, he would come up with another plan, and finally, it would be in vain. But the last time I went out with Bo Xiao, the 4 people who went to the Killing Guild walked around. They thought differently. They looked at each other. Do they not want to move, or are they reluctant to move? But no one dared to say it out loud. This is a secret between them. The president of the Killing Guild? Ji Hao thought for a moment. I remember, is he a summoner? Tang Mingming. S-level psychic. There are not many S-level psychics in the north, and there are only a few who can rank among them. Besides, summoning abilities are rare. So it's not surprising that Ji Hao remembers Tang Mingming. It's been a long time since then. Su Rou interrupted, with a strange tone. Have you forgotten? Why did I fight with Bo Xiao last time? It was because Jianlan became the president. Ji Hao was stunned. It seemed to be the case. And then? He asked them to find Qin Yan. He was really angry. Ji Hao was silent for a long time. President? Su Rou saw that Ji Hao didn't respond for a long time. Then in the future, will we live in peace with the Killing Guild? Ji Hao's attitude had given her the answer. Like Bo Zhao's idea. They couldn't kill. But the reason was completely different. Ji Hao pondered for a moment. How long have you been in the north? Why did you suddenly ask this? Half a year? The people who went there didn't go all at once, but were divided into several groups. The earliest group was about half a year. In such a short period of time, it was already very good to develop a guild so big. If there is no more awesome killing in front of us. Everyone is confused about what Ji Hao wants to say. Why did he suddenly ask this? Reminisce about the past? Or go back to the land of sand? Ji Hao doesn't want to hide it anymore. The real reason why he is so irritable. Sooner or later, everyone will know. The Sai was helpless and sad. His eyes dimmed. Wami started a gang war for our guild the day before yesterday. Chapter 40. The Kingdom of Sand borders the north. And the area is almost the same. After a large wasteland transition zone in the middle, you will reach the desert area. In theory, the desert area is desolate. And the population density should be similar to that of the Arctic North. There are also natural disasters, sandstorms and extreme heat. The coping methods are also more complicated than those in the Arctic North. However, due to the existence of an oasis city in the center of the desert, and the rich mineral resources and monster nests, the number of players here is 3 times that of the Arctic North. If you say that it is easy for a novice to survive in the extremely cold northern border, after all, it is freezing cold. There are few players, and the players who go there are lazy. Tang Mingming is a typical example. Find a cave or an abandoned house of NPCs to stay in. And when it is not snowing, go out to fight monsters. Exchange points for nutrient solution. And you can survive. Even if you don't join a guild, it doesn't matter much. But the Kingdom of Sand can basically be regarded as a nightmare for novices. There are almost no independent people here. Resources are abundant, but most of them are monopolized by guilds. You can't survive without joining a guild. Where there are people, there are guilds, and where there are guilds, there are fights. And fights will inevitably lead to bloodshed. This is an eternal truth. From this, it can be seen that it was not easy for Tianqi to fight his way out of the Sand Country. It goes without saying that it was sad. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Before Tianqi showed up, the Painted Wall Guild had dominated the Sand Country for many years. At first, it didn't take this guild that was ignorant of the world and wanted to challenge its authority seriously. But as Apocalypse continued to grow in the Sand Country, it finally felt the crisis. It directly united with many guilds that had always been its vassal to target Apocalypse. Apocalypse was attacked from all sides. The Apocalypse headquarters in the Sand Country and the core of Apocalypse in the north remained unchanged. But because the core leaders were not the same person and the opponents they faced were different, it led to two completely different results. But now, the results are about to converge. Ji Hao was anxious, but could not lose his composure. Under the current situation, military morale is very important. The guild order set by Huobi the day before yesterday had been rejected by Tianqi. To reject it, you need to buy props in the mall. The prop looks like an olive branch, symbolizing peace. But this kind of prop can only be used once a year. Huobi must have bad intentions to start the guild war with Tianqi at this critical moment. Yes, the well-informed players have already learned the latest news from the undead NPC. The underground dungeon SARS Mausoleum of the Sand Country is about to be opened. As an SS-level dungeon, it is more difficult than all the online dungeons in the Sand Country. It can be said that this is an epic-making opportunity. Just like the Dune Lord back then, players form guilds to challenge the dungeon. The guild that clears it for the first time can obtain unimaginable massive resources, which is much richer than the rewards that can be obtained from the S-level natural disaster boss. Ji Hao knew what Huobi was thinking with his knees. They missed it once, and they will never give up this opportunity again. If Huobi gets through the SARS Mausoleum first, Tianqi will always lag behind Huobi and never make a comeback. When Ji Hao said this, his tone was very heavy. He rarely spoke in such a tone, which showed that the pressure in his heart was so great that even his familiar disguise could not cover it up. The people of Tianqi's northern branch have been away from those disputes for too long, and they can hardly remember how passionate they were back then. Perhaps it was the cold temperature that numbed their nerves. Or perhaps it was the frustration of the trip to the north that made them unwilling to leave. Withdraw? Suro asked. There are still about 40 people in the northern branch of Tianqi. There are about 15 people from the original team of the Sand Country, and the rest were recruited after they came to the north. Try to come as many as possible. Ji Hao said this very tactfully. He did not say that it would be best to find more reinforcements. Needless to say, the original people of Apocalypse, almost all of them would agree to go back, even if it would be a life and death battle. But the newly recruited ones, it's really hard to say. After all, they never really considered them as their own people. It can be seen from the battle with the Blood Wolf King boss. What? Seeing that no one responded from the Northern Apocalypse, Ji Hao was insane again. He was really under a lot of pressure. The points needed to start a guild war are not a small number. Besides, consuming points is just one thing. How can a big guild be short of points? The points in the Huobi Guild's account are not much less than those in the Tianqi Guild. If it weren't for the protection of the Guild War CD, it is estimated that the annoying prompt sound will be heard again tomorrow. The managers of the Tianqi Guild in the Northern Territory said nothing. Ji Hao opened his mouth slightly. Is it difficult? Isn't it easy to get along well with the guild members? At the critical moment, let them work hard for the guild. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army and only 1 day to use it. Ahem. Bo Xiao coughed. Then I'll take the people from the Kingdom of Sand back. Meaning, there are only 15 people. Didn't you recruit new people? Ji Hao was obviously not satisfied with this answer. How many people were there when you left, and how many were there when you came back? You know, when the Guild War application CD arrives, it is very likely that the war will start at any time. How can we do it without a scapegoat? Suro didn't know what to say. The whole branch is going back? There are not enough guild members. This is the only excuse I can use. Don't worry about the position, the guild has been upgraded to level 15. There are 150 places. Ji Hao said coldly. Bring me more S-level psychics. So fast? When they left, the guild had just reached 100 places. In such a short period of 6 months, it has been upgraded to another 5 levels? This speed is like riding a rocket. No wonder Ji Hao is under so much pressure, and Huobi, finally couldn't sit still and wanted to take action. Actually, Bo Xiao and Su Rou had recruited many S-level psychics before. However, due to the failure of the Blood Wolf King battle and the loss of morale, many people quit the club. Now, there are only about 5 left. It is not certain whether they are willing to go back with them. All of this is Jianglan's fault. Anyway, no matter what the grudge is now, it will eventually fall on her head. In Bo Xiao's eyes, she is simply a stumbling block. Then let's have 20. Bo Xiao added all the people who could be added. He couldn't let the Northern Apocalypse branch be empty. Seeing that they really couldn't gather any more people, Ji Hao made the next best choice. Hiring is also possible. Those powerful individual players. He began to give advice. I heard that the North Territory is the place with the most individual players. Some individual players are very powerful, but due to personality or experience and other reasons, they are unwilling to join the guild. If they can be recruited, it will also be a good choice. The most powerful individual player Qin Yin has already left the North Territory. Ji Hao, who was almost broken by the silence, gave the final choice. People from other guilds are fine. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. You must bring them back to me the day after tomorrow. This is not Ji Hao acting on impulse, or abusing his power to oppress members. Bo Xiao and Su Rou know Ji Hao very well. If they can force him to this point, there must be no other way. If they don't take it seriously, maybe when they return to the Kingdom of Sand one day, they will never see the Persian castle-like base of Apocalypse again. After the video link was disconnected, an indescribable atmosphere of solidification enveloped all members of Apocalypse. For the managers present, it was certain that they would return to the Kingdom of Sand. But not all of them could go back, and 1 or 2 had to stay to handle the affairs of the guild. The video conference did not solve the previous problems, but cast a greater shadow over Apocalypse. Now, no one was in the mood to care about why the killers were not harmed by the spell. The ones who will be hurt soon will be themselves. What do you think? Su Rou asked Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao exhaled in a muffled voice and pinched the root of his nose. I want to die. Or, just go hire some people. Su Rou's eyes wandered. It was obvious that she already had the right person in mind. The North Territory is full of rookies. Where can we find S-level psychics? Bo Xiao thought she was dreaming. I knew Bo Xiao would say that. Su Rou had guessed it long ago. She looked at her red nails. You know this better than us. Bo Xiao? Where are all the masters in the entire northern region now? Su Rou really didn't want to say anything that would boost others' morale and destroy her own prestige. But she also loves her hometown. At the critical moment of life and death, face and the like can really be put aside. None of them matters. Wealth, fame, power. Without the living one in front, no matter how many zeros are behind, it's useless. With one, the zeros behind only have meaning. I'll tell you. Bo Xiao reacted, gnashing his teeth, and said to Su Rou, no. It's impossible. If I want to find you, I'll find you. What? Vice President Tianqi sent it personally? Jianlan looked at the invitation. It was written. She had hardly ever touched anything written. And the paper quality of this invitation felt very good. And it must have been expensive. Tianqi especially liked this kind of flashy things. Of course, it was also in line with the temperament of their guild. Sincerely invite Miss Jianlan to our base to reminisce about the past. Signed by Bo Xiao. Reminisce about the past? Why would he reminisce about the past? The members of the Killing Guild saw this and were shocked. When did Bo Xiao become so polite? It can be said that in the eyes of the members of the Killing Guild, he is just like a mad dog. Has he changed his nature? But the fact that he invited Jianlan to their guild is itself very dangerous. Most members of the Killing Guild are persuading Jianlan not to go. Maybe it was a hangman banquet. He wanted to take the opportunity to arrest Jianlan. But the financial manager Mr. Ke had a different opinion. He thought that if someone with Bo Xiao's personality wanted to murder someone, he could just kidnap him openly, and there was no need to do these roundabout things. This did not fit his personality. Mr. Ke was right, but also wrong. Bo Xiao was not incapable of conspiracy. He had done it before, but it just didn't work. But this time, he really didn't want to do conspiracy. It was a sincere invitation. After all, Apocalypse was really in great trouble. It was just that the people of Slaughter did not know these things at this time. Finally, after a heated discussion, everyone came to the conclusion that it was not impossible to go, but Jianlan had to bring more bodyguards. So, just like the people of Apocalypse attacked the Slaughter Guild to ask for punishment, Jianglan took a group of members of the Slaughter Guild to the Apocalypse Guild. Jun's death came so fast. This was the second time Jianglan set foot on the territory of the Apocalypse base. The gatekeepers of the Apocalypse Guild turned pale when they saw the row of S-level psychics behind Jianglan. "Hey, our president is here." Chu He carried the big knife on his shoulder and gave the man a fierce look. "Hurry up and report." Chapter 41. The news that the leader of the Killing Guild brought 10 superpowers to the door spread throughout the Apocalypse in an instant. Except for the managers of the Apocalypse Guild who went to the meeting at that time. They knew what was going on. The other ordinary guild members were stunned. The people from the Killing Guild came to challenge. The group rushed in with murderous intent. There were also people who were there when Bo Xiao brought Jianglan back for the first time. When they saw Jianglan's face, they suddenly realized, isn't this the woman that Vice President Bo kidnapped last time? Revenge? Is this? Blood rumors are flying everywhere. All kinds of rumors are said. The lack of information, lag and imbalance, caused Bo Xiao to become a heartless and unfaithful man in the eyes of Tianqi members. Vice President Bo, your ex-girlfriend is coming with a group of people to kill us. When Bo Xiao heard someone report this to him, his brain went blank for 5 seconds. Since he entered the game, he has only dated someone who looks like his ex-girlfriend. It wasn't long, and the relationship was average. But she was clearly in the land of sand. When he finally figured out that the person who reported the incident was Jianglan, he really wanted to drag the reporter out and give him 80 lashes. However, it was not the fault of the people of Apocalypse for spreading gossip. After all, the managers at the top would never tell the lower-level guild members about their work. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Slaughter Guild arrived at the reception hall. Bo Xiao looked at them one by one. Wow, they were all familiar faces. Chu He, Fu Yao Xiaowen, Ling Yu, Lian Chao, and even Tang Mingming. The lowest ones were all top-level A-class psychics. They were the main force in the fight against the Blood Wolf King. Jianglan was so grand. And this group of people who usually gave him a headache, he actually felt a little close to them at this moment. I really want to pack them up and take them back to the Kingdom of Sand. President Jiang Yu said this. Bo Xiao laughed awkwardly, raised his hand. I sincerely invite you to be my guest. You brought so many people. If you don't know, you would think I'm going to do something to you. He was being polite. I can't do anything about it. Jianglan didn't play along with him. You almost strangled me to death last time. She was referring to the second time they met. Bo Xiao was shocked by what she said. It's been so long. But he still remembers it. You're such a stingy guy. When the members of the Killing Guild behind Jianglan heard this, they were furious and even wanted to rush up to attack Bo Xiao. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Bo Xiao tried to appease her. The friendship between President Jiang and me is that we got to know each other through fighting. If he didn't need help now, he wouldn't have to smile so apologetically. The people of the Killing Guild also felt strange when they saw Bo Xiao like this. The Bo Xiao in their memory would never be so humble. I'm still worried. Why don't I go out too? Su Ro was in the back room, trying to listen to the noise in the front hall. But the soundproofing was so good that she couldn't hear anything at all. She was really afraid that Bo Xiao would mess things up again. Forget it. Ah Wu crossed his arms. Last time, I went to the Killing Guild to find trouble. You were also involved. It won't be a good impression on them. It's better not to attract hatred. Su Ro heard it. That's right. She remembered the first time she went to the Killing Guild, that look, how arrogant. In order to avoid bringing up those people's bad memories, she should wait patiently for the result. Otherwise, how can we say that things are unpredictable? What's the matter with inviting us here? Seeing that Bo Xiao was slow to speak, Jianglan was getting a little impatient. Why is he nagging now? I don't have time to waste with him here. Bo Xiao clasped his hands together and spoke with difficulty. I heard that. Your guild has recently added a lot of S-level psychics? Finally, he managed to pry open his mouth. So Jianglan followed his words and said, yes, many of them came from your guild. 2 slaps, Bo Xiao's face hurt. Jianglan looked back. To avoid embarrassment today, they didn't come. Thank you very much. Even if they didn't come, I would be embarrassed now. Bo Xiao has never been as embarrassed as today. I should have let Su Ro go earlier. He was on pins and needles, forcing himself to calm down. Your guild is really full of talents. What do you want to say? Jianglan was on the edge of her patience, and stood up to leave. Lend me a few? Bo Xiao risked his life. After he said this, everyone present was stunned. TSK. It's not impossible. The people from the Killing Guild went back and held a meeting. There was no other way. The meeting was really important. Jianlan did not answer Bo Xiao in person, but said that she would go back and think about it carefully. Since he did not refuse directly, there was hope that he would agree. Bo Xiao felt much more relieved, and even sent the killers to the door, and waved goodbye to them with a smile, saying, "Wait for good news." Many members of the Apocalypse Guild saw it. In just this short moment, Bo Xiao regretted the iceberg personality he had created for many days. He asked me to borrow 5 people. Jianlan looked at the circle of superpowers beside the table. Since the rating was limited to at least A, she only called members above a level to the meeting. According to Bo Xiao's rough description, the mission to the Sand Country this time was very dangerous. He did not say what the specific mission was, but only said that those with too low superpower ratings would not be useful. He originally only wanted to borrow members with superpower S from Jianlan, but there were only a few members with superpower S. As the president, Jianlan, even if she had the power, even if the S-level members would obey her orders, she could not force the guild members to do what they did not want to do. She made it clear that it was impossible to have all S-level members. Later, Bo Xiao relaxed the restrictions to below A level. The reward for the task was 7 figures. Everyone was different, and needed to be discussed with Tianqi individually. For any individual, even for some small guilds, this is a sky-high price. If Jianlan had not seen Kuifenbei, he would have doubted whether this institution for lending points was opened by the Tianqi Guild. No! Tang Mingming gave Jianlan 5 fingers. Then he turned around and left. As expected of him, the rest of the people did not express their opinions. Is there anyone who volunteered? Jianlan was about to write down the name. No one spoke. Then count me in first. Jianlan wrote her name directly on it. Hearing this, all the masters of the Killing Guild were stunned. What? You are going to the Kingdom of Sand? Oh my god, you can't go. President, the Kingdom of Sand is really dangerous. If you go to the Kingdom of Sand, what will we do? For a moment, more than a dozen hands grabbed Jianlan's arms. But Jianlan had made up his mind. This was a perfect opportunity. It was both legitimate and not too conspicuous. During this period, she had almost collected all the flora and fauna in the north. She had collected all the special attributes that should be obtained. If she continued to stay in the north, she would not make any breakthroughs. If she went to the Land of Sand, she might be able to obtain new special effect food. For example, something that could increase the upper limit of health? She needed this thing the most. Why didn't you include me? Yan Lulu suddenly realized. Although Jianlan felt that Yan Lulu would definitely follow him, she was not 100% sure. Since she has spoken, let's add her in. The rest of the people still didn't move. Jianlan thought that everyone might be embarrassed, after all. The reward for this mission is sky high. The members of the Killing Guild have always been united and friendly, and modest to each other. If anyone wants to go, just write your name on the paper. After saying that, she also left. In an instant, only 3 spots were left. Everyone looked at each other briefly, and suddenly got it. That's not right. If Jianlan leaves, who will cook for the Killing Guild in the future? Those who stayed behind. Wouldn't they have to go back to the days of drinking nutrient solution every day? I don't know who reacted the fastest. Rushed forward to grab the pen, and wrote his name on it. The people behind realized the seriousness of the problem. They all squeezed forward. Fuck. Write your name quickly. Don't squeeze. First come first served. Don't you understand? Who stepped on my shoe? Bastard. Where's the pen? The meeting room fell into a frenzy. The table was pushed to the corner. It almost caused a stampede. When Jianlan came back from a walk, he looked at the list on the paper and fell into deep thought. This is... The names of almost all the superpowers present at the meeting were all on the list. Jianlan stared at the 2 words written crookedly in blood. His eyes almost popped out. So scary. Mr. Ke. You are not kidding. Writing in blood, are you trying to scare me to death? What's going on? There are only 5 places, which is obviously far exceeded. Moreover, the writing was so chaotic that it was impossible to tell who wrote it first and who wrote it later. Finally, for the sake of fairness, Jianlan could only use the most primitive scissors, rock, and paper to let them decide the winner. Select 3 people. Chuhi played scissors, rock, and paper, and was quite good at it. He killed his way up, but he couldn't stand his opponent in the final, who was a cheater. The man didn't use his hands to perform the moves, but used the giant slime monster behind him. As for the slime monster, everyone knows it. Its hand is just a pool of slime. If you change it a little bit, the result will change. As long as you are fast. It is simply shameless. Chu could no longer bear it, and slammed the table. Tang Mingming on the opposite side made a face at him. You must accept the loss. Didn't you give up long ago? Chu never expected that. Tang Mingming, who had rejected him sternly at the beginning, could come back and even become a stumbling block on his road to success. Why did he come back? It was because he knew Jianlan was going to go too. Come on, he is a lazy guy, not a fool. Yeah. I won. The slime monster turned the scissors into cloth, and immediately wrapped Chu's fist. Tang Mingming laughed. I can't stand it. Chu broke his defense and reported directly to the organizing committee of the competition. Iron Fist arrived with the referees. Tang Mingming was immediately disqualified from the competition. The reason was that only one of the vice president and the president could go, and one had to stay in charge of the guild. Tang Mingming was so angry that he wanted to quit on the spot. But if he couldn't go, Chu couldn't go either. He turned into a water ghost and pulled Chu down with him. The reason was that the guild didn't have a strong S-level output, and he always felt insecure. Aren't you an S-level output? Chu was dumbfounded. I'm a long-range player, and you're a melee player. Tang Mingming was serious. That makes sense. Taekwon and the judges of the organizing committee nodded. I agree. Is this even possible? Let's take a step back. After all, Chu also lost to Tang Mingming. Give him some sweetness, otherwise he might make a scene. Yes. Chu admitted defeat. A dumb person cannot express his bitterness. The final list is out. Jianlan Yen Lulu, Fu Yao. The S-level healer who shined in the battle against the Blood Wolf King boss, and Yu Shan. The S-level frontline tank who has just joined the guild. His name really is a match for him. They are all masters of playing rock paper scissors. The last spot was originally Chu's, but due to Tang Mingming's interference, the spot was cancelled. So, there was one more spot. Taekwon meant to let Jianlan choose the person himself. After all, the people below dare not have any doubts about the person appointed by the president himself. Naturally, they will not be suspicious of each other. Who should I choose? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jianlan. Chapter 42. He is the first person who makes Jianlan feel warm after entering the Apocalypse game. Except Yen Lulu. Although the two of them don't communicate much, Jianlan has always had a faint liking for him. He is like a cup of warm water, which makes people feel at ease. If she could choose someone to go to the north with her, Jianlan would choose him first. But Xiaolu disappeared from the guild. It seems to have been a while since Jianlan became the president. She hadn't noticed it at first, and now she couldn't find him. As for contacting him on purpose, given their current relationship, Jianlan wouldn't be so presumptuous as to send him a message. After all, her invitation this time wasn't for sightseeing. Although there were huge points to be won, there were still risks. Not everyone loves points. And compared to money, life is of course more important. It's common for guild members to not be in the guild. The guild will not interfere too much with the whereabouts of guild members. Nor does it have the strange habit of calling out names. Members have a high degree of freedom. Disappearing at any time is normal in the Killing Guild. Except for going to dungeons with Zhou Yao and Xian Chung. Xiaolu stays alone at other times. Perhaps he may be on a mission far away now, and it is impossible for him to die suddenly. If a player dies, the guild management will be notified directly, and he will be directly removed from the guild by the system. Disappeared for too many days. Where did Xiaolu go? It became a mystery. Jianlan just mentioned it briefly. Unexpectedly, within 10 minutes, Xian Chung solved the mystery. He sent a message to Xiaolu directly. A few minutes later, Xiaolu replied to him. He went to the northernmost part of the north to kill monsters. It will probably take 3 days to come back. And Jianlan and the others will set off tomorrow. There is no time. Besides, Xiaolu is only an A-rated. I don't know if it will be dangerous to go to the Sand Country together. So Jianlan gave up this idea. Coincidentally, someone else came to recommend himself to her. It was an S-level elemental mage, named Almi. He said it very directly, he was just for the points. Jianlan immediately decided. All 5 of them decided. Soon, the news that the president would lead for guild members to go back to the Sand Country with Apocalypse to carry out the mission spread in the Killing Guild. While everyone was worried about the president's safety, they also expressed understanding, because they all knew that the president needed to collect ingredients from all sides in order to make more and better food. Besides, after the president returns from the Sand Country, the resources earned by their guild will be enough for the guild to develop several levels higher. It is a great thing. The president is really too worried. In addition to the hard days of having no food for several months, they have to go back to drinking nutrient solution, which is extremely painful. Who said you have to drink nutrient solution? Jianlan opened her eyes wide. She had studied it thoroughly long ago. The guild can order ice storage technology. She put the prepared food in the ice storage in advance and freeze it. When the members want to eat, they can just take it out and heat it up. In addition, there is a large cellar in the basement of the Killing Guild, which can store some food that is not easy to spoil. With the outdoor temperature in the extremely cold northern region, it is not a problem to store it for a year or two. It's just that the taste may not be as good as freshly made. Hearing this, Tang Mingming was so excited that she almost fainted. She hugged Taekwon and almost kissed him. Fortunately, he stopped himself. Taekwon pushed him away with disgust. Hey, I don't like men. Me too, Tang Mingming snorted. If it doesn't work, I can mail it to you, Jianwan said. This game also has an email system. Just like the last time Du Jun got the deerskin winter clothes, he immediately mailed it to the people of Tianqi. I just don't know if food can be mailed. After all, before Jianwan came to the game, such things never existed in this world. President. YYDS. The guild members were almost praising her to the sky. Jianwan successfully settled the members of the Killing Guild. Before leaving, there was one more thing to do. This matter had been on her mind for a long time. Unfortunately, the timing was not ripe. It was not until she became the president that the seed sprouted. That was to change the name of the guild. When she was still a rookie, she heard Yan Lulu talk about how terrifying the big guild was. Of course, she also saw with her own eyes how the people in the guild treated individual players. For example, at that time, she also liked the irresponsible Iron Fist, who took things for free. Now it seems to have been completely changed. When she joined the Killing Guild, she couldn't tell whether everyone was friendly because they were really friendly, or just because they were in the same guild. But after a period of getting along with each other, Jianlan thought that the guild was not as scary as she had imagined at the beginning. It can be said that it was demonized. You can see it from the name. Killing, although it is called killing, it has never killed any innocent players. All the actions of the guild were just legitimate defense. As the saying goes, I will not offend others unless they offend me. The word killing is a serious misnomer. Jianlan didn't know whether the more ruthless the name, the more deterrent it would be. She only knew that if she continued to use this name, it might hinder the development of the guild. At least in terms of reputation. It would not sound good to say it out loud. The first reaction to hearing this name would be that the people in this guild are all violent and crazy. But in fact, the really crazy ones are different. Jianlan told her idea to all the people in the guild during the meeting. She thought that the old people who had feelings for the guild would not agree with her idea of changing the name. Unexpectedly, the guild's founders immediately came out to curse. They had been displeased with the name for a long time. It was really stupid. If they didn't like it, why didn't they change it earlier? The answer was, if others didn't say it, I wouldn't say it either. It was such a simple reason. At first, they chose this name just to scare people from other guilds. After all, it was not easy to survive in the Frost North back then. And there were many small guilds. Unlike now. At that time, there were few people in the guild. And they were very weak. In order not to be bullied, the guild leader strongly recommended this name. Then, it has been used until now. The idea of changing the name was approved by all guild members. Among several positive names, everyone voted for Dawn. These two words. They represent the first ray of light that tore through the black blizzard at that time, and they also represent that the guild leader will bring new hope to the guild. Didi. The name change process was carried out quietly. The next day, the largest guild in the extremely cold northern region changed from Killing to Dawn. Jianlan prepared enough food for the guild members. He led 4 guild members to the place agreed with Bo Xiao. The people of Tianqi had been waiting there for a long time. Tianqi went back with 15 people, plus the 5 people supported by Dawn, a total of 20 people. At first glance, it was a huge group. Bo Xiao didn't expect Jianlan to come and see him off. After all, there is no friendship without fighting. Although Jianlan had made him very angry these days, He became familiar with her, and became a nodule in his lungs. He thought that whenever he couldn't breathe, he would recall the difficult woman in the frost north on the recliner in the sand country. President Jiang, you are too polite. You even came to see me off in person? Bo Xiao pulled the corner of his mouth and began to smile. Their two guilds were temporarily in a cooperative relationship, so they naturally had to be polite. We can't confront each other like before. After all, the extreme cold north is still their boss now. Jianlan raised her eyebrows. Didn't you see the list? A Wu pulled the corner of Bo Xiao's clothes. Now a Wu has replaced a Mingming and become Bo Xiao's closest person, similar to a little secretary. Bo Xiao sent Jianlan and the others away that day. It took him a long time to recover. He had completed the most difficult part. The rest of the things he left to his subordinates. The follow-up was naturally that the other party agreed to their request. Since not all the members were S-level support, Bo Xiao had no interest in finding out. When he was about to set off, he saw who the other party's support was. He clicked on the message sent to him by Jianlan, Yen Lulu, Fuyao, Yueshan Aomi. 3 S-level, 2 A-level. Of course, the picture of Jianlan's A-level was photoshopped. But Bo Xiao didn't know. What surprised him more than Jianlan's coming was that the Killing Guild actually changed its name. Dawn Guild? Bo Xiao didn't understand why Xiaolu suddenly changed his name. Is there any special intention? But there is nothing special, he just wanted to change it. A name? He didn't think about it for too long. They had to set off quickly, they needed to get to the border before dark. The teleportation array was centered on the Apocalypse Guild, and had a radius of several dozen kilometers. After teleporting to the farthest place that could be teleported, you had to walk the rest of the way by yourself. The extreme cold north bordered the sand country, and there was a border checkpoint in the middle. It is not easy to pass through. But as long as you give some benefits to the NPC at the checkpoint, the NPC will let the player pass. This is the toll. Some players have the ability to teleport, but the wall here is very thick. If you don't calculate the distance well, you don't pass through the wall, but get stuck inside the wall. That would be a disaster. Either spend money to buy an escape item in the mall, or you can only shout for the NPC at the checkpoint to save him. At this time, the toll has to be paid double. This is called stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Since the Dawn Guild was hired by Apocalypse to go to the Kingdom of Sand, all the expenses were naturally paid by Apocalypse. The checkpoint NPCs counted the heads one by one and let them go. The people from Apocalypse were familiar with the route. And the people from the Dawn Guild were also familiar with the process, including Yin Lulu. They had traveled between various areas before. Only Jianlan saw the checkpoint NPC for the first time. Dressed in Western clothes, they looked almost exactly like real players. From the extremely cold northern border to the Kingdom of Sand, the checkpoint NPCs were dressed like those from the Kingdom of Sand. From the Land of Sand to the Arctic North. The NPCs at the checkpoints are from the Arctic North. And they are dressed in cold weather clothing similar to that of astronauts. Next to the snow is the desert. The geography knowledge of the game designer was not in vain. But in fact, there is still a large wasteland in between. If you rely on your legs alone, it will take several weeks to walk. Fortunately, the people of the Apocalypse Guild have props. In order to get to the base quickly, they really don't take points as points. So, after jumping through several wasteland terrains, finally, we arrived at the edge of the heartland of the Kingdom of Sand. The vast desert stretches as far as the eye can see. Jianlan was stunned. There may be a sandstorm today. Suro glanced at the optical brain. As soon as she arrived at the Kingdom of Sand, she checked the weather forecast channel. In a world where natural disasters occur frequently, it is a good habit to check the weather forecast frequently. Whether it is accurate or not is another matter. Hearing this, the people of Apocalypse silently took out the anti-sand helmet from the package. Of course, they also equipped the people of the Dawn Guild. This helmet cannot be worn with one click, you need to do it manually. Jianlan had never worn such a strange thing before. She tried to wear it, and felt it stuck at her chin. She couldn't take it off no matter how hard she tried. Unexpectedly, this scene happened to be seen by Bo Xiao. He walked over, and subconsciously lent a hand. He put Jianlan's helmet in the right place. The position was right, and it was put on in one go. The moment the helmet was taken off, he looked into a pair of misty eyes. Jianlan's eyes were like a deer's, without any distractions. Just like the first time she saw Jianlan. Suddenly, something hit Bo Xiao's left chest hard. Jianlan was finally able to breathe, and her lips, like rose petals, opened slightly. But Bo Xiao felt that he had difficulty breathing. This felt very wrong. What's going on? Lung nodules? Chapter 43. The way to wear the anti-sand helmet is a bit complicated, but the players present are all veteran players, and they put it on in no time. Even though the people of Apocalypse have been away from the land of sand for a long time, they have not forgotten how to wear it. Not to mention the 4 people from the Dawn Guild. The only ones who really don't know how to wear it are the newbies. President Jianlan. So, when Bo Xiao kindly went to help Jianlan put on the helmet, the 4 people from the Dawn Guild were surprised and confused, and the 14 people from the Apocalypse Guild were speechless with their eyes wide open. The atmosphere in the desert was a bit weird. Even the whistling wind stopped. Bo Xiao looked around. Finally, he knew where the stagnant feeling came from. He returned to the Tianqi team with a gloomy face. Let's go! He was just kind-hearted, just for fun. Do you understand? Ji Qingqing kept staring at Bo Xiao, from every step he took, to his coughing to cover up, not missing any movement. What does it mean? And Mingming and others are even more incredible. It seems that the rumors are not groundless. They had heard about the scandal between Bo Xiao and Jianlan. But hearing is one thing, seeing is another. This time, they saw it with their own eyes. There is no escape. And the 4 people who went to the Shuguang Guild with Bo Xiao last time to pick a fight, after the ready-made example, further proved that their relationship was extraordinary. However, no one broke it on the spot. After all, the people of the Shuguang Guild were not here to play. This time, they came back. They had more important things to do. The people of Tianqi were full of worries, while the Shuguang side did not pay much attention to the intimate behavior of Bo Xiao and Jianlan. After all, without any foreshadowing, it is impossible to associate an improper relationship between them with a simple action. Before this, Shuguang and Tianqi were still enemies. Have the people of Tianqi really changed their nature? Yan Lulu whispered to Jianlan. How did this Bo Xiao become so good? She herself was not very good at wearing this anti-sand helmet, so she did not help Jianlan at the first time. But the moment she put it on, she paid attention to Jianlan. I just saw Bo Xiao helping her loosen the helmet strap. I didn't expect that either. Jianlan straightened the helmet a little more. She felt that it was similar to a motorcycle helmet. It wasn't too heavy, but the vision seemed to be blocked. There happened to be a button at the temple. She pressed it. Instantly, the black windshield became transparent. 360 degrees without blind spots. So that's it. After everyone put on the necessary anti-sand helmets, they followed the people of Tianqi. The one who led the way was a guild member, who was most familiar with the Apocalypse map. He knew where the Apocalypse Guild's cooperating post station was. After arriving at the post station, you can use the Apocalypse Guild's teleportation array. The Apocalypse Guild's guild level is 8 levels higher than the Dawn Guild, and naturally has many more permissions. The teleportation array is no longer just used to transport supplies. Guild members have free teleports every day. When doing tasks outside, as long as they find a post station that has the Apocalypse Guild's cooperation, they can quickly return to the guild. The nearest post station is about an hour away. We walked for about half an hour. Suddenly the wind got stronger, blowing up the sand and stones on the ground and flying towards people's faces. It was like dozens of people grabbing sand and throwing it in front of us. It's hard to imagine how painful it would be if there were no sand helmets. Eating a mouthful of sand is a small matter. The most feared thing is the sharp pebbles, which are blown up by the strong wind. If they hit my eyes, I'm afraid I would go blind on the spot. Jianlan's sand helmet was worn correctly. All the sand and stone attacks hit the helmet with a clang. Like the deerskin cold-proof clothing. The sand helmet also has durability. After traveling in the sandstorm for so long, the durability has dropped by 10%. Jianlan didn't know, if they were still in the sandstorm, when the durability dropped to 0, what would happen. The food she made could resist the coldness of the black blizzard. But that was just a temperature adjustment. How to deal with the sandstorm? There seemed to be no way to resist in her recipe. Come to think of it, she had been in the north for a long time, and this was the first time she encountered a sandstorm in the land of sand. Or, the solution to the relevant natural disasters was to be found in the area where the natural disasters occurred. Where the poisonous snakes live, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. Jianlan did not have too much time to worry, because before the durability dropped to 0, the large army arrived at the post station. At the post station, you can ask the NPC of the post station to hire camels as a means of transportation. It's nice to see the scenery, if you have the chance to see it. The people of Tianqi did not choose this leisurely and ancient way. Instead, they directly opened a teleportation array. The teleportation array can only accommodate 10 people at a time, so they were divided into 2 groups. The 10 people of Tianqi went first, and Bo Xiao and several managers took the reinforcements of Shuguang to the second group. The teleportation array has a 10-minute CD time each time it is used. While waiting for the CD, the people of the Shuguang Guild accidentally chatted with Tianqi. Wow! Was that the natural disaster from the Kingdom of Sand? Omi is a native of the north, and this is his first time out of the north. Although he is a native, he has always stayed in a small guild, even though the Dawn Guild was already in its heyday at that time. He never thought of changing jobs, and he was a steady person. It was not until the battle with the Blood Wolf King, when Dawn severely damaged the Kingdom of Sand and brought apocalypse, that Omi felt the passion in his heart rekindled. He resolutely quit the small guild he had been in for many years and joined Dawn. It is a waste to use less than 20% of one's skills all year round. He also longs to prove himself, just like the 8 warriors of Dawn who challenged the Blood Wolf King alone. Facts have proved that his choice was not wrong. He had just joined Dawn and received such a rich mission, and could also go on a mission with the legendary president. Omi was full of passion. He had just entered the territory of the Sand Country and encountered a natural disaster. He couldn't help but talk more. I wonder which one would lose more blood if you were in the Black Blizzard or the Sandstorm without protection. It was just a casual chat. He didn't expect to get an answer that was completely unexpected. What? Aw didn't seem to hear clearly, but he vaguely knew that the person from the Dawn Guild was talking about the sandstorm just now. This is just a very common weather phenomenon, not a natural disaster, he explained specifically. As soon as this was said, the people in the Dawn Guild were all stunned. The horrible sandstorm just now was just a common weather phenomenon. Just like, it's snowing in the north? But if the snow in the north is not a black blizzard, as long as you wear warm clothes, it won't cause much harm to the human body. And the sandstorm outside, if you walk in it without protection, you might get your head chopped off. Aw? Omi was innocent and simple. Isn't that a natural disaster outside? If you insist, it can be considered a disaster. Aw thought for a while, sandstorms are still a disaster, but sandstorms that can compete with black blizzards are much more terrifying than this. They usually call it sulfur cloud storm. Besides, there are also extreme heat, drought, and other disasters. There are several kinds. You will know later. Aw was too lazy to explain. Omi and several people from the Dawn Guild looked at each other. Compared with this, the North is really friendly to newbies. Living in the Sand Country, it seems not to be an easy thing. Welcome to my world, President of Dawn. Bo Xiao smiled at Jianlan with ill intentions. Jianlan thought for a long time, but couldn't remember. Why does this sound so familiar? I don't know what it means, but it's just very tacky. The CD of the teleportation array is ready, and the second group of members step on the teleportation array. The destination of the teleportation array is Oasis City number 1. In the heart of the Sand Country, according to the density of the player community, 8 Oasis cities of a certain scale have been built. Although there are still some small Oasis cities scattered around, because they cannot form a scale, they are not ranked for the time being. Directly siphoned by the Oasis City in the center, the number of players is getting smaller and smaller, and it looks half dead. 8 Oasis cities are built around the largest central Oasis City. It looks a bit like the meaning of 1 ring, 2 rings and 3 rings. Since they came from the north, the Oasis City closest to them is Oasis City number 1. First reach Oasis City number 1, and then enter the central Oasis City from Oasis City number 1. It is said that the base of Apocalypse is in the most central Oasis City. The land price there. Jianlan simply couldn't imagine it. The center of the Kingdom of Sand. No wonder the people of Apocalypse are so arrogant all day long. If you live in such a place for a long time, your eyes will grow to the sky. There are not so many twists and turns in their northern border. Find a small snow mountain, and then lay an egg in front of the snow mountain. The egg here means egg fort. Now compared with their place, it really has a bit of Eskimo meaning. The speed of the teleportation array is very fast. It feels like riding a roller coaster. The person is flying in front, and the soul is chasing behind. Besides, I have taken too many teleportation arrays today. I feel like vomiting. And everyone's life status bar values are not very good. Especially need to replenish the satiety. Now it is just sunset. We have arrived at Oasis City, so it is safe. So Bo Xiao did not whip everyone to continue on the road. Oasis City number 1 is not far from the central Oasis City. We can arrive at noon tomorrow at the latest. The whole map of the Kingdom of Sand is in the style of the western regions. Next to the post-station teleportation array, there is a tea house. It is opened by NPC, so everyone went to the tea house to rest for a while. A small table can seat 4 people, and a large table can seat 8 people. There were 20 of them in total. A bunch of people squeezed in, and actually filled up the empty tea house. Coincidentally, there were only 3 tables for 4 people, and 1 table for 8 people left in the tea house. So here comes the question. This is a game of grabbing stools. The first person to arrive sits first, and people from a guild naturally have to sit together. The 12 people from the Apocalypse Guild sat at 3 tables first, and there was still a large table left for 8 people. There were 5 people from the Dawn Guild. Then, there are 3 empty seats left for the people from the Apocalypse Guild. Who are the unlucky ones, who have to share the table with people from other guilds? Of course, it can't be Bo Xiao Ji Ching Ching Su Ro. The executives always stick together. The 3 members of the Apocalypse Guild who are not quick to act stared at the 5 people from the Shuguang Guild who had already sat down. So awkward, unfamiliar. None of the 3 people moved, just stood there stupidly. Sitting with the people from the Shuguang Guild, they won't be excluded by the people from their own guild. They didn't have much status in the guild. Although they were also from the Sand Country, they were separated from the management team by an oasis city, and they were from Apocalypse, and the newly recruited members of the Apocalypse Northern Branch, that was separated by a large desert. If they were excluded, their life would be even more difficult. Or why not just sit on the fence bench next to them? Just when they didn't know what to do, the gentle and beautiful president of the Dawn Guild waved to them. Jianlan smiled and said, "Come and sit down." Then, she took out her cooking pot. Chapter 44. Seeing that the president of the Dawn Guild had invited them, they couldn't be so petty. The 3 people hesitated and sat down in the 3 empty seats. Jianlan's cooking kitchen has been upgraded to level 10, which not only brought changes to the appearance of cooking utensils, but also increased the warehouse to 100 grids. A lot of ingredients can be stored. Things recorded in the recipe, click to cook quickly. There are also several ways to sort the recipe, sort by dish category, or summarize by the benefit attribute of the dish. However, everything is out of order. For example, for the same meat, some can keep out the cold, but some can increase the attack and defense attributes. If it is just for her, Jianlan will choose to sort by the type of dishes. But if she needs to produce food with attributes in batches, it is more convenient to sort them according to the gain attributes. Jianlan took out a small steel pot, which was the size of the instant noodles for 1 person. This small steel pot was unlocked when it was upgraded to level 8. Small and exquisite, easy to use. There is also a lid on it. The lid is the essence of the pot. However, in essence, it is still the big iron pot. What do you want to eat? The 3 people from the Apocalypse Guild sat at the Dawn table, which was equivalent to guests, so Jianlan asked them first based on the principle of guest priority. And they vaguely heard that the president of the Dawn Guild had the ability to pray for food. Can he really make delicious food? White steamed buns. One of them swallowed his saliva. It had been a long time since he had eaten normal food. If he had white steamed buns, it would be so blissful. He was too conservative. Yanchun noodles. The second person was a bit bolder. Although he said so, he still had some doubts in his heart. White steamed buns and Yanchun noodles are not made in the same way. Could they both come out of this small steel pot in front of him? Then she must be a magician. There was only 1 person left. The man looked at Jianlan warily, shook his head and refused. No. Thank you. In this case, Jianlan did not force him, but still respected his personal wishes. She was doing good things. Yes. But not everyone thought so. After asking the guest of Tianqi, Jianlan asked the members of her own guild. The 4 guys couldn't wait any longer. They almost rushed to order the dishes. Dompa pork. Osmanthus cake. Braised mandarin fish. The noise was quite loud. At the table of the Dawn Guild, the 2 Apocalypse people who ordered dishes were dumbfounded. Did they miss something? Especially the one who ordered white steamed buns. Can they still play like this? The only person left who didn't order anything sneered. It was so funny. They thought they were eating in a 5-star hotel. Other Apocalypse people also heard the noise here, but didn't care. I don't know what they are doing. They rested in this tea house, and there were only 2 kinds of goods available for purchase. One is water, and the other is nutrient solution. Even if they are placed in utensils full of Western characteristics, their properties cannot be changed. However, everyone is an old player, and has long been accustomed to this kind of life. Besides, drinking some nutrient solution with a special flavor can also quench thirst. In addition to the fruit flavor, there is also meat flavor and vegetable flavor. But they are all nutrient solution. Full of flavors. All technology. The people of Tianqi are savoring it carefully. Bo Xiao sat far away from the big table, and he only vaguely heard something about ordering or not ordering dishes. As soon as I heard it, it was related to Jianglan. Even when Ji Qingqing was talking to him, she was absent-minded. Ji Qingqing followed his gaze and looked over there. Sure enough, it was Jianglan. Do you really like her? Ji Qingqing frowned. Should I tell my brother about this? As for Jianglan, everyone had ordered the dishes. Because these dishes were recorded in the recipe, Jianglan could cook them with one click. She put her hands together in a pretentious manner and made a prayer gesture. After 30 seconds, the white steamed buns came out of the pot. And bring your own plate. Jianglan handed the plate with a white steamed bun to the young man, and then made the next dish, Yangchun noodles. The young man's hands were shaking as he held the plate. Is it an illusion? Is it an illusion? This must be an illusion. But when he grabbed the warm, soft and fluffy white steamed bun with his hands, every cell in his body was screaming, and then he tentatively put the bun into his mouth and took a bite, and chewed it. Fuck. He burst into an exclamation that was unseen by the world. The Apocalypse people who also ordered food next to him were panicking, seeing that his good brother looked like he had a stroke. What's wrong? This thing can't be poisonous. He is very concerned. Yen Lulu sighed and shook her head. This kind of drama. It's really a newcomer who encounters Jianglan every time. It will be played out once. I can't get tired of watching it. What should be experienced will always be experienced. Ha ha ha. Omi is a straightforward person. Laughing. It's real food. Don't make a fuss. He was so happy. The Apocalypse people were so stupid. He had completely forgotten the shock he felt when he first entered the cafeteria of the Dawn Guild. This guy was no less shocked than now. It's so delicious, woohoo! Someone cried while holding a white steamed bun. With a wow sound, his mouth opened wide, his crystal clear saliva was particularly eye-catching in the sun. Why are you crying? The second Apocalypse member patted his back to comfort him. Not that bad. Right? No matter how delicious it is, it's just a white steamed bun. You don't understand. The white steamed bun guy cried while explaining. How could he understand his complex about white steamed buns? That morning, he really didn't want to eat white steamed buns. So he threw them away and prepared to have a big meal at noon. As a result, when he was crossing the road, he fell into the game. His hunger value was all red when he entered the game. He drank a bottle of nutrient solution as soon as he entered. From then on, white steamed buns were no longer white steamed buns, but became the white moonlight in his heart. After hearing his explanation, the guy who ordered plain noodles was speechless. Okay, I can understand it. We are all poor people. Your plain noodles. The second dish is ready. Jianglan handed the bowl of noodles to the guy who ordered plain noodles without changing his expression. With his brother crying for the white steamed buns, he naturally knew the greatness of this delicacy. So, he took the plain noodles Jianglan handed to him with both hands very respectfully. Even though he was mentally prepared in advance, when he got it, his eyes lit up. A full bowl of plain noodles, rolled into a unique flower shape, sprinkled with a few green onions. It makes people salivate. But, there is only a bowl of noodles, no chopsticks. There is no restaurant in the game, only nutrient solution bottles, and naturally there is no need for chopsticks. Find 2 branches to use? He looked around. There was not a hair on the ground. It was all pebbles. It was impossible to find it at this time. Why not just grab it with your hands? Just as I was thinking. A pair of chopsticks with the same pattern as the bowl was handed over. What the hell? There are also matching tableware. Thank you. Thank you. He thanked repeatedly. He picked up the noodles and ate them with big mouthfuls. It tastes good. Delicious. He gave a thumbs up repeatedly. And he and Mantu brothers suddenly had a common topic. Before this, they had been together for a few months, and the words they said did not exceed 10 sentences. They didn't even know each other's names. Unexpectedly, because of Jianglan's food, they became dining companions instantly. Would you like to try mine? Okay. You can try mine too. The two even exchanged food, not caring about each other's saliva at all. In this way, the remaining Apocalypse man who didn't order any food looked stupid. He widened his eyes. This was real. Edible food? Damn. If I had known earlier, I would have ordered one and eaten it. Anyway, I didn't ask him to pay. Oh, I regret it so much. It was also because he didn't order it that the two people didn't share with him, because he would have no food to share later, and he would just eat and drink for free. The next dish is Dompa pork. It was ready in 30 seconds again. This dish is amazing. This is meat. The moment the lid of the pot was lifted, the fragrance rushed to the sky. It exploded like fireworks, and then flew everywhere. Jianlan brought the Dompa pork to the third member of Tianqi. Surprise, joy, madness, hundreds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Is this really for me? It felt like someone said the winning lottery number was this, but he just didn't buy it. Hey, just for fun. After the lottery was announced, the prize amount was directly increased by dozens of times. And he didn't miss anything. Just when he was disappointed, someone suddenly told him that he actually bought it, but he just didn't remember it. This prize is still his. He felt this way now. He imitated the Yanshan Nul boy, rubbed his hands on his clothes, and went to take it. But a man's scream burst his beautiful dream bubble, smacking him back to reality. Ah my, I ordered this. Omi screamed. The arrogant apocalypse man's hand touched the edge of the plate. Jianlan suddenly remembered. Yes. You didn't order it. So, she turned her wrist, turned the direction, and put the Dompa pork in front of Omi, who was sitting opposite. Jianlan said to the apocalypse man, who had not yet retracted his hand. Sorry. He looked like he wanted to cry. Jianlan continued to cook the fourth dish. Who understands? The arrogant guy curled his lips. His vigilance was only for himself. In fact, ever since the Dompa pork dish came out, the atmosphere around him was a little wrong. The smell of meat, but it can penetrate all obstacles. Especially in the nose of people who have not eaten meat for who knows how long. Even if their stomachs are not hungry, their hearts have long been hungry. When Jianlan prepared all the dishes to be eaten, put them on the table. It was a full table. It was delicious, with a good combination of meat and vegetables, and balanced nutrition. She also made a pot of her favorite sugar-roasted chestnuts for Yen Lulu as a snack. She set up the dishes, and was about to start eating. Suddenly, it felt dark. In fact, it was not dark, but the other people from the Apocalypse Guild gathered around. They had the same facial expression. They looked shocked. Because they were too uniform, the uncanny valley effect was triggered. Jianlan felt that they were not human. Could they be some monsters pretending to be human? They looked creepy. Like zombies. What was even scarier was that each of them was holding a nutrient solution bottle. It was filled with colorful fluorescent nutrient solution. If it got darker, they could cosplay as the fluorescent sticks at an idol concert. What are you doing? Jianlan was a little scared. Damn it! Bo Xiao slapped the 8-person table where Jianlan and the others were sitting. He completely disregarded his vice president's dignity. I want to order food too. Chapter 45. At the exit of Oasis City No. 1. About 30 psychics were ambushed. They came from different guilds in the Sand Country, but without exception, they were all hostile to Apocalypse. Among them were some masters from other regions. Huobi had spies in various post stations. Not long ago, they got accurate news that Apocalypse's northern reinforcements would arrive at Oasis City No. 1 around dusk. If they could be intercepted before then, and their large forces could be prevented from joining, there would be no chance for Apocalypse Guild to turn the tables this time. In order to perfectly seize this opportunity, Huobi spent a lot of money and hired a group of S-level masters. They were ready to catch them off guard. But it was almost dark. Where were the people from the Tianqi Northern Branch? Did they get into trouble on the way? The bearded manager of Huobi Guild, who was in charge of the ambush, couldn't help but wonder. There are still 10 minutes. The first assassin master hired this time looked at the watch impatiently. Although in the previous world, he was a social animal. When the leader said east, he didn't dare to go west. But now, all of it has been washed away. I have entered the game, and obtained a very strong S-rated ability. It is equivalent to a successful reincarnation. He will no longer act according to other people's moods. Here, the strong is the king. And he is the king. How much money you get. How much you do. Time's up. Wenku stood up, and prepared to leave. Ah? Why are you leaving? The bearded manager was confused. Time's up. Wenku tapped the light brain on his wrist. Didn't we agree on that? Charge by time. Want to buy more of his time? Okay. Give overtime pay. You've got the money, but the work hasn't been done yet. The bearded man doesn't care about time. He only recognizes Bo Xiao's head. This so-called top assassin didn't do anything, and he wants to leave. How can that be? They are not like Apocalypse, who just make money from money, and they can't spend all their points. The points of Huobi are all earned by the people in the guild one by one. No matter how many points you have. You can't let them go like this. You can't leave. The bearded man refused to give in. Wenku's arm was pulled by the bearded man, and he was unhappy. Let go. Although he was not the top of the S level, and could not rank in other high-level areas, he was definitely a top-notch expert here. In the Land of Sand, if he wanted to leave, there were really not many people who dared to stop him. Today, he happened to run into a fool? The painting wall was managed by a bearded man, who was much more capable than the bearded man, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. Brother one, look at this. If you leave, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Right? I thought he was smart. But he turned out to be just as stupid. But the little mustache guy was quite perceptive. The moment he saw the shadow dagger in Wenku's hand, he tore off the hand that the big mustache guy was holding. He was going to kill people. Let's kill them both first. An S-level assassin can kill people in 1 second. Which means he can do it in the blink of an eye. Even if he can't kill them, he can just explode the blood-locking amulet. It's still their own fault. The little mustache was frightened. Let's pay more. Can we pay more? The big mustache definitely didn't want to pay more, not a penny, but the little mustache held the big mustache down, telling him not to be impulsive. But now, Wenku changed his mind. He didn't want to do the business of painting the wall anymore. I'm so sorry, I'm going to get off work. After saying that, he turned the ring on the handle of the dagger. The shadow dagger instantly became a purple-black electric fan. More than 30 people just watched Wenku walk away in style. It's good to have strength. You can walk sideways wherever you go. Wenku's time is up, and the time of other ambushers is naturally up too. But they don't have the strength of Wenku, and their patience is naturally much better than his. However, no matter how good their patience is, they can't help complaining after waiting for a long time. The main thing is this kidney. I can't stand it. When will you come? It's almost dark. Yes, I'm so tired of lying down. Can you change your posture? The attackers hiding in the quarters of the bunkers in the ancient city moved in a panic. Stretch your muscles. The disguise was broken at once. Your feet are exposed. Get down quickly. The mustache waved his hand. Everyone hold on a little longer. The mustache had to appease these people. Otherwise, they are just a bunch of rabble, without any discipline. If Bo Xiao comes at this time, they will have no chance to ambush. I saw Bo Xiao before. He was very decisive. Why did he lead the team back, like a woman? Gossip about Bo Xiao started to spread again. Will he take a break? That's right. Someone echoed. Even if he took a sedan chair, it would still be there. There was no way. Bo Xiao was a famous celebrity in the Sand Country. Not only was he handsome, but his supernatural powers were also very powerful. In addition, Tianqi was too popular in the Sand Country. So it was not surprising that he became the center of the storm. The gossip decreased as he led Tianqi's people to the north. But now it has rekindled as he returned to the Sand Country. When will you come? Give me a definite answer. If you don't come in 3 days and 3 nights, we will wait here for 3 days and 3 nights as well. The discontent was getting stronger and stronger. Many people wanted to quit. More money. Otherwise I'll leave. I don't know who said it. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Yes. We want more money too. Just now. The little mustache said that he would give Wenku more money. Their time was up. And they didn't leave out of humanitarian spirit. But it doesn't mean they are fools. If they don't pay more, they will definitely quit. What do you mean, are you going to pay more or not? It's all your fault. Why are you asking for more money? The big bearded man was disappointed. Now everyone wants more money. Although everyone has a beard, the big bearded man is always the brother of the small bearded man. Why did he deliberately act stupid just now? It was because he was afraid of this. Oh! The small bearded man regretted it. This time, in order to deliberately take down the painting wall, he didn't call his own guild members to ambush, so as not to get the reputation of a sinister villain. It is not conducive to the guild's future recruitment. Who knew that these people who were recruited only cared about money and not people? They had no professional ethics. But in the end, it was all Wenku's fault. He was the bad example. More. There was no other way, so I had to pay more. Unlimited refills. Bo Xiao, come on! The mustache is about to break. Why did the people led by Bo Xiao arrive late? Of course, it was because of Jianlan's mercy. According to the past, Jianlan would never agree to Bo Xiao's order. But she remembered that Bo Xiao had helped her put on a sand helmet. This was a favor. She should return it to him now. Bo Xiao turned on his computer. The numbers on it were longer than his phone number. Jianlan's prices were high, but there was a reason for them. He knew it. He even told the people of Apocalypse that they should be careful when ordering food, and not eat themselves into bankruptcy. When the people of Apocalypse heard this, what? Even Bo Xiao thought it was expensive. How many points would it cost? Some people who were not well off even thought of giving up. But the opportunity to eat delicious food was rare. With the food right in front of them, there was no reason to give up. Everyone planned that if they had more than 10,000 points, they would pool their efforts and buy it together. It was pitiful. How much? Ah was the fastest talker. So his meal was served first. He trembled and took the tremella and lotus seed soup that Jianlan handed to him. Damn it. This was the food he had been thinking about last time. But he never got to eat it. 12,000 points, he remembered this number deeply. It was his nightmare at midnight. But in order to eat it, he risked everything, and spent as much as he could. It was a dream come true. Jianlan pointed at Yen Lulu, meaning to transfer the points to her. Yen Lulu helped her collect the money. Yen Lulu took a look at the food that Ah was eating, which was sold for 15 in the cafeteria, but that was when the original ingredients were available, then it could be half price, which was the price. The people of Tianqi did not provide the original ingredients, so they must restore the original price. 30 points. Yen Lulu said, showing the QR code for payment. Points can be transferred from account to account. And naturally QR codes can be generated for transfer. When Awu heard this number, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What? Do you want it or not? Yen Lulu shook her light brain bracelet impatiently. And there was a group of people behind her. Yes. 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 Awu burst into tears. Tears of joy. Bo Xiao, who rarely did a good thing, naturally let those youngsters, who had never seen the world order first in the spirit of putting others before themselves after Jianlan agreed to let their guild members order the dishes. So, a misunderstanding occurred. What's going on? Why are there only so few points? Yes, it's even cheaper than drinking nutrient solution. How can Vice President Bo think it's expensive for just these few points? Of course, he even told us to take it easy. Is the guild going to go bankrupt? Ah? Is it because of the arms race with the Dawn Guild? Oh my god. They looked at Bo Xiao with evasive eyes. Bo Xiao thought they were embarrassed. Until I ordered fried rice with egg. Bo Xiao turned on his computer, prepared to spend 4,000 points. Let her make money from him again. It's not just because he is loyal, but he just loves fried rice. Similarly, the properties of fried rice are also suitable for his ability. 10 points. Bo Xiao's overbearing CEO-like card swiping gesture seems not suitable for this price. How much? Bo Xiao couldn't believe it. Why is he still hard of hearing? Yen Lulu shouted. 10 points. Bo Xiao fell into silence. He finally knew why the members of the Apocalypse Guild looked at him like that just now. The clown turned out to be me. Why did you change the price? Bo Xiao put his hands on the table. He surrounded Jianlan in the middle. Let's just call it table bang. He looked down at her, and he looked very unhappy. Jianlan blinked. This guy is really weird. He was angry when I gave them the mall price, and he was also angry when I gave them the internal price of the Dawn Guild members. What would it take for him to be satisfied? You treat me well, and I treat you well too. Jianlan was referring to the sand helmet incident. But this sentence was too ambiguous. Bo Xiao was dumbfounded. His bony hands could hardly hold up the table. Many people have said that his hands are beautiful. His heart was beating like a drum. And he didn't know how to answer. Hey, Vice President Bo, why are you blushing? Holding the bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup, shouted sarcastically. Chapter 46. Wu was so proud of himself that he dared to make fun of Bo Xiao. He was in such a good mood, and he ate the tremella and lotus seed soup that he had been craving for. He was so proud of himself that he was also in a good mood. He forgot how terrible Bo Xiao looked when he was angry. Although the people of Tianqi also saw Bo Xiao blushing, no one dared to say anything about it. However, Bo Xiao did not punish him, but just looked away silently. It should be because he is not used to the climate. It is normal to blush after suddenly returning to the dry land from the north. Someone came to Bo Zhao's rescue. When we get back to the base, just apply some special moisturizer. Bo Zhao looked over in surprise. Wow, the person who spoke was actually Demingming. Bo Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Okay. I declare that I will reuse you. Wait until the people of Tianqi finish eating the food they ordered. They don't have to wash the dishes. They just need to return the plates to Jianglan. Jianglan put the plates back to the system kitchen. The kitchen will automatically clean. It's great. Everyone felt refreshed. After a short break in the tea house, it was like taking a panacea, which relieved the fatigue of the journey. Of course, it was not just a short break, but the reason for everyone to regain their strength. The food made by Jianglan had special effects. After resting for a while, everyone was on the road again. The sun had set. The torchlights in Oasis City were lit. And from a distance, it looked like a street in a tourist ancient capital. The electricity expenses of the lighting equipment were shared by each guild. Although Oasis City No. 1 is not the largest Oasis City, it is also quite large. Usually, Oasis cities of a certain size have good supporting facilities. These are just the most basic ones. Heading towards the inner gate of Oasis City No. 1. The formation is very different from when they first set out. Originally, the people of Apocalypse rushed to the front and let the people of Dawn Guild follow behind. All they needed was a rope to lead them away. But now, the 5 people of Dawn Guild were surrounded by the people of Apocalypse. Became the center of the dumpling. The reason for forming this formation was not that they did it on purpose. It was completely involuntary. They all wanted to get close to the people of the Dawn Guild. In this way, they would have the next meal. Especially Jianglan and Yen Lulu, they were baptized by the eager eyes of the members of Apocalypse to varying degrees. Including the remaining 3 people of the Dawn Guild, they also loved the house and the people of Apocalypse. They were often talked to by people of Apocalypse. Hearing that Fu Yao was a super powerful S-level nurse, several famous flatterers of Apocalypse went up to flatter her. Oh my god! So you are the one who held the Blood Wolf King team together? Wow, this is incredible. No wonder we lost in Apocalypse. You are really too strong. Not unfair. Not unfair. It's not unfair to lose. He totally disregarded the lives of other Apocalypse executives. All the good words have been said by others. What else can they say when they want to say good words? Finally someone couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, that's enough. Walking next to the most flattering manager, I endured his rainbow fart all the way. I've known this guy as a farthead for a long time. But seeing is believing. He really has something real on him. He made the Nani laugh like a silver bell. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? The strongest flatterer was not happy. These are all ironclad facts. I never lie, he said righteously. Stop talking. Seeing that he was still acting, someone pulled the corner of his clothes. He looked over. Su Ro and Ji Qingqing's faces were blacker than charcoal. Okay. These two are tough guys. The flatterer can only restrain himself. He dared not mention Tianqi in the direction of his next praise. He mainly praised Fuyu's unique temperament. Even Almi and Yueshan ate 2 candied dates. These words, although Su Ro and Ji Qingqing were very unhappy, after all, they were the core figures of Tianqi's management. The head of their own guild was destroying their prestige with the ambition of others. They really wanted to drag him out and beat him up. But they are not stupid. It is a thankless task to get angry about such a thing now. The most important thing is that they lost, which is an ironclad fact. Bo Zhao walked at the back with his arms folded, looking at Jianglan's back surrounded by the crowd. There is a bright moon in the sky, and a beautiful woman on the ground. The wind in the country of sand is very warm. It is even a little hot, melting the iceberg in his heart. Since returning from the north, at this moment, his frozen heart cracked the first line. The broken piece of ice sunk into the sea. A huge wave was set off. We walked to the gate of Oasis City No. 1. It was quiet here, not even the sound of insects or wind. The personnel who were good at exploration in the large army noticed something unusual. Wait! He walked at the front of the team, signaling everyone to stop. Something seemed wrong. Hearing his words, the people of Apocalypse changed their slackness and their faces became serious. Even the flatterers became more serious. The leader said so. There must be danger ahead. There might be a fierce battle. The tense atmosphere spread. Seeing that all the people from the Apocalypse Guild had left the inner city gate, the players ambushing on the city wall were all in one go. They only had to give a command. They would rush down and kill them all. You are late. At this time, a gritting roar came out. A head popped out from the city wall. The man had a small mustache. He had been waiting for too long. The bearded man looked at the numbers on the timer jumping. He didn't feel any pain. Every minute and every second counts. It was not until he heard the mustache sticking his head out and shouting that he realized that he was just pretending to be stupid. And this guy was really stupid. Why did he ambush? That was to avoid alerting the enemy. But he wanted to broadcast it on the loudspeaker. Brothers of Tianqi, I have been waiting here for a long time. I am waiting for you to come. The mustache hit the ground hard. Oh wow. It hurts. Forget it. He simply broke the jar, and let's fight like this. Everyone. He heard the leader's order. A dozen S-level psychics jumped down to the tower and surrounded them. They were all close combat. The ranged ones fired cold arrows in the dark. Because they had anticipated it, and the mustache maneuvered. The people of Apocalypse were prepared. The melee between the players started. The front row deployed defense, surrounding the ranged output and the assistants in the middle. Jianglan's position became the only safe spot in the impenetrable wall of people. Is it the Sand Bandits? The people of Apocalypse talk to each other. The way these people are dressed, they are obviously humanoid monsters from the land of sand. As red-named monsters, they will attack players indiscriminately. The monster is rated A, not hard to fight, but very difficult to deal with. It is impossible to let go unless it is a life-and-death battle. It is reasonable to guess that they are Sand Bandits. However, there are also fatal loopholes. This group of people is organized and disciplined, and they are hiding here on purpose. Guess is guess, wait until they fight. These people gave their all. They were not bandits at all, they were assassins. They were aiming for the vital points with every move. It was obvious that they wanted to kill me. The superpowers were flying everywhere, and the swords, spears, and halberds were shining coldly. The open space outside the gate of Oasis number 1 suddenly became a bloody battlefield. These assassins who were paid to do things for others seemed like a different person at this time. They changed from being lazy before, and the most important thing was, the painters had increased their fees. But they were powerful, and the people of Apocalypse were not vegetarians either. Even if all the people who came were S-level, they were not afraid. Under the leadership of the commander, they resisted their wave after wave of attacks. Gradually, the killer group felt a little overwhelmed. I don't know if it was because they stayed there for too long and their performance was not normal. Or for some other reason, I always felt that the group of people who were withdrawn from the northern territory of Apocalypse were ridiculously strong. Even though I knew that not all of them were from Apocalypse, there were also some masters recruited by Apocalypse in the North Territory. But the strength improvement can't be that big. Right? Isn't the North a low-level map? How can the people here be so powerful? And many of them came from the land of sand, but everyone knows how strong they are. Among the 20 people in Tianqi, there can't be more than 10 who are above S level. Especially the masters from the north, are all SS level. Right? The killers hired by the Painted Wall Guild are not from the same guild, and they don't often fight together. The tacit understanding and cohesion are definitely much worse than those from a guild like Apocalypse. But it's not that they can't attack at all. What's going on? Seeing this, the big beard and the small beard of Huabi were so angry that they blew their beards and glared. They spent so much money, and they couldn't even hurt these people? If they go back to the guild, how will they explain to the president? Damn! How is it possible? It's obviously an A level. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. An ambusher who had fought with Demingming before covered his ears, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was probably injured internally. At that time, Demingming's sound wave power could only make him a little annoyed. How could it possibly break his defense? But now, it's like Demingming holding a bell, buzzing in his ears. I can't hold on any longer. My friend. It's not the only one. More and more people have retreated in their hearts. The ambushers are getting more and more defeated, and the people of the Apocalypse Guild are getting braver and braver. No. I'm going to retreat. An ambusher had just finished saying this. He saw the gate that bordered the central Oasis city, and Oasis number 1 opened. A large group of players poured out from inside. Looking at the logo. A lion? They were from the Apocalypse headquarters. There were about 20 people coming. And the ambushers were scared out of their wits, and fled in all directions. Although the most powerful one among them was only S level. The same rating as himself. They were outnumbered. Moreover, what he was doing now was a guilty conscience. The people of Apocalypse are always ruthless. They are the type who will never give up until they have a grudge. With them around, this ambush has no chance of success. Even if the reinforcements of Apocalypse do not arrive, we have to retreat in 10 minutes. All the blues are gone. Damn it, why are the people of Apocalypse like they drank Sanlu? The blood bar on their heads is so thick, they can't be killed even if we hit them. With a lot of questions and unwillingness, the bearded brothers of Huabi finally ordered a retreat. After receiving the exact order, those ambushers dodged faster than rabbits. It's time to get off work. They just spent a few hours teasing the members of the Apocalypse Northern Branch. Oh, these cowards, how come they ran away as soon as we arrived? The man who led the Apocalypse reinforcements, whose hair and powdered face also wore a ring on his hand, clapped his hands twice in a fake manner, showing his brown and yellow teeth. I learned that you were ambushed, and I immediately brought people here. Vice President Bo, you can see how worried I am about you. Alas, it's a good thing that I arrived in time, otherwise. He smiled and glanced at everyone. Then, the smile disappeared. How come you are not hurt at all? Chapter 47. Ji Hao received information that the people who came to ambush were all S-level psychics hired by the Huabi Guild. The transfer records were all exposed. When he ordered another Vice President Huang Jiao to lead the guild to provide support, Bo Xiao and his group should have been attacked. He could only pray that the reinforcements Bo Xiao brought back from the northern border were strong enough to help them resist the ambush. The rest could only pray for the best. But when Huang Jiao hurried over, he found that Bo Xiao and his group were not only fine, but also in very good spirits. The most serious one had a bleeding nose. Huang Jiao was about to ask about his health, but the person next to him explained that it was because this person was walking without looking at the road, and fell, and his nose was broken and bleeding. Huang Jiao was speechless. An indescribable strange feeling surged in his heart. He was supposed to be the savior, but he turned out to be the clown. So the 30S level psychics in the painting wall were all seafood. So much water? Oh, what you said is true. Ji Qingqing crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows at Huang Jiao. Is there something wrong with us? Hey Qingqing. What are you talking about? Seeing Ji Qingqing's unhappy tone, Huang Jiao immediately changed his expression. No matter how brave he was, he didn't dare to touch her eyebrows. It's definitely the best if you are all right. I don't know how worried I am in my heart. As the biological sister of President Ji Hao, her position in the Apocalypse Guild is basically unshakable. Moreover, she has always maintained a neutral attitude. She is someone that he can win over. There have always been two forces in the Apocalypse Guild of the Sand Country that are competing against each other. One force is Huang Jiao, and the other, naturally, is Bo Xiao. At that time, a team of people needed to be sent to the northern border to establish a backup base. The captain chose one between Bo Xiao and Huang Jiao. The reason at that time was euphemistically called expanding the territory, which was a strategic contribution to the guild. It was a very glorious thing. Not only can the people of the Apocalypse branch who go to the northern border exercise self-control, Ji Hao will not interfere, and the points allocated are even more massive. The Emperor is far away, it's so cool. But even so, no one wants to go. Everyone in the guild knows that. This is an exile in the civil war. Unfortunately, Bo Xiao became the loser. But he didn't end up like this because he was in a losing position in the civil war. But he was entangled by a woman. A certain undead NPC in the Kingdom of Sand. She fell in love with Bo Xiao's face at first sight, and his body. It is extremely rare to be liked by an NPC. In the entire game, there are only a few cases. This means that NPCs will open backdoors for players, and even give them the possibility of cheating. Because of this, Bo Xiao gritted his teeth and dated her for a week. With this relationship, Tianqi opened up the trade route to the Kingdom of Sand, and trade took off from then on. But Bo Xiao didn't like that woman at all. Not only did he not like her, but after dating for a week, he even felt that he would never love her again. He finally decided to break up. Breaking up with the undead NPC, how brave. This incident caused quite a stir in the Sand Country at that time. It was even more sensational than the incident when Bo Xiao was in love with the undead NPC. Bo Xiao was caught in the center of the storm of topics within Apocalypse. Almost 80% of the people in Apocalypse said that he did not consider the overall situation, and for personal interests, he did not care about the development prospects of the guild. Everyone was very disappointed in him. The people who clamored the most were the people in Huang Jiao's faction. The point of their attack was that offending the undead NPC would affect the trade of the Apocalypse Guild. They would never be able to profit from it again. In the end, The matter ended with Bo Xiao leading his men to the northern border to build a branch base. And the trade of Apocalypse was not affected. It can be seen that even if they broke up, the woman still loved him. Therefore, people who did not know the inside story would think that Bo Xiao was exiled by Ji Hao. But in fact, Bo Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to calm down. Just bear with it. It will pass. Ji Hao was talking without any pain in his waist. Bear with it. What to bear with? Bo Xiao was about to collapse. I'm not a duck? I just meet her every day. Talk to her and so on. I don't have to sacrifice my looks. Ji Hao crossed his legs. As the vice president, you have to contribute to the guild. He continued to persuade, pushing his childhood friend into the fire pit. You are still the president. Why don't you go? Bo Xiao is totally unreasonable. It's so annoying. He wants him to fight and go out for social events. I might as well give him a knife. It seems that all the vice presidents in the world have their minds thinking fast. They don't like me. Ji Hao smiled maliciously. I can't stay here at all. Bo Xiao cracked his knuckles. I'm going to the north. I left the land of sand. I'm back again. Bo Xiao really didn't want to come back. But he still came back. When he came back, he would not only have to face the annoying Huangjiu, but also that woman. He was in no mood to deal with Huangjiu's ridicule, and said coldly, Let's go. What are you waiting for? Seeing that their boss had spoken, the people of the Tianqi Northern Branch immediately set off and followed Bo Xiao's footsteps. Most of those who came to support were Huangjiu's people. They fell behind. It's so strange. How come nothing happened? That's right. It's like it was agreed. Just pretending. Could it be that they know each other? The speculations became more and more outrageous, and new rumors were generated. As for Bo Xiao, they also felt strange. But more people thought it was because they were powerful. The people who came to ambush were all ferocious, definitely not good people. But when they faced them, they all became paper tigers, unable to withstand a single blow. I had never eaten the food made by Jianlan before, so I naturally didn't pay special attention to the life status bar. Even if there was a buff, I would check the battle status bar first. Jianlan was repaying Bo Xiao's favor, so she naturally wouldn't point it out. These gains, just consider them as gifts from her. The two teams, each with their own thoughts. They were silent all the way. Since teleportation arrays were prohibited in Oasis City, transportation was either by carriage or on foot. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the heart of the central Oasis City. At this time, the sky was completely dark, but brilliant lights illuminated the area. Could this be the rich area of the Sand Country? Jianlan was in a trance for a moment. If she hadn't been told that she was in the game, she would have even thought that she was traveling in Dubai. What a huge Persian castle. Other guild members live in castles, while her guild members live in eggs. I am indeed a poor man. Jianlan's eyes were wide open. Her heart was filled with sourness. Without comparison, there is no gap. Now that we are comparing, it is better not to compare. Seeing Jianlan like this, Bo Xiao's group was fine. Now they have a special relationship with Jianlan and her group. And they didn't say anything. But the people under Huangjiu were much less tactful. TSK, country bumpkin. Someone couldn't help but blurt out. How can you talk like that? Huangjiu scolded. You can't be impolite to guests from the north. What he was thinking was, the more you scold, the better. After all, swearing at the reinforcements from the north would be a slap in Bo Xiao's face. But his people clearly misunderstood. I don't know if it was intentional, or just obedient, someone really went to chat with Jianlan. The muscular man glanced at Jianlan, his eyes sparkling. He didn't know Jianlan, and only thought of her as a superpower from the north. But her face, he liked it very much. Jianlan was exactly the type he liked. He was very attentive at the moment. Sister, is this your first time in the land of sand? Do you want me to take you for a walk tomorrow? As he said that, he was about to put his arm on Jianlan's shoulder. This muscular man actually dared to flirt with Vice President Bo's woman so blatantly. Tired of living? Those who knew the situation were all stunned when they saw this scene. But before Bo Xiao could react, a Wu, who was closest to Jianlan, directly cut off the man's arm that was about to be placed on Jianlan's shoulder from the middle of the road, and threw it back. The man was not prepared at all, and was pushed 4 or 5 meters away by a Wu. Get out! A Wu shouted at him with disgust. The muscular man didn't expect a Wu to attack him. Although the two groups usually didn't get along, they didn't fight openly. His face flushed red. And he cursed. Are you crazy? You are protecting her like this. Is she your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Awu wanted to laugh, saying that Jianlan was his mother. He decided that if anyone dared to touch Jianlan in the future, he would be the first one to not let go. Ji Qingqing looked confused. What's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, Awu ignored her puzzled look. He turned into Jianlan's bodyguard and blocked her tightly. Huangjou's people are not allowed to approach again. They are more dedicated than the people of the Dawn Guild. Brother, you are a good person. Almi gave him a thumbs up. Of course, don't think that anyone will bully my sister Lan. Aw snorted. Others don't know what Aw is thinking, but Bo Xiao certainly knows. He raised his mouth. Good, it saves him from taking action. Most people who have eaten Jianlan's food before can also guess it. Besides, they don't like Huangjou's group either. The relationship is a little too good. A group of people around Huangjou were whispering. Yes, it's like they are from the same guild. After walking for a long time, they finally entered the Persian castle base of the Apocalypse Guild. From the outside, it was magnificent, and inside, the decoration was even more luxurious. Master D Paradise. Yen Lulu had wanted to say it a long time ago. Because Yen Lulu was not the only one who was surprised. I heard that this was decorated according to the layout of Vice President Bo's manor in the Netherlands. Awu secretly revealed the secret to them. Until now, the people of the Shuan Guild knew where Bo Zhao's annoying temperament came from. He turned out to be a domineering CEO? Jianlan suddenly remembered the big company she joined after graduation. The chairman seemed to have the surname Bo. This surname is rare, but it is even rarer to be in a game. And the president of their company seemed to have suddenly changed 1 year. It is said that there was an accident. Is the world so small? Could it be that I had worked in his company before? Jianlan looked at Bo Xiao unconsciously. Bo Xiao felt that there was a warm gaze in the crowd, falling on him. He turned in that direction as if nothing had happened. He caught a glimpse of the person who was quietly looking at him. She looked at me. She was looking at me. Bo Xiao was excited. But he remained calm, looking far away, pretending not to notice Jianlan looking at him at all. And the direction Bo Xiao was looking at happened to be Ji Hao's room. This also led to Ji Hao seeing Bo Xiao staring at him with that kind of pretending to be deep and cold eyes, as soon as he walked out of the room on the second floor. He was stunned for 3 seconds. What's wrong with you? Chapter 48. When he saw Ji Hao unexpectedly, Bo Zhao's mood was ruined. He rolled his eyes and looked away. Ji Hao looked innocent, but he thought, maybe this kid still hated me for letting him hang out with NPCs. He immediately put on a kind mask that a guild leader should have. Are you back? Ji Hao came down the spiral staircase on the second floor. Everyone watched the leader of the Apocalypse Guild walk down the stairs quickly. Ji Hao was not tall, and he looked quite decent. He can't be called handsome, but his appearance is definitely above average. It may be because I have seen Bo Zhao's face too much, so I think others are not as good. However, unlike Bo Zhao's handsomeness, Ji Hao has a special temperament. It makes him look very charming. It can also be called the confidence and demeanor of a successful person. After all, it is definitely not an ordinary person to be able to develop a guild to this scale in such a short time. Yeah, Bo Xiao snorted coldly, which was considered as his response. I heard that you were ambushed. I immediately called Lao Huang to bring people to support you. How is it? Is everyone okay? Similar to Huangjou, Ji Hao first asked everyone about their well-being. But Huangjou must have been dumbfounded and shocked. Ji Hao's eyes were only slightly surprised. Because he certainly didn't want the guild members to be hurt. Before the members of the Apocalypse Northern Branch could speak, Huangjou interrupted. They? Huangjou sneered. They are doing very well. Yes, when we arrived, there was not even a scratch on the skin. Huangjou's lackeys immediately agreed. Huh? Ji Hao couldn't hold it anymore. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? The dead will definitely not die. Ji Hao has the confidence, because there is a very strong front line in the Northern Branch. As long as he doesn't fall, he can block the fatal blow for other members. But the damage cannot be borne completely, and damage is inevitable. Who said that? I have a nosebleed. Someone raised his hand high. It means he needs medical treatment. The muscles around Huangjou's eyes twitched twice. Didn't you fall while walking? Hearing that a brother was injured, Ji Hao quickly asked someone to take him to the medical room. In fact, he just missed the bed in the medical room. It was super soft, and it fell asleep as soon as it touched the pillow. He had a bad sleep, and it remained orange for several days, and it couldn't go up at all. Thank you, President. So he went there happily. Since everyone was fine, Ji Hao did not ask any more questions. No one wants someone in their guild to get into trouble, right? Ching Ching, have you grown taller again? Ji Hao found the shortest little girl in the crowd at a glance, and he walked up to her and touched Ji Ching Ching's head affectionately. Ji Ching Ching twisted her neck and punched him, and he was talking about something else. Ouch. Ji Hao pretended to be in pain. But Ji Ching Ching was a nurse, and it didn't hurt to hit her. His performance was too obvious. However, everyone in Apocalypse knew that. They were a close brother and sister, and they often performed such scenes, so it was no surprise. There was a little carrot head next to Ji Ching Ching, but he was taller than her, and a new face, so it seemed that this was the reinforcement from the north. Hello, welcome to the land of sand. Ji Hao smiled at the 5 people from the Dawn Guild. He was completely the master, and it was obvious that, in the land of sand, they were very powerful. Seeing Ji Hao waiting for him to introduce him to the masters of the north, Bo Xiao had to get up from the leather sofa reluctantly. Yen Lulu. A-level output. Fu Yao. S-level treatment. For convenience, he introduced them directly in the order of their positions. After introducing each one, Ji Hao would greet them and smile to show his friendliness. This is, when he introduced Jian Lan. Bo Xiao paused, seeing Jian Lan looking at him with a puzzled look. He hurriedly covered up. The president of the Dawn Guild. Jian Lan. When Bo Xiao said these 2 words, his speech was unclear. For some reason, he felt as if he was afraid to mention this name in front of Ji Hao. He said it unclearly, and Ji Hao didn't hear it clearly. But he was a guild leader after all. Hello. Hello. Ji Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. He focused all his attention on this. That's great. He actually poached the guild leader of another guild to work for him. Besides, to be the leader of a guild, he must be quite powerful. For example, he himself is at least A-level. Moreover, among the people she brought with her, there are 3 S-level people. So the guild must not be small. If the relationship is good, it is not impossible to let her bring more people. However, the best result is that the entire guild under her will be merged into Tianqi. Ji Hao has already started to make a wishful calculation. I guess you must be from the south? He said to Jian Lan with a smile. This is a kind of metaphorical compliment without showing any emotion. In the commonly accepted concept of players, the further south the map of the apocalypse goes, the stronger the region is, and naturally, the stronger the player's ability is. Therefore, even if they expand their base, they will choose to go north. They naturally want to go to the south, but with their current strength, they can still compete for the position of hegemony in the Sand Country, but they are not good enough in the southern regions. Therefore, what Ji Hao said is much smarter than directly praising Jian Lan and the others. Of course, this is for those who can understand, and for those who can't understand. For example, Omi, a local who has never been out of the extremely frozen north, blurted out, "No, my home is in the northeast." Suddenly a background music. Ji Hao was confused. Northeast? In fact, the key point is the north. But Omi was in a good mood and wanted to sing a few words. The Dawn Guild is a guild in the extremely frozen north, Bo Xiao explained with a cold face. A guild in the extremely frozen north? Ji Hao thought to himself, is there such a powerful guild in the extreme cold north? Before the battle of the Blood Wolf King, a guild of the size of the Slaughter at that time had only 3 S-level psychics at its peak. Why are there so many powerful small guilds now? Or, he hasn't paid attention to the news of other regions for too long, so he doesn't know that the structure of psychics in the extreme cold north has undergone tremendous changes? Anyway, you are welcome. Ji Hao ordered his men to arrange accommodation for these 5 people. Since they all have guilds, they cannot be merged into the system. But there is a visitor quota in the guild permissions. These people can be added to the temporary quota column. Unlike the old-fashioned rotating handle keys in the rooms of the Dawn Guild base, the rooms of the Apocalypse Guild are all door cards. They are many times more advanced than theirs. However, they are all converted into points. The guild also has a room skin function. You can choose a variety of different decoration styles. If you don't like any of them, you can customize them. Jian Lan fell into silence. Compared with this, really, they are playing games, and we can only survive. From this point of view, Bo Zhao's trip to the north can indeed be called exile. After a short rest in the room, Ji Hao sent someone to invite 5 people from the Shiguang Guild to go. This mission was previously kept absolutely confidential. The Shuwan Guild only knew that Apocalypse needed help, but they didn't know what to do. The points given were so high that every guild member was scrambling to go, but what attracted them at the time was not the points, but the fact that they could accompany Jianlan every day and eat delicious food. Now, the 5 members of the Dawn Guild arrived at the meeting room of Apocalypse. The content of the mission should be revealed. Right? Ji Hao signaled his men to hand over the information to the 5 members of the Dawn Guild. The one who handed them the information was Duming Ming, who wore black-framed glasses. As soon as he finished handing out the information, someone called him out. The members of the Apocalypse Guild present were basically local members of the Apocalypse Sand Country. All of them were new faces. The Apocalypse Northern branch that came back with them, wasn't there anyone? This made Jianlan feel a little strange. After Jianlan finished reading the information, he understood why they were not there. Who dared to be there? If they were there, they would be beaten. What do you mean? Yu Shan, the S-level front row of the Dawn Guild, was a hot-tempered guy. He threw the information directly on the table. Is this what you call a top-secret mission? Are the people of Tianqi going to use courtesy before force? You mean? Omi was slow to react, but he also came to his senses. It takes 1 million points. Come to buy my life? Omi pointed at herself with her finger. That's what he meant. But the people of Tianqi obviously felt that. His words were too harsh. You can't say that. Can you? The person sitting on Ji Hao's left spoke. She and Su Ro were women of the same style. Even the tone of their speech, both were unhurried and asking for a beating. We are an employment relationship. Your life is of course in your own hands. She smiled teasingly. This is 1 million. After completing the task, you don't have to worry about the rest of your life. You can go to retirement. What she meant was, your life may be worth more than 1 million points. What the hell? After hearing her sophistry, Fu Yao was furious. She was not someone who could be easily provoked. Even though she was a nanny, she would scold people without hesitation. Anyway, she could heal herself, and no one could kill her. If the person is gone, what's the point of having points? She said this not only to the people of Tianqi, but also to herself. Because she and Jianlan had the same fate, both died suddenly at work, and then entered this game. Even though there was a deposit of 500,000 yuan in the card. She originally wanted to buy a small house in a remote town, far away from her home. Now, as soon as she died, all her property was exposed. Her black-hearted parents knew that she had secretly saved so much money without handing it over. In the end, it was all inherited by her parents, who used it to buy a house and marry a wife for their beloved son. Although Fu Yao did not see this scene with her own eyes, the suffering she had suffered since childhood allowed her to foresee all this. Entering the game is another fresh start. She wants to live for herself. It is impossible for them to accept the mission requirements of Tianqi. But all this ultimately depends on Jianlan's opinion. Jianlan carefully read the contract information and looked at Ji Hao coldly. The cooperation agreement needs to be revised. Otherwise, we will not accept it. Seeing the president of their own guild say this, the others all breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's impossible. Jianlan's attitude was tough, but Ji Hao's words were even tougher. If it can be modified, the price will not be this price. His sudden toughness surprised Jianlan. He was completely different from before. Okay. In this case, forget it. Anyway, Tianqi's points have not been transferred. After all, the mission cooperation is the common intention of both parties. Ji Hao gave them this document to sign, which was also respecting their own wishes. Jianlan stood up and gestured to the members of the Dawn Guild. Let's go! Just think of it as, when she passed by Ji Hao, she turned her head and glanced at him. I'm just here for fun. Have you thought it through? Ji Hao took a sip of water. If you don't do it, there are many people who want to do it, Ji Hao said slowly. I know. In the extremely cold northern border, Yu Shuwan can't even get a place. Right? Is this their confidence? Jianlan stopped. These people seem to have a lot to say? Sure enough. Seeing President Ji Hao taking the lead and mocking. How could the people under him bear it? Oh, that's right. The people in the small guild are busy and timid. Bo Xiao is really a fool. He actually invited you guys? If I had known, I would have invited the people from the Slaughter Guild. This would have definitely not happened. Hearing those people talking, Omi was amused. He was teasing a dog. What? You also know the president of the Slaughter Guild? When the man saw the people from the Dawn Guild taking the initiative to talk to him, he was even more arrogant. He looked very secretive. You don't know? Our president and the president of the Slaughter Guild have a long-standing friendship. As long as he takes action, what can't be taken? Hey, do you know who the leader of the Killing Guild is? Yu Shan was a little incredulous. Are these people serious? Are you testing me? The man sneered and was even more proud. He used to be a summoner, but he changed recently, right? People are gone. What's the point of knowing the past leader? Omi was addicted to fishing. Then he must be the new leader. What are you thinking about? The man glared. It was too realistic. Puff, Fuyao, and Yen Lulu laughed at the same time. Omi shook his head and sighed. I'm really worried about the future of your guild. What do you mean? But Jianlan didn't have time to listen to their jokes. I wish you success soon, and invite the masters of the Killing Guild. Jianlan showed a meaningful smile, then opened the door of the meeting room. Goodbye, everyone. Chapter 49. After Jianlan and the others left, there was only a room full of guild members from the Apocalypse Sand Country headquarters. Ji Hao sat in the boss chair, turning the pen in his hand again and again. This showed that he was uneasy. Huang Jio's subordinates described to him vividly that the 5 people from the Dawn Guild had a very good relationship with the people from the Apocalypse Northern Branch. They were brothers. And they were just wearing the same pants. Of course, that was when he saw the number 1 flatterer manager and Omi hanging out. It was precisely because of his message that Ji Hao made a wrong judgment. He had already taken the 5 people from the Dawn Guild for granted. And the terms of the cooperation mission he gave were naturally biased towards their own interests. He was not afraid that they would not agree. It was a bit exaggerated to say that he was buying his life. At best, it was just a possibility of threatening his life. That was what Ji Hao thought. They were timid and were just scared. But the confrontation just now seemed a bit too intense. He could guess that the people from the Dawn Guild would have complaints. But he didn't expect them to leave directly. After all, he was determined not to change the treaty. And he wanted to wait for the people from the Dawn Guild to make concessions. And then they would continue to discuss. Bo Xiao crossed out 5 people's points for the 7-digit points with a stroke of his hand. Ji Hao didn't say anything. But he still thought he was a loser in his heart. And these people, in the face of the 7-digit points reward, all had such a humble attitude, which was really rare. Are you so strong-willed? No, the more Ji Hao thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Later, he just casually mentioned the Killing Guild that Bo Xiao had mentioned to him before, in order to make them cautious that Apocalypse did not need them. But the people under him insisted on playing their own tricks, and involved the leader of the Killing Guild. Ji Hao pressed his temple. The human brain is structured like this. Once you can't remember something, even if you mention it several times later, you will get stuck at this point and make the same mistake. What was the name of the leader of the Killing Guild mentioned earlier? Ji Hao tried to recall. It was about to come out in his mind, but it just couldn't come out. It seems to be Jianlan? The person next to him answered. When he and Bo Xiao held the online meeting of the Qing and Paper Talisman Curse Conference, he happened to be there and heard it. But he only vaguely remembered these 2 words, and didn't know how to write them specifically. After all, there are so many people with the same name in the game. But if he is also the president, then the probability is small. Jiang Lan. Ji Hao muttered these 2 words, trying to remember something. Why did Jiang Lan leave? Demingming came in, with a bottle of nutrient solution, drinking it. The door was not closed. On his way back just now, he saw Jiang Lan and 4 guild members, walking out of the Tianqi gate without looking back. Weren't they talking to the president? Demingming didn't know the power of his words, which was equivalent to throwing a deep-water torpedo into the pond. The pen in Ji Hao's hand fell to the ground, and rolled all the way to the tip of Demingming's shoes before it stopped. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Demingming fell into silence. What? Did he say something wrong again? No. I have to confirm it. When Ji Hao broke into Bo Xiao's room, Bo Xiao was taking a shower. You fucking... Bo Xiao was furious when he saw that it was Ji Hao. Just because you are the president, you can open the door of a member's room at will? Is there anyone who can control him? However, no matter who breaks in at this time, they will not be in a good mood. I'll give you 1 minute. Hurry up. Ji Hao slammed his bathroom door shut. Who are you angry with? No matter how hard you try, you can't squeeze me like this. Bo Xiao wiped his hair with a bath towel and crossed his legs on the sofa. He looked at Ji Hao, whose face was terribly dark with displeasure. He hadn't seen Ji Hao for many days, and his skills had improved. He was even more ruthless than when your Ji family seized power. Look at this hair, there are only a few strands left. Don't let yourself become an old man at such a young age. I know you have great ambitions. I know you want to build a free paradise city-state for players in the Kingdom of Sand. But you can't rush, everyone just came back. Very tired. The most important thing is, he is taking a bath. The bathtub bathing equipment in the rooms of the Apocalypse Sand Kingdom headquarters are all purple in quality. After he took a bath, there was a buff in the life column super clean, comfortable mood. Only when you take a bath in an elegant and good environment will you get this buff. This buff has a special gain effect, which will delay the decline of various values in the life status bar. But he was disturbed, and his mood at this time was yellow, and he couldn't get up no matter what. What could be so serious that you have to use the president's authority to break in when I was taking a shower? Bo Zhao's eyes were sharp, and his tone was unhappy. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, he was still thinking about how to punish Ji Hao for this inappropriate behavior. At the least, it was harassment. At the most, it was nothing serious. Are the Dawn Guild and the Slaughter Guild the same? Ji Hao put an end to all of Bo Zhao's subsequent thoughts with just one sentence. Bo Zhao's expression, which had been tense for a long time, was slightly relaxed. It couldn't be said that he was guilty. At most, he was a little surprised. Ah, he whispered a syllable. Don't you know? Ji Hao? The gunpowder barrel that Ji Hao had been holding back for a long time was finally ignited by the spark of Bo Zhao's rhetorical question. Why would I know? How the hell could he know about the name change of a guild in another map? No one told him. He's not the GM. This matter was not handled by him alone. Why didn't you tell me about the name change of the Killing Guild? Ji Hao bombarded. Of course, everyone who came back from the north knew about it, but no one told him. 6. The people hired happened to be members of the Killing Guild. But they are now called Dawn. Forgot. Bo Zhao's eyes wandered. He was wrong. He should have said it. But he didn't want to say it. About everything about the Killing Guild. He was in charge of this matter, and he should have synchronized the relevant information with Ji Hao. He didn't want to mention Jianlan in front of Ji Hao, so he naturally didn't say it if he could. After all, during the video conference, he said a lot of bad things about her. But didn't he just not tell Ji Hao about the name change of Killing Guild? At most, he was slightly negligent. So why was he so angry? Bo Zhao wiped his hair with a towel and said, "Excuse me, is there anything wrong?" At the gate of the Sand Country Castle, Bo Zhao stood there in slippers. This is the second time. Really? Although you are the president, you should not go too far. Fortunately, he changed his clothes and was not wrapped in a bathrobe. Otherwise, if others saw him, he would not be able to explain himself. Vice President Bo, your shoes. A subordinate carefully brought the shoes that Bo Zhao had not changed in time to him. Before her eyes met his murderous gaze, she threw it away and quickly closed the door. You drove him away. Why should I chase him? Bo Zhao clenched his fists. I hope the 5 people from the Dawn Guild haven't reached the border yet. He can walk less. Jianlan and his friends strolled leisurely on the streets of Oasis City, the center of the Sand Country. The commercial trade of the Sand Country is particularly developed. There are many shops on the street, most of which sell special products of the Sand Country, such as bone amulets, cacti, weapons and jewelry, etc. There are actually many dried plants, but most of them are used as medicinal materials. Only specialized pharmacists can use their special powers to extract the beneficial ingredients and use them. Jianlan and Aomi, who were out of the extremely cold north for the first time, were all enlightened. Because the extremely cold north is cold and harsh. There are no large towns with large populations like Oasis City. Players are relatively scattered. The entire area is located in the northernmost part of the world continent, with few people, and no one consciously opens a store. There is only a small black market, with few categories of goods circulating on it, and expensive prices. Players buy things directly through the mall. Jianlan had wanted to earn points by opening a food online store through the forum, but then she became the president inexplicably, and this idea was shelved. Now seeing that the trade in the Sand Country is so prosperous, I heard that it is not only NPCs who open stores, but also players. If she opens a food store here, wouldn't it be invincible? There is only one store. The shelved idea was revived. The trade is prosperous, the resources are abundant, the economy is developed, there are more players living here, and the points in hand are more abundant. Jianlan seemed to see thousands of points waving at her. Besides, the main purpose of her trip to the Sand Country was to collect all kinds of ingredients, unlock cooking recipes, and get more attribute gains. Originally, she had to help the people of Apocalypse to work, but now she doesn't have to work anymore, and has more time. It's like taking a ride, and she will smile even in her dreams tonight. What are you thinking about that makes you so happy? Yen Lulu saw the big smile on Jianlan's face, and was curious. Good news. Jianlan's mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK. Opening a store and collecting ingredients can be done at the same time. When God closed a door for her, he also tore down a wall for her. She made a profit from her food business without any investment, although it could not reach the reward of a mission of Tianqi for a while. But it was a life of risking one's life, and it was not easy to make money. How could it compare to her making food for sale, which was safe, comfortable. This country of sand, it was really the right place to come. Let's play here for a few days before going back? Jianlan asked the guild members for their opinions. Sure, Yushan said in a muffled voice. No problem for me. Fu Yao nodded. Home is where the president is. Omi raised her hands high. Anyway, as long as I'm with Jianlan, every day is like Chinese New Year. Every meal is good, and I don't have to wash the dishes after eating. It's so cool. After losing the accommodation room of Tianqi, they are now tourists and have to find a place to settle down first. The players in the Sand Country are very mobile, and there are many hotels on the street. The largest player hotel in the central Oasis city is not far ahead. It has 6 floors in total, and the appearance is tall and brand new, full of exotic style. In the previous world, it would be considered a 5-star B&B. After so many days, Jianlan has also accumulated a lot of points. She paid for the meal out of her own pocket, and let everyone play for a few days first. If you decide to stay here for a while, you will have to rent a shop to settle down. She had just seen the contact information for a shop for rent on the road. When she arrived at the hotel entrance, she could see the name of the hotel clearly. Guanhai Tower. Yen Lulu read it out. A hotel in the desert. Why is it called this name? Heh, Fuyu said casually. Isn't it a mirage? Almi stared at her in disbelief. Are you really a genius? Fuyao fell into silence. At this moment, a large group of people rushed out of the entrance of Guanhai Tower. They were all fat and strong, revealing their muscular arms. Get out of the way! Stray people, please stay away. They rudely drove away everyone at the door of the hotel. Jianlan and the others could only step aside. Wait until the big shots come out. Then go in. Who is it? With such a big show? Yen Lulu muttered. Yes. He's acting like a local emperor. Omi sneered, and then, imitating the behavior of those big men. Stray people, please stay away. Oh, you are foreigners, don't you? Stop talking. Seeing Omi's disrespectful behavior, someone next to him kindly reminded him to be more restrained. Master Shang Jun is about to come out. Master? This Shang Jun is an adult, not a child. Omi's tone was serious, not pretending. Does this need to be explained specifically? The man fell into silence. Yen Lulu? As he was talking, the voice came before the person arrived. A man walked out of the door, with a noble temperament and extraordinary bearing, wearing a string of Buddhist beads on his hands, playing with 2 pearls in his hands. He was the boss of the entire Western Region Chamber of Commerce. Shang Jun. Chapter 50. Nobility brings wealth. Shang Jun attracted everyone's attention as soon as he went out. From the outside, he was about 20 or 30 years old, but it seemed that he was worth at least hundreds of millions. The boss of the Western Region Chamber of Commerce, the rich man of the Sand Country, except for the bases owned by the players, all the Oasis cities here are his territory. Is he also a player? Yen Lulu asked. Although he didn't look like it, he seemed to be richer than Tianqi. Undead NPC. The person next to him reminded. NPC? Omi was excited. This NPC looks so rich. Can I get gold coins if I hit him? The man was speechless after hearing this. How could someone have such an idea? So ignorant. The reason why undead NPCs are called undead is that they will never die. This is fundamentally different from ordinary NPCs. Either the player's attack is ineffective against them, or even the player can't find their health bar. Or, the health bar is already astronomically thick, and it will take hundreds of years for players to attack it even if it stands still. Players can't beat undead NPCs, but undead NPCs can hit players. And the damage is real. When undead NPCs are attacked by players, they will fight back. The levels and abilities of different undead NPCs, as well as their personalities and the way they determine whether they are being attacked, are very different. But for most undead NPCs, if players annoy them, they will definitely not end well. As powerful as they are, luckily there is a set of NPC rules that they need to follow. For example, you cannot harm players without reason, etc. Otherwise, killing players at will is as easy as crushing an ant. They are the superiors of this world, far superior to the players. I don't think you want to know what it's like to fight against an undead NPC. Another passerby spoke. When he was doing a mission, he accidentally attacked an undead NPC. That undead NPC was just a village guard. He chased him for 3 days and 3 nights until he ran out of energy and fell at the door of his base. Both legs were chopped off. When he said this to the ignorant Omi, his face was still terrified. Then how can you still walk? Omi's eyes widened. The man lifted his clothes helplessly. The part below his thigh was actually all metal prosthesis. Fortunately, there is a metal mutant in our guild who made this for me. He sighed. Of course, it's not cheap to make this. I have to pay back the points I spent in several lifetimes. I can only sell myself to the guild and work like a slave to pay off the debt. If he didn't do this, he might never stand up again. Isn't this too scary? Therefore, players will not provoke undead NPCs if they can. If you must offend one, choose one with a low rating. The village guard that person provoked was only rated A. But it was so terrifying. And the one in front of him is the trade NPC of the entire Sand Country. The rating is at least above SS. The people of the Dawn Guild were shocked when they heard it. Why is it that the Sand Country is much more dangerous than the Frost North? There are undead NPCs like this everywhere. If you accidentally offend them, you will be dead on the spot. There don't seem to be undead NPCs in the north. At least Omi hasn't heard of them. It's not his fault that he hasn't heard of them. He had been hiding in a small guild before, and was isolated from the news. Yes, the cartographer. Fuyo didn't stay in the north for a long time, but she had been to many places, and knew about some undead NPCs. At least she knew that every map had a cartographer. And the cartographer in the north lived in the glacier. She was an undead NPC. Oh! So that's it. Omi suddenly realized. Shang Jun's back gradually faded away, along with a circle of shirtless bodyguards around him. Let's go. Let's stay in a hotel first, Jianwan said. They always believed in peace, and it was basically impossible for them to have conflicts with undead NPCs. There was no need to worry. Everyone was preparing to step into the Guanhai Tower. And suddenly, someone called their name from behind. Jianwan. Jianwan turned around. Bo Zhao's cheeks were slightly red from the exercise, his hair was a little damp, and not completely dried. He was wearing loose clothes, and dressed in a sporty style. Just like running after dinner. Chat? Bo Zhao glanced at the 4 members of the Dawn Guild who poked their heads out of the door. Awkwardly, he said to Jianwan. Just you and me, the 2 of us. It must be about the cooperative mission. Okay. Jianwan thought for a moment. Then wait for me here. After that, he took the guild members to check in. Bo Zhao fell into silence. He sat on the sofa in the hall, feeling uncomfortable. Passers-by looked at him sideways. Hey, isn't this the vice president of Tianqi? When did he come back? Who is he waiting for? Pfft. Who else could he be waiting for? Most likely the boss Lady Lucian. The gossipers claimed to be quiet, but all these words were heard by Bo Zhao without missing a word. I can bear it. Bo Zhao took a deep breath. If Jianwan hadn't asked him to wait here, how could he have entered the BNB opened by Lucian? If he ran into her. When Bo Zhao thought of his experience with Lucian, his heart was filled with depression. What you fear will come true. What are you doing here? A pair of small and delicate Roman sandals stopped in front of Bo Zhao. 10 pink toenails were painted with bright red nail polish. Oh no! Bo Zhao looked up, and was facing the woman's delicate face. Long bloomers, veiled bodice, black and shiny hair braided into a side braid, hanging down on the chest. The veil on her face was faintly visible. The expression was that of an unhappy person. Lucian. To be more precise, an S-level undead NPC. She has a graceful figure, and is exquisitely proportioned. She has a face like a peach blossom, and looks radiant. How can she not be considered a beauty? But in Bo Zhao's eyes, she is very scary. Because undead NPCs all have character flaws. As long as the players have been in contact with them for a long time, they will find out. Bo Zhao has long suffered from it. Hello, long time no see. Bo Zhao smiled perfunctorily. Facing the undead NPC, he dare not use that icy face. What's more, it was this, his ex-girlfriend. I just heard that you returned to the Kingdom of Sand. She hadn't seen Bo Zhao for a long time. When she saw him suddenly today, she was still moved. Lu Xian's mood improved again. She actually sat down next to Bo Zhao, tilting her head to look at his handsome face. She asked a question about death. Did you come to see me specially? Bo Zhao fell into silence, as if sitting on pins and needles. How is it possible? Facing Lu Xian's expectant eyes, he didn't know how to answer. I'm fine. Let's go. Jianlan's voice sounded in her ears. You are a master of timing. Bo Zhao's brain exploded. It would be great if he could be invisible. Seeing Bo Zhao scratching his head with 10 fingers. What's wrong? Jianlan was very confused. Wasn't he very anxious just now? Now it's still again. As he spoke, Jianlan also glanced at the beautiful woman beside Bo Zhao. Judging from her dress, she doesn't look like a player. Could she be an NPC? When Lu Xian saw Jianlan, her face completely changed. Especially when she heard what Jianlan said to Bo Zhao. Her gaze, which was as lingering as spring rain, suddenly turned into a storm, as if she wanted to penetrate Bo Zhao's body. Are you here to find her? The matter must be resolved. There is no use in escaping. One by one, Bo Zhao stood up. Yes, he said to Lu Xian expressionlessly. I'm leaving first. Then, he took Jianlan away as if fleeing. Jianlan didn't understand, and looked back at the woman who was sitting there blankly when she left. When the two of them disappeared completely at the door, a woman's scream came from the rattan sofa. Ah! Damn it! Asshole! Under a mallet tree, Jianlan leaned against the thick trunk. Go ahead. I don't have much time. She had a lot of things to do, and had no time to chat with Bo Zhao. I suggest you move to another place. Bo Zhao really wanted to light a cigarette at this moment. But smoking is prohibited in this game, because smoking is harmful to health. He brought Jianlan out just now, and obviously offended the proprietress of Guanhelu. It would be okay if he offended Lu Xian, because when she went crazy, at least it was all in the open, without any conspiracy. It was easy to deal with. But if he offended Jianlan, it was estimated that there would be no future for the two of them. Bo Zhao could distinguish the primary and secondary contradictions. If you don't want to change your residence, go back to the Apocalypse base. He gave Jianlan another choice. Why change your residence? But since the mission was mentioned, no, Jianlan refused. We won't accept that mission. What if the terms of cooperation are changed? Bo Zhao was not giving up. There are so many powerful players. There is no need to find our guild. Jianlan had written the rejection on his face. Before knowing the mission, everything was fine. After knowing the content of the mission, even if the terms were changed, there would still be some danger. Fighting for those points, the people of the Dawn Guild would not have fallen to this point. Since she had left the Apocalypse base, she had no intention of going back. Seeing Jianlan's attitude, Bo Zhao knew that no matter how he persuaded her, it would be useless. But Bo Zhao was a little anxious. We really need your help. In fact, we need you. I miss seeing you every day. Sorry. Jianlan looked up, glanced at Bo Zhao, always felt that there was something strange about him. Ask someone else, Vice President Bo. After saying that, she was ready to leave. Bo Zhao was stunned. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, a sharp explosion sounded, tearing the air. 100 meters away, a crossbow arrow filled with poison shot straight at Jianlan's back. She only had 10 drops of blood. She would die the moment the tip of the arrow scratched her skin. Bo Zhao heard the voice of the god of death, and activated his supernatural power to twist the air, so that the arrow would fall to the ground before hitting Jianlan. But someone was faster than him. That person appeared behind Jianlan, like a gust of wind. He actually reached out, and grabbed the poison arrow. The person who shot the arrow from a distance, was still in that position. The arrow was shot with a small compound crossbow. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, she snorted and walked away openly. She didn't hide anything at all. She was dressed in pearls and jade, and her jewelry was jingling. There would be no chance of success today. Jianlan turned around, and just in time, caught the arrow with her hand, and the person who saved Jianlan's life also turned around. Jianlan showed a surprised smile, and her voice was a little trembling with excitement. It's you? Chapter 51. Long time no see. Xiao Lu's mouth curled up. He glanced at the arrow in his hand. With a slight force at a certain place, the arrow instantly turned into powder. It flowed through the gaps between his fingers. No one knows more about guns and ammunition, bows and arrows, and other long-range weapons than him. The attacker used the most common crossbow. The lethality is limited, so he chose to catch it with his bare hands. Why are you here? Since Jianlan entered the game, there have been few times, like now, where he smiled from the heart. She really didn't expect to meet someone familiar in the land of sand. Bo Xiao looked at her smile, and was stunned. It was like spilling Shangqi vinegar. And a sour feeling kept coming up, making him feel suffocated. Aren't you laughing too happily? When have you ever laughed at me like this? Bo Xiao questioned Jianlan loudly in his mind. But he didn't dare to say any of these words. He also wanted to save face. He could only stare at the two people who were looking at each other affectionately with a cold face. Of course I came here to see you. Xiao Lu smiled. To see me? Jianlan's eyes were slightly surprised. He came here to see me? Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. After I returned to the guild, I heard from Xi and Chung that you wanted me to accompany you to the Kingdom of Sand. Xiao Lu looked at Jianlan seriously. So I came. Under Xiao Lu's burning gaze, an inexplicable emotion surged into Jianlan's heart, and she felt her heartbeat was a little faster. Bo Xiao fell into silence. She blushed. She blushed? Why did she blush? Bo Xiao was screaming in his heart. They came to the Sand Country to do the mission of the Apocalypse Guild, but now they don't want to take that mission anymore. Jianlan thought for a while, said to Xiao Lu. We have finished our work, and we will be back soon. What have you finished? Bo Xiao finally found a chance to interrupt. It hasn't started yet. Why is he still here? I forgot about him. Jianlan turned her head slightly, and glanced at Bo Xiao, with a puzzled look in her eyes. What's wrong with Bo Xiao? Why did he insist that she take on the mission of Apocalypse? What on earth is he thinking? Seeing that there was a third person present, Xiao Lu also turned his head to look at Bo Xiao. Hey, this person is also a member of the Killing. Oh no, should he be called a member of the Dawn Guild now? Bo Xiao looked at the man who was about the same height as him, and spoke in an unexpectedly good-tempered manner. I remember your name is Xiao Lu. Right? Do you want to join Jianlan in our guild to do the mission? The rewards are very generous. Jianlan? Didn't I reject you? Twice. Xiao Lu, Vice President Bo still remembers me. Bo Xiao fell into silence. I didn't remember it at first, but I saw Qingqing write your name on the paper talisman, so I remembered it. It's quite strange to call you Xiao Lu. Is your last name Xiao or Lu? However, player nicknames can be customized, as long as you buy a nickname card in the mall. The price is not too expensive. I thought so in my heart, but I couldn't say it out loud. Of course. Bo Xiao curled his lips. I pay close attention to the people around President Jiang. For example, her Nani, S level, very powerful. A lively elemental mage, and a front row. Oh! Yes. Yes, there is also a little girl following her all the time, her name is Tonghulu. He intended to show Xiao Lu that his relationship with Jianlan was unusual, and he knew the people around her like the back of his hand. But unfortunately, noble people tend to forget things easily. He really can't remember the names of these people. Jianlan, her name is Yan Lulu. Yes. Bo Xiao smiled in sync with Jianlan. Yan Lulu. The little girl is very cute. Jianlan fell into silence. Did he forget that Yan Lulu replaced him last time? That made him lose face in the Northland Forum. Now he actually took the initiative to praise Yan Lulu for being cute. Bo Xiao is really abnormal. In order to hire them to work, he actually went to such lengths. It seems that the rumor of human resource shortage is not groundless. Jianlan couldn't make up her mind for a moment. Why not go back and ask other people for their opinions? Although, before coming out to find Bo Xiao, they had already discussed it briefly. The answer is no. But now Tianqi has such an attitude, which proves that they really need him. It also means that there will be more room for maneuver. In this way, it is not impossible. Jianlan was brainstorming and thinking quickly here. Xiao Lu was not idle either. He crossed his arms, with a smile on his face. He looked at Bo Xiao with meaningful eyes. The eyes of a hunter are the most sharp. So much so that Bo Xiao felt that he was almost seen through. Seeing that Jian Lan didn't notice this, Bo Xiao didn't hesitate and resumed his usual domineering attitude. At this moment, his expression was no longer gentle and polite, and even seemed a little arrogant. He glared back. An A-level superpower? I don't know why you are pretending to be in front of me. Okay. Jian Lan suddenly looked up at Bo Xiao. Bo Xiao's expression almost didn't hold back. He was so nervous. Jian Lan said, "Then I'll go back and ask other people for their opinions." She took the cooperation letter handed over by Bo Xiao. When Bo Xiao faced Jian Lan, his attitude was much gentler. "Okay, President Jiang, I'm waiting for your good news." He waved his hand in place. He watched Jian Lan and Xiao Lu's backs go away. While waving, he felt something was wrong. Damn. So humble. When did he become like this? Have you offended anyone in the Sand Country? Xiao Lu asked Jian Lan. He had just arrived here not long ago, and happened to see Jian Lan and Bo Xiao coming out of the Guanhai Tower. So, he was able to save her in time. Since he saw her at that time, why didn't he come out? Eavesdropping? Jian Lan stared at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu fell into silence. Oh no, I've been discovered. This is called secret protection. It's very effective. But Jian Lan didn't dwell on it too much. Except for those who offended Tianqi, he shouldn't have offended anyone else. Right? Jian Lan really couldn't think of it. But, if it was someone from Tianqi, Bo Xiao would definitely know him. Since Jian Lan had his back to that person, Xiao Lu met the attacker in the distance. He saw the attacker's entire face clearly. Did you see the attacker? Jian Lan was a little surprised. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. The man was clearly doing an attack, but he did not hide it at all, and his behavior was open and aboveboard. If Jian Lan had not talked to Xiao Lu would have chased him and found out. He clearly remembered the attacker's face. It was a woman. She was dressed in an exotic style. When she walked, the jade and gold and silver ornaments she wore jingled. It seems. Xiao Lu suddenly stopped talking. It turned out that, while talking, the two of them arrived at the lobby of Guanhai Tower. The woman in his mind was leaning against the handrail at the entrance of the stairs. It seems that she attacked you. When Xiao Lu said this, he was a little speechless. The kingdom of sand is too small. The person who disappeared just appeared right after. Moreover, the perpetrator did not show any fear after his evil deeds were exposed. Xiao Lu did not believe that someone would be so arrogant. But these two faces are indeed matched, exactly the same. Huh? When Lu Xian saw Jian Lan, she also showed an incredible expression. She was shocked. You dare to come back? Jian Lan was confused. Isn't this the woman she just met here? She seems to be Bo Zhao's friend in the land of sand. She actually attacked her by surprise? Why did she do this? Did you shoot that arrow? Since the arrow had been crushed by Xiao Lu, there is no evidence now. But I didn't expect Lu Xian to admit it openly. It was me. Whether it was because of her frankness or arrogance that Jian Lan forgot for a moment that the woman she was facing now might be an undead NPC. Did I provoke you? Jian Lan frowned. Why do you want to kill me? But Lu Xian ignored her questioning. She put her hands behind her back and walked slowly to Jian Lan step by step. The gold pieces on her body were so luxurious that they were a bit dazzling. Is this what it means to be rich and powerful? In this dangerous situation, Jian Lan was actually a little distracted. She really wasn't blinded by money. What is your relationship with Bo Xiao? Lu Xian came to Jian Lan and closed her face. It seemed that she wanted to take a closer look at her appearance, and it would be best if she could find some dirt on her face. She would take the opportunity to discredit her. After all, she was really pretty. But what disappointed Lu Xian was that Jian Lan's face was clean and had no blackheads. Her plan failed. Was it because of Bo Xiao? I have nothing to do with him. Jian Lan was realistic. Listen, my patience is limited. Obviously, Lu Xian didn't get a satisfactory answer. She was very unhappy. She took out a crossbow from her back and pointed it at Jian Lan's chest. The arrow was ready to be fired, and the tip of the arrow was shining coldly, very scary. It turned out that she had been hiding this weapon with her hands behind her back. Jian Lan and Xiao Lu were both startled to be the target of the attack. Isn't this too exaggerated? Killing people in the street? Xiao Lu finally realized that this woman was not a player. She was an undead NPC with a violent temper. Xiao Lu protected Jian Lan behind him. As far as I know, you NPCs have a set of rules to follow. Right? If you attack a player at will, you will be punished. Xiao Lu tried to intimidate the undead NPC in front of him with the rules. He was not in the front row, so he couldn't protect Jian Lan. Even if he was, it would be difficult for him to escape with Jian Lan under the attack of the undead NPC. If Jian Lan still only had 10 drops of blood. Of course. Lu Xian knew it wasn't the first time she had violated the rules. Boom! A bolt of lightning came down from the roof and struck Lu Xian. The instantaneous force of lightning made her unable to hold on for a while, and she knelt on the ground. This is the punishment for NPC violations? Too scary. But undead NPCs are even scarier. Because Xiao Lu clearly saw the bar above Lu Xian's head, -999999999. This number was so long that it was about to poke out of his field of vision. If a player is hit by such a blow, he will probably die on the spot. What kind of blood-locking amulet? 800 of them are useless. Lu Xian endured great pain. And after a while, her pale face gradually turned rosy. Humph. She slowly stood up. This little trick can't kill me. Then now, you will die. Lu Xian picked up the crossbow. Her eyes were murderous. Go to hell. Before she finished speaking, an arrow flew out. Xiao Lu's pupils dilated in an instant. This was completely different from before. He had a way to resist. But if he did so, he would be exposed. But now, he couldn't care less. When he was about to use his supernatural power to block Lu Xian's arrow, clang! The arrow, after passing through a copper coin, was dragged and crashed directly. Then there was the sound of the coin falling to the ground. Dang dang. A nice male voice came. Stop. Chapter 52. The crossbow arrow fell to the ground. Lu Xian recognized the copper coin that shot it down. It didn't matter if she couldn't recognize it, because the person who threw the copper coin had already walked up to her. He was dressed elegantly, wearing a string of Buddhist beads, with a calm expression and an extraordinary demeanor. Ming and Bo Xiao both had the same standard model face, but Lu Xian's attitude towards the two of them was incomparable. What are you doing here? Lu Xian frowned, and put away the crossbow unhappily. She really knows how to choose the right time to ruin her good deeds. If Shang Jun wanted to protect someone, she would not have committed a crime under his nose. You violated the rules again? Shang Jun pressed his temple with his thumb, and felt a headache. He wore a super large jade ring on his thumb. There are 20 undead NPCs in the whole country of Sand. The number of NPC violations reaches 22 times per month. If it is evenly distributed to each person, at least once. But other NPCs are well behaved and never cross the line. These 22 times were all done by Lu Xian alone. Sometimes I envy her resistance. Just like a lightning rod, every time it strikes, nothing happens. I really need to report to the gods and change the punishment method. If it continues like this, it will affect the status of the undead NPCs in the game. What do you care? Lu Xian is very fierce. Although Shang Jun is nominally the boss of the Western Region Chamber of Commerce, and also manages all the undead NPCs in the Sand Country, everyone basically does their own thing, and they don't interfere with each other. The abilities of the undead NPCs are known to each other, and they know the approximate level of each other. However, no one has ever fought with Shang Jun, so his real strength is still unknown. But his financial resources are obvious to all, and it is clearly there, but no one wants to offend the god of wealth. Except Lu Xian. She doesn't care about money. I will do whatever I want. Lu Xian put away her weapon, but she still refused to admit defeat. You are so protective of her. Do you have a secret affair with her? This she, of course, refers to Jian Lan. Jian Lan fell into silence. This undead NPC is not a crazy and evil woman. Right? The character is a bit typical. Bo Xiao is right. They should really change hotels. After listening to Lu Xian's empty slander, Shang Jun seemed to be used to it. He pulled out from his sleeve a yellow card. I warn you once. Please pay attention to your words and deeds. Huh? Looking at the yellow card, Jian Lan and Xiao Lu were stunned. Because its workmanship was really rough. It even looked like a plastic sheet. Lu Xian was so arrogant. How could she be fooled by this toy-like thing? Unexpectedly, when she saw Shang Jun showing the yellow card, her pupils dilated in an instant. Obviously, this yellow card was useful. Lu Xian narrowed her eyes. If an undead NPC received 3 yellow cards, he would be fired directly, expelled from the country, and become an ordinary NPC. Ordinary NPCs have no special abilities. And in this world, their status is even lower than that of players. Each area has a god messenger, who lives in the temple. They represent the will of the gods. Yes, in the NPC's mindset, there is a god in this world. And the power to punish with a yellow card is usually in the hands of the god's messenger. Why is it here with you? Lu Xian's voice became uncontrollably sharp. He gave it to me before he left. Shang Jun looked smug. You know? You violated the rules too many times. Is that the reason? Lu Xian wanted to laugh. She had violated the rules so many times before, and the god's messenger didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Now, just because she made up an improper relationship, Shang Jun gave her a yellow card, and said there was no love affair? You? Lu Xian pointed at Shang Jun, gritting her teeth. Just wait and see. This is an abuse of power. When the envoy of God comes back, she will complain. There is a long way to go. But the premise is that she can stay in the kingdom of sand until the day when the envoy of God comes back from the gods. You? Lu Xian looked at Jianlan and Xiao Lu one by one. You are lucky. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. No one can replace you if you get sick. Hey. Shang Jun didn't seem to plan to let her go. After coming to the kingdom of sand for so long, this was the first time he saw Lu Xian being humiliated. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity to smear her. Shang Jun said, I advise you to do less of those empty and groundless things. When Lu Xian was dating Bo Xiao, she suspected all the women around him. And even Ji Qingqing was almost plotted against. It had reached an extremely terrifying level. This was no secret in the Sand Country. And Shang Jun had naturally heard about it. But he really didn't have the ability to stop her at that time. Until he was fined 56 times that month. The Sand Country was originally the most player-friendly area. But when the settlement was made, it was almost ranked below the Evil Mist Swamp. It's outrageous. Because the Evil Mist Swamp is just a place where players fight fiercely, the undead NPCs never interfere in the grievances between players. But the undead NPCs of the Sand Country cause trouble for players for no reason every day. So, the player's friendliness is like a jumping machine, and it plummets. So now that Shang Jun has the power, he feels that he must stop Lu Xian's ridiculous behavior. After all, Bo Xiao has returned to the Sand Country. It's hard for the two not to rekindle their old feelings, and then it will cause a new storm. Control your emotions. Okay? Shang Jun played with the 2 night shining pearls in his hand. Lu Xian's nerves were touched. Is it wrong to like someone? She turned around and looked at Shang Jun. She asked him, Don't you have feelings? Although, she really had never heard of Shang Jun's love for anyone. You know, immortal NPCs also have feelings. They don't even know that they are immortal NPCs, but think they are superior to the superpowers. But maybe, some undead NPCs don't have it. Feelings? What are those? Shang Jun sneered. Are you going crazy every day like you? Then feelings are the most useless things in the world. If you have this time, use it to make some money. What is better than that? Sorry, I don't have it. Shang Jun smiled. Lu Xian was silent for a moment. Okay. He would not admit it. You'd better not let me know one day. Who do you like? Otherwise, Lu Xian couldn't continue. It was obvious that she also thought that there might not be such a day when she would turn around and not look back. Please, not everyone is as love-brained as you. Shang Jun rolled his eyes at her back. You are so old. Can you be more mature? Seeing Jianlan and Xiao Lu looking at him, Shang Jun immediately put on a hypocritical smile of a businessman. Lu Xian, this damn woman, went crazy, and must have scared these little cuties. He said to them in a comforting tone. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm here. She can't hurt you. Thank you. Jianlan was grateful from the bottom of her heart. It's just a piece of cake. Shang Jun was very pleased with Jianlan's thanks. He looked at the two of them calmly. Judging from your attire, you are foreigners, right? Yes. Especially Xiao Lu. He just came from the northern border. And the fabric of Jianlan's clothes was not from the land of sand. If you stay in a certain map for a long time, your clothes and appearance will also have the characteristics of that map. Our Sand Country is a city-state with a high degree of freedom. I hope you have fun. After saying that, Shang Jun smiled and left. This undead NPC looks very nice? Obviously, Jianlan was confused. Xiao Lu said nothing. I always felt that this NPC looked familiar. It seemed that I had seen him somewhere. When Bo Xiao returned to the Apocalypse Guild, it was almost dark. Outside the gate of the castle-like base, there were more than a dozen luxuriously decorated carriages parked. As the most expensive means of transportation in the Sand Country, ordinary players would not be willing to ride them. Not to mention, there were so many of them. There should be quite a few visitors. Who's coming? Bo Xiao randomly grabbed a guild member and asked. When the man saw that it was Vice President Bo, he immediately told him everything he knew. Ling Yuan's people are here. Ling Yuan? They are from the south. The guild ranked 8th in the guild rankings. The base is located at the edge of the center of the Evil Mist Swamp. In the Evil Mist Swamp, it is a powerful guild, not to mention that, for them, the Kingdom of Raisha is a low-level combat area. Powerful guilds basically have bad roots. Guild members will become numb and cruel after being immersed in this atmosphere for a long time. Their people, once they go to other maps, basically go to look for the remaining high-rated psychics. At least S level or above will be in their eyes. Bring him back to strengthen the guild. Guilds fight. Casualties are inevitable. They have been to the north, but the Kingdom of Sand is obviously a better choice. All kinds of people, good and bad. Back then, Bo Xiao was poached by them. But he refused outright. With his status and personality, how could he be a consumable? Don't you want to see a wider world? The man with 3 white triangle eyes tried to seduce Bo Xiao. Thanks for the invitation. Do you know that I was watching the world when my plane crashed in the ocean? Then, I was transported into this unfortunate game? Of course, I was with a pair of siblings. I don't want to watch it anymore, bye. If they want to come to Apocalypse to poach people, this is too grand. This is not poaching people, this is to uproot Apocalypse and take it away. It's a nice idea, but unfortunately, they came to the wrong place. The members of Apocalypse Guild are all related by relatives, and it is impossible to be divided so easily. Bo Xiao sneered a few times. No. 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 Seeing that Bo Xiao had misunderstood, the member of the Apocalypse Guild waved his hands repeatedly. In fact, it was Vice President Huang who invited Ling Yuan's people to come. What did Huang Jiao invite them to do? Reinforcements. What? Bo Xiao seemed not to hear clearly. The man spoke clearly, and repeated it exactly. Ling Yuan has 8 S-level psychics, 2 SS-level psychics. Help us to break the wall painting. Chapter 53. Guest room of Guanhai Building. Jiang Lan just walked to the door of her room. Several doors around her opened. The door farthest from her opened first. Almi poked his head out of it. President, you are finally back. He saw someone opening the door opposite Jiang Lan's room, seemingly a new guest. The profile looked familiar. Almi tried hard to recall this profile in his mind. Oh, I remember. It was from the Dawn Guild, seemed to be a long-range one. Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land, his eyes were filled with tears. He walked over and patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder. Hey, brother. Xiao Lu was stunned. Who are you? Me. Omi introduced himself. Oh, Guan Guild. Elemental Mage. After Omi's reminder, Xiao Lu also remembered. S-level elementalists can control light elements. Still quite powerful. After all, there are not many S-level psychics in the Oguang Guild. Since others took the initiative to greet him, Xiao Lu also responded politely. Hello. Hee. Omi approached Xiao Lu with ill intentions. What are you doing in the Land of Sand? Unexpected gossip. It's not necessarily that you came here for Jiang Lan. Xiao Lu looked back. Jiang Lan had already entered the room. But the door was not closed. He looked at Jiang Lan with a look that was not innocent. Omi had sharp eyes. And he saw everything. Oh. So you came here specifically to see the president. He looked like he knew everything. Yeah. Xiao Lu didn't know how to cover it up. He just admitted it openly. He coughed lightly. I did come to see President Jiang. I didn't expect you to look so serious on the surface. Omi waved his hand and smiled. You are such a person behind the scenes. Xiao Lu, I fell into silence. What kind of person am I? So you are also a foodie. Omi suddenly revealed the truth. Xiao Lu, I fell into silence. Yes, it's me. In Jiang Lan's room, 6 people formed a circle and sat on the floor. Just like in the abandoned hunter's cabin. In the middle was Jiang Lan's cooking pot. Since there was no table in the single room of Guanhai Tower, everyone could only sit on the floor. Just like a picnic. Fortunately, there was a knitted blanket with intricate patterns on the floor, which was also very comfortable. Or, Let's change hotels tomorrow. Xiaolu had just booked a room and wanted to leave. He was mainly worried about Jianlan's safety, because he had just registered his information downstairs. Lu Xian just came out and glanced at him. Her eyes seemed to stare a hole in his head. Then, she stared at Jianlan, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for him to register. She stared for a long time, just like a beast preparing before attacking someone. He already knew that Lu Xian was an immortal NPC, and she was also the boss of Guanhelu. This was too scary. Even with the restraint of Shangyuan's yellow card, she couldn't take action directly. But what if it wasn't her who did it? Get something else. It will be enough for them. Why? What happened? Everyone was confused and asked. So Xiaolu could only tell everything he knew. Everyone else was indignant. No. She is sick. Omi rolled up his sleeves, pretending to be fair to Jianglan. Fuyu spread her hands to the door. Go. I left the brothers' contact information, and I will help you customize the metal prosthesis when the time comes. Omi clenched his fists tightly and sat down in silence. To stand up for others requires strength. In fact, the best way is to change hotels now, but it is dark outside now, which is unrealistic. They are new here, and don't know much about the Sand Country. Although most natural disasters will not happen in Oasis City, but man-made disasters are not clear. They can only take this gamble. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Everyone decided to wait until tomorrow morning. Jianlan's cooking pot was cooking, and the fragrance was like a wisp of smoke, slowly drifting out. Didn't you order anything? At the corner of the stairs, Lu Xian crossed her arms and asked the hotel waiter. No. The hotel waiter shook his head like a rattle. Since those people checked into Guanhai Tower, he followed Lu Xian's instructions and secretly monitored them. He didn't dare to get too close, fearing that he would be discovered. So he couldn't hear what they said, until the remaining 5 people all entered the room of the woman who asked the boss to keep a close eye on him. He came to report immediately. What are you doing? Lu Xian was amazed when she heard these people's behavior. It seems to be quite shady. The mall interface of each map is different, and the price of nutrient solution is also different. The nutrient solution in the north is basically the original flavor, or it can be said to be the flavor of wind and snow. The nutrient solution in the Sand Country has many flavors. What about cactus, sea buckthorn flower? But without exception, they are all quite difficult to swallow. Even undead NPCs need to keep alive with nutrient solution. The cheapest small bottle of nutrient solution in the mall starts at 200 points. Without some savings, you can't survive in this map. Basic survival products are expensive, and the rewards for completing tasks are also high. As long as you have strength, you can make a living anywhere. It is the most cost-effective for players to choose to buy in the world. And the price is only 70% of the mall. For example, tea houses, hotels, nutrient solution stores, etc. Therefore, players who stay in hotels will buy nutrient solution from the store. But these 6 people don't buy anything. Are they all gods? Don't they need to eat or drink? Lu Xian couldn't figure it out. If they don't eat the food in the store, then how can she do anything? Biting her slender index finger, Lu Xian frowned slightly, as if she had finally made up her mind. Send 6 bottles over, she said to the waiter. Ah? The waiter was dumbfounded. Since Guanhelu opened, it has never made a loss-making business. Besides, it costs money for them to purchase nutrient solution, and now they are giving it away for free. The boss who used to be so stingy, why did he change his mind today? A large cup? The waiter asked tentatively. Of course it's a small one. Lu Xian glared. How could he be so ignorant, not knowing how to save her costs? Hey! The waiter was frightened, and his shoulders trembled. He responded carefully, and quickly went to prepare. Wait! Lu Xian stopped him. She glanced at her long bright red nails, and said lightly. Add some ingredients to it. Add some urine? The waiter was stunned. Horse urine or camel urine? But he didn't dare to ask. Yes. Since it's urine, the stinkier it is, the better. He ran away. Humph. Lu Xian sneered. I'm going to kill you this time. She had just taken 2 steps. The scent of food in Jianlan's room rounded the corner, and floated to the corner where she was. Lu Xian's eyes widened at once. What smell? As an undead NPC, she had never eaten normal human food. But she was still very sensitive to all kinds of fragrances. At first, she thought it was the smell of some kind of spice. After all, The Sand Country was a major producer of spices. Usually, it was used for fumigating the house, healing wounds, and bathing. But this fragrance was a little unusual. After smelling it for a long time, she felt hungry. Driven by curiosity, she kept looking for the fragrance and stopped in front of a door. She looked at the room number. Isn't this the woman's room? Why is there such a strange fragrance in her room? It smells pretty good. Is she born with a special fragrance? But when we were face to face just now, why didn't I smell it? With a lot of doubts in her mind, Lu Xian hesitated, paced back and forth at the door, and finally knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A man's voice. Lu Xian, me. Who are you? After a while, the door opened. Almi poked his head out of the door. His mouth was bulging, and his lips were shiny. As the door opened, the fragrance filled the air. It was indeed coming from here. Lu Xian wanted to look inside, but Almi's body blocked it tightly. He couldn't see anything. Who are you? Almi asked Lu Xian. The undead NPCs in the Sand Country didn't have the parrot language package installed, so they couldn't understand. Who are you looking for? Almi asked again. He had never met the owner of Guanhelu, but he had just threatened to go find her. Now the boss was right in front of him, but he couldn't recognize him. Lu Xian didn't know how to answer, and remained silent for a while. She wasn't looking for anyone. She was looking for the smell. Seeing someone coming, the people in the room were also a little curious. Almi answered them. I don't know who it is, do you know her? When Almi opened the door a little more, the people in the room could clearly see a woman with a graceful figure, covered in gold ornaments and sparkling, standing at the door, casting a curious look at them. Jianlan's face turned pale, and the roasted lamb chops in Xiao Lu's hand fell to the tablecloth. If they could avoid seeing her, no one would want to see her. But now, she actually came to the door on her own initiative. Xiao Lu didn't even bother to eat. He stood up and stood in front of Jianlan. And of course, he also blocked the roasted whole lamb. The roasted whole lamb was a black sheep monster that Yushan and Almi had killed outside the city during the day, and they brought it back in a package. As a result, when Jianlan's cooking pot was used, it became a delicious roasted whole lamb. When it was first put in, it was still a large piece and could not fit in. But as long as the lid was closed, it would shrink automatically. When the pot boiled, it would expand again. This one was enough to feed 6 people. Jianlan also saw the effect. It can resist ordinary sandstorms, which means that in a sandstorm, there is no need to wear goggles. Sure enough, if you want to get special food that can resist natural disasters in the area, the raw materials must be found in the area. This black sheep monster is a good example. What's going on? Xiao Lu was on alert. He immediately blocked the source of the scent. Lu Xian didn't care and simply walked in. I just came to take a look. What are you doing? She got closer and closer. Seeing her movements, Xiao Lu was frightened and took out his weapon directly. What's going on? Omi was the closest and also reacted. She is the proprietress of Guanhelu. Xiao Lu whispered. What? A group of people stood up and drew their weapons. Lu Xian fell into silence. Is she that scary? But after thinking about what he had done, it seemed that it was indeed not very friendly. Calm down. I mean no harm. She raised her hands in surrender. Everyone looked confused. Should we believe her? At this moment, Xiao Er held a tray in his hand, with 6 bottles of nutrient solution on it. Seeing Jianlan's door open, he rushed in. Guests, the nutrient solution is here. Chapter 54. Nutrient solution? Almi was confused. We didn't order nutrient solution. He turned to ask the others. Did you order it? The others shook their heads. No one ordered it. The waiter had expected their reaction. He rolled his eyes. This is a gift from our store. Guanhelu is so good. It even gives away nutrient solution. In the land of sand, nutrient solution is not as expensive as in the north, and they naturally know this. Really? Fuya took a step forward. Her sense of smell was extremely sensitive, and she seemed to smell an unusual smell. Yes. Yes. Staying in our hotel. You will get this benefit. Lu Xian smiled with narrowed eyes, wanting to take this opportunity to relieve the other party's tense nerves. But within 3 seconds, she suddenly realized. Wait! Nutrition! She looked at the waiter, her face pale. The waiter winked at her playfully, and made an okay gesture with the hand holding the tray. A smart and clear look. Boss, I'll do the job, don't worry. I've added all the liao. Go out. Lu Xian's lips didn't move, but she squeezed out these words from her teeth. But the waiter obviously didn't hear clearly. What did you say? I'm thirsty, I'll try it. Aomi patted her round belly, reaching out to take it. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian was faster, and took the bottle that Aomi was aiming at first. What a coincidence, I'm thirsty too. Aomi reached out to take the green bottle again. Lu Xian snatched it again. Aomi fell into silence. Miser. I think these are not fresh, so don't drink them. After saying that, Lu Xian was about to kick the waiter out. Is it not fresh, or is there something wrong? Fuyo finally saw the clue. Was there something added to this nutrient solution? Huh? It was so easy to see through. Lu Xian held 2 bottles in each hand. How could there be a problem? Lu Xian pretended to be surprised. If you are worried, I will drink it for you to see. It's just not fresh. Take a sip. Boss, you can't drink it. The waiter's behavior has exposed everything. Ugh. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. If it was just diarrhea medicine, Lu Xian would not be afraid at all. Because she would not have diarrhea at all. This is exactly why she drank it. But a wounded heart needs food to heal. With just a slight pursed lip, Lu Xian went to the bathroom in Jianlan's room and rinsed her mouth 30 times. When she finally came out of there, she was so familiar with everyone that she sat down next to the roasted whole lamb. Her eyes glowed green. The source of the fragrance? It must be this smell. What is this? She asked with her dying breath. Seeing that the owner of Guanhelu was not in a good condition at this time, everyone did not have the heart to drive her away. A super powerful NPC that even Shang Jun is not afraid of. Now it is like this, it is quite pitiful. Roasted lamb. Yin Lulu tore off a piece of fat meat, put it in her mouth, and ate it with relish. Can it be eaten? Lu Xian was surprised. The animals and plants in the world are generally used as medicine. No one would want to eat them. When they are hungry, they end up drinking nutrient solution. Try it? Jianlan tore off a piece of meat and handed it to her. Lu Xian was stunned. This woman actually took the initiative to invite herself to eat. But before, I almost killed her. Besides, all these people have been eaten. And it seems nothing will happen. Let's try. Lu Xian took the piece of meat. Take a bite. Chew it. Insert a piece of Chinese cooking master's BGM here. Lu Xian's eyes flickered. What a dull life she had lived before. The door to a new world is opening for her. Late at night, Tianqi Guild senior executives held an internal meeting. What do you mean? Bo Xiao got angry. When he arrived, Tianqi and Ling Yuan had almost finished their conversation. He could not get a word in. Ling Yuan had her own base in the Sand Country, so she did not need to live in Tianqi's base. So they left after they finished their discussion. Hey, Vice President Bo. You are here too. Bo Xiao met the man who had dug out his lower 3 white triangle eyes. But Bo Xiao ignored him. Please also be at the meeting. But he just didn't have a chance to speak. Soon after Ling Yuan's people left, Tianqi continued to hold an internal meeting. These big guilds really love to hold meetings. I wonder if it's a bad habit they brought into the game from their previous lives. Let me find help. What did that mean just now? Bo Xiao was holding back his anger. Of course, he was referring to the fact that Tianqi went to find Ling Yuan behind his back. It made him feel excluded. It seemed that everyone knew about it. Except him. We've had a falling out with the Shuguang people. Jihao touched his nose with his fingers guiltily. I've already negotiated it. Bo Xiao took out his computer, and Jianlan sent him the revised regulations, which he found acceptable. Oh, really? Jihao didn't expect Bo Xiao to be so efficient. According to his experience, after such a big mistake with the Shuguang Guild, Shuguang would definitely not turn back. Unexpectedly, it was quite generous to Bo Xiao. But it was too late. With his business acumen, he would do something more cost-effective. Instead of spending millions to hire 3 S-level and 2 A-level psychics, it would be better to double the money and replace them with Ling Yuan's S-level and SS-level. If it is used to kill people, of course, ruthlessness is more suitable. The current situation seems to be that the Dawn Guild came first, and Ling Yuan came later. Everything should be based on first come first served. But in fact, these 2 lines were carried out at the same time. It's just that Huang Jiao and Ling Yuan have never reached an agreement. But this morning, for some reason, Ling Yuan's people suddenly visited and agreed to Tianqi's request. They were also surprised. What do you want to do now? Bo Xiao was filled with resentment. After all this, he felt that he was fooled by Ji Hao. Do we need to consider this? Huang Jiao smiled sarcastically. Vice President Bo is usually quite clear-headed. Why is he still so stubborn? Anyway, the Shuang people didn't sign an employment contract, so can a verbal agreement still count? What are you talking about? Bo Xiao immediately retorted. Have you ever studied law? Oral agreements are also valid. Oh, Vice President Bo is back again? Huang Jiao smiled teasingly. Do you still think you are the CEO? This is not Blue Star, it is the apocalypse of disaster. Huang Jiao reminded him word by word. He also heard that Bo Xiao was the CEO of a multinational company when he traveled in. He has a distinguished family background, which really makes him a rich second generation. And he was just a small gangster who committed crimes before. After all, entering the game is a second reincarnation. The young master who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth is now on an equal footing with himself. What do you think? Bo Xiao was too lazy to talk to Huang Jiao, and looked at Ji Hao. The final decision still had to be made by the opinion of the guild president Ji Hao. As Bo Xiao's childhood friend, Ji Hao must be closer to him. But he couldn't act based on his personal preferences. Otherwise Tianqi wouldn't have grown so strong. Everything had to be based on the overall situation. Well, Ji Hao dropped the pen he was spinning on the ground again. His pen spitting skills were really bad. You should reject the Dawn Guild, he said. Bo Xiao fell into silence. Rejecting the Dawn Guild is rejecting Jianglan. Jianglan will definitely think he is a psychopath, and then block him. 6. Bo Xiao stood up suddenly, and the chair dragged on the marble floor, making a harsh sound, which scared the apocalypse executives present. Bo Xiao's words were loud and clear. Ji Hao, I hope you remember the decision you made today. Don't regret it. After saying that, he opened the door and left. Things happened so fast that all the executives of Apocalypse held their breath and dared not even breathe. Only Huang Jiao showed a smug smile. The temper of a young master. So easy to deal with. After a while. Oh! The frozen silence was broken by a cry. Vice President Bo has quit the guild. At that time, Bo Xiao, who returned to the room, became more and more angry. He had paid too much for this guild. And even went against his will and forced himself to date the undead NPC for a while. He was tortured to the point of having a nervous breakdown. What was his final fate? He was exiled to the northern border. He had just settled down, but because of Ji Hao's words, he came back to save the world without stopping. I finally found him a helper, but he made a mistake again, and I had to clean up his mess and make amends myself. Okay. I did it. When Bo Xiao lowered his status again, he finally made the people of Shuguang public account change their minds. What? He won't cooperate with the people of Shuguang Guild again. Are you surprised or not? Bah! Bo Xiao was going crazy. Who dared to do this to him? The momentary gap in his heart made his internal anger rise to a height of 3 feet. Even so, Ji Hao was still his childhood friend. He and that big yellow tooth were childhood friends. Bo Xiao felt that he was simply the largest number of playing cards, Batman's big customer, McDonald's mascot, the big boss of Gotham City. So, he quit the guild. He quit with passion. And then, he paid the price. He seemed to have forgotten something. At the moment, he confirmed his withdrawal. He remembered. But it was too late. The system sounded. You are not a member of the Apocalypse Guild. Persian Castle will expel you from the room in 10 seconds. Countdown 9. 8. 7. This is not the worst. The string of zeros in his account was reduced to 0. His points were all in the guild bank. This way he could earn interest. But it also meant that if he withdrew from the guild, the money could not be directly refunded to his account. He would need to go to the guild to plan it out. But at this critical moment, he was in no mood to go to the accountant. He also had to save face. When he stood shivering under the night sky, he realized what an impulsive decision he had made. His body sensation now was definitely a punishment for his impulsiveness. The temperature difference between day and night in the country of sand was extremely large. Wearing a cotton jacket in the morning and a gauze dress in the afternoon. Eating watermelon around the stove was what this map was about. It was dark. I was hungry. I had no points to stay in a hotel. Could it be any worse? Bo Xiao turned on his laptop. His friend list was full of people from the sand country. He couldn't rely on any of them. Suddenly, a familiar head came into his sight. Bo Xiao took a deep breath. At this time, in a guest room on the third floor of Guanhai Tower. Jianglan had just finished taking a bath and was drying her hair with a dry towel. The laptop lit up. Someone sent her a message. Is it Bo Xiao? Jianglan opened it and saw this sentence in the chat box. President Jiang, your guild. Are you hiring people? Chapter 55. Ahem. The other 5 members of the Shuguang Guild stared at Bo Xiao, their eyes wide as copper bells. It must be fake. It must be fake. He wants to join the guild? Being stared at by so many pairs of burning eyes, Bo Xiao couldn't help feeling a little unnatural. Jianlan was too mean. He told her secretly that he wanted to join the guild, but everyone in the Shuguang Guild knew about it. But it's no wonder. Who made him the vice president of the hostile guild? Almi, Yushan and others joined the guild late, so the feeling is not that strong. But Xiao Lu, Fu Yao had a face-to-face confrontation with him. In the battle with the Blood Wolf King. It was almost a life-and-death struggle. Although they reconciled later, they did not immediately become brothers. They always felt that Bo Xiao had bad intentions. Have you thought about it? Jianwan asked. I'm sincere. Bo Xiao nodded. More sincere than Pearl. He had nowhere else to go, so he could only turn to Jianwan. What's more, this was what he wanted. What do you think? Jianwan asked the others present for their opinions. Yushan, whatever. Almi, abandon the dark and join the light, give him a chance. Fuyao Yen Lulu, I'll listen to you. Xiao Lu fell into silence. I object. But it was useless, for versus 1, he can leave. Bo Xiao applied to join the guild. Jianlan used her authority to agree in seconds. Even though she was not in the northern border. Only the guild president has the authority to adjust the personnel structure across regions. So, in the Dawn Guild channel far away, in the extremely cold northern border, 80 people saw the welcome message. Yes, the Dawn Guild is thriving. During the days when Jianlan was away, it has been upgraded by 1 level. Now the Dawn Guild is a level 8 guild. Congratulations to player Bo Xiao for joining the Dawn Guild. Warm welcome. The guild is my home. It depends on everyone. Let's work together to build a better and stronger guild. Fighting! New friends, say hello to everyone. Bo Xiao looked at the series of message prompts, his facial muscles twitched. Is the Dawn Guild so enthusiastic? They don't have such fancy stuff in Apocalypse. When the managers of the Dawn Guild in the extremely cold northern border saw this name, they were all shocked and speechless. Is it possible to have the same name these days? Is he too excited, or is he just not excited at all? Is he dreaming? Wang Ping, it's true. President Jiang approved it personally. The location is in the Land of Sand. Secretary, aren't you going to help Apocalypse with the mission? How did you pull Vice President Apocalypse into your own guild? Speculations arose at once. Finally, a manager who knew the relationship between Jianlan and Bo Xiao said something shocking. Could it be marrying into a family? Tai Quan fell into silence. Wang Ping fell into silence. Tang Mengmeng? Then he sighed and shook his head. Jianlan's vision was not good. At the beginning, Bo Xiao attacked their guild base and caused him to lose the upper limit of his health. He still remembered the hatred in his heart. However, random speculations are meaningless. We have to ask the parties involved for the specific situation. Jianlan explained. It probably meant that Bo Xiao and Tianqi had a falling out. So he quit the guild. This reason was even more outrageous than the previous one of marrying into the family. Everyone knew that Bo Xiao was in the management circle of Tianqi Center and had an unclear relationship with the president of Tianqi Guild. How could he betray so easily? While gossiping, they also specifically reminded Jianlan to be careful that Bo Xiao was a spy, to incite them to rebellion, or that he had some secrets that he could not tell, so that she should be on guard against Bo Xiao in everything. Jianlan felt that everyone's worries were not unreasonable, but the people around her were all confidants, and they would not be easily turned against her. Moreover, she did not know why Bo Xiao came to their guild, and she was also curious about Bo Xiao's true intentions. So, Jianlan only gave Bo Xiao the most basic guild member privileges. The Dawn Guild had the benefit of giving points to those who joined, which could be used to buy basic daily necessities. Bo Xiao was very moved. Even if it was only a few hundred points, for him who was now penniless, it could be regarded as a noble act of helping him in his time of need. You know, when he was at his poorest, he had no less than 6-digit points. Think about the people of Tianqi again. He quit the association, and no one came to ask. Sure enough, only when you are in trouble will you know who is sincere to you, and who is false to you. But in fact, Someone came to ask. Vice President Bo. Why did you quit the association? Red exclamation mark. Ji Qingqing, crazy? Red exclamation mark. Ji Hao fell into silence. Red exclamation mark. Su Ro, Huang Jio went to get the Persian carpet in your room. Red exclamation mark. There are still a few messages, but none of them can be sent. When Bo Xiao knew that his points were reset to 0, he angrily blocked all these people. Lying on the big bed in the guest room of Guanhai Tower. The ceiling can be turned into a skylight. Bo Xiao likes the silver night sky the most. Just like the starry sky he saw on the first day he came to this world. Because of the pollution suffered by Blue Star for many years, the sky is always covered with a layer of gray fog. Even on a summer night, there were only a few stars to be seen. They were all very far away from him. Just like the Apocalypse Guild now. Bo Xiao thought of Jianlan again. She was so kind, she took him in regardless of past grudges. Just now there were so many people, he couldn't say thank you, so now, should he go and thank her? Once the idea came up, it couldn't be cleared. Bo Xiao turned over and got out of bed. Jianlan's room was just next to his. He suddenly heard a strange sound. That was. At the moment when the sharp knife was about to pierce Jianlan's chest, Bo Xiao condensed the air in that area. But someone was obviously faster than him, and kicked the assailant in the chest. The sharp knife stayed in the air for 5 seconds, and fell to the ground with a crash. Jianlan didn't expect that. 2 more people suddenly appeared around her. She realized that someone was hiding in her room, so she quickly chewed a bubble gum, which would expand in an instant, forming a protective shield around her, and the sharp knife of this person could not pierce her protective shield. Another person who wants to kill her? Has she offended someone again? Jianlan was puzzled. The 2 people who came to rescue Jianlan later, when they saw each other, were shocked to the point of being speechless. Why is it you? Why are you here? Bo Xiao and Lu Xian were both surprised. What are you doing here? Bo Xiao directly ignored Lu Xian's heroic act of saving Jianlan just now. Jianlan, be careful, I will protect you. As he said that, he pulled Jianlan behind her. Even if he couldn't beat Lu Xian, he would die before Jianlan. Are you blind? Lu Xian was very unhappy with Bo Xiao's action. I'm saving her. However, Bo Xiao, who had just seen the starry sky, had an endless imagination. He made bold assumptions, and wildly sought proofs. You saved Jianlan. You don't want to kill her with your own hands. You vicious woman. He spoke without thinking. Lu Xian was splashed with dirty water in front of her. And she was almost angry to death. Yes, she wanted to kill Jianlan before, but no matter what her purpose was, she did save Jianlan's life. How could this damn man slander her like this? Are you sick? Lu Xian's eyes widened. She directly retorted. If you are sick, go get treatment. After scolding Bo Xiao, Lu Xian finally knew the source of her unhappy feeling. It was not because Bo Xiao was guarding against him like a thief, but because he protected Jianlan behind him. Lu Xian wanted to laugh. What level are you at? Can you protect her? Lu Xian stretched out her hand and pulled Jianlan back. Her eyes were sparkling, and she said to Jianlan, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Bo Xiao was petrified on the spot. Why did you say my lines? What kind of new routine is this? What tricks are you playing? Bo Xiao knew Lu Xian too well. But everything today proved that. He thought he knew all that. In fact, he knew nothing. He still worried about Jianlan. Let me protect you. Then, Jianlan was pulled back and forth by them. Help! She is not the rope in the tug-of-war. At this time, there was movement on the ground. The person who was just kicked over by Lu Xian actually got up again. Actually, I'm fine now, Jianlan said. She can only protect herself at the moment, and has no ability to keep anyone else. Jianlan pointed at the hurried back. He wants to run. He can't run. Lu Xian took a piece of jade, as big as a pigeon egg from her head. She threw it at the assassin's back. He fell to the ground again. The health bar above her head, minus 999999. God. The blood-locking amulet was broken. Bo Xiao, falling into silence. He couldn't deal this damage. Cough. The man spat out a mouthful of blood with difficulty. Turned around. He was really not a loser. But he had no choice but to run into a cheater. Lu Xian was a well-known player's nemesis NPC. It was good enough that he didn't go looking for trouble with the players. Why would he take the initiative to protect the players? He was just a little bit away from success. The assassin was filled with regret. Just say it was time to get off work now, and you should get off work properly. Why did he take private jobs so foolishly? Maybe the money he made last time was too easy, which gave him confidence. So, when they found him again, the assassin agreed without a second thought. In the middle of the night, he sneaked into Guanhai Tower, waiting for the opportunity to assassinate. When Jianlan was alone, he ambushed her in her room secretly, preparing to give her a fatal blow, but who knew, two masters suddenly appeared. Not only could he not hurt Jianlan, he also blew up his own blood-locking amulet. The higher the rating of the psychic, the rarer the psychic power, the more expensive their blood-locking amulet. This also directly led to his order. Not only did he not earn a penny of points, but he had to pay more than 5 times the points to customize the blood-locking amulet. For an assassin, this is a great shame. The person who clearly asked him to assassinate told him that this person was only an F level. As long as he stabbed the knife into her body, she would definitely die. Who sent you here? Jianwan asked. Assassin. Protecting the privacy of the employer is the professional ethics of our industry. Lu Xian's foot stepped on his throat. The assassin's face changed on the spot. That's another assassin. I have no professional ethics. Chapter 56. Tianqi Guild Base. Ji Hao asked. Has it been transferred? Even though Bo Xiao quit the guild in a rage, Ji Hao still treated him as a brother. It was normal for Bo Xiao to have a bad temper, after all. He was also in the wrong. It was already late at night when he found out that after quitting the guild, the points could not be directly transferred from the guild account. This also means that Bo Xiao now has no points in his account. This kid is very stubborn, and he didn't say a word. Ji Qingqing tried again. I can't turn around. Bo Xiao blocked all the people in their guild. How cruel. Ji Hao fell into silence. Bo Xiao was alone outside, with no points and no nutrient solution. He probably had no place to live, and could only sleep on the streets of Oasis City. What kind of scene would that be? He had never experienced such a hard life, whether in the game or outside the game. As if seeing his worry, Ji Qingqing snorted. It's okay. He's a grown man. What's wrong with sleeping on the street? That's right. Su Rou held the same view. It's time to dampen his temper. Otherwise he'll be in such a bad mood all day long. Ji Hao didn't say much. After all, this matter was caused by him. If you are really worried, at most we can go find him tomorrow during the day. Seeing that Ji Hao was frowning, Su Rou comforted him. It would be too late to wait until tomorrow. When Ji Hao knew that Bo Xiao was penniless, he sent people out to look for him. At this time, the people sent out to investigate finally came back. Have you found it? Ji Hao was very eager. Found it. The man was panting. He had just heard that someone saw Vice President Bo enter Guanhai Tower. Guanhai Tower? That was Lu Xian's territory. And who was Lu Xian? The people of Tianqi knew her so well. We are still worried about him. Ji Qingqing frowned. So he went to see his ex-girlfriend. Ji Qingqing didn't have a good impression of Bo Xiao. His ex-girlfriend. Last time, she almost attacked him. It is said that the attack was extremely ruthless. Okay. I know. You go down first. After getting the exact news from Bo Xiao, Ji Hao was relieved. But the person who came back to report the situation did not leave. It seemed that he had something to say. Ji Hao asked, Is there anything else? It seems that an assassin has entered Guanhai Tower. The spy hesitated whether to say it, but finally said it. Although this matter has nothing to do with their Tianqi, it is said that Vice President Bo was also present. Assassin? Ji Hao is used to this kind of thing. It is not uncommon to hire someone to kill someone, but to do it secretly, you have to find an assassin. There are many assassins in the Kingdom of Sand, but there are only 2 or 3 famous ones. The others are all inferior. The real top masters, you have to go to the south. Who are you going to kill? Ji Hao asked casually. Unexpectedly, the spy's answer surprised him. Jianlan. Jianlan? Vice President of the Dawn Guild? Who is so bold that he dares to hire someone to assassinate the leader of a guild? Aren't they afraid of recruiting a large group of people to seek revenge? You know, the Dawn Guild is not a small guild that is easy to bully. If the leader is killed and still swallows his anger, then he will definitely seek revenge. However, the person who can take on this task is also brave and fearless. Can you find out who wants to kill Jianlan? Ji Hao certainly doesn't care about Jianlan's life or death. He didn't even ask whether the assassination was successful. He only cares about which guild in the Sand Country is so stupid. Hee hee. Seeing that Ji Hao finally asked the key point, the spy smiled proudly. This was the time to show his ability. He really found out. Painted wall. As soon as these two words came out, everyone present was stunned. Painted wall is not making any big moves on the surface, but they are making small moves in secret. But their actions are generally directed at Apocalypse. If the Dawn Guild and Apocalypse are still cooperating, it is understandable that they attack Dawn. However, the cooperation has obviously broken down. Everyone in the Kingdom of Sand saw the scene of Ling Yuan's large group of people coming to Tianqi to negotiate. Of course, including Huobi. Now they are sending assassins to kill Jianlan. Is it because Jianlan has a reason to die? Tianqi also planted his own spy in Huobi. However, for safety reasons, only Ji Hao knows who this spy is. If it is not necessary, they will not contact each other. Only at the most critical moment will they pass on the message. For example, last time Huobi launched a guild war against Tianqi. That's why Ji Hao responded so quickly and prepared props to counteract the guild war declaration in advance. Ji Hao didn't know about Jianlan's assassination, which had little to do with Tianqi. The spy didn't know the specific reason. The information he got was very limited. The person who revealed the information to him was a very good friend of his, because Vice President Bo was also present at the time. So, he told the spy about it. Strange. Ji Hao couldn't figure out why the painter made such a decision. What's so strange about that? Ji Qingqing thought about the problem, and it became much simpler. Maybe they just didn't like him and killed him, she said lightly. You know, she wrote all the members of the Dawn Guild on the talisman paper because of Ji Hao's words. Ji Hao didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. A bright moon rose outside the window. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed on the white jade life plate on the table. The future scene that the fortune teller saw in advance. She was terrified. She hurriedly turned the horoscope, trying to cover up her transgression, and the huge backlash brought by the prying into the heavens had begun to take effect. Every time she did divination before, it would have a backlash on her. She had long been accustomed to it, and it would be fine after a while. But today, it was so painful. This was unbearable. Her whole body fell on the table, her fingernails grasped the flesh, and red blood beads emerged, and fell on the white jade beads, and rolled to the ground one by one, and she couldn't tell whether they were jade beads or blood beads. There has never been a backlash as fierce as today. It was just a first glimpse before, and the heavenly Tao had already given her instructions. She should have stopped at the right time. But she was too greedy. She wanted to see more things. The greater the impact of what she saw in the world, the greater the damage to herself. By the time she realized that her behavior was seeking her own death, it was too late. There was a sound of shattering in the room. The priceless white jade life plate was smashed to pieces on the ground. Finally, someone pushed the door open. Shaman Hualing. Shaman Hualing. Are you okay? The man saw Hualing lying on the ground motionless. He wanted to help her up. But when he did, he saw that her eyes were wide open, not blinking. She looked like she had died suddenly. He was terrified. But he couldn't confirm whether Hualing was still alive, because the bracelet on her wrist was still lit. He ran out and shouted, "Help! Help! Help!" The news of the incident with Shaman Hualing spread throughout the Huobi Guild in an instant. At this critical moment, the incident was too strange. Just last night, they were still plotting how to completely suppress Tianqi, because the news that Ling Yuan came to help Tianqi spread throughout the Huobi Guild in an instant. 8S level, 2 SS level, plus the existing combat power in the Tianqi Guild. As long as they face each other, it will be a head-on confrontation. On the surface, Huobi will lose. But Tianqi knew to ask for reinforcements, but they didn't know? Ling Yuan? The people they invited could crush Ling Yuan to the ground. However, the news cannot be leaked for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. Besides, in terms of strength, there are SS-level psychics in the Huobi Guild. But there are only two. One is a bloody warrior, and the other is a shaman. The predictive ability of SS-level shamans is second to none in the entire Sand Country, or even in the entire game. Every time the big guild in the south sent people to the Land of Sand, they would wait in front of the painted wall, hoping to see Hualing and talk to her. Of course, it would be best if they could take her away. Even if they knocked her out and put her in a sack, it would be fine. Precognition is very rare in the game. Even if the shamans have poor attack capabilities, they can rely on their powerful precognition to complete the same tasks as attacking powerful psychics, and survive in the game. But their better way out is to go to a big guild and do something that requires decision-making. Hua Ling ranks 23rd in the overall player rankings and is watched by countless eyes. With Hua Ling and Huobi, Tianqi can hardly shake Huobi's position. Therefore, the two guilds have been mediating for many years. During the period when Hua Ling's spiritual power was the weakest, Huobi was even suppressed by Tianqi. But Tianqi's complacency did not last long. Once Hua Ling's spiritual power recovered, Huobi would rebound again. This made Ji Hao very annoyed. He always felt that someone could guess what his next move should be. And now, the changes in the celestial phenomena caused Hua Ling's spiritual power to reach its peak. There has never been a time, like now, when she felt that her fingertips could touch the breath of the gods so clearly. The stronger Hua Ling was, the stronger Hua Bai was. This was also the reason why Hua Bai was ready to move Tianqi. Yesterday, Hua Ling, at the request of the group of people at the core of Hua Bai's power, performed divination. The theme of the divination was the battle between Huobi and Tianqi, and who would be the final winner. The reason why Hua Ling was asked to do the divination was that she was full of confidence. They would definitely win. But Hua Ling did it twice in a row, and the results showed that Huobi was defeated miserably. The face of the president of Huobi was as ugly as the dried bacon hung on the wall during the new year. The faces of the other managers were not good looking. If it was an ordinary shaman, they would not have any fluctuations in their hearts, and would only laugh and call it a clown. But now in front of them is Hua Ling. Hua Ling only does divination, not decision. Similarly, she does not have the leisure to persuade people to be kind and love peace. You can only do divination 3 times a day. You can only ask the gods 3 times for the same thing. No shaman would want to know the consequences of the 4th time. As far as divination is concerned, the first time is the most accurate, and the result of the second time is exactly the same as the first time. This is simply a morale killer. Kill them themselves. Why did you ask Hua Ling to come out when you have nothing to do? But it was too late to regret. There was one last chance. Huobi was unwilling to give up and forced Hua Ling to do a 3rd divination. Even if the result of the last time was not clear, there is a chance. They had illusions in their hearts. This divination took longer than the previous 2 times combined. Just when everyone was getting impatient and thought Hua Ling fell asleep during the divination, the result finally came out. Hua Ling opened her eyes, like a demon from hell, exuding a gloomy black air. Kill her. Chapter 57. I'm dying of holding it. After the meeting of the Painted Wall Guild was over, everyone rushed out. This meeting lasted too long, and many people were in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Mainly because Hua Ling's 3rd divination took too much time. But there were also a few people who stayed. Presumably they all had steel bladders. They were the president, vice president, and military advisor of the Painted Wall Guild. The military advisor was different from the commander, who supervised the battle on the spot, and usually made plans behind the scenes. What do you think? Asked the president of the Huobi Guild. TSK. The vice president crossed his arms and looked disdainful. His attitude had answered everything. The vice president of the Huobi Guild was a man with a feminine and handsome appearance. But what was inconsistent with his appearance was that he was quite vicious and cruel inside. As both of them were S-level Chi-type superpowers, and both belonged to the Sand Country, their guilds were hostile. So he was often compared with Bo Xiao. Unfortunately, he was a little bit worse than Bo Xiao in every aspect. A little bit different in looks, a little bit different in height, a little bit different in supernatural energy. Even, he is also a rich 2nd generation. His family runs a company. But unfortunately, his company is not as big as Bo Xiao's. If there is you, why is there Liang? Before entering the game, he had never had this feeling. But after entering the game, he could see that person whenever he looked up. And he knew how powerful he was. All the little things stacked together became a lot. In other words, he is no match for Bo Xiao. Moreover, the beautiful boss NPC of Guanhai Tower also likes Bo Xiao, but not him. He is really angry. But fortunately, his guild is a little stronger than Bo Xiao's guild in terms of overall strength, which can be regarded as a little psychological comfort. Now, there is a chance to wipe out Bo Xiao in one fell swoop. How could he let it go? But that mysterious shaman Hua Ling actually said that if they continue to oppose, they will lose. Can we silence her? She is disturbing the morale of the troops. I think Hua Ling is really confused. He Xian, the vice president of Huabi, spoke his mind. This shocked everyone else. Hua Ling's status in Huabi is second only to the president. It is really hard to find another person who dares to speak rudely to her. Except He Xian. But, an administrator whispered, Hua Ling's predictions have never been wrong. Although Hua Ling's ability is equivalent to a supercomputer in this world, she has strong computing ability. But every time she makes a prediction, she spends a lot of effort. Therefore, if it is not a very important matter, the people in the wall painting will not bother her. After all, small things do not need to be calculated, and big things cannot be calculated too much. They have already chosen the day to launch the guild war again. Tianqi, who has used the opportunity to be exempted from the war once, will definitely fight this time. Once the battle is fought, it will be a life and death battle. So you don't believe Hua Ling's prediction? President Huabi fixed his eyes on Vice President He Xian. Seemingly realizing that what he said just now was a bit too much, He Xian was more careful when he spoke this time. No matter how powerful Hua Ling is, she is still a human being, and humans make mistakes. He said it tactfully at first, and then tried to pull the president to the same front with him. Because, if the president really gave up the fight for hegemony because of Hua Ling's words, and turned to live in peace with Tianqi, then their guild would really become a child's play. And he, in front of Bo Xiao, did not even have this little advantage. Even if you believe in Hua Ling, what she made was just a prediction. He Xian touched his nose. But the people we invited this time are all real tough guys. Don't you still believe in them? He Xian did not intend to continue to dwell on Hua Ling's ability. At least in the short term, there was no way he could be shaken by the president. He could only change the subject. The president of Huabi Guild was indeed a little relented. He decided to follow the original plan. And at the moment when he made this decision, it just happened to match Hua Ling's prediction. This is why Hua Ling never interferes with the future. But she also fought to the death. In the two dead ends, she saw a third way to live. That woman. The president of Huabi Guild remembered the name Hua Ling said. Do you know her? The military advisor said. It seems that Tianqi invited reinforcements from the north. For unknown reasons, the cooperation with Tianqi broke down. Later, Tianqi found someone from Lingyuan. The military advisor also had his own spies. Since they entered the kingdom of sand, they were being watched by countless eyes. It's just that they didn't know it. The extremely frosty north? When Vice President He Xian heard the name of this area, he did not hide his contempt on his face. Looking for people from the novice village to fight? Wouldn't those kids be broken at the slightest touch? Bo Xiao is really an idiot. Being in a high-power map, the contempt for low-power maps is deeply rooted. After all, in this world, whoever is stronger has the final say. The strong prey on the weak. Don't be careless. The vice president was very impetuous. The president was relatively calm. There are also masters in the extremely cold northern border. Don't forget Qin Yan. When this name came out, the atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn, and everyone was silent. This name is a shadow for the Huabi Guild. She gave Tianqi a chance to ascend. Tianqi seized it, and took this opportunity to be on equal footing with Huabi. But how many Qin Yans are there in the world? He Xian was still disdainful. I'm afraid she is the only one in the entire extremely cold northern region. Be careful. The president carefully propped himself up. He couldn't hold it anymore. He wanted to go to the toilet. President, what about this woman? The military advisor hurriedly stopped him. The matter hadn't been concluded yet. Why did he leave first? Do you want to kill her? He made a gesture of wiping his neck. The president hurriedly disappeared in the meeting room. No answer was given to him. The military advisor only gives advice, never does the dirty work. He will not take the initiative to take responsibility. Vice President He, what do you say? He kicked the ball to He Xian. Below the president is the vice president. Now here, he has the final say. He Xian shrugged indifferently. Kill him. It's just like going to buy vegetables, commonplace. It's no big deal. The matter was handed over to his subordinates. Because there was not enough attention on this matter, the subordinates handed it over to their subordinates again. Finally, they hired the assassin they had hired before, Wenke. After Wenke received the task, he had been waiting in Guanhai Tower. After everyone in the Shihuang Guild, including the boss Lu Xian, came out of her room, that period of time was the most suitable time to attack, and the only time. Even if Jianlan had a protective bubble, she could only block his sword. He stabbed again. Who knew, not long after, Bo Xiao appeared. Bo Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. Then, the group of people from the Dawn Guild who had just left came back. Is it over yet? Are they playing mahjong in there? Wenku was so sleepy, he rarely worked night shifts. Even though his current job was an assassin, he actually fell asleep accidentally. When he woke up again, he realized that he might have missed the best time, but it didn't matter. There was no one else in Jianglan's room now. However, unfortunately, he ran into Lu Xian, who was on the second floor, and Bo Xiao came to see Jianglan alone again. No, when Karen was about to faint. Looking at the knife in his hand, he couldn't help wondering if he was trapped in a cycle. Before he thought for long, the immortal NPC Lu Xian kicked him away. Finally, he told everything he knew, without missing a word. Painted wall? Jianglan was stunned. Why did their people want to kill me? Previously, she cooperated with Tianqi, so killing her was more reasonable. And there was a reason. Why now? Because the people in their guild are all crazy. How could Bo Xiao give up this good opportunity to belittle the Huabi guild? Killing never needs a reason. He was right. How to deal with him? Lu Xian's feet were still hovering on Wenku's neck, and her eyes were fierce. Should I kill him? Wenku fell into silence. Bo Xiao fell into silence. You are also crazy, Bo Xiao said. Jianglan shook her head. She couldn't understand the fighting between players in this game at all. If this wasn't an ordinary game where players could automatically revive after death, but a game where players would really die after death. If she wasn't really in a life and death situation, Jianglan wouldn't be willing to kill other players. Even if the person in front of her really wanted to kill her a few minutes ago. Perhaps, this has something to do with his profession. Assassins are born to kill people. His blood-locking amulet was blown up by Lu Xian, so he will be out of sight for a long time. He was also seriously injured, which can be regarded as a punishment. I hope he can find another job in the future. Let him go, Jianglan said. After hearing Jianglan's words, Lu Xian retracted his foot. He shouted, Get out of here. Don't let me see you in Guanhai Tower again, otherwise, I will definitely make up for the next kick. Her tone was vicious, and her eyebrows were raised. Wenku was so scared that he peed. He said yes, then quickly got up and fled. He ran through the window. There was a loud thud. I don't know if he is okay. After letting the assassin go, Lu Xian turned to face Jianglan, and her eyes turned into affectionate ones. Lan, you are so kind. Lan? Bo Xiao was stunned. What happened to Lu Xian? He had felt that something was wrong with her. When a girl is not pretty, others will praise her for her kindness. Bo Xiao learned the language from the internet. Talking and provoking. And testing. Lu Xian was fooled. She had never been online. I didn't mean that. She waved her hands and said to Jianglan seriously, You are very beautiful. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful person. She looked at Jianglan's eyes sincerely. Jianglan's surprised look was reflected in her eyes. A chill climbed up Bo Xiao's back, making his hair stand on end. He finally understood what kind of person Lu Xian was. He really knew too little about her before. Lu Xian was not only a jealous and possessive NPC, but also a deeply affectionate and loyal person. Under these two appearances, there is a hidden setting. She is bisexual. Chapter 58. Seeing Jianglan's expression of doubt and uncertainty, Lu Xian thought she believed Bo Xiao's words of discord. She directly took out the crossbow that killed Jianglan last time. Jianglan was shocked when she saw this. Bo Xiao took the lead and stood in front of Jianglan. What do you want to do? He would not let Lu Xian hurt Jianglan. Go away. Lu Xian did not even look at Bo Xiao now. She had already fallen in love with someone else. Even if someone else had a close relationship with Jianglan, they would get her special attention. No one wanted to be noticed by her. This is for you. Lu Xian handed over the crossbow. Out of courtesy, of course, she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Jianglan, so she didn't pull Bo Xiao away. This also gave Bo Xiao some face, because Lu Xian could really pull him away. For me? Jianglan didn't understand what was going on. This was all too weird. She subconsciously took it. Be careful. There's a scam, Bo Xiao said cautiously. I'll give you another chance. Lu Xian stared at Bo Xiao coldly. Bo Xiao fell into silence. This undead NPC has nothing to do with him now. Bo Xiao shut up wisely. From then on, Lu Xian's passionate and deformed love officially shifted from him to Jianglan. He didn't feel relieved for long when he suddenly realized a problem. In this way, if he wanted to stay with Jianglan for a long time, he would probably become the target of Lu Xian's attack. Ex-girlfriend becomes love rival? That's amazing. Bo Xiao was speechless. Why not leave the Kingdom of Sand? Let's go back to the north. Lu Xian can't leave the Kingdom of Sand. She can't catch up with her. Bo Xiao was thinking how to find a chance to persuade Jianlan to leave, and Jianlan had already started studying the exquisite crossbow. Before, did Lu Xian use this to kill herself? Xiao Lu said, this is the most common specification. Her supernatural weapon is an iron pot, which is unlikely to be used to hit people. If I have a long-range crossbow, it would be good for self-defense. Should I accept Lu Xian's kindness? Looking at Lu Xian again, she looked at me with an expectant look. Meaning? Accept it. Ignoring Bo Xiao's winks. Jianlan nodded. Thank you. Accepting the weapon means forgiving me. Lu Xian was of course happy. She had not forgotten that she had shot Jianlan. But for the sake of face, to avoid embarrassment, everyone tacitly did not mention it. Besides, she had been punished by the spoiled nutrient solution before. She had indeed saved her life just now. The past grudges were resolved. Jianlan had gained a new friend. A native NPC of the Sand Country, she knew everything about the Sand Country. When she learned that Jianlan wanted to open a store in the Sand Country, Lu Xian diligently arranged for her, saying that the matter was up to her. And the other people of the Dawn Guild acted separately, bought a copy of the Sand Country's illustrated guide, and first collected the most easily available food ingredients. Bo Xiao is now a member of the Dawn Guild. And he has also received a mission. It seems that Jianlan really doesn't treat him as an outsider. However, this is also good for him. When Jianlan makes delicious food, he can feel more at ease when eating it. After all, he has also made contributions. Everyone agreed to meet at the Guanhai Tower before sunset. After Lu Xian prepared everything, she took Jianlan to the housing management office of the Sand Country. The architectural styles of the NPCs in the Kingdom of Sand are similar. The color is the yellow sand desert, and the interior decoration is the exotic Persian style. Jianlan followed Lu Xian into a house with a round roof on the street. This is the housing management office of the Kingdom of Sand. Lu Xian asked Jianlan to wait for her on the sofa for a while, and she quickly finished it. So, Jianlan sat on the sofa in the lounge. Unlike the rattan chairs in many shops in the Kingdom of Sand, the reception seats of the housing management office are all soft, and it is super elastic. Jianlan thought of her previous life. At noon, she went to the mall downstairs with her colleagues to eat. She passed by a home furnishing store and saw a new sofa. She always went to sit on it to try it out. If it fits, she would buy it. Due to work, programmers need to sit in front of the computer for a long time, for several hours at a time. It is very necessary to have a comfortable chair, which can protect the spine from injury. A good body is the capital of revolution. Such a soft sofa reminded Jianlan of the single sofa in her study. She couldn't help but miss it. She pressed the sofa with her hand, wanting to test its elasticity. Unexpectedly, her move was noticed by the staff of the housing management office. The habit of serving different dishes to different people is everywhere. Not all the people working in NPC shops are NPCs. For example, the waiter in Guanhelu is just an ordinary NPC, a native of the Land of Sand. But the staff member in front of him was a part-time player. He was big and strong, and his face was not friendly. The most eye-catching thing was the melon-shaped hat on his head. He saw Jianlan's action at a glance, and quickly pointed his finger at her, rushing over, and scolding her. Hey, 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 you, don't touch everywhere. It will get dirty. It was as if Jianlan's hands were not on the sofa, but on his face. Jianlan was stunned for a moment. She looked at her hands, and raised them again to indicate. My hands are clean. Clean? The melon-shaped hat was incredulous when he heard Jianlan's words. Didn't you go to school? What does this have to do with going to school? Jianlan didn't understand what he meant. Of course she went to school. And the school she went to was the top school in Blue Star. Why is it not related? When you were in school, didn't your teacher tell you that people's hands are full of bacteria? The melon-shaped hat seized the opportunity to make a point and showed off. You touch it and I touch it. So isn't this sofa dirty? Jianlan fell into silence. So that's what he meant. That's true. In the original world, there was indeed a world of microorganisms. But the fact that they can appear in the current game world is not logical in itself. Okay, I won't touch it anymore. Okay? Jianlan surrendered, putting his hands on his legs, not touching the sofa at all. Usually, if you encounter such an unreasonable person, if you argue with him, you will lose. Hearing Jian Lan's defeated look, Guapi was very proud. He once again enjoyed the pleasure of being superior to other players. It is not easy for players to work in NPC shops. Not only can they have a stable income of points, but they can also get a backdoor opportunity in doing things. However, these undead NPC shop owners tend to hire locals. Locals are honest and easy to control. Unlike the superpowers, they are full of tricks. They are naturally defensive against superpowers. Guapimeo spent a lot of effort and went through many channels to get the job of receptionist in the housing management office. Jianlan followed his arrangement and didn't care much. But Guapimeo didn't intend to let her sit here and rest so easily. He looked at Jianlan carefully. It was obvious that she was not a local by her clothes. She looked quite distinctive. It seemed that she had never seen the world, whether in the game or in the previous world. A soft sofa could make her so excited. People like Guapimeo like to pick on the weak. And Jianlan was the weak in his eyes at this time. I said, if you have something to do, do it. If you don't have anything to do, don't sit here. He looked down on people. And when he spoke to Jianlan, he was merciless. Jianlan was stunned for a moment. But she still maintained her composure. I'm waiting for someone. She spoke calmly. She didn't understand why this man, with a melon-shaped hat, had such great malice towards her. Maybe he had a hard life, and he needed to rely on this method to find a sense of existence. Jianlan had encountered many such people in the company before. Just ignore them. Who are you waiting for? The man with the melon-shaped hat asked disdainfully. Jianlan's anger was already between her eyebrows. He was obviously an incompetent receptionist. She's waiting for me. Before Jianlan could get mad, Lu Xian came out first. Beside her was a young man, who was also an undead NPC from the Land of Sand. Shopkeeper. When the man with the melon-shaped hat saw the man, his face turned pale. And the woman next to the shopkeeper seemed to be the proprietress of Guanhelu. So the person she was waiting for was Lu Xian? The melon-shaped hat was terrified, and he seemed to be in big trouble. Lu Xian ignored him for the time being. She walked straight to Jianlan and took out a sheepskin contract. She said to Jianlan, "Come on. Press your fingerprint." Jianlan didn't know what it was. The words on it were crooked, like tadpoles, and she couldn't understand them. In other words, if it was a contract of sale, Jianlan wouldn't be able to recognize it. Seeing Jianlan's hesitation, Lu Xian simply grabbed her hand, put ink on her fingers, and pressed her fingerprint. Okay, that's it. The shopkeeper was delighted when he saw the contract take effect. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Building 3. Yingguang Street, Sand Country. Jianlan, owner. She has a house in Sand Country. And it's a shop. She has learned that the rental conditions of shops are very harsh. Previously, relying on the relationship between Bo Xiao and Lu Xian, Tianqi rented a shop on a side street in the central Oasis city. It's just a lease. These shops are generally not sold to people with special abilities. Lu Xian bought one for her. She was so excited. The daydream she had all those years ago came true. Would she be the first supernatural person in the Sand Country to own a shop? Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Xian. As expected, Lu Xian winked at her. Jianlan's heart was moved. She thought she was not a money grubber, but now she knew. The most important thing was, how was she going to repay this favor? The people who had troubled Jianlan before, when they saw the scene, were so scared that they trembled like sieves. He was bullying the wrong person. Since this woman has such a powerful undead NPC as her backer, why did she act so cowardly? She made him misjudge her. However, it should be fine after they leave. The man in the melon-shaped hat didn't dare to say a word. He just wanted to be invisible. But he didn't expect that. Lu Xian was still thinking about him. Before leaving, she said, "I think you should train your store employees in customer service etiquette. The quality is really low." Who she was talking about was self-evident. The shopkeeper immediately turned around and looked at the man in the melon-shaped hat. After coming out of the housing management office, Lu Xian did not rush to take Jianlan to her shop, but took her to the clothing store and the jewelry store first. Jianlan thought, "You are not going to dress me up like you, are you?" Lu Xian's tone was unquestionable. "Don't you want to do business in the Kingdom of Sand? Then you have to follow the rules here." When the sun set, everyone gathered again in the Guanhai Tower. The people of the Dawn Guild fell into silence. Jianlan changed from the northern savage skin to the Sand Country Rich Lady Limited Edition. Chapter 59. Jianlan, dressed up by Lu Xian, now really looks like a Saudi Arabian rich woman. If you go to her store to buy something, as long as you see her, you will feel that the things in her store are definitely not bad. Jianlan's clothes are hand-sewn with gold and silver threads, with intricate patterns and brilliant colors. In the largest high-end clothing store in the Kingdom of Sand, there is only one such piece. When Jianlan puts it on, it fits her perfectly. It's like it was tailor-made for her. Lu Xian bought it on the spot, and then ordered 3 more sets from the store owner, according to Jianlan's body size, and they would be delivered to her door when they were ready. Changing clothes was not enough. Lu Xian took Jianlan to a jewelry store, and she was wearing shiny gold and jade jewelry, which made her look noble and her skin white. Jianlan used to look very beautiful, and she looked even more amazing when she was dressed like this. Otherwise, it is said that clothes make the man. Now, no matter who sees Jianlan, they will not think that she is a supernatural person from the north, but will think that she is a new undead NPC from the Sand Country, because only undead NPCs have such outstanding appearance. Beautiful, too beautiful. Especially Bo Xiao and Xiao Lu, looking at Jianlan, they couldn't move their eyes away. Like 2 pillars. Jianlan was suddenly stared at by so many eyes, and felt like ants crawling all over her body. The last time she felt so embarrassed was at the company's annual meeting, when the team leader was forced by HR to sign up for a performance. Others were fine. Bo Xiao and Xiao Lu's eyes seemed not so innocent. Lu Xian stood in front of Jianlan, expressing her meaning with her eyes. Bo Xiao fell into silence. Xiao Lu fell into silence. Bo Xiao, of course, was present when Lu Xian fell in love with someone else. Xiao Lu witnessed the process of Lu Xian falling in love with someone else. But he couldn't imagine that the owner of Guanhelu would fall in love with Jianlan after eating a meal made by her. It's even more outrageous than his own. Putting the memories of these 2 people together, they could barely get the truth of the whole thing, but their relationship was not good enough for them to eat melon seeds and gossip together. But they were not fools. They could sense that Lu Xian had some inexplicable special feelings for Jianlan. The place they agreed to meet was Jianlan's room. There were more and more people now. Jianlan's single room seemed a little small. Lu Xian sneered and pushed open a door. Omi exclaimed in surprise. Guanhelu Collection. Presidential Suite. Not to mention that I had never lived there before. I had never seen it even after living in the game for so long. Jianlan fell into silence. How can I repay this favor? Everyone in the Shuguang Guild fell into silence. The president has taken advantage of me. Bo Xiao fell into silence. This is my script. Xiao Lu fell into silence. If I don't reveal my identity, is it impossible to seize the initiative? But will she like me like that? The presidential suite in Guanhai Tower has a living room. Everyone sit down. The sofas here are many times softer than those in the housing management office. As soon as Yan Lulu sat down, she fell asleep. There were still many rooms in the presidential suite, and Jianlan decided to let Yan Lulu and Fu Yao move in with her. The other male members of the Shuguang Guild, of course, had no place for them. After carefully looking at Yan Lulu and Fu Yao, Lu Xian confirmed that they and Jianlan were just sisters, and she did not object. Everything, of course, was done according to Jianlan's wishes. She wanted to make her happy. The ingredients that everyone had collected were now placed on the coffee table. These are unique to the Sand Country. Jianlan had never seen them before. Since cooking for the first time takes time, Jianlan first cooked the dishes they liked, let them eat first, while he concentrated on developing new recipes. The first few were fine, and new dishes were successfully unlocked. They can increase special attributes such as strength, intelligence, agility, speed, etc., as well as restore health and mana in battle. The quality of these dishes is purple, and can even match the mid and high-level potions in the mall. Better than the ingredients from the north. Jianlan tried them one by one, and put them into storage after the tests. Until she put a few bunches of fruits that looked like black currants into the pot, something went wrong. After being in the game for so long, this was the first time Jianlan heard Xiaoyu's ruthless system voice. Cooking failed. Jianlan was stunned. She had been using the cooking pot for so long, and the success rate had always been 100%, and she had never failed. Try again. Cooking failed. Jianlan didn't believe in evil. She tried several more times. There were no exceptions. Looking at the various food residues and black ash that were cleaned out of the pot. She was confused. Once or twice was acceptable, but what was the situation of continuous failure? She tried to cook the food that she cooked successfully the first time, and finally, the system sound changed back to, "Congratulations, cooking successfully." Could it be that there are some specific ingredients that cannot be cooked successfully, or because her cooking level is not high enough, so the pot is burnt? Full of doubts, Xiaoyu couldn't answer Jianglan's question. She was a system with a set program. If she knew something, she would know it. If she didn't know it, she would be torn apart. She didn't know it either. Jianglan could only verify it by herself. However, Jianglan suddenly had an idea. Can dishes that failed to cook be included in the recipe? She just asked casually. After all, cooking failure only means that the dish failed. And it doesn't mean that it can't be eaten. At most, it's not delicious. But it is edible. There was a time when her best friend was passionate about cooking, and she even asked her to be a food taster. The best friend winked at her. "You are lucky. You know, none of her boyfriends have tasted the food she made." Jianglan, "Thank you." Then her best friend brought a plate of snails. Jianglan studied it for a long time. "It seems to be lucky." "Oh, you haven't tasted it yet, and you feel lucky?" Hearing Jianglan's praise, the best friend covered her mouth and giggled. "Really, don't praise her too much. She is just a beginner." "I did taste it." Jianglan turned pale. "It's also a blessing." Golden apple snail. Later that day, her bestie rushed to the supermarket to argue with the staff. Jianglan also escaped the disaster that day. But she didn't escape the vinegar and pickled cabbage the next day. Her bestie muttered, "Let's cook the vegetables first. It won't be poisonous anyway." Jianglan, "I heard it." This was just a small episode of memory. Jianglan just happened to remember it now. But it was her words that opened a new module of the system for her. Xiaoyu answered, "Yes." "Yes?" Jianglan? Unlike successfully cooked dishes, dishes that failed to be cooked cannot be automatically added to the recipe. You need to add them manually. First, put the dishes that failed to be cooked into the system warehouse. Then you can add them to the recipe. After adding them to the recipe, the effect of the recipe will be displayed. Looking at that line of description, Jianglan was silent. It's not that the food she made is not poisonous. It's poisonous food, and it can't be eaten. Jianglan silently put all the inedible things into the warehouse. If it is accidentally eaten by the guild members, it will be a big deal. What good stuff is it? Omi sneaked over. He was sharp-eyed and had been salivating when he saw the new dish made by Jianglan. Jianglan pushed the edible food in front of him. Omi looked fooled. Did he think he didn't see it? The thing that Jianglan had hidden in his palm just now suddenly disappeared. "I want to eat raisins." Omi opened his mouth and said, when he realized what he was talking about. "Jianglan, you're wrong. There are no raisins. If you keep pestering me, I'll be making trouble for no reason." But Omi thought, "I'll get to eat raisins one day." Jianglan, "These are not raisins. These are stretch-legged and eye-glaring pills. There are still some follow-up procedures to open a store. Lu Xian took care of it. Jianglan only needs to choose the store decoration style and wait for the opening. The store needs a house number. Jianglan named it Shiguan Restaurant. After struggling for a while, he finally didn't put Shiguan Guild recruitment. This sentence is placed below. Since becoming the guild leader, she and Iron Fist King have been managing the guild equally, and both have deeply rooted the issue of recruiting people in their bones. Jianglan wants to make this place a restaurant of the same nature as the canteen of the Dawn Guild, so that the people of the Sand Country can also eat delicious food, instead of having to live on nutrient solution. Compared to when she first entered the game, Jianglan's view on life-related supernatural powers has changed a lot. Just like the previous world, there is no high or low in professions, just different divisions of labor. Of course, these are all based on legal premises. Combat players and life players have their own uses, and are an indispensable part of this world. However, it seems that Jianglan has not met other life players except herself. What's going on? The news that Lu Xian did things personally reached Shang Jun's ears. Shang Jun is in charge of all business affairs in the Kingdom of Sand. The previous housing management office was his property, and he handed it over to his subordinates to manage, and never asked about these things. If it wasn't Lu Xian, or any other undead NPC, he wouldn't be moved. But the person who did the work was clearly Lu Xian. What? Shang Jun suspected that he had heard it wrong. She? The doomsday terminator of the superpowers. The terrorist in the minds of the players. She should be thankful that she didn't offend those people. And she still did things for them. Shang Jun was a little curious. Who on earth had such great charm? Could it be Bo Xiao? Did the two of them rekindle their old love? But Shang Jun may be gossiping. But he also has his own face and burdens. He can't just go to Lucian to find out what's going on just because of curiosity. What would he become then? However, even if he suppresses his gossiping now, in the near future, a big event will happen in the Kingdom of Sand, forcing him to pay a visit. Before that, a small event will happen first. Of course, this is a small event for him. But for Tianqi and Huobi Guild, this is a big event that is closely related to life. The two major guilds in the Kingdom of Sand finally went to war. Huobi versus Tianqi this time. It was Tianqi who took the initiative to issue the Guild War Declaration. Chapter 60. Coincidentally, the day when Tianqi challenged Huobi was the day when Jianglan's Shuguang restaurant opened. Although the name contained the word small. The shop that Lucian bought and gave to Jianglan was not small at all. And the location was very good. It was on the second main street of the central oasis city. Originally, Lucian wanted to buy the house opposite Guanhai Tower. But the owner of that house was a weird old man who refused to move out no matter what. Lucian had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, the house she chose later was better, and it was only a 5-minute walk from Guanhailuan. There were all kinds of buildings nearby, and it was convenient to go anywhere, which was equivalent to another golden eye. According to Lucian, if anyone dared to cause trouble at Jianglan Shuguang Bistro, she would be there in 1 minute. Boyfriend power max. Of course, she certainly didn't take the usual path. Jianglan was so moved that she didn't know what to say. How could she repay Lucian's favors one by one? Why do you want to pay it back? Lucian's eyes widened. I'm good to you because I like you. If you really like someone, you don't need to return the favor as long as she's happy. You'll be happy. If Jianglan wasn't a straight girl, she might have been turned gay by this NPC. I'll make delicious food for you every day. This was the only way Jianglan could repay her. Great. Lucian's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but hug her. Looking at the intimacy between Lucian and Jianglan, Bo Xiao and Xiao Lu were speechless. If they were sisters, it would be fine. But Lucian's love for Jianglan clearly went beyond friendship. Her love rival was actually a woman. That's ridiculous. Xiao Lu was okay. He was always sullen and didn't like to talk much. But Bo Xiao was much more upset. Are you leaving or not? Lucian couldn't leave Guanhailu for the time being. Today was the day to settle the bill. And as the boss, she had to stay here. But she promised that she would go to Jianglan as soon as she was free. And bring people to take care of her business. Jianglan nodded happily. So, Shuguang Bistro was officially opened. Let's talk about the Apocalypse Guild. They issued the guild tactics early this morning. And all members were ready. But until noon, Huobi did not accept it. The people of the Apocalypse Guild were worried for the whole morning. They always felt that they would accept it in the next second. Or they might never accept it. Waiting is the most exhausting thing. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Huobi accepted Tianqi's Guild War letter. There are many different reasons. Why did Huobi take so long to accept it? Were they waiting for reinforcements? Or were they secretly plotting something unknown? Waiting for an east wind? What? Huobi Vice President He Xian was happy. Did Tianqi really take the initiative to send it? In the room of Huobi Guild President, the managers gathered around and watched him get up. The guild president was fat and had difficulty getting out of bed. He slept until the afternoon today. When he turned on his computer, he was surprised or shocked. 2 crossed blood-red long swords, and below them was an icon of an ancient letter. The Apocalypse Guild has issued a challenge to your guild. It took him a long time to catch his breath. Finally, in the next few days, if Apocalypse doesn't come to them, they will go to Apocalypse. Tsar's tomb. The dungeon will be opened at the end of the month at the latest. We must deal with the strongest competitor before that. Their secret masters have all arrived, just waiting for the day of the war. After gathering all the members of Huobi Guild, the president of Huobi Guild clicked to accept. Only the president has the authority to operate. The moment he clicked, the whole base changed. The wartime defense mechanism was activated. Members of the same guild, when looking at other members, their names and health bars are green, they will be a big melee. This can ensure that teammates are not accidentally injured. It is a unique form of guild war, usually hidden and invisible. As long as the guild members are in the base. They are absolutely safe. Once in the wild, the area they are in will be exposed to the enemy guild's vision. The health bars and names of the enemy guild members are all dazzling red. On a map, two guilds are fighting each other, which is a bit like real-life CS. Except that real-life CS can hide, and guild wars make people have nowhere to hide. There are also psychics whose ability is to hide their positions, which can barely offset some of the harm of exposing their positions. If used well, it can even interfere infinitely, making the enemy run around and gain nothing. At this time, the guild's combat command becomes particularly important. A good commander plays a key role in winning or losing. Apocalypse also has its own commander, more than one person, who has been trained for a long time. But the Sand Country has always been relatively peaceful. It has developed for so many years, and has never held a guild war. The guild commander usually only organizes everyone to fight dungeons and bosses. When it comes to how to win a large-scale multiplayer PvP, of course, the people in the south are experienced. Among the 10 psychics sent by Ling Yuan, there was a commander. After careful consideration, Ji Hao decided to hand over the battle command to Ling Yuan's commander. This was a risky, but wise decision. Ling Yuan's people were not modest either, and they accepted the command generously. After all, in their area, guild wars were commonplace. Guild wars also had their own way of determining the winner. The chief secretary of the Shuguang Guild once explained it to the members of the Shuguang Guild, which shocked the people in the audience. However, he only had a vague understanding of it from hearsay, and had not really experienced it. The only point he said was completely true. That is, the guild war was very cruel. Without the protection of the Bloodlock amulet, the player whose health was reduced to 0 would be disconnected on the spot and disappear in both worlds at the same time. But if there was a Bloodlock amulet, it would be different. The short 3-second invincibility buffer time could save the lives of guild members. Generally, large guilds have guild skill trees. One of them is to teleport guild members, whose Bloodlock amulets are broken back to the base. At that time, the Dawn Guild was still a small guild, so it had never seen this thing. And this guild skill was crucial, if it was really calculated as the Dawn Guild secretary said. According to the frequency of the fights, there would be no living people in the south. The Bloodlocking amulet is expensive and rare, and every surviving player must have this item. It is the cornerstone of the player's survival in this world. No one would want to take the initiative to explode their Bloodlocking amulet and get the opportunity to hide in the base. After all, not everyone dares to entrust their lives to the hands of the guild system. What if the guild system fails to transmit them back in time? Moreover, the guild war has not yet ended, and they are lying on the cold floor of the base, gasping for breath. This is a symbol of weakness. Not only that, next time if the guild does not have enough positions and needs to kick people out, they will be the first to be killed. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. The guild is the support for the survival of the players, and the players will also do their best to seek benefits for the guild. The guild will naturally give them their due rewards. The party that wins the guild war will have its reputation greatly increased. The guild reputation can be exchanged for privileges with the guild NPCs, which is a benefit that cannot be bought with any points. People all admire the strong. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, no strong person will be willing to shrink in a trash guild that loses the guild war. Once the war starts, it will be a battle of life and death for the guild. Ji Hao has thought it through carefully. He originally wanted to ask Bo Xiao to come back. After all, he was also a founding member of the guild. Even if they had conflicts, they were still a family after all. He was just flirting with Huang Jiao. Bo Xiao was his childhood friend. But when he invited him, he got the notification tone that the invitation failed, and thought, Bo Xiao still put him on the blacklist? As a result, after a careful check, he found out that the invitation failed not because Bo Xiao had blocked him, but because Bo Xiao had already pulled himself out. Rather, Bo Xiao now has a guild. Looking at the name of the guild again, Ji Hao almost fainted. Traitor. This is a traitor. Ji Hao, who has always been as calm as an old dog, could not help it. Before a person encounters a big event, the heart will always be irritable, not to mention that he has been bearing the pressure alone for so many days. After taking several deep breaths, Ji Hao finally recovered. Forget it, I don't care about him. Whatever he wants to do. So on this day, the Tianqi people took their supplies, and were ready to go. There are various modes in guild wars, and the winning conditions in different modes are also different. Jihao chose the battle mode that is most beneficial to their current guild. The side with more survivors within the specified time limit wins. The minimum time is 3 days. People who hide in the base will be automatically judged as dead by the system. Therefore, everyone has to come out and fight. Without Ling Yuan's 10 powerful reinforcements, Jihao would never dare to open this mode. This is only effective against the side with strong combat power. Because Huobi was smart this time, it deliberately hit a trick, and the news was kept secret, which led to Tianqi being completely in the dark. It was not until the two armies faced each other that Tianqi saw that there were also unfamiliar faces on Huobi's side. There are 2 modes for finding reinforcements to join the guild war. One is the substitute mode. The player in the substitute mode will first absorb the damage from the enemy. The so-called substitute is a scapegoat. The probability of death is very high. Even with a bloodlocking amulet, it is not certain that you can survive. After all, the guild system's teleportation judgment gives priority to members of the guild. This was the clause in the contract that Apocalypse gave to Dawn Guild. They don't have to quit their own guild. They can directly become substitutes for members of Apocalypse Guild. Very few people would agree to this model. Even if they earn high points, they can earn them, but not spend them. Jihao wanted to use this method to retreat and bargain. But he didn't expect that there would be a mistake later, which led to the direct breakdown of the cooperation. Facing the cooperation with Ling Yuan, the reinforcements naturally all quit the guild, joined Tianqi, and became members of Tianqi Guild. After the guild war ended, they quit the guild again and returned to their own guild. This is also the most common mode for reinforcements in guild wars. There are 10 Ling Yuan members in Tianqi Guild. And for Huobi, they are new faces. And there are also many new faces on Huobi's side. But these faces are not new to the Ling Yuan reinforcements, who have just joined Tianqi. Even, very familiar. I see him every time I look up. The most terrifying thing is the guild commander of Huobi, who is not a commander familiar to the people of Tianqi, so everyone thinks of the same thing. The commander of Huobi has a green light in his eyes. This makes him look mysterious and dangerous. The power behind him is the 3rd in the guild battle ladder rankings. Yeyue.